What does it feel like to discover that the person you secretly admired during your school days reciprocates your feelings? How should one react when encountering their first love during a blind date? What sensations arise when one is reborn alongside their spouse? Shen Xiuhuai. Thank you for the invitation. I am utterly enchanted. My wife may appear aloof, yet she is undeniably affectionate and loves to act coy. Shen Xiuhuai. You were always meant to be mine. Shen Xiuhuai. Let's be together. Shen Xiuhuai. Shall we marry? Shen Xiuhuai believes he has encountered the most extraordinary girl in Lin Xiaoxiao. How can this rascal still love me even after being reborn? From school uniforms to wedding gowns, this time they're destined to grow old together. Lin Xiaoxiao. They say you should prefer someone like a high mountain flower. Feeling both wronged and justified, she asserts, I possess everything you find appealing. You can only love me. Shen Xiuhuai muses that his wife is indeed a treasure. Chapter 1. Awaken to a wall slam? May 12, 2019. The weather is clear. Today, I summoned the courage to slip a love letter to the person I admire, only to witness him casually stow it away in his backpack upon turning away. After waiting for 2 hours in the park, he never arrived. This must be what heartbreak feels like. Shen Xiuhuai, I am feeling a bit despondent. Nevertheless, it is all right to love in silence without causing any disturbance. November 25th, 2026. The weather is overcast. My mother insists I go on a blind date, but I'm only 24. If I refuse, she threatens to hang herself at the entrance of my internship hospital. Fine, a meal, and then I shall leave. Oh wait, why does this person share the same name as my former crush? And they bear such a striking resemblance. Oh my goodness, I have encountered a serendipitous event. December 3rd, the weather is clear. The day is so bright that it has caused a fire at the hospital. And when Shen Xiuhuai burst in wearing firefighting gear, he resembled a hero descending from the clouds to rescue me. I wish to marry him. He looks so dashing in his firefighting attire. January 26th, the weather is clear. If I am guilty, let the law punish me, rather than encountering a patient fool during my rounds who inquires whether the tumor in my head will affect his future and attempts to have me examine it. I couldn't resist giving him a stern reprimand. Upon returning home, I held Shen Xiuhuai close, and he comforted me for quite some time. Brother Xiuhuai is truly wonderful. I absolutely adore him. 3 days until my trip to Tibet. That scoundrel Shen Xiuhuai still has duty every day and does not accompany me. How infuriating. I suppose I shall bring him a meal, as he mentioned wanting to eat potato beef stew a few days ago. Shen Xiuhuai closed the now yellowed notebook. It marked the 2nd year since Lin Xiaoxiao's passing. Ever since her departure, Shen Xiuhuai has resided in the dormitory of the fire station, never returning to their home, where Lin Xiaoxiao's essence and traces of life linger everywhere, a burden he cannot bear. Shen Xiuhuai harbors feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao. On the day he was coerced into a blind date with her, when she walked through the door, his heart raced at first sight, for she was the girl he had secretly admired in his youth. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed quite pleased with him as well. After sharing a meal, Shen Xiuhuai began to reach out to her, and within 3 months, they were married. Lin Xiaoxiao had always been proud and beautiful, akin to a pure snow lotus on a snow-capped mountain. Even though this snow lotus appeared frigid to many, Shen Xiuhuai adored her all the same. Whether it was love at first sight or an attraction based on appearances, Lin Xiaoxiao perfectly matched his aesthetic. Moreover, she represented his youthful dream in every conceivable sense. After a year of marriage, their relationship thrived. Shen Xiuhuai served as the captain of the fire brigade, while Lin Xiaoxiao was a doctor. Their time together was scarce, and they were often busy. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai felt that their moments together were filled with happiness. However, a year ago, Lin Xiaoxiao embarked on a humanitarian medical mission to Tibet with her hospital, and upon returning, she was involved in a car accident, tragically not returning with the entire medical team. While sorting through her belongings, Shen Xiuhuai discovered the yellowed diary, realizing that this seemingly cold snow lotus had secretly harbored feelings for him for many years. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed the small notebook in his hands, uncovering the truth that there was no noble snow lotus, only a timid soul who adored him from the shadows. As he pondered this, a jarring alarm pierced the night. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze sharpened, and he sprang to his feet, faintly noticing the name Lin Xiaoxiao embroidered in a crooked manner on the front of his shirt. This was something he had learned during his time in the special forces, to stitch the name of the person one cares for most on their chest, so that even in death, their spirit would return to find them. Hearing the orderly footsteps echoing in the hallway outside, Shen Xiuhuai quickly donned a t-shirt and rushed out. Within 10 seconds, he reached the garage and suited up in his tactical gear. The personnel assembled swiftly. Even in the dead of night, their eyes gleamed with clarity, a testament to their rigorous training. The on-duty communicator hurried to Shen Xiuhuai, stating, Captain Shen, there's a fire at the garbage disposal facility of Xingyuan Road Municipal Hospital. The emergency alert has been sent to your phone. All right, dispatch 4 vehicles. Just to be safe, Shen Xiuhuai commanded before climbing into the nearest vehicle. The hospital's fire safety should be adequate. Such an incident at this hour was clearly abnormal. The firefighting efforts proceeded smoothly, but unexpectedly, just as they prepared to extinguish the last flames, a sound of shattering glass echoed ominously. Shen Xiuhuai's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively, he tackled a teammate to the ground just as a deafening explosion erupted, plunging him into darkness. Shen Xiuhuai, you cannot leave. A familiar, cold voice tinged with desperation echoed in his ears. Blinking in confusion, he focused on the strikingly beautiful yet icy visage before him, now adorned with anger and flushed cheeks. It was a face he knew all too well, Lin Xiaoxiao. A wave of overwhelming joy washed over Shen Xiuhuai, and without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to embrace the woman before him. Xiaoxiao. If this were a dream, Shen Xiuhuai wished to remain in it forever, never awakening. However, the girl suddenly shoved him away, evading his embrace, while a chorus of gasps erupted around them. Huaigu, is it really that intense? Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the handsome boy before her with wide, watery eyes, her face flushed. Shen Xiuhuai, what are you doing? Her voice carried a note of irritation, laced with a youthful innocence that was distinct from before. Only then did Shen Xiuhuai realize that Lin Xiaoxiao was no longer the same. She wore the uniform of Nanyang High School, a white shirt paired with a checkered skirt adorned with the school's emblem. Her unadorned, pale face exuded a youthful charm, rendering her both innocent and beautiful. Qi Kuang, witnessing Shen Xiuhuai's dazed expression as he fixated on their class flower and monitor, could not help but nudge him, whispering, Huaigu, what's the matter with you? Finally, Shen Xiuhuai shifted his gaze from Lin Xiaoxiao's face, inquiring, what year is it? Qi Kuang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the reason behind his question. It's 2018. Huaigu, have you gone silly after being wall-slammed by the goddess? Originally, Qi Kuang and the others were late and missed the flag-raising ceremony, having to sneak in from the other side of the school, only to be caught right in the act by Lin Xiaoxiao, who was on duty. Shen Xiuhuai, known for his fearless demeanor as a school bully, attempted to bypass Lin Xiaoxiao without a second thought. However, when she reached out to stop him, she unexpectedly wall-slammed Shen Xiuhuai. She effectively trapped him between the wall and her own body. Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback, and then the earlier scene unfolded. He instinctively reached out to embrace Lin Xiaoxiao. To Qi Kuang, today's Huaigu seemed rather peculiar, especially since the brooding Huaigu was typically indifferent to girls. Had Shen Xiuhuai realized that this was a rebirth? Or was he merely dreaming? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao, whose face was flushed with anger, and a smile broke across his features. His Xiaoxiao had returned, and nothing else was of significance. This time, he would ensure she would no longer be the timid girl harboring a secret crush. Chapter 2. The comfort of being protected by my wife Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the inexplicably cheerful Shen Xiuhuai, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. Her face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Shen Xiuhuai, what on earth is wrong with you? Being awarded the title of school beauty speaks volumes about Lin Xiaoxiao's stunning looks. An enchanting beauty with fair skin, striking features, and captivating large eyes that easily draw attention. Though still in high school, she had already reached a height exceeding 7 meters, exuding an air of sophistication and confidence. When her almond-shaped eyes cast a cold gaze, it rendered onlookers hesitant to meet her gaze. Shen Xiuhuai could not help but smile at her. He recognized a familiar sensation in the current Lin Xiaoxiao. At this stage in high school, Shen Xiuhuai stood at 184 centimeters, destined to grow to 186 centimeters, while Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her height of 172 centimeters. Can the class monitor spare me this time? I promise I won't be late or scale the walls again. Shen Xiuhuai stepped closer to Lin Xiaoxiao, his voice laced with both apology and mirth. They were reliving a moment, still a year away from the time Lin Xiaoxiao had confessed her feelings to him. A year could bring about significant change, such as deepening his wife's affection for him. Shen Xiuhuai felt elated, knowing he had the chance to nurture his beloved wife. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang stood dumbfounded, bewildered by Shen Xiuhuai's unexpected demeanor. What's going on here, Huaigu? Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes at the approaching Shen Xiuhuai. Stepping back a few paces, her cheeks still flushed, unsure whether it was from anger or something else. Yet her tone conveyed a notable decrease in panic and frustration. This is the third time this month for you all. You must write a reflection. Before she could finish, a voice echoed from nearby. Who's there? Damn it! Qi Kuang exclaimed, grabbing Shen Xiuhuai and urging him to flee. Huaigu, run! Fat Tiger is coming. Shen Xiuhuai, propelled by Qi Kuang's urgency, dashed forward, while the girl he had just threatened remained rooted, not intervening in their escape. Nanyang High School, a private institution, boasted an attractive uniform that looked even better on Lin Xiaoxiao. A girl with a high ponytail exchanged glances with her, and something seemed to flash in her eyes. However, they were too far apart to discern any detail. Qi Kuang led Shen Xiuhuai to the academic building, only breathing a sigh of relief once they confirmed that Director Pang Fu had not followed them. Panting, he glanced at Shen Xiuhuai with a puzzled expression. "Are you all right, Huaige? Do you remember what Uncle Shen said? If you get into trouble again, he'll send you to the military right after you turn 18. Shen Xiuhuai recalled that he had never even managed to read the love letter Lin Xiaoxiao had given him. On that day, he only remembered her handing him a notebook, which he carelessly stuffed into his backpack, believing it to be homework or notes. Upon returning home, he had been immediately sent off to the military without even sitting for his exams. Thus, he had missed out on Lin Xiaoxiao for all those years. "I want to go. I need to take the exam." Shen Xiuhuai exhaled deeply. He had been selected for the Special Forces during his second year of military service. But now that he had been given a second chance at life, he had no intention of enlisting so early. He wanted to be by Lin Xiaoxiao's side during her exams. Of course, he would join the Special Forces eventually. He still needed to save his former comrades. But there was no rush. A selection would occur in 2 years, and he could simply apply then. Shen Xiuhuai cast another glance at Qi Kuang, who wore a bewildered expression. He also intended to save Qi Kuang. Since he had been granted a second chance, he was determined to rectify all the regrets of his past life. "Huaige, please, don't make me look down on you. Do you even remember how you performed in last month's monthly exam? You were ranked 15 from the bottom, and I scored better than you." Qi Kuang sighed, reaching out to touch Shen Xiuhuai's forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you?" Shen Xiuhuai pulled him closer. "Just wait and see. I'll surpass you in no time. Let us go. I don't believe you." The two had successfully evaded the morning flag-raising ceremony, so when they returned to the classroom, it was empty. Shen Xiuhuai glanced towards the second-to-last row by the window, where Lin Xiaoxiao usually sat. He had watched her back countless times before. Back then, he was a poor student, often sitting in the last row. He immediately noticed a basketball beneath a chair and a Gundam model on the desk, both unmistakably his. Qi Kuang, seated in front of him, pulled a hamburger from his bag, relieved it hadn't been squished. "This is nowhere near as good as a jianbingguizi, Huaige." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled as he accepted it. Indeed, Qi Kuang couldn't help but stare at Shen Xiuhuai a few more times, feeling that something was off about him today. Shen Xiuhuai thought to himself how ridiculous he had been at 18. He dared not even recall his past arrogance. A typical case of a delusional youth. "Last night, I had a chat with my mom. She was distraught. I've resolved to turn over a new leaf, study hard, and become a pillar of our nation," Shen Xiuhuai proclaimed. Before he could finish, a group of boys pushed open the back door and entered. "Oh, Huaige, skipping the flag raising again? Well, have you ever been punctual?" The others teased Shen Xiuhuai playfully. However, his gaze was fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao, who had just entered. She wore a neutral expression as she maneuvered past the playful boys, heading to her seat without sparing him a glance. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but click his tongue, drawing the attention of the boys around him. The sports committee member, Zhou De, whispered, "What's wrong, Huaige?" Sighing, Shen Xiuhuai gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's back, muttering nothing. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to develop feelings for him. Lin Xiaoxiao's diary had begun from the day she confessed her feelings. The preceding entries were blank, leaving Shen Xiuhuai in the dark about why she had ever liked him. This presented quite the conundrum. The class bell rang, but the boys surrounding Shen Xiuhuai were too engrossed in their antics to notice. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted their revelry. "Didn't you hear the bell?" The boys scattered back to their seats in an instant. Their teacher, Lu Fengqin, known for her strictness yet protective nature, stood at the front of the classroom, surveying the now quiet students. Her gaze landed on Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang. "Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang, stand up. You both skipped the flag raising again, did you?" The two stood silently, tacitly acknowledging their fault. Lu Fengqin took a deep breath, poised to speak, when Lin Xiaoxiao unexpectedly stood up. "Teacher, I was responsible for the public area duty this morning, but I also had a duty with the student council. I didn't realize I had double-booked my responsibilities. When I encountered Shun and his friends, I asked them to help me clean the public area. It was not their intention to skip the flag raising. It was my oversight. I apologize, teacher." Her voice was cool and composed, yet earnest, and given Lin Xiaoxiao's commendable academic record, teachers often favored high-achieving students. Lu Fengqin didn't even question Lin Xiaoxiao's honesty. Qi Kuang made a shocked expression, secretly turning to Shen Xiuhuai with wide eyes, clearly taken aback that Lin Xiaoxiao had defended them. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai focused on Lin Xiaoxiao's profile, his heart swelling with joy. His wife must have begun to harbor feelings for him, or else she wouldn't have spoken up for him. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Fengqin's expression softened slightly. She glanced back at Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang. Next time, remember to inform me in advance. You may sit down now. Xiao, you may take your seat as well. After Shen Xiuhuai sat down, his gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao. The experience of being protected by his wife was simply delightful. Chapter 3. Something S off with Shen Xiuhuai Ding Ling Ling. Alright, class is over. Next up is physical education, so you rascals better not cause any trouble. With the bell signaling the end of class, Lu Fengqin concluded the session punctually. She deliberately fixed her gaze on Shen Xiuhuai, a veritable powder keg, for a moment before turning to leave. The boys in the back row erupted in cheers. Huai Gu, Qi Kuang, let's go play ball. That bunch from class 7 is challenging us. Zhoda bellowed with enthusiasm. Qi Kuang excitedly turned to look at Shen Xiuhuai, who was seated beside a tall, fair-skinned boy wearing glasses, Gao Song, the academic representative of their class, who was indeed dedicated solely to his studies. Initially, Lu Fengqin had placed him next to Shen Xiuhuai in hopes of igniting some passion for learning in Shen. But the two had coexisted peacefully as desk mates for a whole semester, neither influencing the other. As the noise around him began to escalate, Gao Song, ever perceptive, stood and made his way outside. Keep it down, Shen Xiuhuai is still focused on Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhoda remarked. Noticing that Shen's gaze lingered on her as she rested her head on the desk, a slight frown crossing his features. Was she unwell? Why don't you take that ball with you? Playing with the school's ball just isn't the same. Zhoda and a few other boys gathered around Shen Xiuhuai, who, at this age, naturally inspired admiration among his peers. To them, Shen Xiuhuai embodied strength, passionate, youthful, and loyal. Take the ball, you all head down first. I'll follow shortly, Shen Xiuhuai replied, glancing at his phone to check the date, his mind already made up. Lin Xiaoxiao's menstrual period had arrived. It had always been the same. During this time, she would become listless. Once in conversation, she had shared that her high school periods had brought her to tears from the pain. Without hesitation, Shen kicked the ball to Zhoda and turned to leave. Hey, where are you going, Huaiga? Qi Kuang called after him, but Shen ignored him and dashed off. Lin Xiaoxiao, hearing the commotion, lifted her head momentarily, only to catch a glimpse of his figure disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Xiao, are you going to be okay alone? Her desk mate, Ke Xiaoling, inquired with concern. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion appeared pale, her lips drained of color, yet she managed a faint smile. I'm fine, I'll feel better soon. Please let the teacher know for me. Ke Xiaoling, still worried, nudged a cup of hot water toward her. Make sure you drink plenty of hot water. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. I understand, you go ahead. The classroom soon emptied, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao feeling as if her abdomen were being twisted by a knife. She sighed softly. This sensation was all too familiar. Just a week into her rebirth, she had forgotten to keep track of her cycle. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao had reincarnated 7 days prior, her last memories frozen in time as their bus careened toward the cliff's edge. The sensation of weightlessness sending her heart racing, before everything faded to black. When she opened her eyes again, she was back at 18. It took her a week to accept this reality. Returning to high school left her feeling bewildered yet elated, particularly at the sight of a youthful Shen Xiuhuai. As she pondered this, her desk was gently tapped. Shen Xiuhuai, noticing her propped up on the desk, watched as she slowly lifted her head to meet his gaze. Perhaps due to her discomfort, her complexion appeared pale, and the once frosty glimmer in her beautiful eyes had transformed into a watery gaze, exuding vulnerability. Are you still feeling unwell? Shen Xiuhuai placed a pink thermos beside her, aligning it with her cup, and, crouching before her, looked up. This is ginger tea. Knowing you have a cleanliness obsession, I've washed this thermos 4 times before making it. He then produced a bottle of ibuprofen. If the pain is unbearable, you can take these. The weather in April had begun to grow stifling, and Shen, having run in haste, was now glistening with perspiration. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the fine beads of sweat forming at his brow and suddenly asked, How did you know about my period? Shen Xiuhuai smiled. I heard it from Ke Xiaoling. Please drink some ginger tea. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded him quietly for a moment before reaching for the cup, taking a small sip. The freshly brewed ginger tea was still hot, allowing only for cautious sips. A few more sips would surely bring her some relief. Shen Xiuhuai, through the steam, gazed at her somewhat blurred visage, his eyes misty. He missed her dearly. Thank you, Shen Xiuhuai, Lin Xiaoxiao murmured softly after a few sips of the tea, glancing down to offer him several tissues. Wipe your sweat. However, Shen Xiuhuai did not take them. Instead, he noted her small bag, surely containing handkerchiefs, an ingrained habit of Lin Xiaoxiao's that would persist even into her future. With a smile, he remarked, I noticed the handkerchiefs you gave Ke Xiaoling. Aren't we classmates? Why the disparity? Lin Xiaoxiao paused, her cheeks flushing. Those handkerchiefs I have too. One is generally for wiping sweat, as I dislike the feel of tissues. She recalled giving the other to Xiao Ling when she had a nosebleed, and the second had since been replaced. But seeing Shen Xiuhuai's amused expression, she, unable to restrain herself, pulled out a handkerchief. After all, in her past life, he had often used hers. Yet, gazing at the notably younger and more innocent Shen Xiuhuai, a wave of sadness washed over her. This Shen Xiuhuai was not yet her husband, not yet hers. After taking the handkerchief, Shen Xiuhuai did not use it for sweat, but instead clenched it with a smile. Thank you. He had intended to say more, but just then, the classroom door swung open. Lin Xiaoxiao, there you are. I have a math problem I'd like to ask you about. Gao Song entered with another female classmate. As they walked a few steps, their eyes fell upon Shen Xiuhuai squatting before Lin Xiaoxiao, momentarily stunned. Shen Xiuhuai, I was just picking something up. Shen Xiuhuai stood, gesturing toward the medicine and ginger tea on the desk, before clutching the handkerchief as he departed. Lin Xiaoxiao watched him leave, raising the handkerchief to her nose for a moment before slipping it into her pocket, never once having used it to wipe away sweat or mentioned returning it. That startled me. What was Shen Xiuhuai doing here? The female classmate whispered. He was just picking something up. Lin Xiaoxiao regained her composure, setting the pink thermos aside and placing the medicine into her bag. What question do you have? Xiaoxiao, are you feeling unwell? Was that medicine? I'm Yufine. Let me explain the problem to you, she replied, unable to shake the feeling that something was off with Shen Xiuhuai, glancing once more at the door, though nothing was revealed. Chapter 4. Are you trying to pursue me? Why go, let us go, let us go. We need to join the game. Lao Hanan has already reserved our spots. The moment the final bell rang for the last class of the afternoon, Zhou sprang to his feet, eagerly gathering his belongings while turning to Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze from the enchanting vision of his beloved, responding, I'm not going. Why not? Nanyang High School had a rule that other schools envied. There were no evening study sessions, and whether to stay for self-study was entirely up to the students. Those willing to stay would find a teacher present in the office for questions, while those unwilling could simply return home after the afternoon classes. Shen Xiuhuai had always left promptly after school, yet now he pulled out a brand new textbook, smiling at Qi Kuang, I want to study. This declaration drew not only Qi Kuang's attention, but also that of Gao Song, who had been engrossed in his book. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. It's the second semester of sophomore year. The exams are approaching. I want to study. Qi Kuang stared in disbelief, reaching to touch Shen Xiuhuai's forehead. Then his cheek, only to be swatted away. Don't touch me. My wife will get jealous. Wait, you have a wife now? Qi Kuang's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of sheer shock, and his voice involuntarily rose in pitch, drawing the attention of several classmates in the classroom, including Lin Xiaoxiao. There! Shen Xiuhuai's gaze swept gently over Lin Xiaoxiao. It could not be said that he had completely fallen for her, but he was certainly getting there. If he did not strive to better himself, he felt he would not be worthy of her. As he spoke, his eyes met Lin Xiaoxiao's with a calmness that belied the fervent emotions swirling beneath. The boy's earnest gaze ignited a blush upon the girl's cheeks, compelling her to avert her eyes first. Amid the cacophony of teasing O's from their classmates, she felt her face grow increasingly warm, realizing that Shen Xiuhuai was behaving unusually. Just days prior, he had been the epitome of a self-absorbed adolescent, casting indifferent glances her way. But today, something felt distinctly different. Shut up. Shen Xiuhuai laughed, playfully ruffling Qi Kuang's hair. If you're leaving, then hurry up. You lot are utterly annoying. Not leaving. Who is your girlfriend? Why go? Which class is she from? She must be beautiful if she caught your eye. Tell us. We're all so curious. Is she a D-cup? Didn't you say you wouldn't settle for anything less than a D-cup? The boys erupted into a chorus of teasing shouts once more. Get lost. Shen Xiuhuai retorted, unable to suppress a laugh as he turned to see Lin Xiaoxiao, her head bowed, glancing at her chest. From across the room, her ears were visibly flushed. Eventually, Qi Kuang and the others continued their raucous banter before slinging their arms around each other and departing. The classroom fell silent. Gao Song shot him a glance. The teacher won't arrive until 7. You can go eat first. As he organized his belongings, he hesitated before asking, care to join me? Though Shen Xiuhuai typically had little interaction with Gao Song and was surprised by the invitation, he shook his head. Thank you, but I just ordered takeout. Perhaps next time. Gao Song nodded in understanding and turned to leave, but not before quietly adding, you can sit wherever you like during evening study. Lin Xiaoxiao's deskmate usually skips it. Shen Xiuhuai paused, watching Gao Song exit without a backward glance. He couldn't help but wonder if his feelings were that transparent. Regardless, Gao Song's words prompted him to sit beside Lin Xiaoxiao without hesitation once his takeout arrived. Presumably due to feeling unwell, Lin Xiaoxiao had not gone out to eat, remaining quietly at her desk with a book. When Shen Xiuhuai set down the takeout bag, she jumped in surprise. It was just past 6, and the classroom was sparsely populated, yet Shen Xiuhuai's presence beside Lin Xiaoxiao drew attention. He paid little mind to the stares, unpacking his meal. I brought you some black-bone chicken soup and your favorite eggplant casserole. I know your appetite isn't great, but you need to eat something. Why are you being so nice to me? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted, her complexion still pale, her gaze fixated on Shen Xiuhuai with curiosity. After extracting all the containers, he finally met her inquisitive gaze, lowering his voice slightly. I had a dream last night. What was it about? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice softened, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I dreamed you were my wife. Shen Xiuhuai leaned in a bit closer, his breath brushing against her face, causing her once pale cheeks to flush with warmth. Startled like a fawn, Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back abruptly. Shen Xiuhuai instinctively reached out to steady her waist, his palm encountering a softness and delicacy that made his heart race. His gaze darkened momentarily. Lin Xiaoxiao's waist was tender and exquisite, a size he could easily encircle with both hands, leaving marks upon her delicate skin. Quickly retracting his hand, he turned his focus back to the takeout. Be careful. Noticing the subtle blush creeping onto Shen Xiuhuai's face, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was accustomed to his athletic build and sun-kissed skin, could discern the warmth beneath the surface. Years of unrequited love, combined with 2 years of marriage, had granted her an understanding of him that he perhaps did not possess himself. For instance, she recognized the way he concealed his hand behind his back and the avoidance in his gaze. With a playful smile, she leaned closer to Shen Xiuhuai. You dreamt I was your wife, and then what happened? Shen Xiuhuai felt her breath against his ear, sending warmth coursing through him. The innocent Lin Xiaoxiao of high school had left an indelible mark on him, one that lingered even now. Turning to meet her earnest gaze, he swallowed hard, his throat dry. After dreaming you were my wife, I just wanted to treat you better. The space between their desks was narrow, and given Shen Xiuhuai's tall stature, they were sitting uncomfortably close. With Lin Xiaoxiao leaning in, he felt their breaths intertwining, the proximity almost overwhelming. Shen Xiuhuai averted his gaze, unable to confront her captivating features. His mind raced with errant thoughts until Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, tinged with innocence and a hint of coolness, broke through. But dreams often go the opposite way. Shen Xiuhuai, are you trying to pursue me? Gazing into Lin Xiaoxiao's near visage, her beauty amplified by the innocent expression on her face and her sparkling eyes, he heard himself respond. Then may I pursue you? Chapter 5. I will study diligently. How about you let me pursue you? Shen Xiuhuai's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Xiaoxiao. His rational mind cautioned against saying such things at this moment, especially considering their youth. The innocent Lin Xiaoxiao before him made him feel as though he were coaxing a young girl. A hint of pink graced Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks as a smile broke through her previously aloof demeanor, enhancing her beauty. Shen Xiuhuai caught whispers from nearby classmates, prompting a sigh within him as he prepared to distance himself when Lin Xiaoxiao quietly remarked, study hard and strive for improvement. With that, she straightened up and redirected her gaze. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement that it was indeed time to focus on their studies. He straightened his posture and joined Lin Xiaoxiao in unpacking the takeout boxes, unable to resist asking, so, if I study diligently, will there be a reward? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression returned to its usual neutrality, though a glimmer of amusement danced in her beautiful eyes. Ask that question again once you've climbed out of the bottom ranks. Shen Xiuhuai responded with a simple okay, I'll ask later. In truth, he could hardly recall what Lin Xiaoxiao had been like during high school. Although he had harbored feelings for her back then, he had never considered pursuing her or confessing his affections. During that time, he had been engulfed in a rebellious phase, often clashing with his father, and romance had not crossed his mind. As a result, he had overlooked any signs of Lin Xiaoxiao's affections toward him. After their arranged marriage, their time together had been limited, with Lin Xiaoxiao always accommodating his schedule. Reflecting on it now, Shen Xiuhuai realized that his feelings had been rather superficial. He truly did not know her well. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sipping her chicken soup, a pang of regret washing over him. In comparison to the depth of their relationship, his feelings seemed utterly trivial. Gradually, a number of individuals returned to their meals, and upon noticing Shen Xiuhuai seated beside Lin Xiaoxiao, a few mischievous voices exclaimed, "Ah, didn't Brother Huai just call her sister-in-law? Now he's sitting next to our class monitor. Stop talking nonsense. I'm waiting to ask the monitor a question." Shen Xiuhuai interjected with a smile. If you keep babbling, are you going to tutor me? These boys were all pressured by their families to attend evening study sessions, and their academic performance lagged, just like Shen Xiuhuai's. Upon hearing his words, they chuckled awkwardly and dispersed. At this age, while the youth enjoyed teasing, they were also adept at discerning moods. It was clear that Brother Huai was not fond of their jesting, so they refrained from further comments, especially given the class monitor's intimidatingly cold demeanor. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion. After finishing her meal, as Shen Xiuhuai began to pack his belongings and was about to dispose of the trash, he heard a light comment from beside him. They don't know you only prefer grades above AD, do they? I don't, he replied, momentarily bewildered, then chuckled at Lin Xiaoxiao. She did not meet his gaze, keeping her small face lowered as she focused on her book. With a hint of amusement in his voice, Shen Xiuhuai quipped, in your dreams, you might. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened suddenly, and she regarded him with a touch of scrutiny. Shen Xiuhuai was already heading out, his tone rising. The monitor ate my meal. You can't ignore me when I ask you questions later. He had never anticipated that he would genuinely be stumped by high school knowledge. During his time in the special forces, he had taken exams, but they were from military academies where the academic requirements were not as stringent. Shen Xiuhuai was a bright individual who relied on last-minute cramming, his robust physical abilities, and nearly perfect practical scores to succeed. Now, staring at the numbers and formulas before him, he understood them individually, yet their combination left him bewildered. Chemistry was manageable. He could even utilize it to create various substances, but high school chemical equations confounded him. He could comprehend advanced mathematics, yet struggled with high school math. Shen Xiuhuai sighed as he set down his book, lamenting, this wretched high school life. No wonder they say high school students are the most formidable, possessing knowledge of both the heavens and earth, seemingly understanding everything. Lin Xiaoxiao completed her final answer and glanced at the dazed Shen Xiuhuai. The classroom filled with the hushed sounds of classmates diligently working on their assignments. Even those disinterested in studying were quietly engrossed in their phones, with little conversation. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was barely above a whisper. Can't understand? Nope, can't understand, Shen Xiuhuai admitted candidly, as he had once been a poor student himself, lacking a solid foundation in high school. Rebirth had not bestowed upon him any golden keys to success. Lin Xiaoxiao set down her pen and picked up his pristine workbook, which bore his name and was devoid of any marks. Next to it lay an equally immaculate textbook. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, seemingly understanding why Shen Xiuhuai's grades were at the bottom. With such a lack of effort, it was impressive he wasn't in last place. Well, I completed the multiple choice questions for every subject, Shen Xiuhuai noted, watching her take a sheet of paper and jot something down before handing it to him. He observed the neat handwriting, which read Beginner's Flight, Basic Edition, Zero Basis Physics and Chemistry, and Clumsy Bird Takes Off, Basic Edition. He paused, while he understood the intention. Did no one find the titles amusing? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged. Yes. Haven't you want to complain to? After she spoke, she glanced around the quiet classroom, where everyone was absorbed in their own activities, oblivious to their conversation. If you finish these workbooks, it wouldn't be surprising for your rank to rise 200 or 300 places. The main issue is your weak foundation. Shen Xiuhuai felt a blow to his confidence. Lin Xiaoxiao had often referred to him as a hero, rarely diminishing his self-esteem, though he was a bit of a slacker in this rebirth. Surely he deserved a chance to make a comeback, right? Gazing at the immaculate books that seemed cleaner than his own face, he found little motivation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was intently focused on a problem, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed in concentration, her profile resembling a perfect sculpture. Monitor, if I improve in the next monthly exam, would you reward me? Shen Xiuhuai asked softly. Lin Xiaoxiao paused her elegant hand, glancing at him. What reward do you want? I want to take you on a date, just the two of us, he replied with a playful tone. If I study hard, would you let me pursue you? Chapter 6, Memories of the Past. Until the evening study session concluded, Shen Xiuhuai did not receive a response from Lin Xiaoxiao. He gathered his belongings with the intention of leaving with her, but his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from his father. At this age, Shen Xiuhuai's relationship with old Shen was strained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unceremoniously tossed into the military at the tender age of 18. This illustrated the severity of their past conflicts. Thus, when the call rang a few times, it ended abruptly, followed by a text message. Shen Xiuhuai, old gal said you haven't return home for 3 days. If you don't come back tonight, don't ever come back again. Shen Xiuhuai read the message. Feeling the anger emanating through the screen, it seemed old Shen was particularly irritable at this age. While he was still reading the text, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao had already left. He hurried out a few paces and found her already downstairs, so he decided to call old Shen. The other end, too prideful. Didn't he pick up? Shen Xiuhuai remained unfazed and dialed again. This time, it rang for a while before being answered. Speak, came the brusque reply. However, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Old Shen, you seem quite hot-tempered. In his previous life, old Shen had fallen ill the year Lin Xiaoxiao passed away. The result of chronic late nights and an irregular lifestyle, leading to his collapse during a dinner party. Without this rebirth, it wouldn't be long before Shen Xiuhuai would have to retire from the fire brigade and head straight into a corporate job. Yet, the current old Shen was still in good health. Hearing his robust voice brought a smile to Shen Xiuhuai's face. I'll be home tonight. Please don't get so easily angered. Watch your blood pressure. On the other end, old Shen seemed momentarily taken aback by his rebellious son's concern, remaining silent for a while before cautiously asking, have you caused any trouble? I haven't. Shen Xiuhuai replied calmly. Just ask Uncle Gao later. I was studying at school tonight. Old Shen, evidently still adjusting to his son's transformation, took a long pause before grunting in acknowledgement and hanging up. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly, noting the rebellious side of old Shen at this age. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Shen immediately called home. Old Gao, has Xiuhuai been causing trouble lately? Please find out what's going on at school. Beside him, Mrs. Shen, accompanying her husband on a business trip, looked over with a frown, her eyes filled with concern. After hanging up, Shen turned to his wife, his expression troubled. I feel like something is off with our son. It's as if he is possessed by something foul. Unbeknownst to Shen Xiuhuai, his parents believed he had encountered some malevolent force. In order to facilitate his son's commute to school, old Shen purchased an apartment in a nearby residential complex. Typically, it is merely Shen Xiuhuai and the housekeeper, Uncle Gao, who reside together there, as old Shen is perpetually occupied. Both he and his wife are career-oriented individuals, spending no more than 5 days at home each month, which likely accounts for Shen Xiuhuai's rebellious demeanor. Yet, it is merely a child's endeavor to attract his parents' attention. On his way home, Shen Xiuhuai sent a friend request to Lin Xiaoxiao, which has yet to be accepted, probably because she has not returned home yet. The pursuit of a romantic partner cannot be rushed. Upon his return, Shen Xiuhuai was greeted by the much younger-looking Uncle Gao, and after declining his offer for a late-night snack, he retreated to his room. Standing outside his door, Uncle Gao wore a rather solemn expression. Today, the young master seemed distinctly out of sorts. As Shen Xiuhuai gazed at his bedroom from high school, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him. Ever since he was conscripted into the military, his visits home had become infrequent. By the time he was discharged, he was already in his 20s and had directly joined the fire brigade, spending most of his time in the dormitory there. During that period, his relationship with his family could hardly be described as warm. The passage of time had dulled his emotional ties to them. Everything began to shift after his marriage to Lin Xiaoxiao. Old Shen and his wife held Lin Xiaoxiao in high regard, and through her, Shen Xiuhuai's relationship with his family gradually improved. However, it was precisely at that moment that Lin Xiaoxiao passed away. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his face, tilting his head to gaze at the droplets of water cascading from the shower head, mingling with the tears at the corners of his eyes as they fell to the floor. To start afresh, to amend all regrets, love, familial bonds, and friendship. As Shen Xiuhuai emerged from his reverie, he pushed aside a half-assembled Gundam model on his desk and retrieved a clean textbook and practice exercises. Yet, after a brief attempt at studying, he abandoned the effort, not due to a lack of understanding, but rather because of inefficiency. He still required supplementary materials. His gaze shifted to a handkerchief nearby. Ultimately, he reached for it, recognizing that it bore the same scent as Lin Xiaoxiao, likely from the same laundry detergent. Shen Xiuhuai's throat constricted as he pressed the handkerchief against his face. That familiar fragrance made him feel as though Lin Xiaoxiao were right beside him. He missed her profoundly. In the deep of night, within the dimly lit bedroom, surrounded by the familiar scent, everything felt so naturally intertwined. Shen Xiuhuai leaned back against the head of his bed, and suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful visage flashed before his eyes. That day, upon returning from work with a cold expression, she had marched straight into the study where he was engrossed in writing a report. I encountered an idiot during my shift today, she had declared. Shen Xiuhuai, looking up at his wife, who bore a cool demeanor yet exuded a sense of grievance, inquired, what happened? Lin Xiaoxiao approached him, crouched down, and began tugging at his sweatpants. Shen Xiuhuai, clad in loose-fitting athletic pants, stared at her in bewilderment. What's going on? From seemingly nowhere, she produced a piece of chocolate, asking, do you want to eat this? Without waiting for his reply, she coldly stated, I'll feed you. The chocolate-like morsel was unwrapped, and had it not been for the faint blush on Lin Xiaoxiao's ears, Shen Xiuhuai might have genuinely believed she was unembarrassed. Ultimately, their silhouettes were cast upon the desk. the floor-to-ceiling window, and the carpet. Xiaoxiao, my wife. Shen Xiuhuai suddenly snapped back to reality, and the vivid memories began to fade. He rubbed the bridge of his nose forcefully. After a considerable pause, he muttered softly to himself, "Damn, I really seem like a pervert. What am I thinking?" 5 minutes later, Shen Xiuhuai stepped into the bathroom for another cold shower. When he emerged, it was nearly 1 o'clock. He picked up his phone to find that Lin Xiaoxiao had accepted his friend request. A smile spread across his face as he gently opened her moments. Encountering a side of Lin Xiaoxiao he had never known. Lin Xiaoxiao's posts were few and far between, primarily fragments of her daily life. Yet, this version of Lin Xiaoxiao was unfamiliar to Shen Xiuhuai. During their time together, she had largely refrained from posting, and even when she did, it was typically to share medical information. There was scarcely any insight into her life, with the occasional post seemingly revolving around him. Chapter 7. WeChat, do you need something? At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was also awake. Although she was naturally an academic achiever, the knowledge from high school felt distant, prompting her to review and prepare. She feared that if her classmates approached her with questions, she would be unable to answer. After completing her last problem, she glanced at her phone, noticing that it was nearly 1:30. From downstairs, she heard the soft murmur of voices. Her parents had returned. Both of Lin Xiaoxiao's parents were doctors and often occupied. Yet they demonstrated considerable care for her, and she was raised in a loving household. A gentle knock sounded at the door, followed by her mother's soft voice, "Xiaoxiao, are you still awake?" Lin Xiaoxiao stood up, just about to sleep. "Mom and Dad just got back." She approached the door and opened it, revealing her mother standing at the threshold, while her father lingered at the staircase, likely having just returned and noticing the light in her room. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother affectionately ruffled her hair, advising, "Get to bed early. Don't study too late. Your health is paramount." Lin Xiaoxiao's father descended the stairs, shortly returning with 2 cups of milk. He handed one to Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Head back to sleep. It's late. Remember to take the cup down tomorrow." Once her parents had returned to their rooms, Lin Xiaoxiao tidied her desk and, after washing up, lay down in bed. She took out her phone, only to find no messages from Shen Xiuhuai. Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled slowly, her beautiful brows furrowing in suspicion. She was certain that at this very moment in her past life, Shen Xiuhuai had no interaction with her. They were merely classmates who exchanged fewer than 10 sentences over an entire semester. Today, Shen Xiuhuai was behaving unusually. Lin Xiaoxiao had harbored a secret affection for Shen Xiuhuai for nearly 8 years, and after 2 years of marriage, she understood him intimately. Whether it was his adolescent phase or the steadiness he exhibited after experiencing various challenges, a single glance could make her utterly captivated. "Shen Xiuhuai, don't let me uncover your secrets." She gently poked Shen Xiuhuai's profile picture. To her surprise, the screen displayed, "I patted Huaigu's lap and exclaimed, 'So big.'" Lin Xiaoxiao froze in shock. "So, WeChat, do you need something?" She stared intently at that message, tried to retract it, only to discover that it was impossible. She shot upright, realizing it was 1:30 in the morning. Perhaps Shen Xiuhuai has already fallen asleep, but she could still see it tomorrow. Why was this happening? Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly wide awake. At that moment, a message pinged from across the screen. "Why aren't you asleep so late?" Shen Xiuhuai was equally surprised that Lin Xiaoxiao was still awake, and chuckled at his own playful modification of a message. Even though he could not see her at that moment, he could easily envision her intently staring at her phone, desperately attempting to retract that playful poke. A moment later, she replied with 6 dots. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but laugh. Having just finished a shower, he wore nothing but athletic shorts as he sat on the bed. Though his youthful physique was athletic and well-defined, he felt it could benefit from a bit more exercise. "That was something Qi Kuang randomly altered for me. Don't mind it. Get to bed early. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow." After a moment's thought, he added, "Consider it my thanks for recommending the practice workbook and solution guide." After a while, Lin Xiaoxiao finally responded with a simple, "Okay." Feeling that her reply was somewhat too curt, she added a good night. Subsequently, an emoji selection appeared, and she casually tapped the first one. Then a cute rabbit kiss was sent. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at her phone intently, wondering if there was truly something urgent on WeChat. Her slender, fair fingers swiftly hit the recall button, unsure if the other party had seen it. However, a quick reply of good night came through. Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it had gone unnoticed. But then she noticed Shen Xiuhuai had sent another emoticon, the same rabbit kiss. Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly tossed her phone onto the bed, burying her face in her hands and rolling about on the mattress. Yet her heart raced with an exhilarating flutter, a long-lost sensation of youthful infatuation. Shen Xiuhuai, with a smile gracing his features, set his phone down and slowly closed his eyes. It was the most restful night he had experienced since Lin Xiaoxiao's passing. The following day, his internal clock roused him promptly at 6. In the past, he would have gone for a workout, but now, as a high school student, he needed to attend morning study sessions. However, Lao Gao was taken aback to see him at the breakfast table at such an early hour, for the young master had not risen this early in years. Shen Xiuhuai declined Lao Gao's offer for a ride to school, opting instead to jog there himself. He had calculated that a light jog from his place to the school would take approximately 15 minutes, perfect for a bit of exercise. Little did he know that as he stepped out, Lao Gao, with a grave expression, grabbed his phone to message Shen Nan. Master, I sense something is amiss with the young master. Should we consult the temple? As Shen Xiuhuai jogged along the road with his backpack, he attracted the attention of many passers-by. The young man ran gracefully under the rising sun, the wind rustling the leaves and tousling his hair. Qi Kuang rode by on his bicycle, then circled back. Hey, Huaiga? Shen Xiuhuai maintained his pace. Good morning. Qi Kuang dismounted, pushing his bike alongside. What's up with you? Did I see that right? Shen Xiuhuai glanced around, spotting numerous breakfast stalls nearby, pondering what to buy for his girlfriend. Wow. Ye. Kuanga, what are you two up to? Zhou Da's bicycle screeched to a halt, observing Qi Kuang pushing his bike alongside Shen Xiuhuai. He too hopped off and began to jog alongside them. What's going on? No one riding today. Not far ahead was Nanyang High School, where students filled the streets. They witnessed the peculiar sight of Shen Xiuhuai leading a small entourage of boys pushing their bicycles as they jogged. Other boys in the class, noticing Qi Kuang and the others pushing their bikes, halted in confusion, and thus an impromptu bicycle-pushing jogging brigade began to form. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai spotted a crepe stall. He recalled Lin Xiaoxiao mentioning several times how delicious the crepes were by the school gate during high school. Just as he was about to approach, Qi Kuang and Zhou Da called out to him. Turning around, he noticed the growing line of boys trailing behind him. What is going on? Why are you all pushing your bikes instead of riding? Isn't it? You're not riding either. Qi Kuang, panting from the unusual exercise, inquired, What's with you? I'm just jogging, Shen Xiuhuai replied, patting Qi Kuang on the shoulder, feeling slightly winded. Want some crepes? No, Qi Kuang began, but before he could finish, Shen Xiuhuai quickened his pace towards the stall. I want some Huaigu, Qi Kuang shouted. I want some too. Zhou Da Ishuet. The boys behind them erupted into a chorus of cries. Huaigu, I want some too. Chapter 8. No matter how old Lin Xiaoxiao becomes, she will always harbor feelings for Shen Xiuhuai. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai practically commandeered the entire crepe stall. Although the group he was with wasn't financially constrained, they relished the camaraderie of the moment, jokingly declaring their intent to eat Huaigu into poverty as a jest against the wealthy. After painstakingly saving 2 crepes from being devoured, he rushed out, nearly arriving late despite the early departure. As the school bell rang, a horde of teenage boys charged into the school like wild boars set free. The duty students stood dumbfounded. Shen Xiuhuai, compelled to stay behind to settle the bill. Mused, I woke up at 6 and still managed to be late. At the entrance, a classmate waved him over. The teacher isn't here. Hurry up. Shen Xiuhuai smiled and thanked him, handing over a cup of soy milk. Thanks, before darting into school. During the morning study period, some classes were engaged in reading while others were quietly studying, depending on the teacher's arrangement. Shen Xiuhuai's class was designated for self-study. Normally, he would slip in through the back door, but today he made his way to the last window, where Lin Xiaoxiao sat by the window. As he reached out to place the crepes and soy milk on her desk, Lin Xiaoxiao was visibly startled. Her delicate fingers gripped her pen tightly, turning pale as surprise flickered in her eyes. Shen Xiuhuai gestured for silence, pushing the crepes toward her. He had initially brought 2 cups of soy milk, but now only 1 remained. He leaned in and whispered, Wait, before swiftly returning to his seat. While others may not have noticed, those beside Lin Xiaoxiao certainly did, including Qi Kuang, who was munching on his crepes. He saw Shen Xiuhuai return to his desk, rummaging through his drawer to retrieve several pink envelopes, which he carelessly set aside before pulling out a bottle of milk and checking the date before placing it on the windowsill. You drink the hot soy milk. The milk is cold. He didn't elaborate further before leaving. Lin Xiaoxiao watched him return to his seat. Beside her, Xiao Ling, with a look of curiosity, could no longer contain herself and whispered, Xiaoxiao, are you and Shen Xiuhuai? Why do these two seem a bit off? Lin Xiaoxiao handed a crepe and the milk to Xiao Ling. Hurry and eat. Class is starting soon. This was a clear indication she didn't wish to discuss it. Though Xiao Ling felt frustrated, she understood Lin Xiaoxiao as reserved nature and refrained from pressing further. In truth, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. She had always maintained a composed demeanor, even since childhood. Yet, whenever she encountered Shen Xiuhuai, she felt her aloof facade crumbling. as it likely was now, her ears undoubtedly flushed with warmth. The earlier scene was something she had fantasized about during her high school crush on Shen Xiuhuai, never expecting it to manifest in reality. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang turned to Shen Xiuhuai, his eyes wide with disbelief. Huai ge, untb. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at him while stuffing the pink envelopes back into his drawer. Don't say anything foolish. Qi Kuang lowered his voice. The school beauty is quite sought after. If you like her, you should stake your claim, so those other boys will back off. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. She is a girl. Her reputation matters. What claim? Just speak properly. Now eat your food. His response left Qi Kuang momentarily perplexed, unsure if Huai Gu was expressing affection for the school beauty or merely acknowledging her. Nearby, Gao Song couldn't help but steal a glance at Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai had indeed contemplated this matter. While he certainly liked his girlfriend, and she liked him back, something about it felt peculiar. He couldn't quite articulate the feeling, or perhaps his thoughts were simply too convoluted. He cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, yearning to rekindle his pursuit of her and to mend all the regrets she bore. One cannot bypass such a process simply because someone harbors affection for you. In his previous life, these matters had turned into regrets, and this time, Shen Xiuhuai was determined to ensure Lin Xiaoxiao experienced none. He intended to accompany her during exams, confess his feelings afterward, and offer her a complete youth. Before embarking on this, Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the books on his desk and sighed. The rigors of study were truly arduous. At that moment, Gao Song pointed to an object nestled beneath his textbooks, which had been placed there by the class monitor. Shen Xiuhuai paused, extracted it, and thanked Gao Song. Without a reply, Gao Song returned to his studies. The classroom was enveloped in tranquility, with most students engrossed in their books, while a few indulged in breakfast. Shen Xiuhuai smiled as he beheld the elegantly penned notebook before him. It belonged to Lin Xiaoxiao. The first page was adorned with a sticky note that read, "I want to eat your breakfast for free. This is a math notebook. Feel free to ask me if anything confuses you." Though the words seemed cold and aloof, Shen Xiuhuai could vividly picture Lin Xiaoxiao's awkward expression. His wife was utterly adorable. Had she ever considered how awkward this note might become if she forgot to buy breakfast? As he lifted his gaze, he met Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were directed his way. Surprised by his sudden glance, she visibly froze for a moment before hastily turning her head away. Feeling a twinge of guilt, blushing, she turned back, locking eyes with Shen Xiuhuai's gaze, which sparkled with amusement. Undoubtedly, he was exceptionally handsome. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoxiao would not have harbored a secret crush for so many years. Dashing, sunny, and undeniably youthful, his exuberance was irresistibly captivating during this vibrant phase of adolescence. At that moment, it seemed as though the boy's eyes contained only her. Lin Xiaoxiao experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia, as if she were transported back to the autumn of the previous year when she had just enrolled and was knocked to the ground, only to be met by the boy's radiant presence asking, "Are you all right?" She had then kicked the boy squarely in the rear, exclaiming, "If you don't want your eyes, donate them to someone in need. Apologize." That day, he had not been in uniform. Upon catching sight of her exposed legs, he had blushed and instinctively draped his backpack over her lap. His backpack had been surprisingly light, as if devoid of books. "Can you get up? Do you need me to take you to the school nurse?" Lin Xiaoxiao recalled vividly the warmth of his gaze, the flush on his cheeks, and those bright eyes. The thrill of youthful infatuation was often remarkably simple. One action, one glance, a fleeting touch. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao never anticipated that at the age of 26, she would still be stirred by a mere gaze from the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai. "Xiaoxiao," Ku Qiaoling observed her twisting and turning, concern etching her features. "Your face has been so flushed these past couple of days. Are you all right?" Lin Xiaoxiao turned away from Shen Xiuhuai, replying, "I'm fine, just a bit warm." Her heart raced. This was disastrous. It seemed that some things never changed. Regardless of her age, Lin Xiaoxiao remained infatuated with Shen Xiuhuai. Chapter 9. The Flirtatious Hand Beneath the Desk. The following morning during class, Lu Fengqin announced a matter. There would be a change of seats in the afternoon, and anyone wishing to switch should inform her. Otherwise, they would remain in their current spots, though she hinted that some students would be reassigned regardless. As she spoke, her gaze flicked to Qi Kuang. Qi Kuang was exceptionally sociable. No matter where Lu Fengqin placed him, within 3 days he would be well acquainted with his new neighbors. Throughout the first year of high school, Lu Fengqin had switched his desk position 5 or 6 times. Qi Kuang, still smiling, met Lu Fengqin's gaze. Shen Xiuhuai, upon hearing about the seat changes, glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. He recalled that in his past life, they had not reassigned seats in their final year, and Lin Xiaoxiao's desk mate had always been Ku Qiaoling. Although he longed to sit beside Lin Xiaoxiao, it felt somewhat inappropriate. However, sitting behind her seemed feasible. As soon as the bell rang, Shen Xiuhuai rose. Qi Kuang, bewildered, asked, "What are you doing, Brother Huai?" Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head, observing Shen Xiuhuai as he gently pushed Qi Kuang's head, suggesting they might benefit from a more conducive study environment. Qi Kuang looked perplexed. Huh? Then he saw Shen Xiuhuai stride out, and as he passed Lin Xiaoxiao's window, he placed a small bag of ginger sugar on her desk. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at it. It was from her favorite brand, one she continued to enjoy even at 26. As she watched Shen Xiuhuai's retreating figure, an outrageous thought crossed her mind, one she felt increasingly certain of. Did Shen Xiuhuai harbor feelings for her? Xiaoling could not help but whisper, "I can't help but wonder if he likes you." Zhao Lily, seated in front, turned around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I think so too. Shen Xiuhuai has been acting differently towards you these past few days." Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the bag of ginger sugar. On her desk lay the thermos Shen Xiuhuai had gifted her yesterday, filled with that same ginger tea. Although she owned a thermos herself, she had chosen to bring this one that morning. "No, you're overthinking it. It's probably just because I helped them out a bit yesterday," she laughed, adding, "Shen Xiuhuai is generally kind to everyone, I assentihi." Despite her words, Zhao Lily remained unconvinced. "He treats the boys well, but I've never seen him go out of his way for any girl." With a conspiratorial tone, she leaned in closer. "I think he definitely has a thing for you." Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her composure, though internally she echoed her agreement. Zhao Lily was not particularly close to Lin Xiaoxiao. She had merely chimed in after overhearing Xiaoling. Lin Xiaoxiao was often so distant and polite that it made her seem unapproachable. Sensing Lin Xiaoxiao's lack of engagement, Zhao Lily refrained from saying more and turned away. Xiaoling whispered to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Don't mind her. She just loves shipping couples and sees something between everyone." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. "It's nothing." Yet, she felt that soon, something might indeed develop between her and Shen Xiuhuai. She was eager to test the validity of her suspicions. In the afternoon, Lu Fengqin announced the new seating arrangements. Shen Xiuhuai successfully positioned himself behind Lin Xiaoxiao and also switched desk mates to Qi Kuang. Earlier that morning, Shen Xiuhuai had approached Lu Fengqin about changing seats to sit behind the class monitor. Lu Fengqin appeared surprised, suspicion clouding her eyes. "What are you planning?" Shen Xiuhuai feigned innocence. "To study, of course. The exams are just a year away." Would Lu Fengqin believe him? Certainly not. Her first thought was whether Shen Xiuhuai intended to pursue her precious Lin Xiaoxiao. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunning and had previously attracted confessions from boys from other schools, which had only been thwarted by the vigilant school security. But Shen Xiuhuai, Lu Fengqin regarded the troublesome young man before her, one who had flirted with every rule in the book, yet had never crossed the line into early romance. Be honest, why the sudden desire to sit behind Xiaoxiao? She is a top contender for our year's exams. Don't do anything reckless, she warned. "No, Fengqin," Shen Xiuhuai sighed, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "To be frank, my parents said that if my grades don't improve, they'll send me to the military as soon as I turn 18. This statement is not a fabrication. Indeed, he was sent away right after reaching adulthood last year. Therefore, I must diligently study and improve a little each day. The class monitor truly answers any query posed to her," remarked Shen Xiuhuai with an expression of calm assurance. "You could ask Gao Sang, the academic representative," Lu Qin suggested, her brow slightly furrowing. "No, Fengqin, have you ever heard the saying, a man and a woman working together do not tire? The efficacy of learning while gazing at a beautiful girl cannot possibly equate to that of studying alongside a bookworm. Furthermore, I can inquire from both sides," Shen Xiuhuai asserted, his demeanor leaving Lu Fengqin unsure of his true intentions. "How about this? I shall sign a guarantee. Before the examinations conclude, I shall absolutely refrain from early romantic pursuits and will not disturb Lin Xiaoxiao. However, if she approaches me, I cannot be held accountable. And after the exams?" Lu Fengqin retorted, her sensitivity sharpening. Shen Xiuhuai appeared speechless. "After the exams, do you still care? How could I know if I might develop other feelings for the class monitor? I cannot make absolute statements. In truth, even without waiting for the exams to end, such feelings could arise at present." Eventually, due to Shen Xiuhuai's straightforwardness, Lu Fengqin reluctantly acquiesced, but warned that if Lin Xiaoxiao complained about him disrupting her studies, a seating rearrangement would be necessary. Then, Lu Fengqin recalled the troublesome Qi Kuang. "You should also change your deskmate. Sitting with Qi Kuang will allow me to assess your determination to study." Primarily, it was unsuitable to place Qi Kuang anywhere. He appeared quite obedient to Shen Xiuhuai, so it made sense for them to sit together. Shen Xiuhuai was indifferent regarding his seating companion. He understood that Lu Fengqin had intentionally placed Qi Kuang close due to his compliance. Qi Kuang, the troublesome youth, would inevitably vex the teachers at any time. Thus, the situation evolved into what it was now. Lin Xiaoxiao observed as Shen Xiuhuai moved his high-end gaming console and books to the space behind her. Finally, with his backpack slung over one shoulder and a basketball in hand, he settled down. "Hello, class monitor. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Shen Xiuhuai said with a smile directed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lu Fengqin rapped her knuckles on a desk. "All right, now that everyone has changed seats, let us maintain silence. I hope everyone will study diligently after this reshuffle. If any student complains, I will rearrange the seating once more. Is that understood?" "Understood. Very well. Take out last week's test paper." "Oh, ISNT, this is self-study period? Qin, you've encroached upon our self-study time again. What's the fuss? Have you all seen your scores? Now, take out the papers." "Please, no." As Shen Xiuhuai gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, he felt a gentle touch on his leg beneath the desk. He raised an eyebrow and glanced down, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate hand lightly brushing against his knee. Holding a piece of paper, perhaps noticing his lack of reaction, she pressed a bit harder, causing her hand to shift. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai's gaze shifted. Chapter 10. A girl who loved him until the end of her days. Seeing that Shen Xiuhuai remained unresponsive, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to glance at him. As she did, she caught him raising his brow in her direction. Suddenly, her hand beneath the table was seized, and the note was taken from her grasp, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The fingers glided across her smooth palm. Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing with warmth. In the tranquil classroom, with the teacher at the podium and the hidden desks below, even the smallest gesture could quicken her heartbeat. Shen Xiuhuai observed as Lin Xiaoxiao's ears turned pink, and even her elegantly long neck began to take on a slight hue. He unfolded the sticky note, which read, "Shall we dine together later?" When his wife takes the initiative to invite him, he must certainly accept. Beside him, Qi Kuang, brimming with excitement, whispered, "Brother Huai, what do you think Fengqin is thinking? She actually allowed us to sit together. After all that fuss I made in her office, she never agreed." With an expression of admiration, he added, "I can't believe it, Brother Huai. You're so good to me. The moment you approached Fengqin, we became desk mates. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower, a professional sycophant." Shen Xiuhuai. In front of them, Xiaoling could not suppress a chuckle, and even Lin Xiaoxiao wore a smile. Qi Kuang was truly a source of amusement. From the podium, Lu Fengqin glanced at them. "Some students, please be quiet." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao recalled that in her previous life, Qi Kuang passed away just before graduation, as they were about to head off to university. She couldn't help but turn to look behind her. Shen Xiuhuai was pushing Qi Kuang's face away with an expression of disdain, instructing him to keep his distance lest he disrupt his studies, saying, "If I fail to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, it will be your fault." Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao turn her head, Qi Kuang sat up straight, attempting to appear charming as he casually tousled his hair, softly saying, "Hi, class monitor, I look forward to your guidance." The boy's radiant smile stirred a pang of regret in Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. She hoped she could somehow assist him this time. She nodded at him before returning her gaze forward. Qi Kuang leaned close to Shen Xiuhuai and whispered, "The class monitor is so cold, like an ice cube." "Not at all. She is quite lovely," Shen Xiuhuai replied, lowering his head to scribble a few words on the sticky note, crumpling it up and tossing it forward, where it landed on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk. "Qi Kuang, is Brother Huai not acting a bit strange?" Lu Fengqin, observing their little antics from the podium, felt a twinge of regret for acquiescing to Shen Xiuhuai. As the school bell rang, Qi Kuang hesitated, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai, who was engrossed in his studies. "Brother Huai, are you walking with us?" "No, I need to study," Shen Xiuhuai replied, casting a quick glance at him while advising, "Stay away from chaotic places and return home early." At the back entrance, Zhou De and the others were already waiting. "Brother Huai, Qi Kuang, let us go." Qi Kuang eyed Shen Xiuhuai suspiciously. "Brother Huai, something's off with you." Before he could finish his thought, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head and asked, "Shall we go?" The one who had just claimed he needed to study promptly set his book down and departed. Qi Kuang, in a daze, followed Zhou De, not even bidding farewell to Shen Xiuhuai, thinking the fool was me all along. Now, having just finished school, Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao walked one after the other. Shen Xiuhuai observed Lin Xiaoxiao's figure. She appeared rather frail. Adolescent girls are often slender and delicate, exuding a unique innocence. Her back remained straight, and she gracefully acknowledged her classmates with polite responses, though there was an air of formality about her. Shen Xiuhuai earnestly reflected, unable to recall if Lin Xiaoxiao had ever lacked companionship during high school. Yet there always seemed to be a sense of distance between her and those around her. This phenomenon persisted even into her professional life. In contrast, Shen Xiuhuai was surrounded by friends, always familiar with everyone. Consequently, along their path, he was frequently called out by acquaintances, inviting him to play online games, engage in basketball, or dine together. Realizing the three boys who had just invited him to play basketball had walked away, he noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao had vanished from sight. Furrowing his brow, he pulled out his phone, only to hear a cool voice beside him say, "I'm here." Turning his head, he spotted Lin Xiaoxiao standing quietly to the side. Watching him, Shen Xiuhuai smiled sheepishly. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I thought you had left." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and continued toward the snack street behind their school, leaving behind a remark, "I will wait for you. I will always wait for you." These words left Shen Xiuhuai momentarily stunned. In his previous life, the most frequent phrase in his conversations with Lin Xiaoxiao was "I wait for you." Her work often entailed unexpected events, leading to missed appointments. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao never seemed to mind, consistently responding, "It's all right, I will wait for you." Shen Xiuhuai beheld the silhouette of Lin Xiaoxiao ahead, momentarily lost in the ambiguity of whether he was ensnared in reality or a dream. He hastened forward, matching her stride, and inquired, "What would you like to eat? Did you not just mention a newly opened restaurant renowned for its delectable noodles?" Lin Xiaoxiao produced a crumpled sticky note, declaring, "This one." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at her persistence. Observing as she carefully tucked the note within the pages of a book, her demeanor seemingly frosty yet gentle in that moment. "Xiaoxiao, do you harbor feelings for me?" He suddenly ventured, regretting the question the instant it left his lips, realizing it was perhaps inappropriate for the setting. Yet, an insatiable curiosity compelled him to understand what it was about him that could inspire such unwavering affection over the years. Did he truly deserve it? He noted Lin Xiaoxiao halt, turning to face him. Though the distance between them was not considerable, she took a delicate step closer, surprising him with her admission. "So you've noticed?" Shen Xiuhuai felt his heart race, his gaze fixed upon this familiar, yet somewhat alien face. He recalled every contour of Lin Xiaoxiao at 26. Yet here stood the 17-year-old version of her. He instinctively retreated a step, questioning, "I've noticed, but why? What is there about this version of me that warrants your affection?" After being granted another chance at life, he recognized how flimsy his affection seemed in contrast to Lin Xiaoxiao's enduring love. A girl who had loved him from the age of 18, all the way to 26, and until the very end of her life, still cherished him. This reality pierced his heart with a sharp pang. "Yes," she responded, taking a step back, her eyes betraying emotions Shen Xiuhuai could not decipher. "You know I like you, yet you still engage in ambiguous gestures. What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice softened. "I've witnessed how you reject others, and it makes me feel as though you might harbor feelings for me too." Without awaiting his reply, she turned and continued walking, leaving behind a remark, "At our age, studying is of utmost importance." She did not hear Shen Xiuhuai's quiet confession, "I do not merely like you, I love you." Chapter 11. After the exams, I reveal a secret. The two adults, cloaked in youthful exteriors, momentarily flirted and then seemingly forgot the exchange. However, when it came time to order, Lin Xiaoxiao intentionally allowed Shen Xiuhuai to choose. As she observed him accurately select dishes she adored, a sense of calculation stirred within her. Initially, Shen Xiuhuai had not perceived any change in Lin Xiaoxiao, yet her earlier words ignited a peculiar sensation within him. His past affection for her had been genuine, yet he had never contemplated approaching or understanding her at the time. It had merely been a fleeting infatuation of youth. What adolescent boy does not admire stunning, radiant school beauty? Yet now, the essence Lin Xiaoxiao exuded felt achingly familiar to him, an echo of the 26-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao. It was a ludicrous notion, yet Shen Xiuhuai felt a flicker of excitement. If he could be reborn, why could she not? This thought took root in his heart, igniting a surge of hope. His previous affection had felt ephemeral, and had he not been drafted into the military, it might have faded altogether. In stark contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao's unwavering love over the years shone brightly against the backdrop of his own shallow feelings. However, if the Lin Xiaoxiao before him was indeed the one he believed her to be, he was determined to earn her affection this time. After placing the order, he caught Lin Xiaoxiao's steady gaze. "What is it?" he asked, smiling. "You've changed quite a lot recently," she replied suddenly. "And you ordered all my favorite dishes. What a coincidence." Pouring her a cup of tea, he looked at the beautiful girl before him. "I had an incredibly long dream. Would you like to hear about it?" Lin Xiaoxiao thanked him, replying, "If you wish to share." "I dreamt we were married, having met through an arranged introduction, and we were deeply in love." A smile graced Shen Xiuhuai's face, but then a shadow crossed it as he recalled the dream's tragic turn. But then you died in an accident. Shen Xiuhuai gazed into Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, sorrow thickening the air between them. Yet he attempted to muster a light-hearted smile. That dream is rather absurd. I assenti it? How could you die in an accident? Lin Xiaoxiao felt a lump form in her throat. And then what happened? Shen Xiuhuai's voice softened as he scrutinized her face. After you passed, I was profoundly sorrowful. I never returned to our home. Ultimately, during a firefighting incident, an explosion occurred. I shielded my comrades, and then darkness enveloped me. I must have perished. Lin Xiaoxiao's grip on her cup tightened, her complexion paling. You died? Her voice trembled, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since awakening, she had never considered that Shen Xiuhuai might have met such a fate. She had assumed he lived on in that world, perhaps even marrying another girl down the line. With his exceptional qualities and being an only child, he should not remain alone. Yet, she had envisioned countless scenarios, never once contemplating that he could suffer an accident. Seeing the redness around her eyes, a seed of doubt sprouted in Shen Xiuhuai's heart. Xiaoxiao, are you distressed? Why? Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sorrow. She was usually adept at controlling her emotions, yet her eyes betrayed her. It's nothing. The story is rather tragic. Shen Xiuhuai studied her in silence for a long moment before responding with a smile. Yes, dreams are often reversed. You will be safe and sound. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand trembled slightly as she lowered her gaze, acutely aware that the man before her was indeed Shen Xiuhuai, her Shen Xiuhuai. Yet she grappled with whether to reveal her true identity as Lin Xiaoxiao, the girl from his past. In her marriage to Shen Xiuhuai, she found happiness. Yet she questioned how he truly felt. Was it merely because she happened to be the one he met through an arranged introduction, the suitable partner? Shen Xiuhuai carried the weight of numerous responsibilities, the nation, its people, his comrades, and so much more. Lin Xiaoxiao wondered if there was even a corner of his heart reserved for her. She was a favored daughter of fortune, yet in Shen Xiuhuai's eyes, she was nothing more than a long-time admirer. Even in death, she had never found the opportunity to confess, I have loved you for 10 years. I truly, deeply love you. Now, given a second chance, should she continue to bind him with the legacy of their previous marriage? Before her stood an 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai, his life just beginning, brimming with choices that did not necessarily include her. Yes, dreams are reversed. I likely won't be your wife, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression still icy. Our primary focus now is our studies, so your dream is indeed rather absurd. Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang in his heart at her words, yet he responded resolutely, dreams may be reversed, but the fact that you are my wife is undeniably true. Lin Xiaoxiao displayed a look of astonishment on her face, appearing somewhat dazed. Her round eyes glistening and her eyelids slightly reddened. She surely had no inkling that this youthful visage, when intentionally adorned with an air of indifference, only served to make Shen Xiuhuai find her irresistibly charming. At that moment, a waiter rapped gently on the door and entered, shattering the silence that had settled between them. Once the waiter departed, Shen Xiuhuai smiled and said, Let us dine. You are right. Our primary objective now is to study diligently. What do you wish to pursue in the future? Medicine, Lin Xiaoxiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Regardless of her past or present life, her aspiration had always been to become a doctor. Shen Xiuhuai was not at all surprised. In her previous life, Lin Xiaoxiao had gained admission to the nation's top medical school. He mused that there were indeed several prestigious institutions nearby, but given his current academic standing, he would be unable to even approach their doors. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. Would you accompany me to buy some practice books later? I shall treat you to milk tea. Lin Xiaoxiao cast him a glance and remarked, Your foundation is indeed quite weak. Shen Xiuhuai nodded in agreement. Indeed, hence I implore you for assistance, class monitor. He paused for a moment before adding, In exchange, I shall reveal a secret to you after the exams. Lin Xiaoxiao's previously frosty expression finally exhibited a hint of change. As she smiled at Shen Xiuhuai and teased, Perhaps I already know it? No, there is a secret you surely do not. Shen Xiuhuai replied with confidence. Chapter 12. I remember many things about you. Recently, Pang Fu had been feeling somewhat anxious. A classmate of his, serving as the director of education at another private school, had lamented about the increasing number of early romances as spring approached, causing a stir among students. He had already caught 4 or 5 pairs this month, which instilled a sense of urgency in Pang Fu, rendering his meals less enjoyable. Early relationships were inadvisable, as they could detrimentally affect academic performance. Consequently, students across Nanyang found themselves encountering the director's figure in every corner of the school, with even the most concealed spots witnessing his frequent presence. This day, Pang Fu deemed his overcautiousness excessive and decided to visit a bookstore to unwind. However, upon reaching the second floor's educational aid section, he immediately spotted a tall figure clad in what appeared to be their school's uniform. Adjusting his glasses, Pang Fu approached, contemplating how diligent their students were to come purchase materials after school. Yet, this student's silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Just as he was about to draw nearer, a girl emerged from behind a tall boy, obscured moments before. She uttered something, and the boy leaned slightly closer, diminishing the distance between them, revealing his profile to Pang Fu. "Shen Xiuhuai, what are you doing? Keep your distance." Pang Fu's blood pressure surged as he dashed forward with agility that belied his rounded physique and age. Shen Xiuhuai had been attempting to discern the title of the book in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands when he heard a furious shout. Startled, he turned to see Pang Fu charging towards them like an explosive projectile, and realizing the imminent collision, stepped forward to shield Lin Xiaoxiao behind him while simultaneously steadying Pang Fu. "Director, silence. Let me see who you are protecting. Is she from our school?" Pang Fu's tone was heavy, having circled the school for days without catching any early romances, only to discover they were dating in a bookstore. "No, director. We are merely here to buy reference books. Why are you so agitated?" Shen Xiuhuai, noting the attention of onlookers, urged him to lower his voice. Although the crowd was sparse, it did not mean there were none, and a few students in Nanyang uniforms were present. "Director," Lin Xiaoxiao peeked from behind Shen Xiuhuai, her expression one of confusion. "Why are you so angry?" Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's face, Pang Fu nearly choked, realizing his prize cabbage was at risk of being snatched by Shen Xiuhuai. His finger trembled as he pointed at Shen Xiuhuai, speechless. Shen Xiuhuai recalled that Qi Kuang had mentioned earlier that Pang Fu was recently apprehending early romances and realized he had been misinterpreted. "No, director. I am simply purchasing study materials with the class monitor." "Why the commotion?" Shen Xiuhuai, concerned for Pang Fu's well-being, gently patted his back. "Calm down. Everyone is watching." His tone suggested that Pang Fu was an unreasonable child throwing a tantrum, nearly driving him to the brink of exasperation. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly discerned Pang Fu's intentionality and raised a book in her hands. "Director, we truly are buying books. Shen Xiuhuai's foundation is too weak." The previous reference books were unsuitable for him. Pang Fu glanced at the titles Lin Xiaoxiao held, which indeed were basic and introductory, quite suitable for Shen Xiuhuai's current level. However, Pang Fu harbored doubts about Shen Xiuhuai's intentions, suspecting he might use the excuse of acquiring books to draw closer to Lin Xiaoxiao, as today's youth were often cunning. Pang Fu brushed past Shen Xiuhuai to stand beside Lin Xiaoxiao, examining the book she held, his tone softening considerably. "Xiaoxiao, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. There is no need to fear." Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. "Director, what do you take me for? Are you unaware of my character? Last semester, you were quite physical with a female student. Is it not a cause for concern?" Pang Fu retorted. "How can a grown man resort to violence against a girl?" This incident felt distant to Shen Xiuhuai, and he could hardly recall the specific reasons behind it. But he did remember having troubled a girl during high school. "Director, it was not as you think," Lin Xiaoxiao interjected. Shen Xiuhuai acted for a reason. That girl was discussing another girl's private matters publicly, and her words were quite insulting. Shen Xiuhuai only acted after learning of it. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, and her actions hardly constituted violence. It was merely a warning. She had heard about this incident during physical education class when Qi Kuang and others rallied to support Shen Xiuhuai. At that time, Qi Kuang had asked, "Why didn't you clarify things with Pang Fu and the others? It was that group who were being malicious, yet you received a demerit." What could I say? If I spoke up, my demerit would vanish, but the entire school would know about Su Zhao's private matters. How could she live on after that? Shen Xiuhuai had replied nonchalantly, "One more demerit makes no difference to me." His youthful tone was casual. "My father says that often what one perceives as well-meaning may not necessarily be beneficial to others. Perhaps my actions today were merely meddlesome. If I had disclosed everything to Pang Fu, the entire school would eventually know, and Su Xiao would find it even harder to navigate her school life." This matter had long since passed, and Shen Xiuhuai wished for no further discussion. Lin Xiaoxiao, after over a decade, still vividly recalled that youth, so young yet so astute. Her affection for Shen Xiuhuai had never been mere infatuation. The closer she drew to him, the more captivated she became, ultimately leading her into an inescapable abyss. At this moment, Shen Xiuhuai, much like Pang Fu, was equally astonished, gazing at Lin Xiaoxiao, wondering how she remembered such events. Had it been anyone else speaking these words, Pang Fu might have thought it was to exonerate Shen, but the speaker was Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, how do you know this?" Pang Fu inquired, furrowing his brow. "What personal privacy?" Such abhorrent behavior should have been reported to a teacher. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Shen Xiuhuai. I actually overheard this matter by chance. That group has not only discussed others' privacy on multiple occasions, but those boys have also taken surreptitious photographs of some female classmates to comment on. I find it quite unacceptable. Pang Fu was momentarily taken aback. He wished to inquire further, yet noticed several onlookers nearby. Clearly, this was not the most suitable place for a conversation. You both, come with me, he commanded, taking a deep breath as he turned to exit. Shen Xiuhuai approached Lin Xiaoxiao, asking, "Do you still remember what transpired so long ago?" "Yes. I recall many things," Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly, "but to you, they were likely trivial matters, probably long forgotten." While she meant no offense, her words pricked at Shen Xiuhuai's heart. Chapter 13. Are you so concerned about me? Pang Fu took a couple of steps, noticing the two had not followed. "What are you doing? Keep up." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "I'm paying, you know." He then took the practice book from Lin Xiaoxiao's hands and murmured, sorry." Lin Xiaoxiao paused, bewildered. Sorry for what? However, Shen Xiuhuai had already turned to handle the payment. Ultimately, Pang Fu escorted them back to the office, stopping to buy them 2 cups of honey snow ice. Considering Lin Xiaoxiao's inconvenience, Shen Xiuhuai declined the offer. But Pang Fu, perhaps feeling he had misjudged Shen Xiuhuai earlier, insisted on treating them. Eventually, the two accepted the goodwill of the headmaster. With some time remaining before the evening study session, Pang Fu regarded the two with a serious expression. "Have a seat and explain what is going on." Shen Xiuhuai pulled a chair closer for Lin Xiaoxiao. Pang Fu narrowed his eyes at Shen Xiuhuai's gesture. Still smiling, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, "Director, with the way you're watching us, one might think we were caught in some illicit affair, much like what transpired in the bookstore. By the way, your reputation as class leader has been tarnished." Pang Fu shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't evade the topic. What's the matter?" Shen Xiuhuai gestured for Lin Xiaoxiao to sit. She, concerned that his demeanor might be too conspicuous before Pang Fu, relented and took a seat. Only then did Shen Xiuhuai look at Pang Fu with satisfaction. "Honestly, there's nothing to remember. It happened quite some time ago. How could you possibly forget? If what you mentioned actually occurred at our school, it warrants serious attention," Pang Fu stated, though he was interrupted softly by Lin Xiaoxiao. "But it's been quite a while. I doubt they would admit to anything now, would they?" Pang Fu pondered this for a moment. "Why didn't you say anything back then? What was there to say? Although I didn't physically confront that girl, I did engage with a few of the boys, which is also against school rules." Shen Xiuhuai replied with a casual smile. "Should I choose to act again in such a situation, I would do so." "You?" Pang Fu stared at Shen Xiuhuai, eyes wide. "You should have informed a teacher. That would only make things worse for the girl." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "Generally, those who report to teachers find themselves isolated." "Oh, Pang Fu, it's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it." After speaking, he added, "Director, may we leave now? We have evening study." He exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoxiao, prompting her to rise. "Director, we must return. Tonight, Teacher Liu is on duty, and I have some questions to ask," she stated earnestly, though her expression remained cool and detached. Pang Fu recognized that the two were unwilling to divulge anything further. He waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you may go." Shen Xiuhuai breathed a sigh of relief. He could scarcely recall the details of the incident, nor could he recall who had been bullied. If Pang Fu pressed for answers, he would struggle to provide any. Pang Fu watched them leave, his mood darkening. It seemed there were troubling matters within the school. His gaze swept toward the window, where he caught sight of Shen Xiuhuai taking something from Lin Xiaoxiao's hands. A sudden realization struck him. Had he not just caught them in an early romance? Something was amiss with these two. Unperturbed by Pang Fu's suspicions, Shen Xiuhuai accepted the books Lin Xiaoxiao had been holding, which were heavier than his own stack. "Did you really buy so many books? Will you manage to finish them all?" he inquired, a slight frown on his face. "I can manage. I'll write a bit at home tonight," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, glancing at the books he had taken. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "Be sure to rest. You and T won't end up nearsighted." Lin Xiaoxiao had lamented her nearsightedness in her previous life, regretting it deeply. Although her prescription was mild, she still needed glasses for work. She cast him a glance, understanding his concern. Suddenly, she halted, glancing back toward Pang Fu's office. "I seem to have forgotten my milk tea," she said, a look of regret crossing her face. In that moment, Shen Xiuhuai began to second-guess his assumptions. The Lin Xiaoxiao before him seemed rather juvenile, distinctly different from the person he had known before. Just as he was about to speak, a voice called from behind. "Huaiga, class leader." A gust of wind followed the voice as Qi Quan rushed over. "Where have you two been? I waited ages in the classroom." Lin Xiaoxiao took a step back, observing Qi Quan as he threw an arm around Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, complaining in a hushed tone. My dad heard from someone that you've started studying seriously, so he called me to come back to school and study too. He has picking me up after evening study. It's terrifying. Shen Xiuhuai watched as Lin Xiaoxiao quickened her pace toward the classroom, clicking his tongue. You could always go to an internet cafe for a bit and return when the time is right. That was my initial plan, but then I thought about it and realized I can't fall behind you. Otherwise, my dad's strange competitive nature might kick in, and I'd end up in remedial classes over the summer. Chi Quan replied with a smirk, which only made Shen Xiuhuai want to punch him. Upon returning to the classroom, they found it quiet, with most students already engrossed in their studies. Lu Fengqin sat at the podium, momentarily surprised to see Shen Xiuhuai and Chi Quan enter. The two stealthily slipped in through the back door, taking their seats and beginning to read. Lu Fengqin couldn't help but wonder if she had misjudged them. Was Shen Xiuhuai truly studying earnestly? After handing Lin Xiaoxiao her books, Shen Xiuhuai indeed began working through the foundational texts, diligently engaging with the material. Chi Quan, who had come merely to appease his father, found it hard to believe Shen Xiuhuai was genuinely studying. He secretly speculated that Shen Xiuhuai might just be using studying as an excuse to pursue the class leader. However, after observing for a while, he realized Shen Xiuhuai was indeed committed to his studies. Panic set in. He couldn't afford to lag behind Huaiga and risk being sent to remedial classes. Thus, Lu Fengqin witnessed her two most troublesome students, heads bowed, studying earnestly through the evening. By the time evening study concluded, she left with a sense of satisfaction. Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao packing her things and began to gather his own. Wait a moment, Huaiga, I have one last question, Chi Quan called out. Aren't you being picked up by your dad? I'm leaving, Shen Xiuhuai replied without hesitation, then followed Lin Xiaoxiao. Class leader, wait for me. Lin Xiaoxiao slowed her pace. Weren't you running home? How do you know I ran here this morning? Are you so concerned about me? Shen Xiuhuai asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her face away, a hint of pink creeping up her neck. I just heard them talking about it. Chapter 14. Are you alright, class leader? Shen Xiuhuai's gaze swept over her fair neck, where the blush was unmistakable. His expression grew contemplative as he recalled certain untimely images. He averted his gaze slightly, and I understood. I shall escort you home. How will you return? It dawned on Shen Xiuhuai that he had no inkling of where Lin Xiaoxiao resided during her high school years, nor how she would make her way back. I'll take the bus. It's south quite close, Lin Xiaoxiao replied while making her way towards the school gate. Your home and mine are in opposite directions. Both of their appearances were striking, and they were frequent visitors to the flag-raising platform, albeit for different reasons. One to receive admonishment, the other to share academic insights as an exemplary student. Nevertheless, their synchronized walk drew the attention of many onlookers. As they passed the school gate, Shen Xiuhuai even heard the school security asking Lin Xiaoxiao if she required assistance. He began to ponder whether his reputation during high school was truly as dismal as he had believed. As they approached the bus stop, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to sense his thoughts. The security isn't targeting you. It's just that a certain student from our school, along with some from another school, once cornered me at the gate for confession. When she spoke of this, her tone remained flat, and her expression showed little emotion. In truth, this incident had faded from her memory long ago, and she had forgotten who the individual was. However, seeing Shen Xiuhuai's contemplative demeanor compelled her to offer an explanation. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face, which was undeniably captivating. He wondered if she frequently encountered such situations. The bus arrived, and Lin Xiaoxiao took a couple of hurried steps before glancing back at Shen Xiuhuai. I've learned a bit of self-defense. You needn't worry, just head back. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai reached out and took her backpack, urging, get on, or the bus will leave. Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a look, but ultimately boarded the bus. Shen Xiuhuai followed suit. The bus, now past 9 o'clock, was mostly filled with weary office workers returning home after long hours. Although there weren't many people aboard, the seats were nearly all occupied. Once Lin Xiaoxiao settled into the last available seat, Shen Xiuhuai stood beside her, holding her backpack. Lin Xiaoxiao silently accepted it, placing it on her lap to cover her exposed legs. Shen Xiuhuai accompanied her to the entrance of her residential complex, watching her enter before he turned and jogged back home. An oddly harmonious balance lingered between them for some time, after which everyone began to realize that Shen Xiuhuai had become engrossed in his studies and was on the path to redemption. This did not imply that he had ceased socializing with his male peers. Rather, he no longer engaged in frivolous antics. He still participated in physical education classes and extracurricular activities, but he refrained from skipping classes or leaving early, even attending evening study sessions. Lu Fengqin and Pang Fu observed this transformation over a period and felt a sense of satisfaction. They even took the opportunity to commend a certain student during the flag-raising ceremony for finally beginning to cherish his time. Why do I feel like Fat Tiger is talking about you? Qi Kuang chuckled after listening for a while, nudging Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder. ASNT at you, Brother Huai. Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze from Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the front of the class holding a placard, responding, perhaps, I indeed have started to value time. Damn, I'm really afraid that after the monthly exam, you'll surpass me. However, it seemed that following the monthly exam, the spring sports meeting would commence. Before Qi Kuang could finish his sentence, he was lightly tapped on the head by Lu Fengqin as she passed by. He immediately fell silent. As expected, after the flag-raising ceremony, Lu Fengqin returned to the classroom to discuss the upcoming monthly exam and sports meeting. Initially, the atmosphere was somber due to the impending exam. But upon hearing about the sports meeting, the boys started to cheer. The spring sports meeting in Nanyang spanned 2 days, during which there would be no classes, allowing for free activities. However, this year was particularly unusual, as spring had been plagued with continuous rain, pushing the event to late May before it could finally take place. Previously, Shen Xiuhuai and his friends would simply skip out to surf the internet. With the sports meeting looming ahead, the monthly exam seemed less daunting. Amidst the lively discussions, Shen Xiuhuai tore off a piece of sticky note and penned a few lines, gently prodding Lin Xiaoxiao on the back. Ever since he discovered that Lin Xiaoxiao would keep his notes, he had taken a particular liking to writing them, even purchasing several different designs of sticky notes. Much to Qi Kuang's teasing, Shen Xiuhuai chose to ignore him. The young lad clearly did not comprehend the nuances of their relationship. As Lin Xiaoxiao turned towards him, he handed her the neatly folded note. She glanced at the note without much expression, but still reached out to take it. The boys continued to chatter about which events to sign up for in the sports meeting and whether they could forego signing up to sneak out and have fun. Brothers, I'm the sports committee member. Show me some respect. Zodalamente. Feignijuri. In the midst of the commotion, Lin Xiaoxiao unfolded Shen Xiuhuai's note, admiring the neat handwriting. Do you remember? If I make progress in a monthly exam, will you accompany me on a date? Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly tucked the note beneath her book. What was with this person, suddenly bringing this up? All right, calm down. The monthly exam is in 2 days. Focus on studying well. You all could be quite the ruckus, Lu Fengqin interjected, noticing their antics had subsided. Now, take out your books. Shen Xiuhuai waited until noon to eat, but still received no reply from Lin Xiaoxiao. Watching her walk hand in hand with Kuqiaoling to lunch, Shen Xiuhuai let out a soft click of his tongue. Would he ever be able to ask her out? It had already been a month, and he hadn't even held his wife's hand. Recently, he had been plagued by dreams, cough. It was quite taxing on his health. He needed a hug from his wife to feel better. Qi Kuang turned to call Shen Xiuhuai to join him for lunch, but exclaimed in surprise, Brother Huai, why do you look like you're glowing? No wonder your Chinese grades are so poor. Zhoda chimed in, Brother Huai is clearly in high spirits. Neither of you should speak. I'm off to eat, Shen Xiuhuai retorted, hissing in annoyance at their choice of words that would make any language teacher weep. Come on, Brother Huai, tell us, Qi Kuang urged. While having lunch, Qi Kuang suggested a spicy hot pot, so the three of them decided not to eat at the cafeteria. Along the way, they encountered classmates from other classes who usually joined them online. Qi Kuang's amiable nature allowed him to converse with anyone, turning what started as 3 people into 8, prompting them to reserve a private room. Once seated, Shen Xiuhuai ignored their banter and simply sent Lin Xiaoxiao a message. Is it possible, class leader? He said nothing further, but Lin Xiaoxiao would certainly understand. After a short while, she responded, and Shen Xiuhuai smiled. This was indeed a positive sign. His mood lifted instantly. Just then, Yin Feng from class 8 chimed in. Does your class leader, the campus belle, have a boyfriend? Shen Xiuhuai raised his gaze. Qi Kuang, who had been drinking water, couldn't resist glancing at Shen Xiuhuai upon hearing this. There it was. He was clearly displeased. Chapter 15. Stealthy Handholding. Yin Feng, blissfully unaware that he had caught Shen Xiuhuai's attention, continued excitedly. I initially thought Brother Huai had something going on with her, but it seems our Brother Huai is now solely focused on his studies. Yin Feng was a tall, athletic student, and to be fair, he was somewhat handsome. Yet, he was notorious for his endless romantic entanglements. Since Brother Huai has no chance, I might as well give it a try, he thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xiuhuai responded flatly. No. Huh. Yin Feng blinked in surprise. Brother Huai, do you like her? Our class leader is aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. Keep your misguided thoughts to yourself. Shen Xiuhuai set down his phone. She is not someone you can provoke. Yin Feng paused, mistakenly believing he was referring to Lin Xiaoxiao's grandfather. He was an old general, certainly not someone they could provoke. With a sigh, I realized I was merely boasting. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao was undeniably beautiful, her allure distinctly different from other girls. Qi Kuang, noticing Shen Xiuhuai's grim expression, quickly rapped his knuckles on the table, urging them to cease. They should avoid our class, as it would adversely affect our average score. The topic was swiftly diverted. Nevertheless, Shen Xiuhuai remained in a foul mood. He detested the idea of anyone coveting his Xiaoxiao. She was his wife. His discontent persisted until the afternoon class concluded. Qi Kuang was skipping evening study sessions today to celebrate his grandfather's birthday, and he dashed out as soon as class ended. Lin Xiaoxiao remained seated, motionless. Shen Xiuhuai set down his pen and glanced at her silhouette. The classroom was empty, yet she lingered. "Are you waiting for me?" he inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to face him. "Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Xiuhuai simply replied with a grunt. "Is it because I didn't respond to your note?" Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged, but her lovely eyes lost their icy demeanor, softening with a touch of warmth. She gently affixed a sticky note to the back of Shen Xiuhuai's hand. Her delicate fingers brushed against his skin, causing him to instinctively move, as if to grasp her hand. Ultimately, he tore off the note instead. It bore neat handwriting that read, "All right, if you perform well, we shall go on a date," accompanied by a cute little heart. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she had misunderstood the situation, yet he chose not to clarify. His mood visibly brightened as he tucked the note away. He reached out, tousling Lin Xiaoxiao's hair. "Let us go eat." "You messed up my hair," she protested, covering her head with her hands, sounding somewhat displeased. "What you two up to?" A sinister voice called from outside the window. Shen Xiuhuai, still with his hand on Lin Xiaoxiao's head, jumped at the sound of Pang Hu's voice. He turned to see Pang Hu glaring at them. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked and lightly patted Shen Xiuhuai's hand. Only then did he retract his hand, casually asking, "Have you eaten, director?" "I have." "What are you two doing just now?" Pang Hu's suspicious gaze darted between them. "The class monitor said there was something in her hair, so I helped her check," Shen Xiuhuai said, revealing a scrap of paper in his palm. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at it, unsure when he had acquired it. Upon seeing the paper, Pang Hu felt a wave of relief. He had been secretly observing Shen Xiuhuai for half a month, worried he wasn't taking his study seriously. Yet, he had not observed any inappropriate behavior between Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao. Clearing his throat, Pang Hu asked, "So, have you both had dinner?" "Not yet. We were about to go," Shen Xiuhuai replied, standing up straight and naturally turning to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Class monitor, would you like to join us?" Lin Xiaoxiao coldly replied with a brief then turned to Pang Hu. "Is there anything else, director?" Pang Hu turned away. "Nothing else, you may go." Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, but she avoided his gaze, saying to Pang Hu goodbye, "Director," as she walked out first. Shen Xiuhuai waved cheerfully at Pang Hu goodbye, "Director," and hurried after her. Pang Hu watched their retreating figures, sensing something amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Finally, he sighed, attributing it to his own heightened tension lately. He did not notice that as he turned, their separate paths had converged into one side by side. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. She was a bit too slender, her bones visible even through her clothing. He lost focus for a moment, only to feel a gentle tug on his hand at his side. Startled, he looked down to find Lin Xiaoxiao's hand resting next to his, as if she had accidentally brushed against him. The trees lined the school path, the sky darkening, streetlights flickering on, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Few people were around, and occasionally, someone would be seen whispering beneath a tree. Shen Xiuhuai watched as Lin Xiaoxiao lightly hooked her pinky around his. Her cool voice softly murmured, "I'm sorry for not acknowledging you. It was unintentional." She hesitated, unsure how to continue. Shen Xiuhuai realized she believed he was upset because she hadn't replied to his note. A smile crept onto his face as he swiftly grasped her delicate hand, which had been teasingly brushing against his pinky. Lin Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at him. "What are you doing here at school?" Shen Xiuhuai quickly squeezed her soft hand before releasing it, whispering, "It was merely a playful touch. No one saw. I wasn't upset about that." Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, once freed, moved slightly, as if yearning to grasp something, but she soon tucked it behind her back. Shen Xiuhuai misinterpreted her gesture and sighed. "I wouldn't be upset with you. I just encountered something unpleasant during lunch." He retrieved the sticky note from his pocket. "Does this still hold value?" Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the note, her long eyelashes fluttering. She turned and continued walking. "It counts. Just do your best." Shen Xiuhuai smiled as he placed the note back into his pocket. "How much improvement is necessary to count?" 300 places. You have plenty of room for growth." He admired her beautiful profile, his eyes brimming with mirth. "I will study diligently. Wait for me, class monitor." Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes sparkled with laughter. In truth, she was also looking forward to their date. It had been far too long since they had spent quality time together. Stealing a glance at Shen Xiuhuai's profile, She found herself missing him dearly. After leaving the school, Shen Xiuhuai's hand inadvertently brushed against Lin Xiaoxiao's. Once, twice, thrice. Their hands gently touched before quickly parting, mirroring their restless heartbeats, soft, tantalizing, yet reluctant to sever the connection. The tender ambiguity of youth was something they had once overlooked. Chapter 16. The Young Couple. Night fell. With only a dim night light still aglow, the air infused with the scent of rain-kissed grass, both familiar and strange. Shen Xiuhuai felt as if he had dreamt of the past again, though everything remained obscured, faded, save for Lin Xiaoxiao's familiar visage. The shrill ring of an alarm clock jolted the girl from her slumber. Disoriented, she sat up, her breath quickening, a sheen of sweat covering her body, her cheeks flushed. She pressed her hand against her face, muttering to herself, "Lin Xiaoxiao, what have you done?" Her tone laced with annoyance. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai silently surveyed his damp sheets. The sound of Uncle Gao knocking at the door interrupted the quiet. "Young master, it's time to get up for class." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "I know, Uncle Gao." His voice, predictably hoarse. After a brief silence, footsteps retreated. "Ah, youth," Shen Xiuhuai sighed again. Was it merely holding hands? He chided himself, gathering his thoughts as he rose from the bed. If this continued, even if Uncle Gao said nothing, his own embarrassment would become unbearable. A thought struck him, and he sighed once more. "Another day yearning for my wife. When will I reach the legal marriage age?" Qi Kuang discovered something rather peculiar today. His friend Huai Gu had not exchanged a single word with the class monitor. Although breakfast was still brought along and water was fetched, it seemed as though the two shared no communication whatsoever, not even a glance. Moreover, the moment the monitor set eyes on Huai Gu, her cheeks flushed. What could this possibly signify? During this self-study period, Qi Kuang cautiously nudged Shen Xiuhuai's hand, inquiring, "Huai Gu, have you had a spat with the monitor?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao shift in her seat. With a sigh, Shen Xiuhuai regarded Qi Kuang seriously and remarked, "Sometimes, I truly question your intelligence. Do you think our seating is close to the monitors?" Qi Kuang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is quite close. Then do you reckon she could overhear what we say?" Shen Xiuhuai inquired with a smile. In front of them, Xiao Ling could no longer stifle a giggle. Qi Kuang shot a glance at her, thinking, doesn't that eavesdropping student have any decorum? If you're going to eavesdrop, at least keep quiet. Recently, Xiao Ling had observed that both boys were rather amusing and felt less intimidated by them. Turning back to Qi Kuang, she confessed, "I just recalled every sorrowful moment of my life, yet I still couldn't help but laugh." With a click of his tongue, Qi Kuang gestured toward Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Is the monitor throwing a tantrum at Huai Gu?" Xiao Ling glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who had returned to his work, seemingly uninterested in Qi Kuang, and whispered, "I have no idea, but Xiao doesn't seem too displeased." Xiao Ling came a cool voice, prompting her to chuckle and turn back to her work. Qi Kuang was about to say something more when Shen Xiuhuai slapped the test paper onto his face, declaring, "This is due tomorrow. Get to work." With a sigh, Qi Kuang glanced at his friend and muttered, "You can't keep this up. How are you going to court a girl?" Shen Xiuhuai hesitated momentarily. He realized that he hadn't engaged in much conversation with Lin Xiaoxiao today. The reason being, he had a rather peculiar dream last night, and now seeing Lin Xiaoxiao felt somewhat off. After all, his dream had yet to conclude, and if it continued tonight, he feared he might not withstand it. As for why Lin Xiaoxiao blushed upon seeing him, Shen Xiuhuai was uncertain. After all, they had held hands secretly yesterday, and he had escorted her home afterward, and everything had felt perfectly normal then. Thus, after school, the two shared a silent meal at the cafeteria and, on their way back, passed by a small garden. Noticing the absence of others, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly spoke, "Monitor, I had a dream last night." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxiao abruptly halted in her tracks. She swiftly turned to him, her face flushing once again. "Shut up," she hissed, her voice low yet tinged with irritation. He blinked, perplexed. "Why? I dreamt about you." Lin Xiaoxiao stepped closer, covering Shen Xiuhuai's mouth with one hand while pressing the other against the pillar behind him, executing a wall slam. Shen Xiuhuai looked down at her crimson face, her soft hand covering his mouth. His heart raced slightly. "Monitor," as he spoke. His lips brushed against her palm, his breath warm against her skin. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back, her face feeling as if it were ablaze. "Monitor, you just wall-slammed me again," Shen Xiuhuai teased, following the tropes of novels and dramas. "Your next move should be to kiss me." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxiao retreated a couple of steps, unable to meet his gaze. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Amused, Shen Xiuhuai observed her flustered expression. "Why don't you ask me what I dreamed about?" What did you dream about? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. I dreamed that you asked me if I had finished my homework, but I said I hadn't and you got angry. Shen Xiuhuai replied innocently, blinking. What else could I dream about? Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to ponder this, glaring at him before suddenly sprinting away. Shen Xiuhuai called after her, but she did not look back. Chapter 17. All my candy is yours. After Lin Xiaoxiao had dashed away, she suddenly turned back, whispering to Shen Xiuhuai, "Good luck on your monthly exam." The surroundings were quiet, and Shen Xiuhuai could hear his own breathing. His relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao had commenced with an arranged meeting, despite spending half a month together. Their romantic journey had been largely overlooked due to their busy lives. Yet for the first time, he distinctly felt that elusive sensation of love, like a kitten gently scratching at his heart. It was an itch, accompanied by an urge to progress further. Clearing his throat, he mused, "So you do wish for me to perform well?" In that moment, he noticed her glancing around, confirming the absence of anyone nearby, although he spotted some classmates approaching in the distance. As Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly approached him, he caught a whiff of her fragrant hair and the delicate sound of her breathing. "Shen Xiuhuai, do well on your exam." He watched her swiftly retreat, her figure captivating as her ponytail swayed gently behind her, the wind catching her uniform and accentuating her slender waist. "Wow," Shen Xiuhuai murmured, touching his slightly warm ears, unable to suppress a smile. High school sweethearts could be so intoxicatingly sweet. Originally intending to tease his girlfriend and probe into her unusual silence today, Shen Xiuhuai found himself unexpectedly invigorated, brimming with determination for the upcoming monthly exam. Upon returning to the classroom, Shen Xiuhuai noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao was already engaged in conversation with a classmate, a girl from their class, presumably asking her a question. During evening study sessions, when the teacher was absent, many students would often approach Lin Xiaoxiao for help, but she typically maintained an expressionless demeanor when assisting them, leading others to perceive her as cold despite her willingness to help. Shen Xiuhuai placed a strawberry-flavored lollipop on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk, not intending to interrupt her. However, the girl, having recently observed his improved temperament and newfound ability to joke, cheerfully asked, "Does the monitor have one?" "I don't," he replied, lollipop still in his mouth and another in hand. He glanced at the girl, vaguely recalling her name, but remembering her to be of above-average academic standing, often socializing with Zhouda and the others. "Well, there is still one left," she pointed out. "Can't you spare for me? I'll buy you a whole pack tomorrow." Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon the lollipop in Shen Xiuhuai's hand. She harbored an aversion to other girls speaking to him, especially those who blushed while chatting. While internally chastising herself for feeling jealous, she shot Shen Xiuhuai a frosty glare. His smile met her gaze, and he appeared particularly handsome. The girl's cheeks reddened further. In truth, she had secretly slipped a love letter into Shen Xiuhuai's desk last week, and had seen him place it into his backpack. Though she had yet to receive a response, he would always acknowledge her when she spoke to him while mingling with Zhouda's group. Perhaps there was still hope? At that moment, she heard Shen Xiuhuai laughingly say, "Sorry, but this one is for the monitor as well. I plan to give it to her tomorrow, during questions." Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a swift smile before she averted her gaze, turning slightly to glance at the candy on the table. She then extended her hand to tuck it into her bag. The expression on the girl's face was somewhat awkward as she stammered, "Oh, it's nothing. But you can give it to me first, and I'll buy it back for you tomorrow." Upon hearing the chair behind her scrape against the floor, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed someone had taken a seat. A languid voice drifted over. "That's different. Now the class monitor knows. What if she thinks I lack sincerity and refuses to explain the problems to me later? Have you finished asking your questions? It's my turn now." There was a note of urgency in the voice. The girl did not respond further. She turned around, listened haphazardly as Lin Xiaoxiao completed her explanation of the math problem, and then left, leaving Lin unsure if the girl had understood anything at all. After the girl departed, Lin Xiaoxiao waited for a moment but saw no sign of Shen Xiuhuai inquiring about the problem. She turned to glance at him, who was immersed in solving his math problems. "What do you wish to ask?" Shen Xiuhuai lifted his gaze towards her, a piece of candy still lodged in his mouth. He smirked slightly, leaning in a bit closer, and whispered, "I have no questions, but she had far too many." The implication was clear. He found her excessively chatty. A flicker of amusement danced in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes as she softly uttered an "oh" and turned to resume her studies. However, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly called out, lowering his voice further, "Was that a jealous glance I caught from you just now?" Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a frosty look, her expression one of disbelief, as she chose to ignore him and refocused on her work. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly at the blush creeping onto her ears. He murmured from behind, "Rest assured, all my candy is yours." I'll share it with no one else. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her pen, a smile tugging at her lips. Though she remained silent, she reached in her bag, unwrapped a strawberry milk candy, and popped it in her mouth. Shen Xiuhuai observed her actions with an inexplicable uplift in his spirits. He found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the upcoming monthly exam, a sentiment he had never anticipated. However, during the evening's self-study session, Shen Xiuhuai could not accompany Lin Xiaoxiao home, as his father had returned and was rarely seen picking him up from school. Since elementary school, his father had ceased driving him to and from classes. Thus, when Shen Xiuhuai settled into the car, he was met with his father's taut expression. Unable to contain his amusement, he quipped, "Dad, are you nervous?" Shenan's gaze turned towards Shen Xiuhuai's smiling face, and he admonished, "What nonsense! You don't even call me dad anymore." Shen Xiuhuai sighed, "Haven't I stopped calling you that for many years? Getting angry ages you, and when you grow old, you won't be worthy of mom." Chapter 18. Call me sister, and I will take care of you. Shenan fell silent, contemplating his son's demeanor, sensing something was amiss with Shen Xiuhuai. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and simply drove them home. Shen Xiuhuai texted Lin Xiaoxiao, requesting her to inform him upon her arrival. Through the rearview mirror, Shenan glimpsed his son in the passenger seat, head bowed, seemingly engrossed in conversation with someone, sporting a gentle smile, an entirely different demeanor from his usual impatience and irritability. Shenan had long recognized that Shen Xiuhuai's rebellious phase began due to their busy schedules. They had attempted to communicate with him, but to little avail. By the time they managed to carve out time for their son, Shen Xiuhuai had already become reluctant to engage with them. This left Shen Nan feeling a sense of helplessness. Recently, he had even begun reaching out to friends from his military days, contemplating sending Shen Xiuhuai to undergo 2 years of discipline once he turned 18. Yet, it seemed as though his son had transformed into a different person, forcing Shen Nan to shelve his plans. After sending the message to Lin, Shen Xiuhuai turned to Shen Nan. "You needn't sneak glances. Do you have something to ask?" Coughing, Shen Nan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, having not conversed with the composed Shen Xiuhuai for quite some time. Qi Kuang mentioned that his grandfather mistook him for his elder brother and pressured him about marriage all night. Shen Xiuhuai noted, keenly observing the discomfort in his father and deftly steering the conversation towards familiar territory. "Oh, right. It seems the old man isn't in great health." The Qi family didn't organize a birthday banquet this time. Father and son engaged in a rare, calm exchange, chatting about various topics until they reached home. Once inside, Mrs. Shen had prepared a late-night snack, waiting for their return. Upon seeing her husband and son, she stood up, exclaiming, "Xiuhuai, you're back from school. Are you tired?" She reached out to take Shen Xiuhuai's backpack, but he sidestepped her, causing her expression to dim. Her son had grown increasingly resistant to their closeness over the years. The backpack, laden with practice papers, was somewhat heavy. "Mom, you won't be able to carry it," Shen Xiuhuai explained naturally, causing Mrs. Shen's previously dimmed eyes to brighten once more. She reached for the backpack again, insisting, "It's not heavy. I often helped you with it when you were in elementary school. Why are you bringing so many practice papers home? You need to balance study with rest. My foundation is too weak. The monthly exam is approaching, and I need to review more," Shen Xiuhuai replied, following Mrs. Shen as she led the way. Observing this change in his son, Shen Nan couldn't help but frown. The transformation was too drastic. Mrs. Shen ushered Shen Xiuhuai inside to wash his hands, calling out to her husband, "Old Shen, come wash your hands too." Once both parents had settled, Shen Xiuhuai cut to the chase. "Have you both heard from Uncle Gao that I've changed quite a bit?" He gazed at his noticeably younger parents, having pondered this question for quite some time. Although he had considered putting on an act, he could hardly remember what he had been like as a teenager, only recalling his somewhat juvenile demeanor. Years of military discipline made it difficult for him to revert to his former self, so he chose to abandon the pretense altogether. Looking at his parents, Shen Xiuhuai exhaled, "I've developed feelings for an exceptionally talented girl, and I wish to keep pace with her, so I'm striving to better myself." Surprise washed over both Shen Nan and Mrs. Shen, followed by a shared glance. They had not anticipated such a reason, though it was not unusual for a teenage boy. However, Shen Nan remained skeptical. "So, you're in a relationship?" After taking a bite of wonton, Shen Xiuhuai shook his head. "Not yet. She has to be interested in me too." Shen Nan shot him a look of disdain, muttering under his breath, "With that attitude, you'll be lucky." "I was your age before I even met your mother," Shen Xiuhuai retorted with a hint of annoyance. This exchange revealed a familiar side of their son, alleviating some of their concerns. Once they finished their late-night snack, Mrs. Shen insisted Shen Xiuhuai not help with the cleanup and urged him to wash up and go to bed. As Shen Xiuhuai picked up his backpack to head inside, he heard Shen Nan say, "You've spent quite a bit of your allowance last month. This month and next, you need to make up for it. You don't have much left, so manage it wisely. Before Shen Xiuhuai could respond, Mrs. Shen chimed in irritably. Old Shen. Shen Xiuhuai did not turn back, merely affirming. Got it. As he entered his room, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. As he shut the door, he could still hear Mrs. Shen complaining. It's rare for our son to be so obedient. Gently closing the door, Shen Xiuhuai felt hesitant to display too much change. Otherwise, his parents might grow suspicious. He placed his backpack on the desk and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he suddenly remembered something and walked to his desk to send a text to Lin Xiaoxiao. Class monitor, my dad is back and mentioned I overspent my allowance last month. I have no money left for this month. Sigh, I might end up going hungry. After sending the message, he also followed up with a pitiful bunny emoji. On the other end, Lin Xiaoxiao was initially engrossed in her exam paper, and the vibration of her phone went unnoticed. A few seconds later, she realized that at this hour, only one person would be reaching out to her. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone, and upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai's message, her brows instinctively arched in surprise. It was the first time he had ever indulged in such a playful manner with her. A smile crept onto Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Perhaps due to the late hour or the barrier of the virtual world, she whimsically replied, Then call me sister, and I shall take care of you. After sending the message, she abandoned her exam paper, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on her phone. It wasn't long before a reply arrived. To her astonishment, it was a voice message. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced slightly as she stared at the 15-second audio clip. After a moment of hesitation, she gently pressed play. A brief silence ensued, followed by Shen Xiuhuai's laughter. Do you enjoy being called sister so much? How about I have a taste of your indulgence? The phrase was short, yet the boy's voice carried a playful undertone. Lin Xiaoxiao even detected a hint of coaxing within it. Unable to resist, she listened again, and her cheeks slowly reddened. She covered her face and leaned on her desk, realizing that Shen Xiuhuai had crossed the line. After waiting for a response that did not come, Shen Xiuhuai surmised that she was simply shy. However, Lin Xiaoxiao's casual mention of sister reminded him that she was a few months older than him. He couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how she had labeled him Xiuhuai, little brother in her notebook. How he relished being called sister. Gazing at the chat window, he could almost envision her blushing face. That night, Shen Xiuhuai awaited Lin Xiaoxiao's reply in vain, but come morning, he discovered a breakfast waiting for him on his desk. Chapter 19. Did you just steal a kiss? Shen Xiuhuai cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's back. He had eaten breakfast before arriving at school, and he noticed the breakfast he had brought for her. Typically, Lin Xiaoxiao maintained a regular eating schedule in high school, having had breakfast before coming to class. However, Shen Xiuhuai thought she was too slender and made it a point to bring her breakfast every day, which she always finished. He had even set a modest goal for himself, to nourish his beloved. Now, as he looked at the breakfast on his desk, he recalled his earlier comment about being short on funds. Was he serious? Shen Xiuhuai felt particularly pleased and leaned forward to say, Thank you, sister. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao noticeably recoiled, her neck flushing a shade of crimson. She was shy. Shen Xiuhuai retrieved a strawberry-flavored candy from his backpack and placed it on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk, along with a small container of wontons, packed in a thermal box. These are wontons made by my mother. I think you'll like them. Give them a try, he said with a smile. Initially, Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, ready to question him about his earlier claim of being broke, only to realize they were made by his mother. She genuinely liked them. She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who had already settled down to enjoy the hamburger she had bought. Lin Xiaoxiao quietly expressed her gratitude before opening the thermal box, revealing soup and wontons neatly separated. The soup still steaming. No wonder he had arrived earlier than usual today. Sister, I rode my bike today. I'll take you home tonight, Shen Xiuhuai whispered from behind. His voice lowered as the classroom was sparsely populated, especially around them. Lin Xiaoxiao softly acknowledged him with a hum and began to eat her wontons. The following day marked the monthly exam, and by afternoon, a small notebook filled with Lin Xiaoxiao as highlights appeared on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. Nearby, Qi Kuang remarked with a hint of envy, Someone's getting highlighted notes. I now believe you're not just chasing after the class monitor, but rather coveting her notes. Shen Xiuhuai shot a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's back, gritting his teeth as he retorted to Qi Kuang. Do you know what happens to those who gossip too much? Qi Kuang blinked in confusion. What happens? I once heard of a case where a woman was dismembered by her neighbor, driven mad by her incessant chatter, Shen Xiuhuai recounted, referring to a case he had encountered in a past life, which had caused quite a stir. He intentionally glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, noting how her pen paused momentarily. Shen Xiuhuai was beginning to grasp the truth. His beloved had indeed reincarnated alongside him. Qi Kuang gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. No way. You can't be serious. Surely, they wouldn't dare harm someone as handsome as me? Shen Xiuhuai observed Qi Kuang, a heaviness settling in his heart, in his previous life. Qi Kuang's life had been frozen at the tender age of 18. Shen Xiuhuai learned of his demise while serving in the military, having passed 3 months prior, tragically slain while protecting a girl. Though the perpetrator was brought to justice, Qi Kuang could never return. In the end, no one revealed the identity of the girl he had sacrificed himself for. When Shen Xiuhuai returned to investigate, he found that the girl had married and started a family. Enough of your nonsense. Shen Xiuhuai lightly slapped Qi Kuang's head. You certainly won't meet such a fate. Just keep your chatter to a minimum. In this life, with himself present, Qi Kuang's fate would undoubtedly differ. Qi Kuang nodded, attempting to slyly reach for the notebook in front of Shen Xiuhuai. Let me have a look, Huai. Shen Xiuhuai swiftly snatched the notebook back. No way. It's mine. I'll draw it out for you later. Greedy. By the end of the afternoon class, Lu Fengqin specifically reminded them, tomorrow is the monthly exam, so do your best. After the exam comes the sports meet, and following that is the parent-teacher conference, so don't get too excited, everyone. Good luck to you all. Fengqin, you have no heart. Why remind us about the parent-teacher conference? Oh, the sports meet isn't even appealing anymore. Lu Fengqin observed their lamenting expressions, leaving with a smile. That evening, the study hall was particularly crowded, with many students cramming at the last minute. Lin Xiaoxiao had not accomplished much in her own studies, as she spent the night answering others' questions. Not just Lin Xiaoxiao, several academically gifted students in the class were equally busy. The teacher's office was starting to see a queue. Shen Xiuhuai watched Lin Xiaoxiao, who was preoccupied, and sighed softly. He had a chance to speak to his beloved all evening. Lin Xiaoxiao, of course, heard Shen Xiuhuai's dissatisfied click of the tongue. The sound was rather conspicuous, making it hard to ignore. Once the student in front of her departed, and the next had yet to arrive, Lin Xiaoxiao rummaged through her desk and produced a chocolate. Occasionally, she experienced low blood sugar in the mornings, yet her backpack was never devoid of sweets and chocolates. Recently, however, she had only consumed those given by Shen Xiuhuai, leaving her own untouched. Fortunately, the weather was still relatively cool, and her chocolate had not melted. She took out a few more pieces of candy and placed them on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. Qi Kuang, glancing over, naturally reached for a piece of candy. Thank you. Class monitor. Shen Xiuhuai barely had time to intervene before Qi Kuang handed him a book. Class monitor, I don't understand this question. Shen Xiuhuai sighed internally, took the candy, and noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's hand still resting on the desk as she leaned in to examine the question Qi Kuang had mentioned. He gently pulled on Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. She did not turn around, yet her fingers grazed his palm. In that moment, Shen Xiuhuai felt appeased. Subsequently, there was little commotion. Tonight, when they finished their evening study session, it was notably later than usual, primarily because Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat preoccupied. As the time approached, Lin Xiaoxiao turned her head and discovered Shen Xiuhuai slumped over his desk, seemingly asleep. Qi Kuang had long departed, leaving only 3 or 4 individuals in the classroom. Lin Xiaoxiao tidied her belongings and stood for a moment, observing Shen Xiuhuai, before suddenly leaning in closer. Her warm breath wafted over Shen Xiuhuai's face. In reality, he was not asleep. His eyes merely felt weary, prompting him to rest while awaiting Lin Xiaoxiao. He was on the verge of opening his eyes. But as he sensed her breath drawing nearer, Shen Xiuhuai abruptly stilled. He wished to discern her intentions, or perhaps his slightly quickening heartbeat was anticipating her next move. After a considerable pause, Shen Xiuhuai realized that aside from leaning closer, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared to have no further plans. He sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, just as he contemplated opening his eyes. Suddenly, a sensation of pressure enveloped him, and something swiftly brushed against his face. Are you stealing a kiss? Shen Xiuhuai's heart raced as he opened his eyes, meeting the astonished gaze of the girl before him. Chapter 20. Lin Xiaoxiao, I love you. The look of astonishment on Lin Xiaoxiao's face quickly dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. I did not steal a kiss, she replied softly, her breath and the scent of laundry detergent from her clothes rendering Shen Xiuhuai a bit dazed. He found himself pondering when he could request another small handkerchief from her. As the fragrance had already faded, Lin Xiaoxiao raised her delicate hand. You have something on your face. It must have come from when you were leaning down. Shen Xiuhuai observed the tiny scrap of paper in her hand, feeling somewhat disheartened as he sighed. I thought. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to anticipate his unspoken words. Extending a slender finger to his lips, Shoo, there's still people here. The soft touch against his lips filled Shen Xiuhuai with joy, his eyes sparkling with mirth. At that moment, the classmates who had been inquiring Lin Xiaoxiao about the questions had finished packing. Class leader, Huai Gu, we're leaving now. Lin Xiaoxiao replied expressionlessly. Be careful. Shen Xiuhuai raised his hand in a brief wave. Soon, only the two of them remained in the classroom. Shen Xiuhuai suddenly opened his mouth and gently bit Lin Xiaoxiao's finger that rested on his lips. It was a mere touch, without any force. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand, murmuring, "Isn't that dirty? It's full of germs." Shen Xiuhuai sat up, his eyes gleaming brightly. "Not dirty at all. It's very soft." Lin Xiaoxiao felt a warmth rising within her. "Let us go. It's quite late." However, Shen Xiuhuai unexpectedly reached out to grasp her hand. There is no one left in the classroom now. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed as she pulled her hand back. "But there are cameras." She then shouldered her backpack and made her exit. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, glancing at the decorative surveillance camera at the front of the classroom. It had hardly been utilized, save for the midterm exam. He picked up his backpack and rushed after her. "Sister, wait for me. What are you shouting for?" The girl's cool tone carried a hint of exasperation. "Aren't you fond of it? You promised to let me call you sister, and that you would take care of me." This marked Lin Xiaoxiao's inaugural experience sitting in the back seat of Shen Xiuhuai's car. Her hand rested on the back of the seat, her gaze fixed on the slightly gaunt figure of the boy clad in his school uniform. A gentle smile graced her features, epitomizing the essence of 18-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai. "Why aren't you holding my waist?" Shen Xiuhuai's voice drifted back, laced with confusion. "I specifically chose this car with a back seat because I thought you wouldn't want to sit in the front and be embraced by me." Lin Xiaoxiao reached out and grasped the fabric of his waist, murmuring, "If I had to sit in the front, I would have taken the bus home." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, then inquired, "Xiaoxiao, are you happy now?" "Yes, I'm happy." "Happier than before?" Shen Xiuhuai's voice dropped slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "It's different. I was also very happy and content before." This was the first time Shen Xiuhuai had called her Xiaoxiao since his rebirth, having previously referred to her as the class leader. Lin Xiaoxiao understood what he was implying, and she reciprocated. This revelation elicited a tender smile from Shen Xiuhuai, stirring both affection and reluctance to let go. This was undeniably his Xiaoxiao. Rarely did Shen Xiuhuai return home without studying. With the monthly exam approaching, perhaps a little relaxation was warranted. He glanced at the small handkerchief he had placed beside his pillow. Its fragrance, once reminiscent of Lin Xiaoxiao, had now faded, leaving behind only his scent akin to the laundry detergent he used. Suddenly, he felt a desire to smoke, but upon remembering his age, he reconsidered. He took out his phone, scrolling through messages, first responding to the nonsensical chatter in their group. Ultimately, he opened the chat with Lin Xiaoxiao, took another look at the small handkerchief, snapped a photo, and sent it with the message, "I washed it. Now it smells different from when you gave it to me. What brand of laundry detergent do you use?" After a while, her response came, "You still want it back." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled and replied with a voice message, "No way. Sister, you want a small handkerchief back?" On the other end, Lin Xiaoxiao listened to the voice message twice, her face flushing each time she heard the word sister. She responded with 3 question marks. What was wrong with him? Wasn't it normal to ask for her handkerchief back since it was originally hers? After a considerable delay, Shen Xiuhuai replied, "You probably wouldn't want it back anyway." He followed up with, "Now it's all infused with my scent." Initially, Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat perplexed, but after a while, she finally grasped the implication. She bit her lip and sent a voice message back, her tone filled with annoyance. "Shen Xiuhuai, are you a pervert? Isn't this sexual harassment?" Instead of responding with a message, Shen Xiuhuai called her directly. This marked the first time they had spoken on the phone since their rebirth. "Are you angry?" Sorry." As soon as the call connected, Shen Xiuhuai immediately apologized. He regretted sending those last 2 messages. They seemed utterly inappropriate, akin to the words of a pervert. Although he knew he was speaking to his wife, it still felt wrong to say such things. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, and all Shen Xiuhuai could hear was her breathing. He began to panic, his tone turning apologetic. "I truly didn't mean to. He paused. "I just miss you so much. Also, I'm only 18 now." As Shen Xiuhuai spoke, he suddenly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Damn it, forget it. I also think I might be a bit of a pervert. But I didn't mean it." "Didn't he mean what?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "Didn't he mean me?" Shen Xiuhuai fell silent for a moment, contemplating. "Very much." Lin Xiaoxiao fell quiet again. Neither spoke. After a long pause, she finally said, "Just don't tell me next time. I'm still so young." Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized her meaning. A wave of immense joy washed over him, and he chuckled. "You'll be 19 in November. But you won't turn 19 until May next year," Lin Xiaoxiao countered. "Indeed, in my previous life, I was abruptly thrust into the military by my father before I even had the chance to glance at your love letter. It was never my intention to shun you, nor did I ever mean to reject you." Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai brought up the events from our past lives. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her phone, wondering if this could be considered a moment of confession. After a while, she inquired, "Did you read my diary? I came across it while tidying up, and I apologize." Shen Xiuhuai replied softly, "I had no idea. You were unaware of my long-standing infatuation with you? Now that you know, do you feel guilty?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was barely above a whisper. "So, Shen Xiuhuai, do you pity me or feel sympathy for me?" "No, Lin Xiaoxiao, I love you." Chapter 21. You are unique. Shen Xiuhuai's impromptu declaration plunged them into silence once more. After a moment, he sighed, reclining against the headboard, initially thinking he should refrain from speaking, but ultimately unable to hold back. "Xiaoxiao, I miss you terribly." "Yes, I understand," Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted, "but Shen Xiuhuai, I believe discussing this now is inappropriate. We are both 18 and have many more choices ahead of us. Do you grasp my meaning?" Shen Xiuhuai's heart sank. "Are you seeking other options?" "No, I wish to present you with other choices," Lin Xiaoxiao asserted, her expression betraying a possessiveness at odds with her words. "I offer you the chance to explore whether you can still harbor feelings for me, separate from the ties of our past life as marriage." She paused. "I give you this opportunity to see if you will still like me when you have other options." The silence on the other end was filled with Shen Xiuhuai's heavy breathing. Lin Xiaoxiao softly added, "Yet, I would still choose to love you. If you do not come to me, I will pursue you regardless. Shen Xiuhuai, I have cherished you for so many years. I will not give up." Shen Xiuhuai's heart, which had plunged into despair, suddenly found new life. He could hardly believe it. "You still have feelings for me? Why wouldn't I?" "Shen Xiuhuai, what I just said was difficult for me. I truly don't want you to have the chance to like someone else. I am so exceptional. Why wouldn't you love me?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft, "But I wish for you to see the real me. Can we take our time?" "Yes, I will love you no matter how you are." Shen Xiuhuai responded without hesitation. "Xiaoxiao, we are not so young anymore, yet we still have the opportunity to start anew. This time, I will ensure there are no regrets." Even after the call ended, Shen Xiuhuai remained astonished at how their conversation had veered from trivial matters to profound sentiments. He covered his face with his hand, relieved that the outcome was not too disheartening. They had merely returned to a phase of mutual understanding, which had been absent in their previous life. Let us begin anew at 18, with 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai and 18-year-old Lin Xiaoxiao. Greetings to you both. The next day, for once, Shen Xiuhuai was awakened not by the call of his biological clock, but by Mrs. Shen's gentle knocking. As he emerged for breakfast, he found Shen already seated at the table, glancing at him and commenting casually, "As expected, you couldn't hold out for more than 2 days." Shen Xiuhuai scoffed lightly. Yes, you're absolutely right," he muttered under his breath. "If you are so capable, why don't you ever arrive on time? When you reach my position, you can arrive late, as you please without anyone daring to comment. But for now, you are still a student, and old Shen is not angry." He took a sip of milk, adding, "If I don't drive you today, you will truly be late." In the end, Shen Xiuhuai begrudgingly climbed into old Shen's car, humming a tune, for today was the monthly exam, and he wished to avoid tardiness. Fortunately, he managed to arrive just in time, albeit barely. As he entered, Qi Kuang leaned in and whispered, "Bro, I've added you to a group." Shen Xiuhuai, placing candies on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk, inquired, "What group?" "The one that guarantees your grades," Qi Kuang replied, lowering his voice further. But Lin Xiaoxiao still caught the exchange and glanced back at them. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. "When did I ever need such a group? I'll leave it right now." The last comment was directed at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Hey," Qi Kuang exclaimed, "I'm just worried about Uncle Shen putting pressure on you. What if he really sends you off to the military? What then?" Shen Xiuhuai swiftly opened WeChat and exited the nearly 200-member group, casting a few glances at Lin Xiaoxiao. She returned to her seat with a neutral expression before placing her favorite pen on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. A smile crept onto his face as he reached for it. Ku Xiaoling observed Lin Xiaoxiao closely. They had been desk mates for quite some time, yet this was her first time witnessing Lin Xiaoxiao display any affection toward someone. She recalled the rumors and considered the evident closeness between the two, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Perhaps the pairing that Zhao Lily had stumbled upon was genuine? Qi Kuang continued to whisper something behind them when Lu Fengqin entered with the exam papers. As she stepped in, the classroom quickly fell silent. "All right, put away any unrelated items. The classroom monitors are now active, so behave yourselves. I won't say much more, as you're not new to examinations." This exam would stretch over an entire day, with results expected by Monday, and the spring sports meet scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday. Shen Xiuhuai pondered that perhaps he could arrange a date during the sports meet. Thus, Qi Kuang noticed that his bro seemed particularly cheerful about this exam. Throughout the day, he displayed no signs of irritability, leading Qi Kuang to ponder if perhaps the effects of studying were indeed that remarkable. After Lu Fengqin collected the papers, She glanced at them, announcing, "School is out. Enjoy a delightful weekend. Results will likely be out on Monday. You may not even be able to smile then." The classroom erupted into excited chatter. Qi Kuang shouted, "Fengqin, that is so unfair. My weekend is ruined." Lu Fengqin watched their antics with amusement. Shen Xiuhuai lightly tapped Lin Xiaoxiao's back, asking, "Shall we walk together later?" Lin Xiaoxiao did not turn around but leaned back slightly, her long ponytail brushing against his hand. He glanced down at it. Lin Xiaoxiao's hair was long and lustrous, smooth to the touch. "No, I'm going shopping with Xiaoling and the others later," she murmured, a hint of distress in her tone. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle. While many labeled Lin Xiaoxiao as aloof, he perceived her to be somewhat socially anxious, unaccustomed to interacting with others. "Class monitor, are you truly aloof or just socially anxious?" Shen Xiuhuai couldn't resist asking. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, lightly swatting his hand away as he fiddled with his hair. "Mind your own business. It's not like I'm cold towards you." Shen Xiuhuai gazed at his hand, now lightly touched, a smile brightening his eyes. He reflected that, indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao's aloofness was never directed at him, even without overt expressions. The affection in her large eyes was impossible to overlook. Shen Xiuhuai felt a surge of happiness. He softly asked, "So am I different?" Amidst the noise of the classroom, he caught a faint "You're different." "I am very happy," Shen Xiuhuai whispered back. "Wow, you're also happy, huh, bro? Then Saturday night is set," Qi Kuang exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Chapter 22. The Abandoned Bro of a Wife with Friends. Zhou De, situated nearby, called out, "So it's settled then, Huai Ge." Shen Xiuhuai cast a glance at Qi Kuang, then at Zhou De, pondering what was being settled. "My birthday." Qi Kuang lamented. "What is wrong with you? You haven't forgotten, have you?" Shen Xiuhuai paused, realizing he indeed had forgotten, as Qi Kuang had been away for quite some time. Moreover, he had been preoccupied with his studies lately. He clicked his tongue, looking at Qi Kuang, thinking, what is there to feel wronged about? Haven't I just remembered? Of course. I'll go. Just send me the address later. Only then did Qi Kuang brighten up, stating, "You've been acting rather out of sorts lately. Regardless, you must come to my birthday. I've booked a large private room." As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at the two girls sitting in front of them. With a chuckle, he noted that Lu Fengqin had already left, and several classmates were beginning to pack their belongings in preparation to head home. Qi Kuang suddenly leaned forward between Ku Xiaoling and Lin Xiaoxiao, asking, "Class monitor, would you like to join us on my birthday this Saturday? A few girls from our class are going too." Fearing rejection, he pointed to Zhao Lily sitting in front of them. "She's going as well." Zhao Lily, who had been tidying up her things, turned around upon hearing this. "Yes, many people will attend Kuang Ji's birthday. Let us go together, Xiaoling." She glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's frosty expression, her voice lowering slightly. "But has the class monitor ever been to such a place?" Lin Xiaoxiao sighed internally, not again. Due to her mild social anxiety, she had often found herself excluded from invitations since her school days. However, she was not one to thrive in social settings. So avoiding the gathering seemed preferable to her, sparing everyone from discomfort. Just as she was about to decline, Shen Xiuhuai smiled and said, "Class monitor, you should join us. Everyone's going. After all, you're the class monitor." Qi Kuang nodded in agreement. "Exactly, class monitor, you should come along." Ku Xiaoling chimed in, "Xiao. Let us go together. I'll be there too. You can accompany me." Zhao Lily felt a twinge of awkwardness. Initially, she had assumed that Lin Xiaoxiao was uninterested in attending, which was why she had said that, hoping to avoid any discomfort. But now, with everyone encouraging her, she felt quite embarrassed. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded them for a moment, her gaze meeting Shen Xiuhuai's briefly before she turned to Zhao Lily. "I haven't actually been before. Would it be alright if you wait for me, Lily?" At her age, Lin Xiaoxiao indeed had never set foot in a karaoke venue. Zhao Lily blinked in surprise and quickly replied, "Of course. I can come pick you up, Xiao. I recall that our homes aren't too far apart." The class monitor wasn't as wooden as they had imagined. Shen Xiuhuai observed a subtle smile emerging in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. His gaze lingered on her, hoping that throughout her life, she would be surrounded by an abundance of friends rather than always wandering alone. With newfound companionship, Lin Xiaoxiao departed hand in hand with her new friend. Shen Xiuhuai watched as Zhao Lily linked arms with Lin Xiaoxiao, accompanied by Ku Xiaoling. Having just completed their monthly exams, everyone was eager to unwind, with no one planning to hit the books. Qi Kuang stole a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, who appeared as if he were gazing at a cherished statue, and sighed, "Huai Ge, aren't you going to catch up with them?" Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze. Placing a hand on Qi Kuang's shoulder, "Why are you so chatty? What gift do you want for your birthday? Anything is fine. How about we go online together now? You haven't hung out with us in ages. Qi Kuang grumbled softly, lamenting that study had distanced him from his friends. Zhou De and the others approached from behind. Yeah, Huaige, you're too terrifying. Is it studying that has captured your heart, or is it the class monitor? Shen Xiuhuai's eyes sparkled with amusement as he allowed their playful banter, as long as it remained within reasonable bounds. He had never concealed his distinct feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao. Had he been a bit older, he would have pursued her with fervor. With a sigh, Shen Xiuhuai reminisced. University life is indeed preferable. High school was filled with such awkwardness. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai followed Qi Kuang and the others to the arcade. Primarily because the internet cafe had no available machines, and they were too lazy to seek out a new one. However, upon encountering a girl blocking their path, he struggled to recall who she was. Beside him, Qi Kuang exclaimed, "What a coincidence!" Fang Yuanyuan regarded Shen Xiuhuai. "What a stroke of luck, Shen Xiuhuai." Qi Kuang chuckled. Indeed, quite the coincidence. It seems someone failed to consult the almanac before stepping out. Shen Xiuhuai remained impassive, casting a glance at the few rough-looking men accompanying her. "And you are?" Fang Yuanyuan's expression soured instantly. She recalled the last time at school when he had humiliated her, and now he merely asked, "Who are you?" Fang Yuanyuan's face flushed with rage. "How forgetful you are, young Master Shen. Have you forgotten about the incident in the school cafeteria last semester?" Now Shen Xiuhuai remembered. School cafeteria? Female student? There was only one. The girl who had discussed her classmates' private matters with boys and even shared their private photos. A look of disdain crossed Shen Xiuhuai's face as he regarded Fang Yuanyuan coldly. "What do you want?" Zhou De, just returning with his tokens, spotted his friends surrounded and quickly rushed over. The stark contrast was evident, 3 on their side, while Fang Yuanyuan had 5 or 6 men with her. This situation was clearly escalating toward a confrontation. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Fang Yuanyuan and then at her companions. "Stay away from unsavory individuals." One of the men stepped forward, visibly displeased, and addressed Shen Xiuhuai. "Hey kid, that is quite rude of you." His speech carried a regional accent, raising questions about how a student like Fang Yuanyuan mingled with such company. Qi Kuang frowned. "Seriously, dude, how old are you? You wouldn't condescend to deceive a young girl, would you?" Fang Yuanyuan blinked, surprised by Qi Kuang's words. "What else with your tone?" She retorted. "Fang Yuanyuan is my sister." The man's displeasure deepened, while the others chuckled. "Is she your little sister?" "Haha, you're quite the charmer, Brother Xiong." Fang Yuanyuan frowned at their comments. These men were merely hired to project an image before her classmates. Their remarks were unwelcome. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, recognizing that kids at this age were overly concerned with their pride. He didn't wish to engage further with them as onlookers began to gather. "Forget it. I'm done here," he said impatiently, glancing at Fang Yuanyuan. "Would you like to leave with us?" Qi Kuang added, "Let us go. We all know about your hired entourage. With the money you spend on this, you could do something worthwhile." Fang Yuanyuan's expression darkened further. Brother Xiong, irritated, scoffed. "Do you think we're beneath your notice? Did I allow you to leave?" Chapter 23. She's already my wife. Shen Xiuhuai truly didn't regard Brother Xiong as a threat. This was a shopping mall. They wouldn't dare make a real move. Shen Xiuhuai noticed security approaching from distance. "Let us go," he said, clicking his tongue and attempting to bypass the group. Brother Xiong's eyes glinted with malice. He detested the entitled heirs of wealthy families and found their mere presence irritating. He reached out forcefully to grab Shen Xiuhuai. Fang Yuanyuan, frowning, shouted, "What are you doing?" She had only intended to intimidate them, never expecting it to escalate. However, Brother Xiong appeared genuinely angry, and she feared he might harm Shen Xiuhuai and his friends. Qi Kuang swore, ready to retaliate, but noticed that Shen Xiuhuai hadn't turned back. Instead, he swiftly twisted Brother Xiong's arm. Then, a sudden howl from Brother Xiong pierced the air, leaving his face ashen. Upon hearing his anguished cry, several of his companions rushed forward. "Let go of Brother Xiong. Are you reckless?" Qi Kuang and Zhou De, drawing closer to Shen Xiuhuai, turned pale, knowing that they were outnumbered. At that moment, 2 security guards hurried over, questioning, "What is going on here? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Meanwhile, Fang Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief and took a few steps back, reassured that the arrival of security would prevent any further incidents. Brother Xiong and his crew, realizing the gravity of the situation, were indeed hesitant to escalate matters, aware that a trip to the police station would be far from advantageous. Shen Xiuhuai pressed gently on Brother Xiong's wrist, feeling the man's cold sweat. With a dismissive huff, he finally released his grip. A crowd had gathered, and Shen Xiuhuai noticed a few students in their uniforms surreptitiously recording the altercation. "Uncle Security, these individuals are harassing us and blocking our way." Qi Kuang immediately seized the opportunity to report. "We should call the police. We're still students." If you hadn't arrived in time, they might have assaulted us. Realizing his oversight, he pointed at Brother Xiong, who had indeed made the first move, but thankfully his classmates had some training. The security guards, glancing at the students' uniforms and then at the intimidating figures of Brother Xiong and his crew, instinctively sided with the students. They cautiously positioned themselves to shield Shen Xiuhuai and his friends. What's happening here? Brother Xiong's group attempted to defend themselves, but before they could speak, a boy in a school uniform stepped forward, asserting, "I recorded it. They were the ones who blocked our classmates. Call the police and arrest them." Shen Xiuhuai was genuinely taken aback that they would end up at the police station. The security guards were diligent, and the onlookers were quite eager to assist. Given Brother Xiong's menacing demeanor, it was clear they did not appear to be upstanding citizens. Thus, the three students, along with Brother Xiong and his companions, ultimately found themselves at the police station. Fan Yuanyuan had long since fled. When Shen Nan hurried to the police station to collect them, his face bore a hint of paleness. Upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai, his immediate reaction was, "Stand up, let me see. Are you all right? What trouble have you stirred up this time?" Qi Kuang and Zhou Da exchanged glances, recalling how Shen Xiuhuai would typically argue with his father at such moments. "Nothing's broken or missing, but what on earth is happening, Shen?" Shen Xiuhuai retorted. "Why don't you ask for clarification before jumping to conclusions? Why don't you inquire with the police officers?" Shen Nan was taken aback by his son's unexpected response, momentarily rendered speechless. Shen Xiuhuai thought to himself that his previous rebelliousness had at least partly been instigated by Shen Nan. It was all too common for parents to resort to reprimanding first without understanding the situation. Qi Kuang quickly interjected, "Uncle Shen, this isn't our fault. We were just playing a game." Just then, the officer in charge of the case arrived, addressing Shen Xiuhuai's parents. Fortunately, the children are unharmed. Shen Nan promptly moved aside to discuss the details with the officer. Zhou Da leaned closer, whispering, "Hey, Xiuhuai, your temper has improved a lot lately." Qi Kuang nodded in agreement, affirming the observation. However, Shen Xiuhuai was too preoccupied to engage with them, focused instead on the messages from Lin Xiaoxiao on his phone. "Did you get into a fight just because I wasn't home with you for one night? I heard you're at the police station." This message had been sent 10 minutes prior, a notification he and T had the chance to read. There were several more messages I saw the video. "Are you hurt? Which police station are you at? I'm on my way out." The last message had arrived 2 minutes ago. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled slowly, glancing at the time, 8:15 p.m. He stepped aside to call Lin Xiaoxiao, who picked up almost immediately. "Where are you?" They spoke simultaneously. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, softening his tone. "I'm at the police station. You don't need to come over. My dad is here." After a moment's silence, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "Are you hurt?" Her tone betrayed her concern. "I'm fine. It's late. You should go home. I really have no issues. I can come find you later. Just don't go out alone." Shen Xiuhuai advised. A hint of worry in his voice. "You attract too much attention." He chuckled lightly, noticing that Qi Kuang and Zhou Da's parents had arrived, lowering his voice further. "Just do as I say." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "I'm waiting for you at the dessert shop across from your community." Without waiting for Shen Xiuhuai to respond, she hung up. Qi Kuang, initially keen to eavesdrop on Shen Xiuhuai's secret phone call, was thwarted by the arrival of his own father. He secretly speculated that Shen Xiuhuai was surely speaking to the class monitor. Shen Xiuhuai found the next half hour particularly agonizing as he thought of Lin Xiaoxiao. Finally, when they managed to get in the car to head home, he urged Shen Nan to drive faster. Shen Nan, still regretting his earlier harsh tone and feeling too proud to apologize, couldn't he help but ask, "Are you in a hurry to get home to use the bathroom?" Shen Xiuhuai was in the midst of texting Lin Xiaoxiao to inform her of his impending arrival when he heard Shen Nan's words and shot him an incredulous look. "Honestly, if it weren't for the family business being passed down from my grandfather, I would seriously question how you conduct business with that mouth." Shen Nan couldn't help but chuckle, playfully scolding, "Get lost, you little rascal." He glanced at Shen Xiuhuai's phone in the rearview mirror, noting his eagerness to see the girl. Shen Xiuhuai's expression softened. "I'm going to see my future daughter-in-law." Shen Nan scoffed. "That is pretty bold of you. Has the young lady even acknowledged you yet?" Shen Xiuhuai thought to himself, "She is indeed my future wife. You wouldn't understand, Shen Nan." Though he jokingly referred to his son, Shen Nan complied with his request and parked at the entrance of the community. Just as Shen Xiuhuai was about to exit the car, Shen Nan called out, "It's getting late. Make sure the girl gets home early. If she needs a ride, just let me know. Call me by 10:30 at the latest." He shot Shen Xiuhuai a look, implicitly warning him to exercise some discretion. Shen Xiuhuai glanced back, catching the warning in his father's eyes, and couldn't he help but smile. "Dad, what do you take me for? I'll take her home right after." He waved goodbye and exited the vehicle. Shen Nan muttered a curse, watching as Shen Xiuhuai hurriedly made his way to the dessert shop across the street. Chapter 24. I'm quite easy to pursue. Upon entering, Shen Xiuhuai immediately spotted Lin Xiaoxiao, who was seated by the window. She had been gazing outside, but turned to look at him as soon as he rushed in, her phone still in hand. As Shen Xiuhuai approached, he overheard her softly speaking, "Got it, Mom. I'll be home shortly. I'm with my classmates. I'll call you when I get home." Whatever was said on the other end, Lin Xiaoxiao responded obediently before finally hanging up. Shen Xiuhuai took a seat opposite her, asking, "Have you been waiting long?" She had left at around 8, and now it was nearly 9:30. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly scanned Shen Xiuhuai's upper body, then frowned slightly. "Stand up, let me see." Although she had watched the video repeatedly and confirmed that the group of boys hadn't physically harmed him, seeing him in person still made her uneasy. Originally, Lin Xiaoxiao had planned to return home after dinner with Xiaoling and the others, but upon receiving a video from Zhao Lily, which depicted Shen Xiuhuai being harassed, she could no longer sit still. Without waiting for a response from him, she promptly left her house to meet him, given their status as minors. And knowing that Shen Xiuhuai had gone to the police station, she assumed it would be his parents who would come to retrieve him. She felt her presence would be futile. Upon hearing the words, Shen Xiuhuai obediently rose to his feet, extending his arms wide open. The dessert shop, already modest in size and sparsely populated, nevertheless attracted the attention of several patrons with a gesture. The tall boy, with a cheerful smile, gazed at the beautiful girl opposite him. She stood up, circled around him, and then took his hand to examine it briefly, before finally feeling at ease. "Shen Xiuhuai, you aren't actually 18, so why are you being so impulsive?" Lin Xiaoxiao's tone held a hint of reproach, soft and delicate. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, reaching out with his free hand to gently tousle her hair. She was standing right before him, her gaze focused on her own hands, her tone filled with complaint. Yet Shen Xiuhuai found immense joy in the moment. "I had no intention of striking out. He made the first move. I merely acted in self-defense." Shen Xiuhuai whispered, "I am not a child after all." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the palm of her hand, devoid of any redness, and released it. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiuhuai grasped her hand firmly. His palm was warm, a sensation that belied his lack of hardship. He had yet to endure military service or join special forces, and his hands bore only a thin layer of calluses, likely remnants from playing basketball. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What are you doing? So many people are watching." Shen Xiuhuai replied with a soft hum. If it weren't for all these onlookers, it wouldn't just be hand-holding. Moments later, the two sat side by side at the table, closely nestled together, their hands tightly intertwined beneath the surface. Shen Xiuhuai wore a radiant smile, while Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed deeper, yet she did not withdraw her hand. "How did you know just now?" Shen Xiuhuai, wary of her blushing countenance leading to embarrassment, asked in a hushed tone. They leaned in closer, his breath brushing against Lin Xiaoxiao's face, intensifying her blush. "Don't speak directly to me. Zhao Lili sent me a video." Shen Xiuhuai sighed, realizing that she indeed knew everything. "Did I cause you worry?" Ignoring her previous comments, he continued to speak softly. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced, filled with a mix of annoyance and excitement, as she turned to glare at him. However, the proximity between them, coupled with Shen Xiuhuai's deliberate closeness, resulted in their noses brushing against each other. The boy's eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he anticipated her eventual surrender. Lin Xiaoxiao was undeniably beautiful. Even without makeup, Shen Xiuhuai could discern no flaws upon her face. Her long, curled lashes framed her delicate features, and her large, enchanting eyes were now filled with panic. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, and Shen Xiuhuai's gaze lingered upon her moist, pink lips, tantalizingly close to his own. He blinked, his lashes gently sweeping against Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Their breaths mingled, and he caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance of peaches, likely emanating from her, or perhaps from the dessert shop itself. Shen Xiuhuai found it increasingly difficult to distinguish, as his heart raced, completely captivated by the girl before him. His throat tightened. This moment was more nerve-wracking than their first kiss. He shifted slightly, leaning in closer until their noses touched. Lin Xiaoxiao could hear the rapid thump of her heart, feeling Shen Xiuhuai's heavier breaths. When their noses met, it felt as if she heard a roaring sound. No, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was barely audible. At this proximity, their lips were mere breaths apart. She could even feel the faintest brush of their lips as she spoke. "We're only in our second year of high school," Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, her cheeks aflame. In a swift motion, she turned her face and planted a quick kiss on Shen Xiuhuai's cheek, adding, "And you still haven't pursued me." The latter part was imbued with a touch of playful pride. Shen Xiuhuai felt as though the sweet peach before him had suddenly vanished, the soft sensation gliding past his arm, and a fleeting touch on his face before she retreated. He called out softly to the now distanced Lin Xiaoxiao, wife, in a tone that resembled a sulk. I miss you so much. Her eyes sparkled, though her heart raced, and Shen Xiuhuai's endearing title had softened her resolve. Yet she insisted. Have you forgotten what you told Teacher Lu? Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback that she knew even this, unable to suppress a chuckle. What is it that you don't know? Zhao Li told me a lot, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, blinking her eyes playfully. I just know. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, lamenting the fact that they were only in their second year with more than a year to go. He gazed at his delicate and radiant wife once more, sighing again before a sudden thought struck him, and he smiled, saying, I promised I wouldn't actively flirt with you, but you can certainly flirt with me. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, regarding him as if he were a rogue. What has gotten into you? Shen Xiuhuai found her reaction utterly adorable, gently squeezing her hand. All right, I will pursue you. I'm just teasing you. His voice lowered, taking on a more serious tone. In this lifetime, I will follow you. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before softly saying, I will wait for you. I'm easy to pursue. As long as it's you, Shen Xiuhuai. I am easy to win over. Chapter 25. Everything is getting better. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai was unable to kiss his wife. The public setting was indeed unsuitable, especially as they were both minors. Nonetheless, he was grateful to have held her hand. On their way back, Lin Xiaoxiao opted to take the bus. They sat together in the last row, hand in hand, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Suddenly, she inquired, Do you think I'm just stringing you along? We aren't even together. Yet I'm holding your hand and, she trailed off, her hand fidgeting as if to withdraw. Shen Xiuhuai tightened his grip, tilting his face toward her. Isn't this a part of the marital charm? Lin Xiaoxiao's face reddened further. She couldn't deny the truth in his words, but reflecting on her own actions felt somewhat off. Shen Xiuhuai continued, Xiao, I understand you have unresolved feelings. Since you've been given a second chance to rectify the regrets of your youth, I aim to make amends for you. He paused for a moment, smiling as he added, and for myself as well. Lin Xiaoxiao's smile grew more genuine. The prospect of a do-over was something she had never considered. What surprised her even more was Shen Xiuhuai's return. It felt as if fate had granted them another opportunity, and this time, she wished to cherish it. Taking each step as it came, she wanted to give them both a chance. Yet deep down, Lin Xiaoxiao understood that offering each other a chance was merely a euphemism. She could never not love Shen Xiuhuai. From the very beginning, it was destined that, regardless of age, she would eventually fall for him. Shen Xiuhuai escorted her to the entrance of her residential complex, watching her enter before turning to head home. However, after just a few steps, Shenan's call came through. Where are you? Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Just drop someone off at home. I did nothing inappropriate. It was obvious why Shen was calling. Shen cleared his throat on the other end, then hurried back. Do you want me to pick you up? Normally, Shen would simply tell him to come back, never offering to pick him up. During this period, he indeed sensed a transformation in his son. Although there were still moments that could be quite vexing, it was evident that things were improving. Shen felt quite pleased. No need. I'll head back on my own. You and Mom should get to bed early, Shen Xiuhuai said. I'll wash up and sleep soon. Tomorrow is Saturday, so you don't need to wake me up. This remark elicited a laugh from Shen, who chided him a few times before ending the call. A smile graced Shen Xiuhuai's face. Everything felt just right. Upon returning home, he noticed that the lights in his parents' bedroom were still on, and it was clear they had not yet gone to sleep, likely waiting for his arrival. He approached and gently knocked on the door, saying, I'm back. Go to sleep. Good night, before dashing away. Just before entering his room, he noticed the light in the crack of the door had been extinguished. The next day, Shen Xiuhuai indulged in a rare sleep-in. After all, what high school student doesn't relish a late morning? Even after waking, he remained still, reaching for his phone to check his messages. The group chat was abuzz with discussions about last night's events, primarily fueled by Zhou De and Qi Kuang's exaggerations. Shen Xiuhuai found it amusing. The altercation hardly qualified as a scuffle. Yet, in the tale spun by Qi Kuang and Zhou De, he was nearly single-handedly taking on 10 opponents. All right, you two are exaggerating, aren't you? Shen Xiuhuai sent a voice message into the chat. The group comprised only a dozen or so individuals, all of whom were relatively close. Upon hearing his voice message, the chat exploded with responses. Wow, what a sexy voice. Did Huaige just wake up? If I share this, I could help Huaige gain a swarm of admirers. When will you teach us how to take on 10 people? Shen Xiuhuai could hardly be bothered to engage, responding curtly, get lost, before getting out of bed to freshen up. After washing up, he noticed a flurry of private messages from Qi Kuang, predominantly reminding him not to forget about the KTV outing that night, while subtly hinting he shouldn't forget to bring a gift. Finally, Qi Kuang added, the class monitor will be there. Should I create an opportunity for you? Shen Xiuhuai pondered how Qi Kuang, usually so carefree, had become so astute regarding his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao. He replied, "I've got a gift ready, so stop messing around. What will you do if the class monitor gets upset and leaves?" Qi Kuang responded with a shocked emoji followed by several thumbs up. Shen Xiuhuai decided not to reply further, knowing they would meet in the afternoon. "Mom, where are the sneakers you brought back for me last time?" It was clearly unrealistic to buy a gift now, but thankfully, Mrs. Shen had brought him a pair of sneakers during her last visit. If you remember correctly, Qi Kuang's shoe size was the same as his. "I'll help you look for them. Do you want to wear them?" Mrs. Shen stood up from the sofa. "There's breakfast in the pot. Have some before it's time for lunch." Shen Xiuhuai walked over and hugged her. "Thanks, Mom. But can I give the shoes to Qi Kuang? I didn't have time to prepare a gift for his birthday." His tone was filled with regret. "It's no problem. They were originally your shoes. I'll find them for you. Next time, I'll buy you a new pair," Mrs. Shen replied with a smile, pleased to see her son becoming closer to her during this visit. She couldn't help but wonder about the girl who had such a profound influence on him. Curiously, she asked, "Will that girl be coming too? Should I drive you this afternoon?" Shen Xiuhuai immediately recognized his mother's thoughts and chuckled. "Yes, she is coming, but only later in the evening. I'll be hanging out with Qi Kuang and the others in the afternoon." "Mom, are you curious about your future daughter-in-law?" Mrs. Shen was momentarily taken aback by her son's candidness. "Your father mentioned that girl was worried about you last night," she said with some concern. "But you're both still quite young. You shouldn't distract her from her studies." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "Mom, we're not dating yet. I like her, and I'm trying to catch up to her pace. I know what I'm doing." Mrs. Shen gazed at him, realizing her son had grown up without her even noticing. She and her husband had been so busy over the years, distracted by numerous matters. They had forgotten that money is endless, but children grow up. Fortunately, her son had changed for the better. Had he remained the same as before, old Shen might have truly sent him to the army, which would have weighed heavily on her heart. With that thought, Mrs. Shen reached out to pat Shen Xiuhuai's head, just as she used to when he was young. "Our Xiuhuai is such a good boy. Now that I'm less busy, you're in your second year of high school. Focus on your studies, and once you get into a good university, I'll have your father buy you that car you've always wanted." Shen Xiuhuai looked at his mother, a smile illuminating his face. "All right, but I want the top model." "Fine, I'll have your father get it for you. After all, earning money is for you." Chapter 26. Peace and Prosperity. Lin Xiaoxiao spent the entire afternoon watching as Shen Xiuhuai incessantly sent her messages. Every time he reached a new location, he would message her about who was there and whom he was hanging out with, practically flooding her with notifications, making it challenging for Lin Xiaoxiao to concentrate on her studies. She glanced at the most recent message from 3 minutes ago. "Class monitor, when are you all coming?" It was rather endearing. A gentle smile crept onto Lin Xiaoxiao's face as she thought about how affectionate Shen Xiuhuai was. She replied, "Shen Xiuhuai, why are you so clingy?" To her surprise, he called her immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao answered, and the noise in the background was a bit chaotic but quickly subsided, indicating Shen Xiuhuai had moved to a quieter spot. "Did you wait for my call?" His voice was laced with laughter. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile. "What's the rush? Lily said she'd arrive by 7:30, and it's only 7 now." Shen Xiuhuai sighed on the other end. "I miss you and want to see you soon." After a brief pause, he added, "I'll come pick you up. I've arranged to meet Lily in Xiaoling." Lin Xiaoxiao gently declined, her voice softer than usual, a stark contrast to her typically cool demeanor, melting Shen Xiuhuai's heart. "You become quite clingy. Haven't you?" At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was in the corridor of the KTV on the second floor, observing a group of men smoking nearby. He gazed at the now dark sky, where a few stars twinkled. "Are you annoyed by my clinginess?" He teased Lin Xiaoxiao, intentionally adopting a downcast tone. Sister doesn't like clingy people. Watching the group smoke made him restless, especially since he couldn't see his beloved at that moment. After a brief silence, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came through. "I don't dislike it. I'll be there soon." She paused for a moment before suggesting, "When I arrive, can you come down and meet me? It'll give us a few extra minutes together." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly. "Sure, just let me know when you arrive." "Can I smoke a bit?" "Just a few puffs." Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, recalling that in a previous life, Shen Xiuhuai didn't smoke. "Aren't you against smoking?" "After you left, I sometimes did. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt the urge today." Shen Xiuhuai sighed, pulling out a piece of candy from his pocket. "Forget it. I want smoke since I'm still a minor. I'll eat the candy I was saving for you today. I'll make sure to bring you some next time." Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her vision slightly blurred. "All right, but make sure you remember to bring it next time. I'm getting ready to head out." She paused again. "Don't smoke. I'm back." "Okay." Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. "Hurry over. I'll let my sister check. I really didn't smoke." After hanging up the phone, Shen Xiuhuai unwrapped a strawberry milk lollipop and popped into his mouth. In his previous life, he indeed did not smoke, as a sniper in the Special Forces. His energy and willpower were extraordinary. Even when faced with drugs, he possessed a commendable resistance. However, when Lin Xiaoxiao passed away, he was engulfed in profound sorrow and pain, suffering from sleepless nights with nothing to lull him into slumber. Thus, he began to smoke incessantly, which proved futile. Yet the nicotine seemed to provide him with a modicum of comfort. Shen Xiuhuai crushed the lollipop in his mouth, but now, he no longer craved nicotine. He had regained his beloved strawberry milk candy. Upon returning to the private room, he found it bustling with more people. Qi Kuang was well-liked, easily mingling with anyone. Consequently, even though they had reserved the largest luxurious suite, it was nearly at full capacity, with some guests from other schools. Qi Kuang, who had been singing, immediately seized the microphone upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai enter, yelling, "Xiuge, come join me for a duet." He then kicked Zhou aside, snatching the microphone from his hand and striding toward Shen Xiuhuai. Zhou could be heard shouting, "Qi Kuang, are you a dog? Just now, you said I was your good brother. My best brother is Xiuge. He gifted me those limited edition sneakers I've been longing for," Qi Kuang exclaimed, thrusting a microphone into Shen Xiuhuai's hands with a look of heartfelt emotion. "I mentioned it casually before, and I never expected you to remember, Xiuge. Without further ado, you must sing this song with me." Shen Xiuhuai's expression remained neutral, yet he felt a twinge of guilt within. He was unsure how to explain to Qi Kuang that he had no idea he wanted those sneakers. Oh well, perhaps it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Nevertheless, when Shen Xiuhuai saw the lyrics on the screen, "Brother, let us embrace," his face contorted slightly. At that moment, Qi Kuang gazed at him with deep affection and began to sing, "Brother, you've lost weight. You look exhausted. The journey has not masked the passage of time. Brother, you have changed, becoming more reserved. Speak up, those words you hold dear. Our youth, rooted deep in our hearts, only blooms after weathering storms. Brother, you once said you would no longer strive. You only wished to be a fool in love, longing for a stable home." As he watched the vibrant Qi Kuang, Shen Xiuhuai's expression gradually softened, a hint of a resigned smile gracing his features. It was serendipitous how the lyrics resonated with his current state of mind. Ultimately, Qi Kuang finished the song alone, lamenting that Shen Xiuhuai did not join him. Shen Xiuhuai reached out and embraced Qi Kuang, murmuring amidst the clamor, "Happy birthday. Qi Kuang, may you have peace year after year." Qi Kuang was momentarily taken aback by the heartfelt wish, then patted Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, saying, "Xiuge, you're being so serious. I didn't know how to react." He beamed brightly, adding, "Thank you, Xiuge." Soon after, Qi Kuang resumed his raucous revelry with Zhou and Yanfeng. Shen Xiuhuai found a corner to sit and observe their antics. Meanwhile, a few girls nearby were discreetly watching him, nudging one another. One girl, clad in a fitted top and a short skirt, stood up, stealing glances at Shen Xiuhuai, who was engrossed in his phone. Blushing, she approached him, but before she could reach him, he stood up, phone in hand. The girl noticed a smile had appeared on his previously expressionless face as he bypassed her and walked toward the exit. "Xiao Yi," her friend remarked, glancing at the door. "Maybe he went to the restroom? When he returns, you should be more proactive." Xiao Yi recalled the smile she had just seen and felt certain he wasn't headed to the restroom. In reality, Shen Xiuhuai was not going to the restroom. Lin Xiaoxiao and her friends had already arrived, and he was rushing out to greet them. Upon reaching the entrance, he immediately spotted 3 girls standing there, all clearly dressed up, contrasting with their school uniforms, embodying a unique youthful charm. The girl in the middle was particularly striking. With her head bowed, she was focused on her phone, her unbound hair cascading to obscure half of her delicate face. She wore a knee-length pastel blue dress that accentuated her slim waist and long legs, which were fair and supple. She appeared both demure and alluring. That was his wife. As Shen Xiuhuai approached, he noticed several men who had been seated in the lobby had just risen, phones in hand. He glanced over at them, and upon seeing another male, they hesitated momentarily. Shen Xiuhuai disregarded them, greeting, "Class monitor, you've arrived?" The 3 girls looked up, and Zhao Lili exclaimed, "Wow, Xiuge, you're so handsome." Shen Xiuhuai smiled, replying, "Thank you, you all look lovely." His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao as he spoke. Zhao Lili chuckled and linked arms with Qiao Ling, creating space for Lin Xiaoxiao. "Could you please come down and greet us? We could have gone straight up." Shen Xiuhuai replied casually, "I was planning to grab something from the convenience store across the street, so I came down." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him and instantly understood. He desired solitude. Yet, recalling his mention of wanting to smoke during their phone call, she felt a twinge of concern. She looked at Qiao Ling and Zhao Lili, saying, "I also want to buy something." Although she was not adept at lying, her expression remained neutral. But her gaze wavered, revealing her internal conflict, something Shen Xiuhuai could easily discern. However, neither Zhao Lili nor Xiao Ling called her out. Instead, they cheerfully said, "All right, you two can go together. Let up first." Zhao Lili waved her hand, turning to Shen Xiuhuai. "Please keep an eye on our class monitor. She has quite the beauty." Shen Xiuhuai nodded, of course. He watched as the two girls, arm in arm, ascended the elevator. Turning his attention back to Lin Xiaoxiao, he was well aware of her style. He had seen her in casual wear, even just the night before. However, Lin Xiaoxiao typically preferred pants, rarely donning skirts due to her professional habits, favoring a neat appearance. Especially now at 18, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but admire her long legs and that beautiful face. Noticing his gaze lingering on her, Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and softly inquired, "Are you still going?" Shen Xiuhuai smiled, gently grasping her hand before quickly letting go. "Yes, I'm off to buy some candy." Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised he genuinely intended to buy something, realizing that his next move was indeed now. She watched him intently as he perused the shelves for strawberry milk-flavored lollipops. Dressed in a simple tee, jeans, and sneakers with slightly unkempt hair, he exuded a refreshing youthful aura. "There are no strawberry milk ones left." Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue and turned to find Lin Xiaoxiao staring at him, seemingly lost in thought. Raising an eyebrow with a hint of a smile in his eyes, he teased, "Am I handsome? Free of charge. Feel free to look." Lin Xiaoxiao averted her gaze, only to realize her mistake and turned back, nodding, "You look quite good, a handsome young man." Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by her boldness, momentarily stunned as he blinked. In truth, he was indeed strikingly handsome, inheriting his mother's delicate features. However, due to his previously fiery temperament and his tall, sun-kissed physique, few had dared to describe him as beautiful. Lin Xiaoxiao was the sole individual who had ever deemed him so. Observing his long eyelashes fluttering, she smiled as her eyes crescented, leaning closer to whisper, "Is that seductive enough for you?" With a straight face, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed his face away, stating firmly no. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze wandered over her now slightly flushed, slender neck, and he decided not to tease her further. "No strawberry milk flavor left. Would you prefer orange?" he offered. Despite her protest about the sugar intake leading to potential cavities, she still reached for the candy he held out. Ever since he had first seen the smile on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, it had become a constant source of joy for him. "I'll buy you less candy in the future and opt for other snacks instead. I worry you might have low blood sugar in the mornings." Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the candy, realizing that his concern was genuine. She had assumed he had merely whimsically gifted her sweets. As they walked side by side towards the KTV, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly remarked, "If it weren't for the fear of Qi Kuang crying, I would take you away right now." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to him, noticing his gaze sweep over her exposed, elegant legs, and he added, "You're too beautiful. I wish to keep you hidden." She smirked and quietly asked, "Do you think I look good?" Shen Xiuhuai nodded affirmatively. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "I was originally dressed in pants, but I thought of you, so I changed. I deliberately wore this for you, hoping to hear you praise me." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly, "You truly are stunning." Lin Xiaoxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. As they entered the private room, someone near the door exclaimed, "Wow, the campus belle has arrived. Kuang, you're impressive." The once boisterous crowd turned to look, taken aback by Lin Xiaoxiao's presence, as she was known to be solitary and rarely seen socializing closely with anyone, let alone attending a birthday party at KTV. A few boys smoking on the other side instinctively extinguished their cigarettes, recalling past reprimands at school. Qi Kuang exclaimed, "Wow, Kuang, you're quite the catch. Enjoy yourselves. But don't scare our class monitor." He tossed the microphone to a nearby friend and approached Lin Xiaoxiao with a radiant smile. "Class monitor, you made it." With a smile on her face, Lin Xiaoxiao retrieved a neatly wrapped, rectangular gift from her bag, saying, "Happy birthday." Qi Kuang accepted it with a thank you. But upon inspecting the present, he noted the texture and the contents, hoping for her academic success. Yet, he was puzzled by the class monitor's cool, melodious voice that seemed devoid of warmth. Qi Kuang's expression turned blank as he heard Shen Xiuhuai suppressing laughter. Shifting his gaze to Shen Xiuhuai, realization struck him. How did you come in with the class monitor? Although Qi Kuang had urged others to enjoy themselves, many were still intrigued by the duo's entrance. Rumors about the campus belle and Shen Xiuhuai had circulated, and their joint arrival sparked curiosity. "I just ran into her at the convenience store by the entrance and decided to come in together," Shen Xiuhuai replied casually, tossing a throat lozenge into Qi Kuang's arms, remarking, "Your voice sounds hoarse." Chapter 28. Shall we play a few rounds, Brother Huai? Qi Kuang was instantly moved, momentarily forgetting his question. "Brother Huai, you're still good to me." Glancing around, he exclaimed, "Wait, it seems there's no place to sit. Let me see where the class monitor is. Away from that group, smoking and drinking. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. You go ahead. I'll find a spot for the class monitor. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed Xiaoling waving to her from across the room and pointed, I'll go over there. She turned back to Qi Kuang, wishing him once more. Happy birthday. After a brief pause, she added, wishing you peace and safety. Both Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang were momentarily taken aback. Shen Xiuhuai then chuckled. Is this what they call a telepathic connection? Qi Kuang joined in the laughter, teasing, class monitor. Your speech mirrors my brother Huai's. You two are not conspiring, are you? Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment before meeting Shen Xiuhuai's amused gaze. Sighing, she replied, let us just say we are, as long as peace is ensured. Qi Kuang chuckled again, but was soon called by others. Shen Xiuhuai nudged him. Go on and enjoy. I'll stay with the class monitor. Sure, brother Huai. Come join us later. Class monitor, feel free to relax. I want to drag you into playing with those rowdy boys, Qi Kuang called out to the group, urging him. As Lin Xiaoxiao watched Qi Kuang dash away, she murmured, as long as there's peace. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at her, affirming, indeed. He then looked over at Ku Xiaoling's group, noticing it was predominantly girls with some usually quiet boys. I'll accompany you there, he said. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at him curiously. Aren't you going to play? I'd rather not tease the children. I wish to stay with you. He paused, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao. Adding, class monitor. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed he meant to say he wanted to accompany her, but she said nothing. As they approached, Zhao Lili made space for them. I thought you were going to join them. No, I would enjoy that, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head as she settled down. Expecting Shen Xiuhuai to sit with the boys, she was surprised when he cheerfully told Zhao Lili, is there still room over there? Zhao Lili was momentarily taken aback before scooting closer to Ku Xiaoling, nearly sitting on her lap. Yes, brother Huai, please sit. Her voice was tinged with excitement. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, Shen Xiuhuai naturally took a seat next to Lin Xiaoxiao. In an instant, various gazes fell upon Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao, some intentionally, others unwittingly. However, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared quite at ease, merely glancing at those nearby before averting her gaze. The two sat closely together. The sofa, although spacious, felt crowded. Amidst the chaos, someone was shouting out lyrics to Die for Love. Despite the clamor, a peculiar tranquility enveloped them. Finally, Zhao Lili broke the silence, suggesting, let us play some games. We want to get a turn to sing for a while. What shall we play? A lively voice chimed in, join us. 3 girls from across the room approached. The one with short hair looked particularly intrigued. Zhao Lili recognized them as students from the arts class, especially noting the stunning girl named Tang Yi, whose gaze lingered on Shen Xiuhuai, who was quietly conversing with Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhao Lili discerned the dynamics, but simply smiled. We haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? The short-haired girl, along with Tang Yi and another friend, settled onto the sofa beside Shen Xiuhuai, causing the 2 boys who had previously occupied the space to stand and move elsewhere. Ku Xiaoling furrowed her brows at the scene before her, muttering quietly, these 3 are quite rude. Shall we play dice? The short-haired girl suggested, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. But, Lin Xiaoxiao, do you know how to play? Lin Xiaoxiao had been engrossed in conversation with Shen Xiuhuai, primarily enjoying his charmingly spoiled demeanor. It seemed he was quite comfortable in his 18-year-old skin, adeptly holding her under his sway with affectionate addresses of sister, trying to coax her into spending time alone with him the following day. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao declined, reminding him, do we not agree to discuss it after the monthly exam results are out? Just as she was speaking, she heard her name being called. With a perplexed expression, she looked at the trio of girls. Since they were not from her class, their identities eluded her. Can you play? Would you like to join us? Tang Yi chimed in softly. If you lose, it's truth or dare. Pick one. I've seen the cards, they're quite simple. The most challenging task is probably just calling someone over to sing in the private room. It's nothing difficult. As she spoke, she glanced at Shen Xiuhuai. Shen Xiuhuai, do you want to join? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know how to play. I'll sit this one out. You all enjoy yourselves. Zhao Lili chimed in with a playful tone. Our class monitor is here for the first time. Don't bully her. We'll just play with you. So Shen Xiuhuai isn't playing either? The short-haired girl interjected, fixing her gaze on him. How about a couple of rounds? Let us invite a few more guys to join. It's more fun with a mix of boys and girls. Zhao Lili exchanged glances with them, realizing their intentions were quite transparent. A realization dawned on Lin Xiaoxiao. Their true desire was to engage with Shen Xiuhuai. She glanced at him, finding Shen Xiuhuai reclining with an air of indifference on the sofa. The space too cramped for his tall frame. His arm casually draped over the backrest, creating an impression that he was half embracing Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Yi's eyes glimmered with sadness. Yet her smile remained. Didn't you promise, Huai Ge, to hang out when you had the chance? In truth, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't recall who they were or when the last time was that they had interacted. He genuinely found little enjoyment in the situation. However, at the mention of the last time, Lin Xiaoxiao's lovely eyes narrowed slightly. Turning to Shen Xiuhuai, she said, "It would be nice to go back on your word. How about playing a few rounds, Huai Ge?" Shen Xiuhuai straightened his posture, realizing that his girlfriend seemed upset. The issue was, he had no way to explain. It was an event from years ago, and he truly had no recollection of it. Eventually, he acquiesced and joined the game with several other boys, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Xiaoxiao's expression, fearing any sign of displeasure from her. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao maintained a stoic demeanor, her eyes devoid of any visible emotion. Shen Xiuhuai sighed inwardly, fearing she might genuinely be angry, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Chapter 29. Truth or Dare. Already feeling a bit irritable, Shen Xiuhuai reached his breaking point when he found himself targeted once again. Unable to contain himself, he pushed the dice cup away, fixing his gaze on the short-haired girl. "Do you know how to play? Or is this just targeting?" The girl turned pale, unprepared for Shen Xiuhuai's sudden outburst. They had played together before, during Qi Kuang's gatherings, where he had been nonchalant about the game, indifferent to winning or losing. However, she had not anticipated his temper flaring today. Tang Yi, recognizing Shen Xiuhuai's frustration, immediately understood her friend's predicament. "Zhou, take it seriously. We can't play like this," she admonished, turning to Shen Xiuhuai with an apologetic expression. "Zhou seems a bit distracted today. Perhaps we should stop playing." Shen Xiuhuai, devoid of any emotion, replied, "Then let us just not play." He felt he shouldn't be losing his temper in front of a group of younger individuals, but with Lin Xiaoxiao sitting silently beside him, he felt a growing sense of panic. Lin Xiaoxiao, who typically did not exhibit significant emotional fluctuations, had only expressed anger once before, triggered by a visit from a comrade's wife shortly after their marriage. The memory of that argument made Shen Xiuhuai's head throb. Lin Xiaoxiao was usually calm, but when she did become angry, it could be quite intimidating. "I'm sorry," the girl named Zhou murmured. "I'll play properly from now on." As she spoke, she grabbed a beer nearby and took a swig. Shen Xiuhuai hadn't anticipated her swift action. Initially, he intended to simply bow out of the game, but now that drinks were involved, it would seem inappropriate for him to withdraw. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxiao added, "Now that the girl has apologized, you shouldn't hold a grudge, right?" Zhao Lili and the others also rallied to smooth things over. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai sighed, "I'll play 3 more rounds, but then I'm done." To his surprise, during those last 3 rounds, the penultimate round saw Tang Yi lose. She selected truth, and by sheer coincidence, drew the question, "Is there someone you like present?" "This is too obvious, isn't it?" Several voices erupted in playful teasing. Even those seated further away turned their attention. Qi Kuang, intrigued, asked, "What is going on?" Someone replied, "Tang Yi's truth question is whether there is someone she likes here." Immediately, the crowd began to cheer even louder. Shen Xiuhuai instinctively glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. She took a sip of her cola, her expression unfazed. Tang Yi's face flushed slightly, her gaze flitting around Shen Xiuhuai before she finally declared, "Yes." The uproar escalated, with people clamoring for details. Who? It was evident to everyone present, yet they continued to press for answers. "This is the perfect opportunity to confess. Go for it. Don't me." Shen Xiuhuai, though not looking directly at Tang, noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's fingers gripping the cola and had turned pale. With a click of his tongue, Shen Xiuhuai grabbed the dice cup and asked, "One last round. Are we playing or not? If not, I'm leaving." Tang Yi, already flustered by the commotion, contemplated whether to confess. Upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao enter together, her heart sank. However, she sensed that there was indeed something between them. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish her feelings for him, which had been growing since her first year of high school. Recent rumors of their closeness had unsettled her, prompting her to seize this opportunity at Qi Kuang's birthday gathering. Regardless of the outcome, she needed clarity. But Shen Xiuhuai's interruption brought the revelry to a halt. It was evident that he was displeased. Even Qi Kuang rushed over, urging Shen Xiuhuai to participate in the final round. Shen Xiuhuai, though skilled at the game, seemed genuinely impatient, ultimately losing in this last round. Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Why go truth or dare?" Shen Xiuhuai cast another glance at Lin Xiaoxiao before replying, "Dare. At worst, it would involve calling someone over to sing a song." Yet, as he looked at the card that read, "Kiss the person next to you for 30 seconds, he fell silent. The atmosphere turned tense. The attendees were all minors. This was clearly inappropriate. To his left sat Qi Kuang, who had just come over to watch, and to his right was Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Yi's smile faltered. This doesn't count, does it? We can't play like this. It's not appropriate. Aside from a few boys who reveled in the chaos and exclaimed about its inappropriateness, the rest of the attendees expressed no dissent. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai drew another card, which read, "Confess to the person you like in front of everyone." This declaration ignited a fervor within the private room. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her gaze toward Shen Xiuhuai, their eyes locking momentarily. Shen Xiuhuai sighed inwardly, feeling that today was rife with misfortune. The exchange of glances between him and Lin Xiaoxiao did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who erupted into even louder cheers. Lin Xiaoxiao's emotions remained inscrutable. The cheers echoed around her ears. "Hurry up, Huaige. Huaige is amazing. Wow, this is exhilarating." Shen Xiuhuai's lips parted slightly when Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up, declaring, "I need to step outside for some fresh air." A sudden hush fell over the crowd. What was happening? Was this a one-sided affection? That couldn't be possible, could it? Shen Xiuhuai exhaled. "I'll go too. What is the penalty for this dare? 6 drinks, right? I'll take it." He cast a glance at Qi Kuang, who promptly stood and, with Zhou, poured several cans of beer into a nearby unused cup. "Wait, Huaige's drinking?" Someone murmured, bewildered. "You don't understand, do you? Our school rules state that we cannot date early." Qi Kuang shot a glare at the boy. "What if the confession gets rejected?" The class monitor doesn't seem like someone who would engage in early romance. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao had reached the door, pulling it open. "But drinking also violates school regulations," a girl whispered. Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao hesitate. She turned back to look at him, who stood quietly amidst the crowd. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a simmering anger within her. She did not wish to hear Shen Xiuhuai confess under such circumstances. Even though their feelings were mutual, it felt disingenuous for her to hear him confess because he lost a bet. Yet, seeing him standing there, gazing at her retreating figure, she felt a pang of reluctance. What would he do if she left? Thus, the spectators witnessed the campus belle who was about to exit return, quietly asking, "Does the first draw still count?" 30 seconds of passionate kissing. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Shen Xiuhuai was equally taken aback. Was the first draw supposed to be a passionate kiss for 30 seconds? Of course it counts. Qi Kuang was the first to react, but at our age, a 30-second kiss might be inappropriate. How about a hug instead? I'm the main character here, so I get to decide. Exactly. Let us go with a hug. Sudakaim. Their classmates quickly echoed the sentiment. After such an awkward moment, the class monitor's initiative to offer a way out was certainly welcomed. As the crowd cheered again, Lin Xiaoxiao took the initiative to embrace Shen Xiuhuai, resting her face against his chest, where she could hear the rapid beat of his heart. The embrace, although brief, felt significant. Shen Xiuhuai internally counted down, and as the time elapsed, he said, "Let us head back." He then reached for Lin Xiaoxiao's bag on the sofa and led her away. Despite calls from behind, he did not pause until they had disappeared through the door. Inside the room, the group erupted as if a play button had been pressed. Wow, I knew it. Huaige is incredible. I've said it 1,000 times. Huaige and the campus belle. Aside from Tang Yi and her 2 friends, every face in the room gleamed with excitement over what seemed like a monumental gossip revelation. "Thank goodness I didn't say too much last time," Yin Feng remarked, relief washing over him. "I was wondering why Huaige suddenly spoke up." "Brother, I didn't say anything inappropriate, did I?" he asked Zhou, who, along with Qi Kuang, wore expressions of disbelief. Suddenly, Qi Kuang had a thought, grabbed a microphone, and called out, "Hey everyone, quiet down. Those who could come today are my brothers. You all understand what happened with Huaige, right? If any whispers get out, don't blame me. Huaige is my real brother, and our class monitor is a potential seed for Tsinghua and Peking University. So be careful. Come on." "It's not a big deal," Zhou replied. "They didn't kiss or confess, so don't spread rumors about just a hug." Got it. We all understand." Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the commotion they had caused. He led her out of the KTV, walking for quite some time until they reached the banks of a river, where many were taking leisurely strolls. It was just past 9 in the evening, and a few couples could be spotted beneath the trees. Shen Xiuhuai found an empty chair for Lin Xiaoxiao to sit in and began. "I no longer remember who she is or what I promised, but I can assure you that aside from you, I have had no feelings for any other girl." Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained inscrutable, possibly due to the dim lighting, making it difficult for Shen Xiuhuai to discern her emotions. "Yet I still felt jealous," she replied coldly, her words pricking Shen Xiuhuai's heart like a careful poke. "Shen Xiuhuai, I don't like other girls looking at you with those kinds of eyes." "Then hide me away," Shen Xiuhuai blurted, crouching before her and looking up. "Sister, you should hide me away, so only you can see me." Lin Xiaoxiao looked down at him, her long hair cascading over his face and shoulders, creating an intimate atmosphere. I also don't like you confessing to me because of a bet or kissing me. I dislike that. Her voice remained icy, but her tone carried a hint of discontent. You clearly already liked me, but in that situation, it felt forced, and I truly disliked it. She extended her delicate hand to cover Shen Xiuhuai's face, stating, "You like me." "I like you," Shen Xiuhuai replied, smiling as he gazed up at her, clearly seeing her exquisite features and the dissatisfaction in her eyes, which resembled a child whose candy had been taken away. Awkward yet endearing. "A jealous sister is truly adorable." Shen Xiuhuai remarked, "Don't worry, I only love you." Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly at his endearing words. Although she was in her 20s, her youthful exterior belied the maturity of her spirit. "You said it. You only like me." Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching. The breath she exhaled brushed against Shen Xiuhuai's face. "I just had the candy you gave me. It was orange-flavored." Shen Xiuhuai could sense it, his throat bobbing as his heartbeat quickened. "Is it sweet? Want to try?" Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in even closer, their lips a mere breath apart, so close that a slight movement would bring them together. "Shen Xiuhuai, I don't think I can wait any longer. You are always mine," Lin Xiaoxiao whispered. Her soft lips barely brushed against his. His gaze darkened as he leaned in, finally meeting that sweet, orange-flavored softness. It was a gentle, sweet, and refreshing taste. Lin Xiaoxiao remained still, allowing him to kiss her lips. This was their first kiss upon returning to this place. Nighttime, by the river, beneath the trees on a bench. A boy and a girl. Shen Xiuhuai clearly felt unsatisfied with the current state. He pressed down on Lin Xiaoxiao's head, drawing them closer together. As he wished to deepen the kiss, Lin Xiaoxiao unexpectedly stirred, attempting to withdraw, her hands gently pressing against Shen Xiuhuai's chest. Reluctantly, Shen Xiuhuai nibbled on her soft, tender lips before finally releasing her. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. And her once rosy lips now bore a deeper hue. "You've exceeded the time limit for a passionate kiss," she murmured softly. "It seems your reward for progress in the monthly exam has been prematurely claimed." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "I fear I must apologize for the vow I made to myself." "Lin Xiaoxiao, would you consider embarking on a romantic relationship with me?" A twinkle of joy danced in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes as she reached out to touch Shen Xiuhuai's face, her affection for him evident. "All right, this marks my first breach of school regulations," she whispered. "I had intended to wait a little longer, but I cannot bear the thought of seeing other girls confess their feelings to you." Shen Xiuhuai had never anticipated that Lin Xiaoxiao would agree when he uttered those words, for they were still quite young. Thus, when she replied affirmatively, he found himself momentarily stunned. Gazing at the smiling, gentle Lin Xiaoxiao before him, he asked, "Did you just agree?" "Yes," she replied, tilting her head to scrutinize him. "But will you treat me differently now that we're together?" Lin Xiaoxiao's tone carried a hint of regret. "I should have waited longer. But I like you too much, Shen Xiuhuai." "How is it that I like you so much?" The enormity of her words jolted Shen Xiuhuai back to reality. His smile blossomed into an even more radiant expression. Chapter 31. No need for tests. My bottom line is you. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, whose face betrayed a blend of regret and unmistakable joy. "So, we're together now?" His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. "Sister is now my girlfriend." Shen Xiuhuai. "You're truly breaking the rules," Lin Xiaoxiao teased, pinching his cheek. "Why do you keep calling me sister?" With a smile, Shen Xiuhuai gently grasped her hand, holding it tenderly. "I do it on purpose. Do you enjoy hearing me call you sister? Would that make you like me a little more?" He placed her hand against his cheek. "See, I now have a girlfriend." His unabashed demeanor elicited laughter from Lin Xiaoxiao, who regarded him with earnestness. "Shall we establish some ground rules?" "Sure," Shen Xiuhuai replied, his eyes sparkling. "As long as you agree to be with me, anything is acceptable." Initially, Shen Xiuhuai had braced himself for a prolonged battle, but the surprise of the evening had come too suddenly. The irritation caused by Tang Yi and her friends vanished in an instant. Had he known his sister would possess such a strong sense of possessiveness, he might have chosen to provoke her sooner. With feigned meekness, Shen Xiuhuai lowered his eyelashes, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "So, we've agreed? We are still young, primarily focused on exams." Lin Xiaoxiao paused momentarily, then quietly inquired, "Will you be taking the exam? Last time, you didn't take it and were sent to the military by your father." Consequently, Lin Xiaoxiao had not seen Shen Xiuhuai for many years, and her relationships with classmates were rather average, leaving her with little news of him. Therefore, when she encountered Shen Xiuhuai during a blind date, she was genuinely taken aback, akin to winning a grand prize unexpectedly. Shen Xiuhuai took her hand and sat beside her, their proximity allowing him to catch the sweet scent of peaches emanating from her. "It's delightful," he remarked, I will participate in the exam, sister. This time, I will accompany you and then proceed to university. He gently squeezed her delicate, fair hand, noting its softness, vital for someone aspiring to be a doctor. Lin Xiaoxiao's slender fingers appeared exquisite, with tiny joints visible, yet they felt incredibly supple, almost devoid of bones. During certain moments, they were particularly intoxicating. Shen Xiuhuai found himself momentarily lost in thoughts of a dream. Let us prioritize our studies, shall we? Let us establish some rules. Lin Xiaoxiao's gentle voice pulled Shen Xiuhuai back from his wandering thoughts. All right, what are the 3 rules? Shen Xiuhuai swallowed, unable to resist bringing her hand to his lips for a soft kiss, his tongue teasingly grazing her hand's back. Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed. She glanced around, noting their secluded position with few onlookers. What are you doing? Can't you be serious? Indeed, I am earnestly listening. Shen Xiuhuai feigned innocence as he looked at her. I simply couldn't resist the urge to kiss you. Lin Xiaoxiao perceived a certain playfulness in Shen Xiuhuai, which she found quite endearing. Her delicate face displayed little emotion, yet her ears flushed red, betraying her feelings. Now listen to me. First, no intimate actions at school. We shall maintain our previous distance. Understood? Shen Xiuhuai nodded in agreement. Understood. Studies first. Lin Xiaoxiao grasped his hand in return, her voice barely above a whisper. Secondly, even though we are together now, we should still behave as we did before she could finish. Shen Xiuhuai interrupted. Does the same mean we can't kiss or hug? His tone was devoid of accusation or agitation, yet sounded despondent, as if he felt disappointed, yet dared not voice his objections. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart softened instantly. That's acceptable, as long as you improve your grades. I'll reward you, all right? She paused. I can also give you a small kiss, but we are still young. Shen Xiuhuai's eyes brightened. Had he known that being coy would yield results, he wondered what he had been doing in his past life. Perhaps it was simply due to the limited time he had spent with Lin Xiaoxiao. Don't feel pressured, sister, Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I understand we are still young, but I'm technically of age. It's just my body that remains that of teenager. Lin Xiaoxiao saw through his playful words, and yet she found herself charmed by them. Leaning closer to Shen Xiuhuai's ear, she whispered, the greater your progress, the larger the reward. But let us not cross any boundaries. Shen Xiuhuai had merely intended to gauge Lin Xiaoxiao's limits, but her directness took him by surprise. Xiuhuai, I know what you're thinking. You are my boundary. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was soft and tender, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor. If you're willing, I'm not willing to part with you. Shen Xiuhuai interrupted, gazing into her sparkling eyes. I cannot bear to lose you. Let us do everything as you suggest, without any need for rules. At school, we remain as we always have. He gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's face, letting out a gentle sigh. Xiaoxiao, what kind of person do you think I am? I cannot bear to part with you. As for rewards, give them if you wish. Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Even without rewards, I will strive to keep pace with you. Lin Xiaoxiao embraced him, her delicate, fair face nuzzling against his neck. You are truly wonderful. Shen Xiuhuai tightened his embrace. At last, his heart, which had been suspended since his rebirth, found solace. In this moment, he was not alone. His beloved shared the same origins as he did. With everything beginning anew, she continued to choose to love herself, which granted Shen Xiuhuai a profound sense of reassurance. Regardless of circumstances, time reversing, or everything starting afresh, Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai would continue to love each other. Shen Xiuhuai closed his eyes, holding the girl in his arms tightly. Every moment was worth it. However, they were still high school students. At precisely 10 o'clock, Shen Xiuhuai dutifully escorted Lin Xiaoxiao home. Qi Kuang had already called to inform him that everyone had dispersed. Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lili had returned home as well. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at Shen Xiuhuai and softly remarked, Then I shall head back now. All right, I too shall return, he replied. Yet, despite their words, neither made a move. They simply stood there, foolishly staring at one another, two adults who, for all intents and purposes, resembled a pair of young lovers reluctant to part. Ultimately, it was Shen Xiuhuai who noticed the security guard watching them intently. He reached out and gently caressed her hair, urging her, You should go back. I'll leave once you enter. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of reluctance, yet she knew she had to return, for her parents would soon finish work. With a wistful wave, she turned back, glancing over her shoulder thrice as she stepped into the community. Shen Xiuhuai did not turn away until her figure had entirely vanished from sight. Chapter 32. Can you video call me, sister? Lin Xiaoxiao felt an exhilarating lightness in her heart, her intense heartbeat finally beginning to steady. Thoughts of Shen Xiuhuai, both past and present, filled her mind, his gaze always imbued with mirth. Xiaoxiao, a gentle voice called from behind. interrupting her reverie. She paused and turned to see her mother, Dr. Huang, not far behind. Mother. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped and looked at her mother, Huang Yao, a gynecologist who had been delayed at work due to an emergency delivery. Huang Yao took her daughter's hand as they continued walking. I recall today is your classmate's birthday. Have you just returned? Yes, mother just got off work, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, reaching to take her mother's bag, but Huang Yao gently declined. It's quite light. Just got off work, and thankfully we are both safe. The two conversed naturally for a while, and upon entering the elevator, Huang Yao caught a glimpse of her daughter through the reflection, marveling at her graceful beauty. The girls of the Lin family were indeed captivating. Many boys had followed her daughter around since childhood, yet Huang Yao understood that although her daughter appeared aloof, she was somewhat socially anxious and did not engage easily with others. Reflecting on what she had just witnessed, Huang Yao spoke softly. I believe I saw a boy at the community entrance who escorted you back. He was tall and rather handsome. Is he a classmate of yours? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained neutral as she replied casually. Ah, yes, he's a classmate named Shen Xiuhuai. It was quite late, so he offered to walk me back. Every word was sincere, with only the unspeakable left unvoiced. Lin Xiaoxiao silently apologized to her mother, realizing that at their current age, revealing too much would only cause worry. Huang Yao nodded, not pressing further. He is quite handsome. I suppose many girls must fancy him? I wouldn't know. I haven't paid much attention. He sits behind me in class. The elevator arrived, and the mother-daughter duo exited hand in hand, continuing their conversation as they walked home. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai remained blissfully unaware that he had caught his future mother-in-law's attention. Upon entering his home, humming a tune, Shen Xiuhuai was greeted by the sight of his father and mother seated on the sofa, flanked by 2 suitcases, an unmistakable sign of impending travel. As expected, Mrs. Shen rose upon his arrival, her face etched with regret, having promised just days prior to spend more time with him before once again having to leave. Xiuhuai, I'm so sorry. Your father and I must attend to work again, she said softly, approaching him and taking his hand. I meant to spend more time with you. She carefully observed his expression. Shen Xiuhuai's smile gradually faded, and a slight frown formed on his brow. Are you leaving now? The branch office is in dire need. Shen Nan sighed, casting a guilty glance at his son. We only just received word. The driver is already downstairs waiting. Shen Xiuhuai said nothing, carelessly tossing his bag onto the sofa, bending to raise the handles of the 2 suitcases, and dragging them toward the door. I'll take you down. Both Shen Nan and Mrs. Shen were taken aback, having prepared for a potential outburst from their son. Why was he so unusually composed this time? Mrs. Shen exchanged a glance with her husband and hurried after him. Xiuhuai, are you not angry? Your father and I truly have urgent matters. We had hoped to stay longer. Shen Xiuhuai pressed the elevator button, glancing back at his father as the doors began to close, letting out a resigned sigh. If you have urgent business, what can I do? Crying and throwing a tantrum won't change anything. You still have to go. Though seemingly disheartened, he soon asked, will you be back next week? For the parent-teacher meeting? His voice dwindled to a whisper. I think I did quite well this time. I was hoping you could make it. We will definitely return in time. Shen Nan assured him, observing his tall son with a gentle gaze. Your mother and I will only be busy for a few days. ISNT their sports meet coming up at your school? You won 3 first places last year. Aim for even more this time. Shen Xiuhuai met his father's eyes, noting the lack of expression on his face, yet the tenderness in his eyes spoke volumes. A father's love for his son. Mrs. Shen blinked back tears, touched by her son's newfound maturity. Once his parents departed, Shen Xiuhuai returned to the now empty house. He glanced around before retreating to his room. In his previous life, he had overlooked many details, often lamenting his parents' busyness and feeling neglected. Yet Shen Nan had remembered the timings of the sports meet and the number of awards he had won the previous year, making every effort to return for the parent-teacher meeting. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't recall whether he had ever invited his parents to attend the meeting in his past life, but he suspected he hadn't. He also couldn't remember if Shen Nan had been home that day. Sinking onto his bed, he sighed, realizing that at that age, he had indeed been rather immature. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had likely been a good girl back then. Was harboring a crush on him the most rebellious thing she had ever done? Just moments after parting, the thought of Lin Xiaoxiao made him yearn to see her again. He retrieved his phone and sent her a WeChat message with a simple "Are you there?" Originally intending to send a more affectionate message, he hesitated, fearing she might have company. Her reply came swiftly. I just finished showering. What's up? Seeing those words, Shen Xiuhuai sat up, his eyes alight with excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he typed, my parents are leaving for a business trip tonight. They're always so busy. A brief message, devoid of emojis, ended with a period, hinting at a touch of melancholy. Lin Xiaoxiao had just finished drying her hair and sensed the lonely Shen Xiuhuai in his empty house. She was aware that his relationship with his family had not been particularly close, as Mrs. Shen had once confided in her that their demanding careers had limited their communication with the teenage Shen Xiuhuai. It was only after they had finished their work that they realized their child had grown distant. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy and sent a voice message. "Are you home alone right now?" Shen Xiuhuai responded quickly. "Yes. So, can you keep me company, sister?" Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow slightly. "But it's too late now. My mother is home. I can't go out. Then can you video call me?" Shen Xiuhuai replied in a voice message, his tone sounding somewhat dispirited. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, considering the idea of a video call. Chapter 33. Then let me see you. After waiting for a while, without a response from Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. He rose to send Lin Xiaoxiao a message. "It's all right, sister. I'm gonna take a shower now." Then he entered the bathroom, feeling somewhat inflated by the multitude of surprises the day had brought. After finishing his shower, Shen Xiuhuai noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao still had not replied to his message, and he couldn't help but reflect on whether his requests were perhaps a bit excessive. After all, they had only just begun their relationship. Shen Xiuhuai sent her 2 animated stickers, yet there was still no response. The group chat with Qi Kuang and others was bustling with activity, and he clicked in to take a glance. With over 1,000 messages, he felt too lazy to read through them all, and simply posted a question mark in the group. This was their small circle, comprised of friends with whom they shared a good rapport. His appearance in the chat only intensified the already lively atmosphere. Messages flew in rapidly, mostly inquiries about what had transpired between him and Lin Xiaoxiao that day. Shen Xiuhuai let out a sigh and recorded a voice message. "Have you heard the saying? Curiosity killed the cat?" Qi Kuang quickly replied, "Xiugu, I'm not afraid. Let me be that cat. I'll stop it. It's my birthday. Why are you talking nonsense?" Zhota chimed in, "Besides, your howl was so loud my dad just asked me why there was a dog barking in my room. No way to go. Why is our dad still awake at this hour? Don't you have earplugs? Aren't our parents just beginning their nightlife? Get lost. You bunch of lewd men." The topic in the group quickly shifted, as they were all close friends who understood each other too well. They recognized that Shen Xiuhuai, as previous comment indicated, he didn't want to discuss the events of the night, implying either that things had gone well or that they had, but he preferred not to elaborate. Regardless of the situation, they were adept at changing the subject. Shen Xiuhuai observed their chaotic chatter, occasionally joining in. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang had begun to message him privately. Lin Xiaoxiao, on her end, finally responded, "Wait, my mom is in the room." Upon seeing her reply, Shen Xiuhuai felt a wave of relief. Had she not responded soon, he would have contemplated calling or visiting her home. Knowing Huang, Yao was also in Lin Xiaoxiao's room. He refrained from sending further messages to avoid disturbing her and opened the chat with Qi Kuang. "Xiugu, my birthday is almost over. Xiuyi, I promise I won't spill the beans, but I'm really curious. Please tell me. So, what is going on between you and the monitor?" After a minute without a reply from Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang assumed there was no hope for a response. "Oh well, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. You've changed a lot lately, but you'll always be my Xiugu." Hee. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at that remark. He initially typed 2 words but ultimately deleted them, opting to send a voice message instead. "It's just as you think. I've finally broken all the rules at Nanyang. Holy cow, you're amazing, Xiugu." Qi Kuang's voice message arrived swiftly. "You little rascal. It's the middle of the night. If you keep howling, I'll toss you out." Shen Xiuhuai laughed at Qi Kuang's father's reprimand. Qi Kuang was a brother he had grown up with, holding a unique and significant place in his heart. Thus, there was nothing he couldn't share with Qi Kuang. He was like a younger brother whom he would always protect. Shen Xiuhuai contemplated the need to ask Lin Xiaoxiao if she knew what had truly transpired back then. The police files still indicated it was a street conflict that resulted in an accidental death. The gangsters had all been incarcerated, with the longest sentence being over 20 years. However, Shen Xiuhuai believed that as long as the Qi family had connections, those thugs would likely remain behind bars for life. Yet, he felt that there must be a reason behind it all. Qi Kuang, though impulsive, was not without intelligence. Surely there were hidden truths involved. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his face, sighed, and gazed at the flurry of messages from Qi Kuang on the screen, a smile creeping into his eyes. "Are you still awake? Your dad will scold you again. Don't let your pocket money vanish next month. I can't afford to lose mine either, waiting for the monitor to support us." Feeling inexplicably like he was being fed dog food, Qi Kuang left, mockingly crying. Shen Xiuhuai finally received a message from Lin Xiaoxiao around midnight. "Are you asleep? I just chatted with my mom for a bit. It's rare for Dad not to be home. She seemed to be in good spirits." Shen Xiuhuai initiated a voice call, and her soft hello came through quickly. "Is it inconvenient to take the call?" Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. "Is the soundproofing at home poor?" He then heard the sound of a door closing on her end, her voice growing slightly louder. It's fine. I hadn't closed the door yet. Why are you still awake? I'm waiting for you. Didn't you say to wait? Shen Xiuhuai replied lazily. Then can we video call since I've been waiting for so long? There was a moment of silence from Lin Xiaoxiao before the voice call ended abruptly. Shen Xiuhuai blinked. Huh? In the next second, he received a video invitation on his phone. Happiness struck him unexpectedly, and he quickly accepted the call. The environment on her end was somewhat dim, likely because Lin Xiaoxiao had turned off the lights, leaving only the bedside lamp on. The camera wobbled slightly, revealing Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. Can you see me? Shen Xiuhuai smiled at her exquisite visage. I can see you. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. Adjusting her phone stand before focusing on the screen, only to see Shen Xiuhuai's bare upper body. She blinked in this moment. He was still the boy from their youth. Though he had developed muscular contours, they were not as pronounced as they would be in his 20s. Back then, Shen Xiuhuai's physique was truly remarkable, and Lin Xiaoxiao had particularly admired it. Yet, there was something charming about his youthful form. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over his still faintly visible pectorals, his skin still fair. Why aren't you wearing shirt? She looked at Shen Xiuhuai's chin, as his face was out of view, and the camera still swayed slightly. Because I was about to go to bed. Just a moment. I need to adjust this stand on my bed. As Shen Xiuhuai directed his gaze back to the camera, he was met with Lin Xiaoxiao's lovely face and the evident rise and fall of her figure. She was likely seated at her desk, where half-finished papers were visible. She wore a pink pajama set, the neckline slightly low, her forward-leaning posture quite apparent. Shen Xiuhuai felt as though he were losing his mind. Inexplicably envious of the desk that was being pressed down, he awkwardly averted his gaze. Initially, Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't noticed anything amiss. What's wrong? Are you ready? Your skin looks so fair. It seems even whiter than mine. Is it? Shen Xiuhuai blurted. Then let me see. Chapter 34. Early to bed, early to rise. Makes a man healthy. Upon uttering these words, Shen Xiuhuai felt an immediate sense of discomfort. He lightly cleared his throat, relieved that the dim lighting likely concealed his flushed face. However, Lin Xiaoxiao also sensed something was off. She tapped the small box in the upper right corner to enlarge her view, only to realize that her posture appeared somewhat awkward. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. Leaning back slightly, she redirected her gaze to the video of Shen Xiuhuai. Xiugu, what are you thinking about? This was the first time Lin Xiaoxiao had ever called him Xiugu. Shen Xiuhuai discerned the playful tone nestled within that cool voice. Resignedly, he leaned back against the headboard, pondering, what could you possibly know about my thoughts? Nothing at all. His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao's smiling face in the video. I've merely been preoccupied with thoughts of you every day. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had yet to initiate her teasing, yet he had already succumbed to despair. Unable to suppress her amusement, she exclaimed, Why go? Are you all right? As if struck by a sudden thought, she added softly, Don't look around carelessly. It's rather impolite. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, realizing she was still waiting for him, despite the passage of time. His eyes swept over Lin Xiaoxiao's visage, her fair skin glowing vibrantly under the light. Why are you so fair? He remarked with a hint of astonishment. However, Lin Xiaoxiao chose not to engage with his comment, retorting, So you're talking to me at this late hour about my complexion? A mischievous smile danced on her lips as she whispered, Are you going to sleep tonight? Shen Xiuhuai was certain that sleep would elude him this night. In truth, their conversation hadn't wandered far. Simply seeing her prompted him to wish for a dialogue. Sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I merely want to chat with you. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh, mischief sparkling in her eyes. He noticed her shifting slightly, adjusting her clothing, which concealed most of her alluring features. He felt a pang of regret, but secretly exhaled in relief. Yet, the girl on the screen soon stood up. My mother seems to have warmed some milk for me. I'll go fetch it. Please wait. Shen Xiuhuai then caught sight of her nightwear, a light pink silk nightgown that appeared both smooth and snug. Perhaps due to her recent adjustment, the dress seemed a tad short. He inhaled gently, averting his gaze until he heard her door creak open. Shen Xiuhuai hesitated for 3 seconds, caught between the ease of ending the call or continuing this sweet torment. Ultimately, he opted for the latter, reluctant to part ways. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiao returned, a cup of milk balanced in her hands. Ah, why is your nose bleeding? She exclaimed, her gaze falling upon the sight of Shen Xiuhuai's crimson-stained tissue, leaving her momentarily stunned. Flustered, Shen Xiuhuai hastily grabbed a tissue from the bedside table, feeling quite embarrassed. Are you all right? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, her brow furrowed. surprised by how easily Shen Xiuhuai seemed to be flustered. She glanced at the milk on the table. "I'm fine. Just feeling a bit overheated lately," he replied, clearing his throat to redirect the conversation. "Do you still need to complete your exam?" If he didn't shift the focus soon, he would surely lose his composure. Yet he was genuinely reluctant to hang up. For the first time, Shen Xiuhuai recognized that his beloved possessed a hint of mischief, a stark contrast to the often aloof and serious demeanor she exhibited in their previous life. "All right for a little longer." Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated as she settled down. "Shouldn't you take a break? Weren't you planning to sleep?" "I'll keep you company." Shen Xiuhuai shook his head, discarding the tissue as he felt the bleeding had ceased. He breathed a small sigh of relief. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her pen, he remarked, "I'll be quick." After a moment, he sensed that this situation was untenable. His gaze drifted slightly, his voice lowering. "Sister, don't study too late. It's already past midnight." Lin Xiaoxiao noticed his wandering gaze, always avoiding her, and she couldn't help but lean in closer, her face filling the screen. "Then you should sleep," she suggested. Lin Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback as she observed Shen Xiuhuai's handsome face, his cheeks tinged with a slight flush, though the dim lighting obscured much of his features. His breathing was noticeably heavier than usual. She looked into his reddened eyes as he quietly regarded her. "Are you all right?" Her voice was soft. With eyes glistening, Shen Xiuhuai sighed, "I'm fine. Sister, good night." And thus, the call was abruptly terminated. In the morning light, Shen Xiuhuai awoke to the sun's harsh rays invading his consciousness. Sounds emanated from the living room. Uncle Gao must have returned. Last night, he had fled in disarray. Overwhelmed by Lin Xiaoxiao's teasing words, which had led his mind astray, almost necessitating a change of sheets. Ultimately, he hadn't changed the sheets, but a handkerchief had indeed been washed anew. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, lamenting the arduousness of high school life. Couldn't he fast forward? Moreover, he had spent the entire night dreaming, and all his dreams were intertwined with Lin Xiaoxiao. The remnants of those inappropriate dreams flickered in his mind as he rubbed his face and rose from bed. With 2 days of vacation, he found himself burdened with an array of assignments, none of which he had yet completed. Uncle Gao, spotting him awake, cheerfully announced, "Up already? I'll bring out your breakfast." "Thank you, Uncle Gao," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. However, when he beheld the enormous bowl of restorative soup before him, he momentarily lost control of his expression, staring blankly at Uncle Gao. "Uncle, this first thing in the morning?" Uncle Gao remained unfazed, stating, "Last night, both your father and mother mentioned that you've been studying hard lately. You need to replenish your strength." Had he not seen the seahorse depicted, Shen Xiuhuai might have believed him. He stifled a laugh, unable to hold back. "Uncle, that seahorse, it promotes growth. Drink it while it's hot." Uncle Gao instructed, glancing towards the balcony where Shen Xiuhuai's bed linens were hanging. Standing at 184 centimeters in his second year of high school, Shen Xiuhuai relented and drank the soup, hastily fleeing back to his room to tackle his assignments, all the while worrying if he might overdo it and experience another nosebleed. Throughout the day, Shen Xiuhuai sensed Uncle Gao's gaze upon him was rather peculiar. Monday arrived swiftly, without fail. Ever since Shen Xiuhuai had ceased being late, Qi Kuang had also abandoned his tardiness. Yet, upon entering the classroom, Shen Xiuhuai was somewhat taken aback to see Qi Kuang's figure. As he approached, he understood Qi Kuang was merely transcribing notes. Qi Kuang, amidst his busy scribbling, glanced at him, then placed a paper on Shen Xiuhuai's desk. "Huaigo, I just copied these. The class monitor's accuracy is guaranteed." Lin Xiaoxiao, seated in front, turned at the sound, her school uniform impeccably buttoned to the top, revealing only a slender neck. Her gaze toward Shen Xiuhuai held a hint of mirth, even a trace of mischief's triumph. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. It was now evident that she had been deliberately teasing him that night. He had felt too embarrassed to contact her the entire day prior. Shen Xiuhuai pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, waiting for her to react. With a diligent hand, he retrieved some candy from his pocket and placed it on Lin Xiaoxiao's desk. "Good morning, class monitor." With his other hand, he pushed Qi Kuang's exam paper back. "No need, I've completed it." Qi Kuang was taken aback. He had assumed Shen Xiuhuai's newfound diligence was merely a fleeting phase. Moreover, why did his interactions with the class monitor appear unchanged? Had they not been dating? Yet, Shen Xiuhuai had mentioned they were. Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her usual aloof demeanor, offering a simple good morning before turning back, leaving the onlookers from Saturday night's antics puzzled. It seemed that nothing had truly transpired between them. Could Xiaoling and Zhao Lili exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in one another's eyes. Shen Xiuhuai, however, was too engrossed in his own thoughts to concern himself with their speculations, eagerly awaiting the results of the monthly exam. Indeed, the results were released swiftly. In the afternoon, Lu Fengqin entered the classroom with the papers, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the students. Indeed, it is the dreaded Death Monday. How terrifying. Oh, Huaigu, please do not abandon me. I dread the prospect of remedial classes. Qi Kuang, with a woeful expression, tugged at Shen Xiuhuai, only to find that Huaigu was gazing at Fengqin with bright, expectant eyes. Could it be true? Has Huaigu truly betrayed us? Enough of your wailing. Lu Fengqin admonished, rapping her knuckles on the table. You all should have put in more effort during regular classes. Now that the monthly exam results are out and the parent-teacher meeting is approaching, what good is your lamenting? You can save your cries for when your parents are here to chastise you. Qin, have mercy on us. Zhou De lamented, during my first year, my father chased me down 3 streets after the parent-teacher meeting. Zhou De, a student excelling in sports, indeed had rather dismal academic results. Lu Fengqin couldn't help but chuckle at his plight, retorting, Did he catch you? Zhou De, with a proud expression, declared of course not. Then he sighed heavily. But by dinner time, I willingly walked into the lion's den. Laughter erupted in the classroom at his words. Lu Fengqin joined in the mirth, but soon rapped her knuckles on the table once more. All right, enough fooling around. Let us discuss our results. This time, our class did not fare too poorly, ranking 3rd overall in the grade, an improvement from the last monthly exam. As she spoke, she smiled, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang. This is largely due to the notable progress some of our classmates have made, significantly raising our average score. Isn't that right, Huaigu and Kuangge? A boy from the back row shouted indignantly. The commotion resumed among the boys. Lu Fengqin continued. Indeed, Shen Xiuhuai made remarkable strides, advancing a staggering 483 places, from the bottom to the middle tier. Everyone should take a leaf out of his book. Qi Kuang also made significant progress, moving up over 200 places, and our class. Huaigu is incredible. Kuangge is amazing. No wonder he is our Huaigu. Amidst the cacophony, Shen Xiuhuai's gaze was solely fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao, captivated by her warm, gentle smile that radiated surprise. Suddenly, studying did not seem so burdensome. With Lin Xiaoxiao's smile, all hardships appear to transform into sweetness. Shen Xiuhuai silently formed the shape of words with his lips. Lin Xiaoxiao, momentarily taken aback, soon realized he meant date. She blinked, not one to be coy, as she too had been wishing to go on a date with Shen Xiuhuai. And thus, she silently replied, All right. Shen Xiuhuai gazed at her delicate lips, a fleeting emotion flickering in his eyes. Qi Kuang suddenly wrapped his arms around Shen Xiuhuai, wailing, Huaigu, my father must be overjoyed. I've improved over 200 places. I'm finally not among the bottom 100. My father must be offering incense in gratitude. As Shen Xiuhuai turned back to Lin Xiaoxiao, he gently pushed Qi Kuang's face away, saying, Stop clinging, you big man. Tone down the affection. Unexpectedly, Qi Kuang, with a bashful demeanor, replied, But I'm not a man. I'm still a pure-hearted boy. A chuckle escaped from Ku Xiaoling, unable to hold back. And even Lin Xiaoxiao could not suppress her smile. The facade of the school bully seemed to melt away, revealing the endearing nature of Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang. Chapter 36. Lin Xiaoxiao, you're coming off like a scoundrel. This class was supposed to be self-study. Yet despite Lu Fengqin's attempts to restore order, the noise persisted. Finally, she resigned to their chatter. Don't forget, the parent-teacher meeting is this Saturday. Those whose parents cannot attend, please inform me. Absences without valid reasons will not be tolerated. After she spoke, she gazed at the raucous boys, who suddenly quieted down, a hint of mirth in her eyes. I've said it before, you need to study diligently. Now why the long faces? Zhou De, come up and discuss the upcoming spring sports meet. Zhou De let out a spirited ooh as he grabbed a few sheets of paper and approached. Brothers, this is our final spring sports meet. Let us put in the effort and win a prize for Fengqin. About half a month ago, the events had been registered, and he would later confirm the details with everyone, mainly to discuss the competition schedule. Nanyang is a private school, where teachers receive generous salaries and bonuses. For those who rank in the top of the monthly exams or the sports meet, corresponding rewards are given. Under such a system, every teacher is diligent, after all, who would turn their back on money. Once Zhou De finished speaking, Qi Kuang shouted, Fengqin, we'll win you that prize. Lu Fengqin smiled, all right. If you truly take first place, I'll treat you all to a buffet barbecue. Woo, are the prizes really that substantial? Is it true? I'm ready to charge ahead. We will definitely secure that prize for Fengqin. Can I sign up for another event? I'm actually quite good at long jump. Truly, you all need to give it your all. This is your last high school sports meet. By this time next year, you'll be preparing for exams, so I hope you leave no regrets. Lu Fengqin spoke earnestly, and while many students might find it tedious now, In a few years, they would reminisce about this time. Such is the charm of youth. So my young boys and girls, let us strive hard. All right. When the self-study period ended, school was dismissed, yet most students lingered, gathered around Zhou De in fervent discussion. The allure of Fengqian's barbecue was too great. They were brimming with enthusiasm. It wasn't that they couldn't afford a meal, but rather the excitement of going as a class with their homeroom teacher made it exhilarating. Shen Xiuhuai chose not to join the fray. When he initially signed up for the sports meet, he had yet to be reborn and had completely forgotten which events he had registered for. However, it was of little concern. Surely a group of high school students would not fail to win, right? He approached Lin Xiaoxiao from behind, deliberately calling out to her exposed neck class monitor. His breath brushed against Lin Xiaoxiao's neck, causing her to instinctively flinch. She turned to him, asking, "What is it? What events have you signed up for?" Shen Xiuhuai inquired softly, as he couldn't quite recall whether Lin Xiaoxiao had registered for any events. He remembered her being physically fit, consistently practicing self-defense and maintaining her health, as her grandfather, an old general, had certain expectations for his granddaughter's well-being. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before retrieving a few sheets of paper from her drawer. As the class monitor, she had the schedule and list of participants. "I signed up for the mixed relay race. I'll be busy with the student council during other times and couldn't find the opportunity to register for more." She glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, adding, "You seem quite busy yourself." As she placed the 2 sheets on his desk, Shen Xiuhuai picked them up to examine. Goodness, he truly had a packed schedule. A 400-meter sprint in the morning, long jump in the afternoon, and a mixed relay race. The following morning was a 3,000-meter run, followed by high jump and shot put in the afternoon. Zhou De had laid out a clear schedule for him. But had he truly been so naive and confident back then? Qi Kuang happened to turn around and noticed Shen Xiuhuai looking at the list. He leaned in for a closer look and chuckled. "Zhou De is quite the schemer, isn't, though you said to go with the flow. He has really set you up with a grueling schedule. Look, he has even given you a half-hour break between the long jump and the relay." Shen Xiuhuai realized this was Zhou De's way of rounding up participants. All along, there had been little enthusiasm for the sports meet. He observed that many events on the girls' side had no participants and were thus unfilled. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao had mentioned, she was only participating in the relay. At this moment, Xiao Ling also turned around, remarking, "It seems there are no unfilled events left now. Everyone is eager for barbecue. However, it's true that our class girls' physical fitness isn't up to par. It's all good. The aim is to participate. We boys can definitely score some points, right, brothers?" Qi Kuang exclaimed with a grin. "Absolutely. Let us crush those rascals from Class 7. The laughter of the boys mingled with the giggles of the girls, bringing a smile to Shen Xiuhuai's face. To his surprise, he found himself looking forward to this sports meet, an event he deemed devoid of any real challenge. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Seizing the moment while everyone was engaged in idle chatter, he leaned over to Lin Xiaoxiao and quietly asked, "Is there a reward for winning? I could take first place, all of it." Lin Xiaoxiao regarded Shen Xiuhuai with a bemused expression. She was all too aware of his physical prowess. Unable to contain herself, she whispered back, "You really have some nerve, don't you? Why should I feel embarrassed?" Shen Xiuhuai replied innocently, "I would win fair and square. Against a bunch of high schoolers?" Lin Xiaoxiao dismissed him with a wave, retorting, "You're shameless." Before turning away, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle, laughing to himself for quite a while. "Hey, Huaigo, what are you grinning about?" Qi Kuang inquired. "You've got to do well. You're the hope of our entire class. Weren't you all saying you'd rely on me?" Shen Xiuhuai shot back playfully, lounging lazily in a chair. "I was part of your bragging session with Xiao Ling just now. You guys are all talk." With that, he cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who, predictably, stiffened momentarily and tilted her head as if contemplating turning back. However, perhaps considering the crowd behind her, she ultimately chose not to. That evening, during self-study, Shen Xiuhuai agreed to accompany Qi Kuang and the others for dinner, realizing he might not have enough time. He lingered at the back, waiting for Qi Kuang and the others to exit before quietly telling Lin Xiaoxiao, "I'll walk you home tonight. Just wait for me." Lin Xiaoxiao had already set her pen down, preparing to join another female classmate for dinner. Upon hearing his words, she glanced at Shen Xiuhuai and said, "No need. I can go back by myself." She then paused deliberately, eyeing his face, which looked anything but weak, and laughed. "Shen Xiuhuai, can you not be so clingy?" Shen Xiuhuai laughed in disbelief. "Lin Xiaoxiao, you sound like a playboy." "Xiaoxiao, can we leave now?" called a girl from the front. Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a soft acknowledgement before leaning closer to Shen Xiuhuai and said, "I'm just joking. It's all in good fun," before walking away. Chapter 37. The fragrance of youth at last. The much-anticipated Wednesday arrived, heralding the commencement of the sports meet. Early that morning, All students, save for the seniors, lined up by class to enter, adhering to the requirement of wearing their uniforms. Qi Kuang stood in front of Shen Xiuhuai, both positioned at the end of the line, flanked by Zhou De and Gao Song. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze was drawn to Lin Xiaoxiao at the front, who, slender as she was, seemed to struggle a bit while holding the sign. Among all the silhouettes, she stood out as the most enchanting, her long legs and fair skin catching his eye. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, realizing he was becoming a bit infatuated, thinking his partner was simply perfect. "What do you think, Huaige?" Zhou De asked in a low, teasing voice. Shen Xiuhuai diverted his gaze, replying, "What are you on about? This guy is eyeing a freshman girl. I heard one S, quite a looker, and her votes on the forum are almost higher than our class representative S." Qi Kuang remarked, nodding toward the direction. "That one." Shen Xiuhuai glanced over. Indeed, the girl was quite beautiful. Her uniform, once loose, had been tailored to fit her perfectly, the hem of her skirt rising just above the knee, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of skin. She had likely put on some makeup, appearing exquisite even from a distance. Many boys were sneaking glances her way. "Not bad, but a bit short," Shen Xiuhuai remarked, quickly returning his focus to his own wife. "That is not true. Her proportions are fine. Zolda hitorted. And she is only a freshman. She'll grow. Come on, what is wrong with you, Dada? Are you crushing on her? The school bell is in our class. Why aren't you looking at her?" Qi Kuang teased, showing little interest himself. The other boys joined in the ribbing. As their class was about to enter, Lu Fengxin, hearing the commotion, walked down from the front, quietly instructing them, "Be quiet. It's time to enter. Straighten up." The group responded with a collective cheer as the loudspeaker announced, "Class 2-8, enter." Shen Xiuhuai watched as Lin Xiaoxiao, at the forefront, straightened her back and entered while holding the sign aloft. Amid Zhou De's murmured comments, "Who doesn't T know the class leader is beautiful? But she is like a Tianshan snow lotus. Just a glance feels chilling. I can't handle it." Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but smile. "If you can't, that is just fine. That snow lotus is mine." Once inside, they had to listen to speeches from the leaders before returning to their designated area. Unfortunately, their Class S location was rather unfortunate, exposed to the sun without any trees or buildings for shade, leaving them vulnerable to the sweltering rays. The girls in the class began to quietly complain, attempting to shield their faces from the sun, while the boys seemed less bothered. After all, they were used to playing in the sun. The sports meet was more relaxed, and many boys had already run off. Shen Xiuhuai's 400-meter sprint was scheduled for later, so he had time to spare. He noticed Lin Xiaoxiao glance his way before joining the student council members, their conversation barely beginning. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, realizing his earlier notion of using the sports meet as a date opportunity with Lin Xiaoxiao was rather fanciful. She was busy while he was free. Feeling a sudden wave of silence, he noticed Zhou De and Qi Kuang were nowhere to be found. A few girls remained seated at a makeshift table, guarding their belongings under the increasingly warm sun. Shen Xiuhuai pondered this and decided to take the water and snack Zhou De had bought over to them. "I'll see if I can find an umbrella. You all wait here. You don't want to risk heat stroke under this sun." The girls looked surprised but smiled and replied, "Thank you. It's okay. We'll have someone rotate in soon." Just then, a loud cheer erupted nearby. "Kuangge, you're amazing." Shen Xiuhuai turned to see Qi Kuang and another boy from their class running towards them, each carrying a large outdoor umbrella. The sight was rather comical, as the NT even thought to fold it up to carry it back. As they approached, Shen Xiuhuai observed them struggling against the wind, followed by a few boys eager to join in the fun. Qi Kuang's overly bright smile made the scene even more ludicrous. Unable to suppress his amusement, Shen Xiuhuai laughed out loud, wondering where they had found such a massive umbrella. As they arrived, Qi Kuang, panting slightly, exclaimed, "Hey, look what we brought." "Thanks. But where did you get this umbrella?" the girls asked, smiling. "There were two at the school store. We borrowed one." Qi Kuang replied with a grin, adding, "The other one was taken by a freshman." Shen Xiuhuai's brow furrowed. "Wait, you didn't just take it without asking?" The other boys looked perplexed, mirroring Qi Kuang's bewildered expression. The girls' smiles began to fade. Shen Xiuhuai gritted his teeth. "Qi Kuang, have you lost your mind?" Qi Kuang suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother Huai, what's the matter with you? I'm not a fool. This was rented for 15 yuan for 2 days." The other boys joined in the laughter. "Huh, were you duped? Are we really that naive?" However, one girl gazed at them with a frown, pondering how they would manage to carry it. "Are we really expected to move that concrete block too?" One of the girls quietly asked. "Why don't you fold the umbrella and bring it back? Running over here like that was a bit foolish." They were indeed foolish. Shen Xiuhuai, speechless, sat off to the side. "Stop looking. We need to bring that concrete block over." I just said we should take it," Qi Kuang remarked. Shen Xiuhuai observed the lively group of boys and girls before him, his eyes filled with amusement. This was the long-lost essence of youth. Chi Kuang was set to run the 800 meters, and Zhou had already called him to prepare for the check-in. Chi Kuang handed the umbrella to the remaining boys and pulled Shen Xiuhuai along. "Brother Huai, cheer for me." Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. "Are you a little girl? Do you really expect a grown man like me to cheer for you? You don't understand. If I had a girl I liked, I wouldn't need you. Just a call from her, and I could take flight." Chi Kuang teased. Suddenly, he leaned in closer to Shen Xiuhuai. "Did you ask the class monitor to cheer for you?" Shen Xiuhuai's heart stirred. He seemed to have forgotten to do that. He glanced at the mischievous Chi Kuang, realizing this silly child had some usefulness after all. Chapter 38. Is young love confirmed? Chi Kuang had decent stamina. Running 800 meters was manageable. But with 4 athletes competing alongside him, he barely managed to secure 3rd place, despite giving it his all. Sweat glistened on his forehead as he leaned against Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, panting. "Wang Li almost got caught up with me." A classmate nearby consoled him. "You did great." Kuang Yi. 3rd place among 4 athletes is impressive. Thinking about how that jerk intentionally stepped on my foot last time, I told myself I couldn't lose to him. Chi Kuang gritted his teeth, still catching his breath, and defiantly gestured a middle finger towards Class 7. He then suddenly realized that Shen Xiuhuai had not spoken. Turning around, he saw Shen Xiuhuai smiling while typing on his phone. Chi Kuang mused, "Well, I guess my brother Huai has moved on. Feelings fade, and so be it." Nevertheless, he couldn't help but lean in to sneak a glance. But Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his phone, pulling him along. "Stop panting. If someone didn't know better. They think you ran 8,000 meters. But brother Huai, who are you texting?" Chi Kuang asked playfully. "Let me guess." "Shut up," Shen Xiuhuai retorted. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her phone vibrate several times from the stage. She glanced at it and saw a few messages from the clingy one. "Sister, everyone says that if girlfriends cheer, they run faster. Sister, will you come and cheer for me? If you really can't make it, it's okay if you don't come." The last message included a disappointed emoji. "But if I win by working hard, can I get a kiss? If not, a hug will do." Lin Xiaoxiao's previously expressionless face suddenly struggled to maintain its composure. Was Shen Xiuhuai truly letting loose? How bold of him to be so overt. A male classmate beside her, who had been working with her, noticed the change in her demeanor, her icy expression softening into a smile. He was momentarily taken aback, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunningly beautiful, but her cold demeanor meant he had rarely seen her smile. Now that she was smiling, she appeared even more captivating. Unable to resist, he softly asked, "Did Lin classmate see something particularly funny?" Lin Xiaoxiao set her phone down, her expression returning to its previous neutrality. "ISNT, almost 10? We can leave soon." The classmate paused, nodding yes. Lin Xiaoxiao thanked him. Recalling that Shen Xiuhuai's 400-meter race was scheduled for 10:20, they had time. After waiting for a while, without receiving a reply from Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, thinking she must be busy. He wandered over to the stage, observing that even with her cold demeanor, many approached her to chat, some even bringing her water and milk tea. However, Lin Xiaoxiao generally rejected them with her usual frosty expression. Shen Xiuhuai shook his head, bemused by her popularity. Zhou returned to grab some water and saw Shen Xiuhuai. "Hey, remember to check in later. I'm about to lose my voice calling everyone." Chi Kuang and his friend sat beneath their borrowed umbrella, engrossed in their phones. "Don't worry, I'll definitely call for you, brother Huai," Zhou said, leaving with a sigh of relief. However, Chi Kuang didn't expect that after finishing a game, his brother Huai would suddenly vanish from the stage. Shen Xiuhuai saw Lin Xiaoxiao stepping down and hurried over. Upon noticing him, Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on the half cup of milk tea in his hand. After standing all morning, she was quite thirsty, and her own water had long been consumed. The other boys who had brought water often accompanied it with love letters or chocolates, their intentions clear on their faces. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't accept them, especially since her throat felt parched. She glanced at the half cup of milk tea in Shen Xiuhuai's hand and asked softly, "Is it good?" Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. "Class monitor, are you thirsty? I saw many people bring you water, so I drank it myself." His words held a hint of bitterness. Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a glance and replied, "Indeed, many brought water, but some watched for ages without offering a drop." As she spoke, she began walking back towards the classroom, relying on herself since men couldn't be trusted. Shen Xiuhuai followed with a smile, pulling out another water bottle from behind him. "Here, drink this. I'll buy you milk tea later. It's worse to drink milk tea when you're thirsty." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, eventually accepting the open bottle. After taking a sip, Shen Xiuhuai feigned surprise. "Oh no, I think I grabbed the wrong one. I've already drunk from this." "You don't mind, do you?" Lin Xiaoxiao paused her movements. Looking at him, "I don't mind. I've already drunk your saliva." As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue to moisten her rosy lips. Seeing Shen Xiuhuai frozen in place brought her joy. She didn't wait for him and turned to head towards the classroom. Damn! Shen Xiuhuai swallowed hard, feeling he had been playfully teased. His wife never failed to surprise him each day. At that moment, Qi Kuang, searching for people, spotted Shen Xiuhuai trailing behind the class monitor, whispering something with a smile on his face. The class monitor maintained a neutral expression as she walked toward the classroom. Then, Qi Kuang saw Shen Xiuhuai tugging at the class monitor's uniform. She paused momentarily, and they headed towards the teaching building. Qi Kuang was perplexed. Shen Xiuhuai led Lin Xiaoxiao to an experimental building behind the teaching block, a rarely used area without surveillance. It was a popular spot for students to sneak a smoke. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? He merely desired a hug from his wife. Just as he led her into an empty classroom and was about to take her hand, he heard chaotic footsteps and low voices from outside. Why is Fat Tiger here? Run. Damn it, don't go up there. Below is the portly tiger. You foolishly run down. Lin Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, exchanging a glance with Shen Xiuhuai. What to do? Is early romance confirmed? Shen Xiuhuai let out a hiss, yet still unable to quell his desires, reached out and embraced her for a brief moment, whispering, I despise portly tiger. Lin Xiaoxiao, always the obedient child, had never encountered such an incident and nervously pushed Shen Xiuhuai away. What should we do? It's fine. Let us hold on a bit longer. 3 minutes later, Pang Fu encountered Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Pang Fu widened his eyes. What are you two doing? Director, just now, Shen Xiuhuai told me there was someone smoking here, so I came to check. The other members of the student council will be here shortly, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a stern expression, though only Shen Xiuhuai noticed her ears were distinctly flushed. The little girl, unaccustomed to lying, was clearly anxious. Chapter 39. Sister, cheer for me. I will definitely take first place. Pang Fu wasn't foolish. He had sensed something amiss between the two. Although Shen Xiuhuai had recently been behaving much better and his grades had improved significantly, if it truly was early romance, he would not let it slide so easily. When did you arrive? Where are the culprits? Pang Fu inquired, glancing behind them. We just got here. We heard a commotion and rushed up to the 3rd floor. Director, you were looking for someone on the 1st and 2nd floors, right? We didn't notice you. Shen Xiuhuai replied, his face betraying no sign of embarrassment as he glanced at the clock in the classroom. If they didn't hurry, everyone would escape. And he still had a competition to attend. Director, may I leave now? Pang Fu clearly remained skeptical, about to voice his doubts when the student council members, along with Qi Kuang, arrived. Qi Kuang burst in, exclaiming, Dude, didn't you say you were catching the class leader smoking? Where are they? Hurry up. Your registration is coming up. His acting was slightly exaggerated but still passably entertaining, Shen Xiuhuai noted. He then feigned surprise, looking at Pang Fu. Oh, Director. You're here too. Pang Fu forced a smile. I've been here for quite some time. The other 2 or 3 members of the student council also greeted him, inquiring if Lin Xiaoxiao had caught anyone. With Qi Kuang's interruption, Pang Fu began to believe that these 2 were merely coincidentally present to catch smokers. Qi Kuang kept urging Shen Xiuhuai to register. Eventually, Shen Xiuhuai left with Qi Kuang, while Lin Xiaoxiao and the other members of the student council followed Pang Fu to search for smokers. As they exited the experimental building, Shen Xiuhuai glanced back, knowing without asking that his sister must be exceedingly anxious. The obedient child had never lied and now dared not speak a word. Qi Kuang also turned back, mischievously winking at Shen Xiuhuai. What trouble are you bringing the class leader for, huh? Let me tell you, it's not safe during the day. Later, you should head to that little park in the northwest corner of the school. There are plenty of wild lovebirds. Ha ha ha. Shen Xiuhuai tapped his head. What are you thinking about all day? We didn't do anything. Not that he didn't want to. It was simply too rushed. Even the embrace felt hasty. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, slightly regretful. He had finally managed to coax her over, and next time she would surely be reluctant to come again. Brother Xiuhuai, we found you. Zhoda wailed as he rushed over, dragging Shen Xiuhuai towards the registration area. You didn't answer your phone. You really can't trust Qi Kuang. Hurry, hurry. It's registration time. Don't blame me. Wait for me. Qi Kuang shouted from behind. Coincidentally, after completing registration, Shen Xiuhuai's number was also 8. Zhoda beamed with joy. Even though there are 2 athletes, I feel our brother Xiuhuai still has a chance. As he spoke, he began to adjust the number plate behind him. Go, brother Xiuhuai. You're the best. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. Thanks, I'll do my best to secure first place. The 2 athletes nearby, who had played basketball with him before, were displeased upon hearing this, joking, Brother Xiuhuai, you're getting a bit arrogant. We are athletes too. If you lose, you'll have to train harder, right? Shen Xiuhuai teased, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd of cheering classmates, but he didn't T-spot Lin Xiaoxiao. She must have run into Pang Fu and was likely stuck for a while. Shen Xiuhuai felt a twinge of disappointment. Alas, he hadn't received his sister's encouragement. He felt a bit demotivated. Shen Xiuhuai withdrew his gaze, listening to the boys arguing with Qi Kuang over who was more formidable. In Qi Kuang's eyes, even the King of Heaven paled in comparison to his brother Xiuhuai. They almost came to blows. Shen Xiuhuai found it amusing as he restrained him. The teacher's here calling for us to get ready. Qi Kuang, looking excited, encouraged Shen Xiuhuai. Go for it, brother Xiuhuai. You're the best. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Shen Xiuhuai nodded. All right, watch your brother Xiuhuai reclaim his honor. The two athletes nearby chuckled, remarking that brother Xiuhuai had become even more arrogant than before. In truth, Shen Xiuhuai had no intention of rushing. It felt somewhat excessive to use the speed he honed in the special forces to compete against high school students. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down for a few seconds at the beginning. His pace remained quite average. However, upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao standing at the finish line and hearing her shout, Shen Xiuhuai, go for it, amidst the crowd, he could not restrain his speed any longer. A whistle blew, and cheers erupted. 400 meters was far too short. Brother Xiuhuai, you're amazing. The boys from the class cheered, accompanied by the shrill screams of the girls. Several boys surged forward, while Lin Xiaoxiao, who had initially held water to approach, hesitated for a moment. She noticed many girls blushing as they stood by with water bottles, while the youth's face radiated exuberance. The 400 meters posed no challenge for him. He hardly broke a sweat, surrounded by his peers, yet his bright eyes sought her out. Lin Xiaoxiao's heartbeat steadied after feigning illness to escape from the director. It seemed all her efforts were worth it. Outstanding, brother Xiuhuai. 49 seconds, 3. The two athletes exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief. Shen Xiuhuai pushed them away. It's too crowded. It's not a big deal. I told you. Brother Xiuhuai is extraordinary. He glanced at the water in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. It felt too blatant. Someone would surely notice. Someone mischievously chimed in. I even heard the school bell cheering for brother Xiuhuai. Before Shen Xiuhuai could respond, Qi Kuang's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that normal? Our class is incredibly united. Plenty of girls came for our class. Just then, a girl from another class, blushing, approached with a bottle of water. The boys began to tease, but Shen Xiuhuai simply bypassed the girl and walked towards Lin Xiaoxiao, taking the water from her hand. Lin Xiaoxiao did not stop him. She watched as he opened it and took a sip, smiling at her. Thank you, class leader. Oh, thank you, school bell. Thank you, class leader. I want some too. The boys' playful banter grew louder. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red, yet her eyes sparkled with joy, leaving only the presence of a young man before her. Shen Xiuhuai leaned in closer. I told you, with my sister cheering for me, I would definitely take first place. You're bullying the kids, Lin Xiaoxiao said, her tone soft and laced with laughter. Not really bullying, just in a hurry to run to you, Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. My eyes are only on you. I'll ignore the rest. 400 meters, isn't long. Lin Xiaoxiao quietly retorted, you're quite the smooth talker. She then reached for Ku Qiaoling, who had just arrived. I'm leaving. Cheer for the next competition. Ku Qiaoling noticed a slight flush on her face, and upon hearing the boys jeering, she instinctively held onto Lin Xiaoxiao and prepared to leave. Just then, she heard their school bully softly inquire, Sister, will you still cheer for me this afternoon? Chapter 40, The Adorable Lin Xiaoxiao. Ku Qiaoling felt goosebumps rise at the sound of sister. In disbelief, she looked towards Shen Xiuhuai, questioning whether she had misheard. Had Shen Xiuhuai just called someone sister? Then she heard her usually aloof deskmate respond lightly, if I have time. After which, she pulled Ku Qiaoling away. It wasn't until they reached the small supermarket that Ku Qiaoling suddenly snapped back to reality and stammered. Just now, did Shen Xiuhuai call you sister? She glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful yet expressionless face, wondering if he was indeed referring to her. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, and looking at the astonished Ku Qiaoling, nodded yes. It was me. In her previous life, during high school, she had very few friends, and by university, she had lost contact with everyone except for Ku Qiaoling, with whom she had shared a desk for 2 years. Ku Qiaoling seemed unfazed by Lin Xiaoxiao's aloofness, always taking the initiative to reach out to her. It was she who had informed Lin Xiaoxiao about Qi Kuang's incident. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao had genuinely regarded Ku Qiaoling as a close friend, albeit she struggled to express it. No way, Xiaoxiao. You really are dating Shen Xiuhuai? Ku Qiaoling whispered, lowering her voice. I haven't noticed any changes in your interactions over the past few days. The KTV incident had led everyone to believe the two were involved, but upon closer observation, it seemed they remained unchanged, prompting others to think perhaps they were overthinking it. What did Xiaoxiao mean by this? Ku Xiaoling felt a wave of confusion wash over her. You, and Shen Xiuhuai? Ku Xiaoling asked cautiously, knowing that Lin Xiaoxiao was inherently reserved and might not be willing to disclose anything. We are together, Lin Xiaoxiao stated, her captivating eyes fixed on Ku Xiaoling. Her voice low. I'm only telling you because we are friends. Gazing into Lin Xiaoxiao's earnest eyes, filled with trust, Ku Xiaoling felt as though her heart had been pierced by an arrow. Wow, Xiaoxiao, how utterly adorable, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. We're good friends. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled, and her beautiful face instantly lit up. Ku Xiaoling made a silent vow in her heart to be Lin Xiaoxiao's lifelong friend. Oh, she was just too cute and too beautiful. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai remained blissfully unaware that his wife had inadvertently made a fan friend. His spirits were high due to Lin Xiaoxiao's earlier statement, prompting him to decide to continue teasing the younger students for the top spot. Qi Kuang was a bit agitated, as a throng of boys continued discussing Shen Xiuhuai's record-breaking achievements. Haha, Brother Huai is amazing. That teacher just asked if you were interested in sprint training. One boy chuckled. Impossible, my Brother Huai only loves studying now, Qi Kuang casually replied, then glanced at his phone. A new restaurant has opened behind the school, Sichuan cuisine. Let us eat there for lunch. Didn't T-Dad call us to wait for him? A boy shouted. New restaurant? Let's go claim a spot and let him come over later, Qi Kuang suggested, turning to Shen Xiuhuai. Brother Huai, are you joining us? It's fine, you all decide. Shen Xiuhuai replied, more preoccupied with his dead phone that needed charging. A group of them exited through the school gate, and the school police, seeing that they still had half an hour to spare, did not stop them. If they were to intervene now, the group of rascals would just climb over the wall. Qi Kuang cheerfully placed his unopened soda on the school police's desk, saying, Thank you, sir. A hint of amusement flickered in the officer's eyes. Just don't climb too many walls, and that's gratitude enough. All right, sir, the boys replied. We'll try to climb fewer walls. They playfully bantered as they left, unaware they would soon encounter Fang Yuan and Xiongge. This was mainly because Qi Kuang insisted on dragging Shen Xiuhuai to buy milk tea, while the others went ahead to secure a table. They encountered Fang Yuan and another girl being cornered by Xiongge and his crew in an alley beside the milk tea shop. I've already given you the money. Stop coming after me, Fang Yuan said, her tone tinged with impatience and trembling slightly. The girl beside her appeared utterly terrified. Sister, are you all right? We were detained for 3 days. We lost our jobs after getting out. Is this little money enough? Xiongyi sneered. He had just spent 3 days in lockup, lost his job, and had to wait 2 days at their school before finally spotting Fang Yuan. Since she had money, he thought it was only fair she compensated him now. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. I never asked you to take action. We agreed on 3,000. I don't have any more money. Who said we agreed? You wealthy types can't possibly be broke. 30,000. Give me 30,000 and I won't come after you again. If we meet on the street, I'll pretend I don't know you. How about that? Xiongge chuckled coldly. Otherwise, I'll tell your classmates our heart-wrenching love story. The men behind him erupted in ambiguous laughter. Fang Yuan regretted her decision to involve herself with these thugs due to her wretched vanity. The girl beside her took out her phone, saying, I'm going to call the police. Before she could finish, a man burst out from behind Xiongge and seized her hand, which held the phone. The girl screamed, Let go, don't touch me. After recording for a while, Qi Kuang and Shen Xiuhuai could no longer hold back. Hey, what is going on? Qi Kuang rushed in front of the two girls, shielding them. Oh, what familiar faces. Seeing Qi Kuang, Xiongji's expression darkened. Shen Xiuhuai slowly approached. The police will arrive in 5 minutes. Are you sure you don't want to leave? He shook the phone in his hand as he spoke. Xiongge and his men glared fiercely at Shen Xiuhuai, but dared not make a move. If the police arrived, they would find themselves back in trouble. You think you could toy with me? Xiongge spat, pointing at them before hastily leading his crew away. Qi Kuang clicked his tongue, turning to Fang Yuan and the girl. Are you all right? Fang Yuan felt frightened, but recalled the earlier incident when Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang had embarrassed her. So she replied coldly, We don't need your interference. Shen Xiuhuai scoffed, pulling out his phone. I'll send you the recording. You'd better report this or tell your family. These thugs won't let this slide. Fang Yuan, however, grabbed the girl and walked past them, saying, We don't need your interference. Qi Kuang stared at their retreating figures. What is wrong with her? Chapter 41. Brother Huai has a nosebleed again. Shen Xiuhuai did not respond, glancing at Qi Kuang. You shouldn't be so impulsive next time. When they emerged from the milk tea shop earlier, they hadn't initially noticed anyone in the alley. It was only when they passed by that Qi Kuang remarked that he thought he heard something. They immediately turned back to investigate, only to see several men surrounding the two girls, their faces obscured but their school uniforms clearly visible. Qi Kuang was ready to charge in without a second thought. He was naturally impulsive, but had a genuine eagerness to help others. Once again, it was Shen Xiuhuai who reached out to stop him. While he was certainly capable of overcoming the individuals inside, it was imperative to comprehend the circumstances before addressing the issue at its root. Thus, he instructed Qi Kuang to retrieve his phone and commence recording. When Feng Yuanyuan spoke again, Shen Xiuhuai realized it was her. "Oh, I was merely hoping to assist a classmate," Qi Kuang remarked with a click of his tongue. Had he known it was her, he would have refrained from intervening. After all, was this woman not rather troubled? Nevertheless, Shen Xiuhuai understood that Qi Kuang could not truly ignore the situation, or else it would not have escalated in the previous life. "Let us go," Shen Xiuhuai urged, pulling him along, adding, "Next time think a little more. Why doesn't Brother Huai just call the police?" Qi Kuang countered. If he did, those two girls would probably be expelled from the school. If a few boys corner them in an alley, how could they possibly explain themselves? During the afternoon competition, Shen Xiuhuai spotted Lin Xiaoxiao in the crowd, who had also received a bottle of water. Time was indeed scarce for her, as she hurriedly departed after watching his match. The 2 days of sports meet swiftly passed. To their delight, their class had remarkably secured first place by a narrow margin of 0.5 points across all events, sending everyone into a frenzy of excitement. Lu Fengqin was particularly jubilant, declaring in the classroom that after the parent-teacher meeting, she would treat them to a barbecue buffet. "Whoa, Qin, I adore you," exclaimed the students. As Pang Fu passed by and overheard their cheers, he peeked in, shook his head after listening for a moment, and walked away. Shen Xiuhuai leaned back in his chair, absorbing their jubilant atmosphere, and felt a subtle shift in his own mood, as if their joy had seeped into him. Qi Kuang and Zhou De were discussing what to eat from across the aisle, while even Lin Xiaoxiao was quietly conversing with Keqiaoling. Shen Xiuhuai observed the soft contours of Lin Xiaoxiao's profile, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Zhao Lili suddenly turned to join their conversation, and it appeared that Xiaoxiao was genuinely beginning to forge connections with her classmates, making friends in the process. Shen Xiuhuai's heart softened as he gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's profile. Suddenly, she turned to look at him, her previously expressionless face breaking into a fleeting smile. It was faint and vanished almost instantly, yet Shen Xiuhuai had caught it. He couldn't help but recall the interrupted embrace. Had Pang Fu not arrived at that moment, could it have evolved into something more? This thought made him involuntarily lick his lips, feeling a slight dryness in his mouth. He stole another glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who had already turned away. As his thoughts began to drift, they continued to do so throughout the evening study session. After packing her belongings, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, noticing that his desk was already cleared and empty. "You're leaving?" Shen Xiuhuai responded with a soft lifting his backpack and reaching for Lin Xiaoxiao's. Typically, they were among the last to leave after evening study, and now the classroom was deserted. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was still cautious about being at school, wondering when Pang Fu might reappear. "No need, it's not heavy. I can carry it myself," she replied, stepping out only to accidentally bump her knee against a nearby chair, letting out a yelp of pain. Shen Xiuhuai frowned and stepped out. "What's wrong?" He immediately crouched down. The classroom lights were bright, and he quickly spotted a red mark on Lin Xiaoxiao's fair knee. He sighed and gently lifted her leg to examine the injury, asking softly, "Does it hurt?" Lin Xiaoxiao indeed felt a sting, having struck the iron edge of the chair. Yet, as she looked at Shen Xiuhuai, crouched before her, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. "I'm fine. Get up, let us go home." Shen Xiuhuai raised his gaze to her, but as he did so, his eyes halted. The school-esque skirts were knee-length, yet Lin Xiaoxiao, being tall, wore one that barely covered her knees. Moreover, as he had just lifted her leg, the motion allowed him a clear view. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai felt the delicate skin beneath his hand grow warm. Although he quickly shifted his gaze back to Lin Xiaoxiao's face, the image lingered in his mind, becoming increasingly vivid, further fueling his already wandering thoughts. Consequently, Lin Xiaoxiao witnessed Shen Xiuhuai staring at her, only to suddenly have a nosebleed. She froze for a moment, swiftly retracting her leg and rummaging through her bag for a handkerchief. "Why are you bleeding again?" she exclaimed, crouching down beside him, gently pressing the cloth against his nose. Concern etched on her face. "Do you often have nosebleeds? If so, you should get checked out," Shen Xiuhuai muttered under his breath. Recalling the nourishing soup Uncle Gao had been making for him, he resolved to inform Uncle Gao tonight that he could no longer consume it, or else he might bleed to death. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's worried expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was rather pathetic to bleed from merely a glance. "Are you all right?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, still anxious, mentally cataloging the potential causes of frequent nosebleeds. "You should consider getting a full-body checkup." "What are you two doing?" A voice devoid of emotion suddenly echoed from the window. Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback, raising his head sharply. There stood Pang Fu, his expression as grim as a grave. Upon noticing the handkerchief at Shen Xiuhuai's nose, Pang Fu paused momentarily. He had originally intended to make his rounds before heading home. Yet upon noticing the lights still on in Class 8, he approached to find two students squatting between desks, seemingly engaged in something untoward. As he drew closer, the situation became even more alarming. A boy and a girl, far too close for comfort. Now, observing the handkerchief at Shen Xiuhuai's nose, Pang Fu inquired, "You're bleeding?" "Yes, Director," Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "I just had a nosebleed, so the class monitor is helping me." As he spoke, he stood, instinctively reaching to help Lin Xiaoxiao up. But she managed to rise with the support of the chair. Pang Fu's gaze flitted between the two of them. Chapter 42. Liking is a chaotic turmoil of one's own. Pang Fu felt something was amiss. Every time he encountered these two, they were either engaged in ambiguous actions or found in questionable locations, always alone. It was far too coincidental. After years of serving as the director, his instincts were sharp, and he was convinced there was something more between them. Yet he could never catch them in the act. "Why are you still here so late?" he demanded, fixing his gaze on Lin Xiaoxiao. In contrast to Shen Xiuhuai, she was far more honest. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked and answered truthfully, "We were planning to leave." But Shen Xiuhuai unexpectedly had a nosebleed. Pang Fu, however, pressed on, "You two? Are you going back together?" Shen Xiuhuai felt confident that his nosebleed had ceased. So he pulled out the handkerchief. "Director, we aren't going back together. Our homes are in different directions, but the school entrance is the same." He held the handkerchief, trying to suppress a smile as he looked at Pang Fu. "Do you always suspect us of dating?" He then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao with a teasing expression, "Class monitor, have you considered it?" "Shut up." Pang Fu groaned, exasperated by Shen Xiuhuai's antics. He waved his hand dismissively, insisting, "Hurry back, it's late." After speaking, he cast another glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, urging her to return home quickly. "Make sure you get back early after evening study sessions. It's too late. You're still a student. It's unsafe." Lin Xiaoxiao obediently responded, while Shen Xiuhuai waved his hand, adding, "Director, you should head back and rest early. Stay away from late nights. It can lead to hair loss." Director Pang glared at him, too exasperated to respond, and chose to ignore him altogether. After instructing Lin Xiaoxiao to turn off the lights and lock the door, he departed. As Lin Xiaoxiao followed Shen Xiuhuai out of the school gate, she finally spoke. "Why are you so insufferable, especially towards Director Pang?" Shen Xiuhuai slowed his pace slightly, and as she walked beside him, he discreetly hooked a finger around her hand. "I used to be just like this. If I changed too drastically, it would be noticeable." He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, admitting, "I didn't have time to adjust before. And you caught on." Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her eyes sparkling with pride. "I can see in you now, unless you keep your distance from me." The moment Shen Xiuhuai approached her, she could discern the difference. Shen Xiuhuai smiled softly and gradually intertwined his fingers with hers. At this hour, the path to school was sparsely populated, though a few passers-by still wandered by. They walked beneath the trees, closely huddled together, whispering softly to each other. Onlookers glanced their way, but quickly diverted their gaze. "I could never refrain from getting close to you," Shen Xiuhuai contemplated, acknowledging the impossibility of keeping his distance from Lin Xiaoxiao. Suddenly struck by thought, he asked, "Do you remember how I was back then?" After posing the question, he felt a twinge of regret. His high school self had been rather dreadful, and he wished he hadn't asked. "Back then," Lin Xiaoxiao laughed suddenly, her voice laced with mirth, "Brother Huai ignored me. Well, not just me. He ignored all the girls." Looking at Shen Xiuhuai, her eyes gleamed. "I thought he was so cool then, a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart." Thus, she could confidently assert that unless Shen Xiuhuai refrained from approaching her, no matter how he pretended, she would recognize he was not the same Shen Xiuhuai. "Ignore you?" Shen Xiuhuai's voice fell dry. "You still liked him? For so long? How silly of you." There was a hint of tenderness in his tone. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao seemed unfazed by the years of unrequited love, pulling Shen Xiuhuai forward. "I like you, what does it matter?" Her voice was soft and sincere. "There are so many who like you. I count the girls who confess to you every day in secret." Shen Xiuhuai tightened his grip on her hand. Sorry. It's fine. Not liking me isn't your fault. I do not like you." Shen Xiuhuai interrupted her, urgency in his voice. "It's just that at that time, I might not have thought that much." Lin Xiaoxiao extended her delicate finger to hush him. "It's okay. Why are you so nervous? Liking someone is a personal affair. Love is a mutual one." She paused for a moment, both standing beneath a large tree, with a bus stop not far ahead. "Back then, I counted how many people confessed to you each day, telling myself that one day I would muster the courage." Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to recall her youthful self, with a cold expression that was perhaps not very endearing. Everyone called her an aloof beauty, distant and unapproachable. No one dared to approach her. Even those who confessed would merely whisper an apology and then flee. It appeared that everyone feared her cold demeanor, which only diminished her self-confidence. Shen Xiuhuai was different. He was like a little son, never lacking friends or admirers. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao felt inferior back then. She liked this boy but lacked the courage to draw near. He was too radiant. Who would fancy an ice cube? So surely, he could never like her. Even if I didn't get a reply from you back then. I was very disappointed, Lin Xiaoxiao said, gazing at the boy before her. No one would like a little ice cube. I had long prepared myself for that. With only half a month until exams, I shouldn't have confessed, but that day was your coming of age. Shen Xiuhuai observed the smiling Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling her sadness. The love of youth is the most cherished yet hardest to forget, he mused. He wanted to apologize but couldn't find the words. Apologize for what? For the love letters he never read? Or for the affection he overlooked over the years? Yet it didn't matter when I encountered you again during blind dates. I promised myself I wouldn't let you slip away. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned closer to Shen Xiuhuai, noticing the sorrow and regret in his eyes. Their proximity caused their breaths to intertwine, creating an atmosphere charged with ambiguity and tenderness. Shen Xiuhuai, do you regret marrying me? Lin Xiaoxiao asked softly. No, I don't regret it, Shen Xiuhuai replied, leaning in closer, their lips gently brushing against each other. He placed a hand on her waist, applying a gentle pressure that caused her soft form to melt into his embrace, carrying the sweet scent of peaches. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, her long eyelashes brushing against Shen Xiuhuai's cheek, before she slowly closed her eyes. Shen Xiuhuai felt her body tremble slightly in his arms. Chapter 43, Sister. Which one do you like? If it weren't for Lin Xiaoxiao pushing him away, Shen Xiuhuai believed he might have acted even more recklessly. Their breaths were heavy and disordered. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed red, even in the dim glow of the streetlight. Time to go home, she began, momentarily taken aback by her own soft voice. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she shot Shen Xiuhuai an annoyed glance. However, meeting his fervent gaze only made her face feel hotter. She quickly averted her eyes, murmuring, the reward is gone. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, adjusting her slightly disheveled collar, noticing how she instinctively flinched. Darling, I know this is a public road. It's not that serious, Shen Xiuhuai said, a bit helplessly. He and T intended to kiss her on the street. The atmosphere had simply led them there. Lin Xiaoxiao belatedly processed what they had just done on the road and didn't want to hear any more from Shen Xiuhuai. She lowered her head and hurriedly pulled him towards a bus stop. Don't say anything. Shen Xiuhuai followed her, and by the time they reached home, Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't uttered another word. Shen Xiuhuai recognized that his wife was shy. He sighed, glancing down at his school uniform, which indeed looked somewhat unkempt. I've arrived. You should head back, Lin Xiaoxiao said, glancing at the entrance of her neighborhood. It's late. Shen Xiuhuai replied with an reaching out to tousle her hair. You should go inside. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling genuinely embarrassed, quickly ran inside, her face still burning. As Shen Xiuhuai watched her figure disappear, he slowly turned to head back. The neighborhood security guard observed his retreating silhouette and then glanced at the direction Lin Xiaoxiao had vanished, softly murmuring, youth. Upon returning home, Shen Xiuhuai declined Uncle Gao's invitation for a late-night snack, repeatedly emphasizing that he really couldn't drink any more nourishing soup, especially since he had already experienced a nosebleed. Eventually, he even showed Uncle Gao the little handkerchief to convince him, who then promised that there would be no soup tomorrow. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled softly, emerging from the shower to find a message from Lin Xiaoxiao on his phone, stating that she had commenced working on her exam papers. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, realizing that his wife, with her impressive academic performance and diligent nature, placed considerable pressure upon him. Initially intending to indulge in some leisure time on his phone, Shen Xiuhuai instead sat upright, diving back into his studies. After all, he needed to sit for the same examination at the university where his wife was enrolled. Complacency was not an option. By the time he completed a test paper, it was already past 11. Suddenly, he recalled the expression on Lin Xiaoxiao's face when she spoke those poignant words earlier that evening. A wave of melancholy washed over him. She had even asked if he regretted marrying her, a question that took Shen Xiuhuai by surprise. He had always believed that Lin Xiaoxiao understood his love for her. Their married life had been harmonious. Yet, her expression as she posed that question was unmistakably sorrowful, which was why he had been unable to resist kissing her. The last thing he wanted was to witness her in distress. Had she been plagued by insecurity and self-doubt throughout their marriage? How could he have failed her so profoundly? Covering his face with his hands, Shen Xiuhuai reflected on his life. He had always been a dutiful citizen and a responsible member of society. Yet it seemed he had neglected his own family and loved ones. To have caused someone as remarkable as Lin Xiaoxiao to feel so insecure and doubtful of herself. What a tremendous failure that represented for him. Rubbing his face, he opened the chat with Lin Xiaoxiao, attempting to compose a message. After writing a few words and finding them unsatisfactory, he deleted them, only to repeat the process for 10 minutes. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the desk with a loud clatter. Nothing felt right, lacking in substance. He should have conveyed his feelings in person instead of allowing that kiss to cloud his judgment. Just then, his phone vibrated on the desk. Shen Xiuhuai assumed it was Qi Kuang, who had yet to sleep, and lethargically picked up the device, only to discover it was a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. It was rare for her to initiate contact. She typically replied promptly to his texts. He knew she meticulously organized her time, exemplifying her self-discipline and excellence. Glancing at the time, he realized he had dallied for far too long. It was already midnight. He opened Lin Xiaoxiao's message, which consisted of 2 brief sentences. Shall we go to the amusement park this weekend? And don't dwell on what I said tonight. We are starting anew. Shen Xiuhuai paused, surprised that she was aware of his inner turmoil. Without further contemplation, he initiated a video call, having considered it briefly before opting for this mode of communication. The call connected quickly, revealing Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate neck before the phone wobbled, bringing her radiant face into view. He felt a pang of disappointment, as she was clad in a rather modest set of pajamas this time. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his expression to mask his evident letdown. You're still awake? He queried. A glimmer of amusement danced in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes as she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the boy on the other side of the screen, whose face was painted with disappointment. Disappointed? She teased. A little, Shen Xiuhuai admitted with a smile, his gaze lingering on her face. I was worried you might faint from blood loss. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully poked the screen with her finger, her voice light with laughter. Brother Huai, you've already had 2 nosebleeds this week. Goodness, your words sound so endearing. I can't help but want to kiss you. He whispered, half-jokingly. Spare me. Darling, I have no defenses against you. If you merely beckon with your finger, I might blush. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his straightforwardness, her laughter becoming even more joyful. So why aren't you asleep yet? I just finished a test, Shen Xiuhuai said, stretching his arms. The weather had grown warm, and he was mostly without sleepwear in his room. As he stood to stretch, Lin Xiaoxiao caught sight of his toned abdomen and defined lines. Her cheeks flushed slightly. After all, some thoughts were not solely Shen Xiuhuai's to ponder, as she was at her core, a grown woman. Noticing her blush, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, realizing the effect he had on her. Leaning closer to the screen, he whispered, Sister, do you find this appealing? Wasn't he my physique better before? I still have work to do. Chapter 44. The desire to grow up quickly. Shen Xiuhuai felt somewhat perplexed, as if he were growing jealous of himself. In Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai was her ideal, the kind of person she adored enough to eagerly await confessions from admirers. Someone whose mere glance could brighten her entire day. But was the man in his 20s still that figure? He pondered how Lin Xiaoxiao had constantly adapted to cater to him since their marriage, while he had never prioritized her above all else. A sense of unease crept in as he questioned whether married life would cause Lin Xiaoxiao's rose-tinted view of him to fade away entirely. Thus, he posed the question that left her momentarily taken aback, followed by laughter. Shen Xiuhuai, why do you still compare yourself to yourself? Her laughter was melodious and delightful. He sighed, a hint of self-deprecation coloring his voice. I suppose I'm a bit foolish, but I lack confidence. What do I have that is worthy of your affection? You're simply amazing. I like you, Lin Xiaoxiao said softly, whether it's the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai or the 28 or 38-year-old version. As long as it's you, I will always like you. Her voice brimmed with laughter, and her radiant face contrasted sharply with her typically frosty demeanor in public. My affection for you remains steadfast, simply because you are Shen Xiuhuai. After saying this, Lin Xiaoxiao, with a hint of exasperation, continued to maintain my figure. Why not just search for images online? You understand that, for a doctor, no matter how perfect the body, our moods remain largely unaffected. I blush only because of you. Shen Xiuhuai gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao, a smile breaking across his face. Sister, you genuinely like me, don't you? Very much so, she replied. They say if you were to be reborn, you should not stumble into the same pit twice. I fear that my pit might shift. Lin Xiaoxiao appeared more relaxed. Her cheeks flushed, but her demeanor unguarded as she spoke candidly. During Qi Kuang's birthday, I was genuinely upset. I couldn't articulate whether it was due to the game or the girl named Tang, or perhaps it was my own immaturity. How childish of me. a person in their 20s, to squabble with a little girl. As she spoke, her brows furrowed in contemplation. But I was still angry. I dislike others confessing to you. Upon returning, I realized I had become a bit possessive. I'm no longer the Lin Xiaoxiao of yore. I'm no longer content with simply watching you. Shen Xiuhuai, I fear I may have a problem. My possessiveness over you has intensified. I feel you ought to belong to me. Looking into your eyes, Lin Xiaoxiao spoke earnestly. If you do not belong to me, I have even contemplated hiding you away, so that you could only see me and love me. My affection for you seems to have morphed into something selfish. As Lin Xiaoxiao spoke, she did not gaze at the screen. Shen Xiuhuai attempted to interject several times, only to be interrupted by her. I didn't intend to discuss this with you, but today you seem to be engulfed in guilt, regret, or perhaps some other emotion. I merely wish to convey that I like you, and I have never regretted loving you. In fact, this affection within me has begun to transform. Shen Xiuhuai, do you still want me? Yes, I do, he replied. Shen Xiuhuai reached out to caress the girl's face on the screen. She did not turn to him, her lashes casting shadows over her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, he longed to see her. The intensity of his feelings was overwhelming, almost uncontrollable. Shen Xiuhuai stood up and began to dress. Can you wait for me? Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and saw him directly shedding his pants, replacing them with a pair suitable for going out. I'm coming to see you, darling. Wait for me, Shen Xiuhuai stated, then picked up his phone and exited. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. He and T ended the video call. She wanted to call out to stop him, but it was too late, as Shen Xiuhuai had already left the living room, prompting Uncle Gao to inquire, Xiaohuai, where are you off to at this hour? I'm just stepping out for a bit, Uncle Gao. I'll be back in an hour at most, Shen Xiuhuai replied while putting on his shoes. However, he forgot that he was still a high school student. At this hour, Uncle Gao would surely not allow him to venture out alone. Where do you think you're going at this late hour? You mustn't go out. I'll drive you, Uncle Gao insisted, reaching out to grasp his arm, fearing he might slip away in an instant. Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback. He and T considered that he was still a high schooler. On the other end of the call, Lin Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh, covering her mouth to suppress it. Otherwise, her laughter would undoubtedly startle Uncle Gao. She felt that Shen Xiuhuai had spent too much time with Qi Kuang, and the mature filter he wore seemed to be peeling away, revealing the shadow of the youthful boy he once was. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai could not bring himself to leave. He couldn't possibly ask Uncle Gao to drop him off at Lin Xiaoxiao's building. Could he? After shutting the door, he picked up his phone and saw Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shen Xiuhuai, feeling a bit aggrieved, remarked, "You're still laughing? As if you're eager for me to grow up quickly." Lin Xiaoxiao, amused by his pitiful expression, chuckled even more. "Are you foolish, Huaige?" Despite saying this, she shyly blew a kiss toward the phone. "Kiss, don't be sad. I don't want this kiss, sister. Next time, initiate a kiss with me," Shen Xiuhuai boldly requested, feeling quite despondent, having only shared a fleeting hand-holding and a brief peck in over a month. 2 pecks, Lin Xiaoxiao corrected him. "I kissed you before. A passionate kiss for 30 seconds counts too," Shen Xiuhuai retorted while removing his shirt with one hand. Thinking to himself how he was wasting time late at night, Lin Xiaoxiao watched his actions in silence. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow, then noticed the blush creeping on her face through the screen. "What are you blushing for?" Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson, but she retorted, "It's nothing. You should go to sleep." Shen Xiuhuai found her stubbornness amusing. "All right, I'll prepare for bed now." Teasing her to see her blush was not a wasted effort for the night. Chapter 45, Conflict. Fueled by frustration, Shen Xiuhuai ultimately faced disdain from his wife, leading to a night devoid of dreams. The next morning, he sighed, uncertain whether it was better for dreams to come or not. Eventually, he managed to have a proper breakfast at home before heading out. It was Friday, and the following day would be the parent-teacher meeting, so the last 2 classes of the afternoon were spent cleaning and rearranging desks. After assigning the tasks, Lu Fengqin instructed Lin Xiaoxiao and a few class committee members to oversee the cleaning before returning to her office. Once the teacher left, chaos erupted in the classroom. At this age, boys were more inclined to cause mischief than to diligently clean. Even with Lin Xiaoxiao's stern demeanor, they remained unperturbed, laughing and running about. Fortunately, some boys adhered to the tasks, and most girls were dutifully helping. Shen Xiuhuai, Qi Kuang, and a few other tall boys were standing on desks, cleaning the windows. A few boys from a neighboring class, feeling mischievous, began shaking the desks. Qi Kuang steadied himself, then began shaking the desk violently. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "Are you insane?" The desk was sturdy, but the shaking looked frightening. A few nearby girls gasped, "Stop shaking." Yet, the 2 boys, driven by their desire for attention, shook the desk even more vigorously, and kicked Shen Xiuhuai's desk nearby. Are you out of your mind? Bringing water in here. Stuurme. Pushing one of the boys aside. If you're sick, go see a doctor. What are you causing trouble for in our class? Can't you handle it? The two boys, feeling embarrassed, pushed Zhou back. Shen Xiuhuai, frowning at their ongoing antics, jumped down from the desk upon witnessing Zhou to confront them. Qi Kuang followed suit. Damn it, you go up. I'll shake it for a while. Come on, you go. The two boys, noticing the number of Shen Xiuhuai's class, grew uneasy, yet they felt leaving would hurt their pride. Boys at this age are particularly sensitive about their self-esteem. Lin Xiaoxiao, who was erasing the blackboard, approached upon hearing the commotion. What you all gathered around for? She asked, walking between Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang to confront the two boys. Aren't you from class 7? What are you doing here? One boy glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, his gaze quickly sweeping over her chest. Since the school uniform was white, it became slightly transparent when wet, and Lin Xiaoxiao had unknowingly splashed a small amount of water on it, something most would overlook. However, this boy let out a sneer, taunting. Is having a big chest so impressive? TSK. The school beauty is wearing pink underwear. He intended to divert attention away from his embarrassment, thinking that since Lin Xiaoxiao was the class monitor and a student council member, she wouldn't retaliate. After all, what could a little girl do but cry? Little did he know, his words ignited a spark in Shen Xiuhuai. Damn you. Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively covered her chest, prompting everyone to look over. Of course, nothing was visible, but Qi Kuang quickly stepped in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. What's wrong with you? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Xiuhuai's fist struck the boy who had spoken disrespectfully. Everyone froze momentarily. Brother Huai. Damn it, you hit me by mistake. Chaos ensued, and the teacher arrived shortly after. The outcome was inevitable. The student from class 8 collectively ganged up on the boys. As they entered the office, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit dazed, standing beside Shen Xiuhuai, wearing Ku Xiaoling's jacket to ward off the cold, which she often wore until summer. In reality, she didn't need it. The small water stain had already dried. You were told to clean, and you ended up fighting? What is wrong with you? Pang Fu was so furious he could hardly catch his breath. He gestured towards the two boys with bruised faces and then at the crowd from class 8. Is it appropriate to fight and gang up like this? They were just being reckless and rude. Qi Kuang shot a glare at the two boys. What is wrong with ganging up? Our class is united. Lu Fengqin shot him a glare before turning to Pang Fu. Director, I just gathered some information. She then quietly recounted the events that had transpired. Pang Fu cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, this is not your concern. You should return home. Lin Xiaoxiao then looked at the still sullen Shen Xiuhuai beside her and responded, Director, they acted out because of me. I see no fault in protecting my classmates. Isn't that a bit excessive? A mere word can leave you emotionally scarred, retorted a brash boy. What we experienced was a tangible hurt. Zhou let out a derisive laugh. Does it hurt? I might take action again next time. He added mockingly, if we say no problem. Shall we call you Brother Meow from now on? What do you think? Shen Xiuhuai's gaze toward the boy was as frigid as ice shards. The boy, initially eager to retort, fell silent under Shen Xiuhuai's formidable aura, especially after feeling the impact of the latter's fist on his face, which left him fearing for his teeth. Shen Xiuhuai was indeed furious. Since his rebirth, he had maintained a rather temperate demeanor, considering these classmates were still children when he arrived. As an adult, he had no intention of truly holding grudges against them. However, that remark had crossed a line, igniting his ire. It felt akin to a lion whose territory had been encroached upon. Even if they were merely using words, it was unacceptable. That was Lin Xiaoxiao, his wife. Moreover, he found such disrespect toward girls particularly distasteful, which was precisely why he had confronted Fang Yuan and others in the cafeteria. I had thought that as high school students, you would have learned the essence of respect. Even a 3-year-old child living next door understands it. If you still can't grasp it, I would be more than willing to teach you, Shen Xiuhuai said coldly. Several teachers exchanged glances, astonished. Pang Fu recalled the incident in the cafeteria involving Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai and began to believe their accounts. In the end, those who had engaged in the altercation were required to write a reflection of 5,000 words, after which Pang Fu dismissed everyone. The student from class 7 faced a reprimand from their homeroom teacher, who demanded they apologize to Lin Xiaoxiao. The two boys obediently apologized, and Lin Xiaoxiao accepted their apologies with a neutral expression. However, upon exiting the office, the brash boy called out, Lin Xiaoxiao. The student from class 8 eyed him warily. Ignoring them, he suddenly bowed to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, I'm sorry, I meant no harm earlier. I just care too much about my image. Anyway, I'm truly sorry. After finishing, he glared at the other students from class 8, muttering, "I'll remember you lot who threw punches," before hastily fleeing with his classmates, fearing retribution. Is this person mentally unstable? Chi Kuang could not suppress his candid thoughts. Chapter 46. Don't be angry anymore. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, merely glancing down at Lin Xiaoxiao, who appeared relatively composed. However, she cast him a worried glance. The other students from Class 8 continued to grumble. Upon returning to the classroom, Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Li, along with several girls, surrounded Lin Xiaoxiao, comforting her. That boy has the foulest mouth. The girls from their class all despised him for his repulsive remarks. There were too many people, and Shen Xiuhuai had yet to utter a word to Lin Xiaoxiao. After a while of complaints from Chi Kuang and others, they noticed Shen Xiuhuai's anger, and all eyes turned toward Chi Kuang, urging him to probe the situation. Chi Kuang felt somewhat speechless, thinking, why should I be worried about Huai Ji's anger? Nevertheless, he tentatively called out, Huaiga? Shen Xiuhuai looked up at him, asking, what is it? Don't let that brat get to you. He's just a loudmouth. If you're truly upset, after class, I'll join Zhou De to stuff him in a sack. You could take action yourself, or I'll have the class monitor handle it. Chi Kuang whispered, I'm quite experienced in that regard. Zhou De chimed in, right, a sack would be too lenient. Let me find a urea bag for that scoundrel. Sighing, Shen Xiuhuai replied, I am indeed quite angry. I will act next time. That is how it should be. Such a loudmouthed fool. Huiyi. That punch you threw earlier was quite impressive. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to glance at Shen Xiuhuai, who was encircled by the boys, and she smiled. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai's mood remained sour, a fact Lin Xiaoxiao noticed. This discontent lingered until the evening self-study session. As Saturday approached, along with the parent-teacher conference, many students skipped the evening study, leaving only a sparse handful in the classroom. By the usual hour of 9:30, only Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai remained. After completing his exam, Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was still working on her problems, and chose not to disturb her. He took out his phone and checked a few messages, confirming that Lao Shun and the others had indeed returned before the parent-teacher meeting, landing around 8 o'clock. They inquired if he wanted them to pick him up, to which Shen Xiuhuai replied that he would return by himself. Lao Shun did not press further. After perusing the messages, Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao had already gathered her belongings and was watching him. Ready? Let us go, he said, picking up his backpack and instinctively reaching for Lin Xiaoxiao's bag. Typically, she would refuse and carry it herself, but today she allowed him to take it. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at her, but said nothing further. Together, they walked quietly out of the campus. Then Lin Xiaoxiao suggested, shall we take a stroll by the riverside park? Indeed, there was a river adjacent to Nanyang High School, with a small park alongside it, though it was somewhat secluded and typically devoid of people at night. Nevertheless, Chi Kuang and the others had mentioned that many students secretly met there. Shen Xiuhuai hesitated upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao mention this park. Now, it's getting late. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked and asked, don't you want to go? Is there something else? Well, if you want to go, then let us go, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Nodding, Lin Xiaoxiao turned and headed in that direction. Shen Xiuhuai, uncertain of her thoughts, followed her. The small park was indeed quiet and appeared nearly deserted. In the center stood a small corridor adorned with climbing purple wisteria, quite a lovely sight. Upon entering the park, Lin Xiaoxiao reached for Shen Xiuhuai's free hand. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, what is wrong? Are you scared? If you are, we can go back. After all, it was nighttime, and the dimly lit park lacked company. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, merely holding his hand as they walked toward the corridor. Just as they entered, she suddenly turned to face him, observing as he stepped closer. Shen Xiuhuai took a few steps back until his back met a pillar. Why did you suddenly stop talking? It's a bit frightening, he remarked, noticing Lin Xiaoxiao leaning against the pillar behind him, reminiscent of a wall slam. Shen Xiuhuai found him amusing, but before he could speak, Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been silent for quite some time, softly said, it's not pink. Shen Xiuhuai paused momentarily, feeling Lin Xiaoxiao take his backpack from his hand and place it on a nearby bench. Please don't be angry, she said, gazing at him intently as she stepped closer. You weren't always this impulsive, were you? As Shen Xiuhuai looked at her approaching face, his mind momentarily blanked. Xiao. He had barely uttered her name when he felt her hand grasp his, her palm gently scratching his hand. In that instant, Shen Xiuhuai felt as though they could hear each other as heartbeats. Are you upset about what happened this afternoon? Lin Xiaoxiao whispered softly, the distance between them not far. Yet Shen Xiuhuai could still catch the delightful scent of peaches emanating from her. Yes, I am angry, he sighed. He understood that boys of this age were indeed fortunate to be so young. Otherwise, he might have knocked out more than just a few teeth. As he spoke, Shen Xiuhuai gritted his teeth, a hint of childishness creeping into his tone. Regardless, He was the same age as them now, and having a bad temper was only natural. A smile appeared on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, tinged with a touch of helplessness. Why do you bother with them? They're still just kids. She reached out to pat Shen Xiuhuai's hand, as if to soothe him, urging him not to be upset. In that moment, it was likely that he had merely spoken out of distraction. His clothes weren't even that wet. Noticing his continued displeasure, Lin Xiaoxiao feigned seriousness. Look up, she said, her voice unconsciously laced with teasing. Shen Xiuhuai paused momentarily, but then he truly looked up, only to see the stars twinkling above. What are you looking at? He muttered under his breath, maintaining his upward gaze. There's nothing up there. Lin Xiaoxiao suppressed a laugh, observing his earnest expression. There are stars. They are laughing at you. She remarked. They twinkle, and Shen Xiuhuai isn't so petty after all, she said softly, deliberately mimicking a cute tone. So, do you think what they said was right? Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback by her childish tone. It was utterly disarming. His wife was simply too adorable and skilled at being charming. He felt utterly helpless in her presence. Whenever she acted coy, he seemed to lose all composure. With a gentle exhale, he lowered his gaze to meet her eyes, which sparkled brighter than the stars. You. There was a hint of exasperation and indulgence in his voice. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, smiling silently. She loved seeing Shen Xiuhuai's helpless yet indulgent expression. Are you still angry? Please don't be. Chapter 47. Damn, I'm in a loop. In the end, Shen Xiuhuai did nothing at all. Instead, he obediently escorted her home. The first location was inappropriate, the second timing was off, and thirdly, he simply didn't want to let go. He couldn't bear to see Lin Xiaoxiao, so evidently anxious, her cheeks flushed, yet she cautiously tried to appease him. After seeing her home, he made his way back. Upon arriving, Uncle Gao had already left, and Mrs. Shen was in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack. Old Shen greeted him. Oh, the young master is back? Yes, I'm back, Shen Xiuhuai replied lazily, walking over to call out Mom, I'm home. Mrs. Shen turned with a smile. Oh, sit for a while. The late-night snack will be ready soon. Shen Xiuhuai tossed his backpack onto the sofa and walked into the kitchen. You got off the plane at 8, and you didn't even take a break? What are you so busy with? I'm not tired. I was just thinking you'd be hungry after your class, Mrs. Shen replied, her face lighting up at her son's concern, showing no sign of fatigue. Oh, Dad, next time you want a late-night snack, just order takeout. You are making Mom work too hard, Shen Xiuhuai said, feigning discontent. Get lost, you little brat. Your mom does it because you love to eat, Shen Nin retorted. Mrs. Shen watched the dynamic between her husband and son, her eyes sparkling with evident amusement. After Shen Xiuhuai finished the late-night snack with his parents and confirmed that Shen Nin would attend the parent-teacher meeting the next day, he went to his room. After showering, he and Lin Xiaoxiao watched videos and completed a couple of exercises. As it was Friday, with no classes the next day, they stayed up late. It was only when Lin Xiaoxiao suggested they sleep that Shen Xiuhuai recalled she had to return to school the next day. As the class committee members were all going back, should I help you tomorrow? Do you need to move any desks? He asked, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao on the screen. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. If you go, Teacher Liu and Director Pang will be terrified. Upon thinking about it, Shen Xiuhuai laughed as well. After chatting for a while and exchanging goodnights, Shen Xiuhuai completed another exercise, which took him past 3 in the morning. He gazed at the mountain of completed exercises and sighed. How come others can be reborn and become top scholars instantly? Yet here I am, having to learn everything bit by bit. This is even more exhausting than training. After all, training was physical and not nearly as draining. Muttering to himself, he stood up, stretched, and went to the bathroom to wash up before collapsing onto his bed to sleep. Logically, after completing so many exercises and cleaning in the afternoon, he should have enjoyed a restful night. However, he not only failed to achieve a peaceful slumber, but also experienced several dreams within dreams, all revolving around events from his past life. Chi Kuang, his comrades, and ultimately Lin Xiaoxiao, each one slipped away from his grasp, as if in this world, he was indeed left utterly alone. With a sudden jolt, Shen Xiuhuai sat upright, his breath heavy. He sat there, panting for a while. After calming down, he slowly stood and took a large gulp from the now cool water on his desk. At that moment, the silence felt as if the air itself was suspended. He glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. He had spent 2 hours dreaming only to wake up. He sighed, realizing that if this sleeplessness continued, he would truly be in trouble. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai shook his head. Everything had begun anew, and he could change the regrets of the past. Everything was getting better. He went to the bathroom one last time, changed the sweat-soaked sheets, and then rolled back into bed. When he awoke, it was already past 9. Carrying the freshly washed sheets outside to dry, he caught Mrs. Shen's gaze, but she said nothing more. Shen Xiuhuai felt a bit embarrassed. The frequency of changing sheets had been too high lately. However, it was merely due to his excessive sweating in his dreams, and explaining this felt somewhat odd, akin to burying his head in the sand. "Son, come over for breakfast," Mrs. Shen called. Shen Xiuhuai responded and took a seat at the dining table. Mrs. Shen had already eaten, but chose to stay and keep him company. "Have you been studying late recently? You seem to have lost some weight and gotten quite a bit darker." "It's not that. The weather is hot, so I'm tanned." "Being tanned makes me look thinner, doesn't it?" Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly. "I sweat a lot in summer." Mrs. Shen nodded, advising him not to push himself too hard with his studies, to balance work and rest. She paused, adding, "But you don't need to overdo it. You're still young. Moderation is key." Shen Xiuhuai stiffened for a moment, watching his mother awkwardly stand up and head into the kitchen. At lunch that day, Shen Xiuhuai found the familiar restorative soup on the dining table. "Damn, I'm in a loop," he thought, exasperated. "I'm really not." Chapter 48. I want to be exclusively cherished by my sister. After returning from the parent-teacher meeting, old Shen's mood was visibly uplifted. It appeared that his son's prolonged rebellious phase had genuinely come to an end. The homeroom teacher's praises during the meeting had made old Shen view Shen Xiuhuai with much more favor. Shen Nan was genuinely busy. After the parent-teacher meeting in the morning, he went straight to a business dinner, only returning home in the evening for a meal. He glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who was sipping soup, and felt increasingly pleased with his son. "Didn't you want that limited edition Gundam? I'll go with you to buy it tomorrow." Before he could finish, Shen Xiuhuai interrupted. "No need. I'm busy tomorrow." While saying this, he opened WeChat to transfer money, saying, "Thanks." Shen Nan, what a clever boy. "Do you think this is a transaction?" He shot a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, yet proceeded to take out his phone and scan the code for the transfer. Initially intending to send 10,000, he reconsidered and settled on 5,000, deeming it unwise for a child to possess such a substantial sum. Fortunately, Shen Xiuhuai seemed indifferent, placing his phone aside without a second glance. However, Mrs. Shen was less pleased. After casting a reproachful look at her husband, she inquired, "Are you going out with your classmates tomorrow? Do you have enough money? If not, tell mommy, and I'll transfer some to you. Just make sure you enjoy yourself." "It's all right, Mom. I have money," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, explaining that he usually didn't require much at school. "So, are you going out with that young lady tomorrow?" Mrs. Shen asked softly, her eyes reflecting a mix of joy and concern. "If you're going out with her, you should take a bit more money." 5,000 is sufficient, Mom," Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "That amount could sustain me for 2 months. In truth, it could last even 3, but he feared that if he admitted this, old Shen would think he had been possessed." Just as Mrs. Shen was about to say more, old Shen interrupted. "That's enough. A doting mother often spoils her child." He glanced at his son, who had indeed changed significantly, remarking on the rare occasion that his son was being sensible. Shen Xiuhuai sighed again, setting down his bowl. Yes, so your understanding son is off to do his homework. Don't work too hard. I'll bring you some fruit in a bit." "Thank you, Mom," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, and as he entered, he overheard Mrs. Shen complaining about Shen Nan's stinginess. With a smile in his eyes, Shen Xiuhuai took a shower before starting his homework. Today, Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to stay at her grandfather's house, so they likely wouldn't be able to video chat. Nevertheless, the thought of seeing her tomorrow filled him with happiness. Another day of missing my wife. The following day, Shen Xiuhuai rose early, but since he had arranged to meet Lin Xiaoxiao in the afternoon, he took his time getting out of bed, instead browsing through last night's group chat and moments. To his surprise, he discovered that the group had already started organizing a trip to the amusement park that afternoon, followed by a fireworks show in the evening. Realizing he had missed the chance to intervene, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue in annoyance. A group of little brats seemed eager to engage in anything but studying. Originally, he had planned to take Lin Xiaoxiao to the amusement park and then see the fireworks. But the thought of the noisy Qi Kuang and Zhou suddenly dampened his enthusiasm. "Oh well, I'll ask Lin Xiaoxiao this afternoon." Shen Xiuhuai had initially considered picking Lin Xiaoxiao up, but since she was at her grandfather's house, which was not nearby, she declined his offer to take a taxi to meet her, suggesting instead that they meet at the city library. As an underage youth without a driver's license, Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang of disappointment. It was disheartening that he wouldn't be able to pick up his girlfriend on their first date. Thus, he arrived at the city library half an hour early and, noticing he still had time to spare, crossed the street to buy a milk tea. Meanwhile, Qi Kuang and the others were still trying to persuade him to join them at the amusement park, but Shen Xiuhuai, focused solely on his date, coldly declined. Standing at the entrance of the library, a tall and handsome young man held a cup of milk tea in one hand while casually scrolling on his phone, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This captivating scene caught the eye of Lin Xiaoxiao, who had just exited a taxi. As she spotted a petite and charming girl standing before Shen Xiuhuai, seemingly engaged in conversation. Shen Xiuhuai glanced down at the girl, shook his head while waving his phone, and soon the girl walked away, somewhat disappointed. Sighing at the encounter, Shen Xiuhuai lifted his gaze and found Lin Xiaoxiao standing a short distance away, watching him. With her hair down, unconfined by school regulations, she wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt and denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, glistening in the sunlight. The t-shirt was tucked into her shorts, and despite the simplicity of her student attire, her figure exuded an alluring curve. Her long, proportionate legs, complemented by a delicate yet slightly youthful face, created a harmonious yet striking contrast. Just standing there, she was a beautiful sight. Shen Xiuhuai, without hesitation, rushed over and called out, "Sister, you arrived without saying anything. I saw you were quite busy just now," Lin Xiaoxiao replied lightly, glancing towards the direction of the girl who had just left. Shen Xiuhuai quickly grasped the situation, realizing she had indeed witnessed the earlier encounter. With a smile, he took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and began to walk forward, saying, "Then why didn't you come to rescue me from those little temptresses?" Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his audacity, exclaiming in disbelief, "You really have no shame." "Sister," Shen Xiuhuai suddenly stopped, turning to face her with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Next time something like this happens, you could assert your claim more directly." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Aren't you the one who dislikes others encroaching on my space? Then come over and chase them away." Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils slightly contracted. "Wouldn't that be unreasonable?" "Not at all. It would make me very happy," he replied, kissing her hand. "I want to be exclusively yours." Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit insecure, was reassured by Shen Xiuhuai's words. Her love was one of understanding and concession, but Shen Xiuhuai desired for their love to be equal and mutually accommodating. He found her excessive sensibility endearing yet painful. He wanted to see her more carefree and genuine, to allow her to be her true self. Lin Xiaoxiao silently observed Shen Xiuhuai for a moment before finally responding with a soft, "All right." Shen Xiuhuai smiled broadly and handed her the milk tea he had purchased. After accepting it, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her empty hand and remarked, "You only bought one cup?" "Yes, a large one. You want tea finish it all?" Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, finally grasping his implication. While it might be awkward for a married couple at 26 to share a cup of milk tea, for a pair of 18-year-olds, it felt perfectly natural. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 49, The Date. Lin Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and quickly glanced at their entwined hands. "I need to return some books at the library and find another one. Can we go to the amusement park afterward? We still have plenty of time." "Of course. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy to go anywhere," Shen Xiuhuai replied without a second thought. Then recounted the situation regarding Qi Kuang and the others at the amusement park, his tone tinged with exasperation. Although the amusement park was quite large, he was uncertain if they would actually run into them. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, secretly wishing for a moment alone with her. Encountering Qi Kuang would likely mean they couldn't even hold hands. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with understanding as she caught onto his unspoken thoughts. However, she chose to say little, instead leading Shen Xiuhuai into the library to return the books. By the time they finished returning and borrowing books, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As Shen Xiuhuai took out his phone to order a taxi to the amusement park, Lin Xiaoxiao stopped him with a hand. Looking at the delicate hand blocking his phone screen, he raised his gaze to meet hers. "I'll handle it. You don't want to go to the amusement park, do you?" "I heard Lily and the others mention a place," Lin Xiaoxiao said with a playful tone. 15 minutes later, Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao stood in front of a private home theater, still processing the sudden change. Private home theater, guaranteeing safety and privacy. The words flashed before him. And just before Lin Xiaoxiao could pay, Shen Xiuhuai snapped back to reality and paid instead. The proprietor, with a cheerful demeanor, summoned a waiter to escort the couple to a private couple suite, informing them that the film would commence in 5 minutes and wishing them an enjoyable viewing experience. After casting a glance at them, the proprietor added as a reminder, "The cinema is equipped with surveillance cameras, you know." Shen Xiuhuai sensed that Lin Xiaoxiao's hand felt slightly clammy, a sign of her nervousness. Stealing a sidelong glance at her, he noticed that although her expression remained frosty, her ears had turned shade of crimson. In reality, the so-called private cinema was merely a modest room, albeit slightly more luxurious, with 2 plush movie chairs facing a grand screen. Fortunately, apart from the 2 of them, there were no other patrons in sight, creating a secluded and intimate atmosphere. Having purchased a package deal, the waiter swiftly brought in their soda, popcorn, and hot dogs before exiting. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao settled into their seats, and he finally broke the silence. "This place? When did it open?" He was surprised by his lack of recollection, as he would have thought such a venue would have piqued his interest. "I only heard Qi Ling mention it while chatting with Li Li," Lin Xiaoxiao admitted, her voice lowered slightly. They referred to it as a date spot, so I made a note of it. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. Given that it was a couple's seating arrangement, there were no barriers between their chairs. He took hold of Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and gently wiped it with a tissue. You're quite tense, aren't you? Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, as if the proprietor's earlier reminder implied they were about to engage in something inappropriate. He probably mentioned it because he thinks we're too young. Shen Xiuhuai's eyes sparkled with amusement. I suspect there have indeed been some antics in here. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered this notion, realizing that adults are well aware of the surveillance in cinemas, thus making such reminders unnecessary. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she heard Shen Xiuhuai murmur, I want to do something too. She stared at him in astonishment, her eyes wide. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, covering her bright eyes with his palm, his tone exasperated. For a moment, I thought you were bringing me here for something else. I was all worked up, both emotionally and physically. He felt her long lashes brush against his palm, and was disappointed to find that it was merely a more private movie experience. But you said you'd be happy as long as we were alone, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, her voice diminishing, laced with irritation. What are you thinking about all day? She noticed Shen Xiuhuai leaning closer, his warm breath grazing her fair skin. He observed her blushing cheeks, her lips slightly parting as she swallowed nervously. She was truly adorable. He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, whispering, I was just thinking about you. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, signaling the start of the film. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed lightly against Shen Xiuhuai's chest, and her previously closed eyes fluttered open, filled with shyness. He glanced at her, reluctantly releasing his embrace. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed, her posture straightened as she fixated on the screen. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly, brushing his fingers across her moist lips. You're so bashful. I have no experience, Lin Xiaoxiao mumbled, stealing a glance at him. Unlike some people who seem quite adept. Who knows? Her voice dwindled, a mix of teasing and reproach, as if testing the waters regarding whether this was her first time. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at the film's opening sequence, then whispered, It is my first time, and all my first belong to you. He leaned closer to her ear, adding, If you don't believe me, I'll reserve the rest of my life for you. His breath tickled her ear, causing it to flush even deeper. She covered her heated ears with her hand and pushed him playfully. Sit still. The movie's starting. They had spent much time selecting a film, opting instead for the one that commenced the soonest. To their surprise, it turned out to be a melodramatic romance, one filled with cliches of first encounters, courtship, misunderstandings, breakups, and dramatic reconciliations. Shen Xiuhuai lost interest after a while, stealing glances at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was fully engrossed, even in the midst of the film. The flickering lights from the screen illuminated her face, and Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. However, as is typical for romance films, there were some rather suggestive scenes. It was surprising that this particular film passed censorship, as the suggestive moments were rather prolonged. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao remained composed, her face not betraying any embarrassment, until she noticed that the on-screen couple's first date unfolded within a cinema, complete with hand-holding and passionate kisses, accentuated by amplified sound effects. Stealing a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, she caught his amused gaze. Chapter 50. It wasn't intentional. One must admit, while this private cinema was somewhat pricey, the sound quality was exceptional. For instance, the music playing in the background was remarkably clear. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling warm, sister? Shen Xiuhuai leaned in a bit closer, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's slightly embarrassed countenance. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked, momentarily taken aback. Just as Shen Xiuhuai contemplated how to tease her further, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to snap back to reality. She flashed a smile, but suddenly leaned closer to him, lowering her voice to hastily say, Hey, have you heard? Shen Xiuhuai found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to decipher her rapid words, only catching the mention of the word movie. He turned his gaze back to the screen, where the on-screen couple was now entwined, their chemistry palpable. Given the direction of the plot, it wouldn't be long before it strayed into inappropriate territory, would it? As expected, the scene shifted to a car, the camera pulling back. Have you heard? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of mischief. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, then back at the film. You. But it's fake, she continued, her words trailing off as she retreated slightly, increasing the distance between them. The cinema has cameras, so everything on screen is deceptive. Perhaps we should read more books and watch fewer films, she remarked with a teasing lilt. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. And Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but pinch her cheek, a smirk on his face. You'd best not provoke me, or you'll regret it. And I didn't hear a thing just now. You did that on purpose, didn't you? What are you talking about? Lin Xiaoxiao feigned innocence, gazing at him with wide eyes. I I was just joking, didn't you hear? Her exaggerated innocence only served to heighten Shen Xiuhuai's vexation. Yet, he could only pinch her cheek once more, be honest. I know you did it on purpose. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, playfully swatting at him. You weren't even paying attention to the movie, and yet you blame me. Shen Xiuhuai loosened his grip, glancing at her face, then winced. I barely touched you. It's already red? It must be because your skin is so delicate. Why did you have to be so rough? Lin Xiaoxiao grumbled, rubbing her face. Is it red? Shen Xiuhuai, for once, felt a twinge of guilt, his gaze evasive. It's nothing. Not red at all. It should fade soon. Lin Xiaoxiao, trusting him, turned back to the screen, resuming her focus on the film. As they watched the film, Shen Xiuhuai occasionally glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's face, pondering when the red mark would fade away, causing his scattered thoughts to dissipate. Regrettably, by the time the movie concluded, the mark still lingered on Lin Xiaoxiao's visage. Moreover, due to her fair complexion, the mark had not diminished significantly. Instead, it had morphed into a conspicuous fingerprint, unmistakably the result of being pinched. When the end credits rolled, Lin Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, questioning, Why do you keep staring at me? Am I more captivating than the movie? Shen Xiuhuai nodded, affirming. You are the most beautiful. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled, dismissing him with a wave of her hand as she stood up. I need to use the restroom. We shall dine afterward. With that, she turned and strode out. Shen Xiuhuai wanted to call her back, but ultimately sighed, resigning himself to the thought that she would discover the truth eventually. As he gathered his belongings and waited at the door, Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from the restroom, a slight blush adorning her cheeks as she shot him a fierce glare. Yet, being in a public setting restrained her actions. She merely let her long hair cascade over the side bearing the fingerprint, concealing the mark. Shen Xiuhuai feigned innocence, remarking, It's all your fault for having such delicate skin. You've mastered the art of being the first to complain. Lin Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, reminding herself repeatedly that she must maintain composure in public. Then, she took Shen Xiuhuai by the hand and led him away. Shen Xiuhuai secretly exhaled with relief, believing the matter had been resolved. Just moments ago, he had even searched online for explanations. However, as they passed the room where they had just watched the movie, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly pushed him inside with force before following him in and shutting the door behind her. Shen Xiuhuai's expression froze momentarily, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Xiaoxiao trapped him against the wall again in a familiar embrace. Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so fragile. Look, I barely applied any pressure, and it didn't hurt you that much. Shen Xiuhuai stammered as he gazed into Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, his voice dwindling. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing the boy's innocent demeanor, recalled the fingerprint she had seen in the mirror moments earlier, her emotions swirling in complexity. She wasn't truly angry. She merely reflected on how he had assured her that everything was fine, yet the mark was undeniably evident. Shen Xiuhuai. Lin Xiaoxiao enunciated his name slowly. Then, parting her soft lips, she revealed a row of neat white teeth, resembling a threat. Shen Xiuhuai could only watch helplessly as she seized his hand and gently bit the webbing between his thumb and index finger with her slightly sharp teeth. It didn't truly hurt. Instead, it was somewhat ticklish, evoking a desire to laugh. Shen Xiuhuai placed his hand lightly behind her, choosing not to stop her as she playfully nipped at his flesh with a ferocity that belied her reluctance. Lin Xiaoxiao indeed hesitated to exert too much pressure, ultimately grazing her teeth against his skin before releasing him. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. Is that all? Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a fierce glare. What if it doesn't fade by the time I get home? My parents will see it. It shouldn't be a problem, Shen Xiuhuai replied, glancing at the mark on her face. His voice was faint, almost a whisper. Would you like to buy me again? He offered, extending his hand obediently toward her. However, Lin Xiaoxiao promptly pulled his hand down, declaring, That's enough. She opened the door first and stepped outside. Unexpectedly, before she could fully exit, Shen Xiuhuai yanked her back. She watched as the door she had just opened was closed again. Chapter 51. Growing old together. Lin Xiaoxiao had entirely forgotten that she initially intended to confront Shen Xiuhuai. Yet the current situation found her trapped in this confined space. The sealed room, the disabled surveillance, and the boy before her, wearing a look of innocence, created a peculiar atmosphere. Letting out a sigh, she reached out to stroke his head. I'm not angry anymore. Can we go outside? Shen Xiuhuai's tone softened, his heart melting at her words. Really? He replied, surprised by how easily she could be appeased. Yes, Lin Xiaoxiao said, casting a glance at him. Only you could manage to soothe me. But no one else will have that chance. You're truly wonderful, he remarked. Shen Xiuhuai, feeling a playful urge to tease her, took 2 steps back, fearing he might be tempted to bully her given how endearing she had become. Lin Xiaoxiao observed his movements, her eyes sweeping over him, misty with emotion, before she blushed and said, "I'll go out first." Before she could finish, a knock echoed from the door. "Is anyone in there? I need to come in and clean up." Guests are asked not to linger too long after the movie. Lin Xiaoxiao silently glanced at Shen Xiuhuai one last time. Her cheeks flushed before turning to open the door and exiting, her steps betraying a hint of anxiety. Shen Xiuhuai called after her, holding her bag in front of him as he hurried to follow. He reflected on whether he had been too harsh. The attendant watching the couple's retreat shook his head in disbelief, lamenting, "Damn, even students have such beautiful girlfriends now, while I'm still single." With that, he pushed the door open to begin cleaning. Shen Xiuhuai stepped outside and glanced around, but Lin Xiaoxiao had vanished from sight. Was she angry? His heart sank as he fished out his phone and dialed her number. It rang a few times before disconnecting. Shen Xiuhuai felt a wave of dread wash over him. What should he do if he had upset his girlfriend on their first official date? Regret washed over him for having gone too far. He exhaled slowly, opening their chat window in hopes of texting her. Just as he began to type, a sudden chill enveloped his face, as if something icy had brushed against him. He turned sharply to find Lin Xiaoxiao holding an old Beijing ice pop against his cheek. Her face was still slightly flushed, her beautiful phoenix eyes glimmering with moisture. "Here, this will cool you down," she said. Shen Xiuhuai, noticing her pouting lips, evidence of her displeasure, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took the ice pop from her hand, saying, "I thought you were really angry and would leave me behind." He grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, still feeling the chill from the ice pop. She didn't pull away, but merely met his gaze. "Even when I'm angry, I wouldn't abandon you." She pointed to a nearby 7-Eleven, explaining, "I just went in to buy you this ice pop to cool you down. I actually wanted to douse you with cold water." Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a reproachful look. "What do you think about all day?" "I don't think about it every day. I just lose control when I see you." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "I'm an adult, and I've been through a lot. I love you, and since you left, I've had little interest in anything else." Upon hearing him mention their past life, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, "After I left, you didn't?" "No, since you wanted up softly." Understanding her unspoken question. "After you left, I was alone. Sometimes I missed you so much that I would go home for a night, but I couldn't stay long. The longer I stayed, the more it hurt." As Shen Xiuhuai felt the ice pop beginning to melt in his hand, he realized that Lin Xiaoxiao's warmth was gradually thawing his cold fingers. "Xiaoxiao," he said, "after you left, I felt like I was merely a shell of a person. I'm grateful for the chance to start anew. Perhaps it's because I've saved so many lives that fate spared me from too much sorrow. I can't fathom how I would have lived the latter half of my life without you. Even now, I occasionally wake up in the dead of night, terrified that this is all just a dream and that I haven't been granted a second chance." Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she embraced the boy before her, whose expression was clouded with an overwhelming sadness. "This is real, not a dream. We have been given a second chance, Xiuhuai. This time, let us cherish it. We will grow old together." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with emotion. Apart from that, she had come across a saying online, which conveyed that the one who departs first in a love story is the happier one, while the one left behind bears the greatest sorrow. In her previous life, she had always believed that her relationship with Shen Xiuhuai was merely that of an ordinary couple brought together through arranged meetings. She thought that her departure would sadden him for a while, but he would soon recover, meeting other girls as arranged by family. Just like their initial encounter, it would be a matter of blind dates, marriage, and perhaps even the joy of a lovely child. However, Lin Xiaoxiao never dared to imagine that without her presence, Shen Xiuhuai would not even consider how to continue his life. Passers-by could not help but steal glances at the two embracing each other. Shen Xiuhuai pressed a kiss upon her hair and softly said, "All right, don't cry. I long to hold you forever, but this place doesn't seem quite appropriate." It was then that Lin Xiaoxiao remembered they were in the bustling street. She took a couple of steps back, her voice tinged with a nasal quality. "I have a handkerchief in my bag." Shen Xiuhuai, who was about to fetch a tissue, smiled helplessly, opening her bag to retrieve a small handkerchief from a compartment. Gently wiping her face. "Why do you act like a child? Just like how kids have their favorite toys, our Xiaoxiao has her cherished handkerchief. I shall keep a couple in my bag as well." Lin Xiaoxiao took the handkerchief from his hand, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet unable to suppress a smile. "It's rather odd for a man to carry a handkerchief." Shen Xiuhuai replied nonchalantly, "What is strange about a husband caring for his wife? Those who find it peculiar are certainly the single ones." He held Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and continued walking, pondering what to have for dinner. "What about ice cream? It seems to be melting." "No problem. There's a trash bin ahead. I want to try the Korean army stew that Xiaoling mentioned." The two strolled along, engrossed in their conversation, completely unaware that not far away, someone was observing them with keen interest. "Brother Xiong, That kid is still in a young romance. One man spat disdainfully. These young masters are nothing but a joke. Brother Xiong withdrew his gaze. Let it be. We already know this kid's family is not to be trifled with from last time at the station. He glanced at his subordinate. Did anyone manage to snap a photo? We can't provoke him, but that girl seems like a good student. A young romance would definitely alert her parents. I have a photo of them holding hands. Chapter 52. You must always be together. The subordinate who had captured the photo of Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao holding hands asked excitedly, Brother Xiong, should we print it out and distribute it at their school? Brother Xiong looked at him skeptically. You're paying for the printing? It's just a hand-holding, not a scandalous photo. Besides, you'd be caught in no time. Can you not think for a moment? Other subordinates whispered, what about posting it online? Foolishness. Send it to Fong Yuan. Brother Xiong smacked their heads. Isn't that girl at odds with this kid? Send it to her, then ask for some money. Damn it. If we make some cash, we can head back. We can't find work in the capital. What if she doesn't pay? We could threaten the kid for some cash. Brother Xiong rolled his eyes. You lot should consider where you are. And remember the pain from last time, when Shen Xiuhuai easily seized my wrist. Watch less television. Damn it, send the photo to me. I'll contact that girl. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the scheming thoughts directed at them. They arrived at the Korean Army stew restaurant that Xiaoling had recommended. As it was a popular spot, the queue was quite long, and they had to wait for 5 tables. Lin Xiaoxiao quietly lamented, had I known, we should have come here first to get a number before watching the movie. The dining establishment was not far from the cinema. Shen Xiuhuai, rarely witnessing her childlike demeanor, chuckled as he guided her to a nearby chair. All right, we'll make sure to get the number first next time. Who knew there would be so many people? A few nearby young ladies observed the couple, with the girl seated and the boy squatting in front of her, whispering sweet nothings while placing his bag on her lap to shield her beautiful legs. Are you hungry? Would you like me to buy you something to nibble on? Shen Xiuhuai recalled a snack shop and a dessert store they had passed while entering. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered and responded, could you fetch me a macaroon? I haven't had one in ages. I'm uncertain if they're any good here. Wait, I'll go buy it. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Had I known, I would have prepared something beforehand. Next time, I'll be better prepared. The young ladies nearby displayed envious expressions, realizing that the charm of young love lay in a caring partner who was attentive and considerate. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, watching Shen Xiuhuai dash off. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness. In her previous life, when she met Shen Xiuhuai through an arranged marriage, they had both been too busy. Before officially tying the knot, they had only met 3 times, all over meals, let alone going to the movies or on proper dates. After marriage, their time together was scarce, with one being a fire captain and the other a neurologist. The rare moments they managed to meet were due to meticulous scheduling of duty shifts and surgeries. It wasn't that they didn't wish to see each other. They genuinely lacked the time. Sometimes, even when she managed to carve out time, Shen Xiuhuai might not be at home, requiring her to visit the fire station to see him. In her previous life, they had no children, but fortunately, both families were quite understanding and did not pressure them. Lin Xiaoxiao reached down to touch her flat abdomen, her eyes reflecting a mix of regret and relief. If only we had a child, they would surely be adorable. Yet with the accident that took us both, it would have been heartbreaking. As she lost herself in thought, a stranger's voice, tinged with amusement, interrupted, Hello, miss. Are you here alone? Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and looked up at the 2 men standing before her. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai, after purchasing the macaroons, entered a snack shop to buy some treats, thinking they could take leftovers to school. Upon returning, he spotted Lin Xiaoxiao surrounded by the 2 men, who were leaning in and speaking to her. Having grown up beautiful, Lin Xiaoxiao handled such situations with ease. Her expression remained impassive, exuding an air of aloofness that deterred approach. Excuse me, I'm not alone. Please step aside as you are blocking my way. The man hadn't expected her to be so forthright. Yet, captivated by her beauty, he was reluctant to give up. Well, could we exchange WeChat? Let us be friends. There are plenty of delicious places here. This Korean army stew is quite mediocre. Before he could finish, a displeased voice interrupted. Could you move aside, please? They turned to see a tall, handsome young man standing behind them, holding a bag of snacks and a small cake. The 2 men slightly shifted to make way. Shen Xiuhuai's emotionless gaze swept over them before he approached Lin Xiaoxiao. I brought you some snacks. The 2 men exchanged glances, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao watched them depart, then turned her attention back to Shen Xiuhuai, who appeared visibly upset. She reached out to caress his face. What's wrong? You look so unhappy. Indeed, it seemed that even a brief separation was too much. In such a short time, someone had already approached her. Shen Xiuhuai nuzzled against her palm, a mix of affection and seriousness in his demeanor, clearly wishing to keep her close wherever they went. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could respond, They both heard an audible intake of breath from nearby. As they turned their heads, they beheld two young ladies gazing at them with expressions of sheer excitement, as if they had just witnessed something extraordinary. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a warm flush on her cheeks, realizing that they had been under observation. She contemplated retracting her hand. It was firmly grasped by Shen Xiuhuai. The two young ladies, likely assuming they were a sweet couple just beginning their university journey, shyly apologized. "We're so sorry for intruding, but you truly make a lovely pair." Shen Xiuhuai smiled and replied, "Thank you. Oh my, you are both incredibly handsome and beautiful." "It's quite a feast for the eyes," exclaimed one of the girls with palpable enthusiasm. Ultimately, their lively interjection caused the couple to abandon their previous topic of conversation. Shen Xiuhuai had purchased an abundance of small cakes and snacks, which Lin Xiaoxiao generously shared with the young ladies. Initially hesitant, the girls eventually accepted 2 bags as a token of goodwill. Their turn arrived swiftly, and as they entered, they cheerfully urged Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao, "You must stay together. You truly complement each other." "Thank you," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. Once the girls had disappeared inside, she heard Shen Xiuhuai softly whisper in her ear, "We will always be together for eternity." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to him, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Yes, always together." Chapter 53. Class Monitor, "You look splendid even in casual attire." After finishing their dinner, the two were somewhat indecisive about their next endeavor. Shen Xiuhuai had originally no intention of seeking out Qi Kuang, yet the latter's relentless persistence in messaging him proved difficult to ignore. Now, he had even resorted to calling. Shen Xiuhuai answered with a hint of exasperation, "You better have a good reason." "It's not that, Brother Huai. I'm here to see the fireworks." Qi Kuang's voice was loud and boisterous, with the sounds of Zhou De and others echoing in the background. "It starts at 8:30. You still have time if you leave now. What are you doing cooped up at home all day? Even studying requires a balance." Shen Xiuhuai sighed. "How do I explain my date to someone like you, a single dog?" Sitting beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao overheard and met his gaze, mouthing an encouragement to go. Shen Xiuhuai then relayed to Qi Kuang, "Stop shouting. I'll be there shortly. Hurry up. Your place is quite far. Don't be late." Qi Kuang exclaimed, excitedly yelling, "Damn it, Zhou De. If you eat my fries again, I swear I'll knock your head off." "All right, I'm on my way," Shen Xiuhuai said, cutting the call as the commotion resumed on the other end. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled at the exasperated look on his face. "Qi Kuang really has a wonderful personality. You seem particularly fond of him." Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Indeed, Qi Kuang is different. Qi Kuang's father and his Shen Nan had grown up as close friends, and though they now engaged in daily bickering and comparisons, it was merely a peculiar rivalry characteristic of middle-aged men. Qi Kuang was nearly a year younger than Shen Xiuhuai, having just celebrated his 16th birthday last week. His father firmly believed that children should not lag behind, especially when competing against Shen Nan's son. Thus, Qi Kuang had accompanied Shen Xiuhuai to school from a young age, always trailing behind him. "Qi Kuang is like a younger brother to me. I will always protect him," Shen Xiuhuai said, his smile slightly dimming as he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, pondering, was it truly an accident that Qi Kuang lost his life in the previous life? Lin Xiaoxiao paused, a hint of remorse crossing her features. "I'm sorry. My relationships with classmates were rather superficial. Had it not been for Qiaoling, I wouldn't have even known about Qi Kuang's passing." Her face reflected regret. "I was incredibly busy at that time. By the moment I learned of it, he had already been gone for quite a while. However, his family must have investigated thoroughly. It must have truly been an accident." Shen Xiuhuai gently squeezed her hand. "It's all right. This matter does not concern you." In his past life, he had also conducted inquiries, and everyone present at the scene, whether the unfortunate assailant or the girl rescued, had claimed it was merely an accident. There were no surveillance cameras in that alley. Ultimately, the police had found no further evidence, and the case was closed. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai could not shake the feeling that Qi Kuang was not the impulsive type. He had always been quite intelligent. How could he have ended up in an alley, only to be accidentally killed? Moreover, the girl he saved had eventually married one of the thugs. With a heavy heart, Shen Xiuhuai resolved that in this lifetime, he would undoubtedly protect Qi Kuang. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on his hand and softly said, "Let us go. Nothing will go awry in this lifetime." Shen Xiuhuai snapped back to reality and smiled at her. "All right, I'll call for a car." The distance from Shen Xiuhuai's apartment to the amusement park was indeed considerable. Yet from their current location, it was relatively close, less than half an hour. When they arrived, it was just past 8 o'clock, and Qi Kuang had already begun urging them. As Lin Xiaoxiao surveyed the bustling amusement park, she suddenly inquired, "Do you think there will be many classmates from our school here?" Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue and gently released her hand. "Are you afraid?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt her grip tighten once more. Lin Xiaoxiao, seemingly displeased, remarked, "Aren't you worried I might get lost?" Shen Xiuhuai glanced down at their intertwined hands, a smile gracing his features. "Of course I am. Which is why we'll hold on tight." Lin Xiaoxiao found his smile somewhat silly, yet it elicited a smile from her as well. "No need to hold on so tightly. If we run into classmates or teachers, remember to let go, or else if my parents are called, you'll be in trouble." Shen Xiuhuai thought of his future in-laws, two remarkably elegant and intellectual doctors. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao's grandfather. He cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Understood." They proceeded to queue for tickets, while Qi Kuang's incessant calls had not ceased. As soon as they entered, they were spotted by Qi Kuang, who had been waiting at the entrance with Zhou de Brother Huai. He shouted before noticing Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. "Class monitor," he added, a mischievous glint in his eye as he fixated on their clasped hands. Zhou de stared at the pair in shock. What the heck? When Qi Kuang had dragged him along to wait for Shen Xiuhuai, he had been reluctant, feeling it was unnecessary at their age. Yet now, witnessing the scene left him utterly astounded. "Wait a moment, Xiao and the others are coming too," Qi Kuang said, glancing at the time. Xiao lived relatively close, and Zhao Lili had also mentioned she would arrive. They should be here soon. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback when she heard Shen Xiuhuai quietly say, "I informed him you would be coming. He must have invited those two girls." Far from the carefree demeanor he projected, Qi Kuang was genuinely quite observant. Lin Xiaoxiao, following the group of boys, felt that encountering classmates or teachers might lead to speculation, especially considering the rumors surrounding her and Shen Xiuhuai. Their early romance would inevitably be exposed. Yet, with the addition of more girls, it would merely appear as a group of friends enjoying themselves. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Qi Kuang and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." She understood that it was all for her sake. Shen Xiuhuai was undoubtedly unafraid of their relationship being revealed, thus they were all acting to shield her. "Hey, no worries. The more, the merrier." Qi Kuang replied with a grin. "What the heck?" Zhou de finally regained his composure, his eyes wide with surprise as he exclaimed, "Brother Huai, you're amazing." Qi Kuang quickly shushed him. "Keep it down." Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at Zhou de. "You won't blurt anything out, will you?" "Of course not." Zhou Demo gave a firm slap to his chest, assuring his companions, "We're brothers. I assure you, I won't speak recklessly." He then chuckled softly, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, his cheeks slightly flushed. The class monitor looked stunning, even in casual attire. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Qi Kuang suddenly smacked the top of his head, admonishing, "What are you staring at? I was merely complimenting her. I meant no harm." Zhou Demo protested innocently, shielding his head. Lin Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her laughter at their playful banter, responded with a grateful smile. "Thank you. Class monitor, your smile is also delightful." Zhou Demo exclaimed again. At this, Shen Xiuhuai could no longer hold back, giving him a light shove. "Keep your eyes off my wife." Chapter 54. Shen Xiuhuai. "I love you, always have." "Oh." Qi Kuang and Zhou Demo chorused in unison, their expressions mischievous. "Has the class monitor given her consent?" "Huaiga, you're quite shameless." The group continued their playful antics until Ke Xiaoling arrived. Upon entering, she instantly spotted the group standing at the entrance, particularly Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai, whose radiance made them stand out even in a crowd. "What are you all laughing about? So cheerful?" Ke Xiaoling inquired curiously, peering from behind Lin Xiaoxiao. Just beside Lin Xiaoxiao was Qi Kuang, who had been laughing merrily until her sudden appearance startled him, prompting an exaggerated, "Goodness, what are you doing? Am I really that frightening?" "Qu'est-ce que Vico Qiaoling replied innocently." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to her with a smile. "You're here." Ke Xiaoling, noticing the joy illuminating Lin Xiaoxiao's face, remarked, "My goodness, Xiaoxiao, you should smile more. It suits you beautifully." Lin Xiaoxiao was genuinely in high spirits. Her date with Shen Xiuhuai had filled her with joy, and encountering Qi Kuang and the others had further lifted her mood. "Let's go. Zhao Lili mentioned she will be a while. No need to wait for her." Zhou Demo glanced at his phone. "We should hurry to secure a good spot." Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's buoyant demeanor, and it lifted his spirits as well. It was a Sunday evening, and the crowd gathering to watch the fireworks was considerable, predominantly couples and families with young children. As the time from 8:30 to 9 o'clock wasn't too late, Qi Kuang quickly led them to meet up with a few other boys. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, the boys were momentarily taken aback. It was uncommon to see their class monitor in casual wear. It took Qi Kuang's playful exclamations to redirect their attention, after which they complimented the two girls on their beauty. Some noticed how closely Shen Xiuhuai was standing beside Lin Xiaoxiao, protectively guiding her through the crowd. A realization dawning upon them, though no one dared to voice it. The thrill of discovering such a secret was delightful. However, When they unexpectedly encountered Lu Fengqin and her family, the moment was slightly jarring. The group of youths simultaneously called out, "Teacher Lu!" Lu Fengqin exclaimed, "Oh, you're all here too?" Her gaze swept over Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai as she posed the question. "We're here to see the fireworks, teacher." Qi Kuang replied with a bright smile, noticing a cute little girl in Lu Fengqin's arms. "Oh, your daughter is absolutely adorable." He leaned in curiously to get a better look at the child, effectively blocking Lu Fengqin's line of sight. The other boys soon gathered around to admire the child, quickly surrounding Lu Fengqin's family. Lu Fengqin's eyes sparkled with amusement as she chose not to expose their little ruse. After allowing the children to amuse her daughter for a while, she said, "All right, after the fireworks, make sure to head home early. I won't linger here to obstruct you." She glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, "Xiaoxiao, as the class monitor, you must ensure they all return home safely." "Sure, Teacher Lu. Have fun," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, maintaining her good student demeanor. Lu Fengqin nodded, casting a glance at Shen Xiuhuai before departing with her husband and daughter. "Do you think Teacher Lu noticed?" Ku Xiaoling whispered to Lin Xiaoxiao. "She kept staring at you and Shen Xiuhuai." Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively looked at Shen Xiuhuai, who was beaming with joy. Remembering her promise to Lu Fengqin, she decided it was best to prioritize her husband over any prior commitments. Shen Xiuhuai, possessing excellent emotional regulation, quickly set aside any concerns. Finally, Zhao Lili arrived just a minute before the fireworks were set to begin. Just as the group had not quite finished their conversation, a loud bang echoed as a magnificent, bright firework blossomed in the night sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Shen Xiuhuai glanced up, and amidst the crowd's cheers and the explosive sounds of the fireworks, he heard Lin Xiaoxiao lean closer to his ear, whispering earnestly, "Shen Xiuhuai, I love you, always have." He turned to face her. She was not gazing at the fireworks, but rather at him, her eyes full of affection. The fireworks were splendid, illuminating Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate features in a breathtaking glow. Shen Xiuhuai quickly leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss on her lips. "I love you too." Nearby, Zhao Lili had just turned her head in time to see the exchange, her face flushing with excitement. She clutched Ku Xiaoling's arm tightly. Ku Xiaoling let out a soft "oh," frowning in her direction. Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai exchanged smiles filled with mutual understanding. The fireworks displays soon concluded, yet the boys, brimming with energy from their afternoon escapades, were still eager to propose a late-night snack outing. However, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, noting the time, past 9 o'clock, with classes to attend the following day. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai declared, "Let's head back. We have school tomorrow, and it's not ideal for the girls to return home so late." "Oh," the boys groaned in disappointment. "It's rare to hang out with the girls. I heard you bragging. Just the other day, I saw you with that freshman. Dude, you owe me a pack of cigarettes for lying about that." The boys bantered and ran off. Shen Xiuhuai turned to the three girls, saying, "I'll escort you back." "No need. My house is just a 10-minute walk from here." Ku Xiaoling waved him off. Nevertheless, Shen Xiuhuai called upon Qi Kuang to take Ku Xiaoling home while he accompanied Zhao Lili and Lin Xiaoxiao, who lived nearby. Zhao Lili, feeling a bit anxious, insisted, "No, it's fine. I can go back by myself. I don't want to be in your way or be a third wheel." Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her and took her arm, saying, "Let us go back together." Taken aback, Zhao Lili felt a sudden shift in Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor, as if she had changed in some way. The group created a WeChat group at the amusement park entrance, agreeing to check in once they arrived home before dispersing. Shen Xiuhuai followed behind the two girls, noticing Zhao Lili's nervousness as she occasionally glanced back. On the fifth glance, Lin Xiaoxiao, slightly exasperated, suggested, "Why not let him walk ahead, so you can observe in peace?" "No, it's not like that," Zhao Lili replied, her voice tense. Carefully, she stole another look at the distance between them and Shen Xiuhuai, then said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, you too." She felt it inappropriate to inquire, yet her curiosity was insatiable. The fires of gossip burned brightly within her. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded her with a neutral expression. Zhao Lili covered her mouth with her hand, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Chapter 55, An Unexpected Encounter with the Father-in-Law. Lin Xiaoxiao found amusement in Zhao Lili's anxious demeanor, suddenly realizing that reliving this moment felt rather delightful. Many of the people and events she had previously overlooked now appeared vividly alive. Once, Lin Xiaoxiao's memories of high school were vividly colored only by Shen Xiuhuai. The others seemed merely like monochromatic photographs. They had existed in her recollections, but only as nameless figures whose appearances she recognized, and meeting them on the street would often leave her unable to recall their faces. However, that had changed. The black and white images had been infused with color, and her classmates began to come alive. This, it seemed, was the essence of youth. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her gaze towards Shen Xiuhuai, who was engrossed in his phone. As if sensing her attention, he looked up and smiled at her. Lin Xiaoxiao returned his smile and leaned closer to Zhao Lili, whispering, "What do you think our relationship is?" "Nothing," Zhao Lili blurted out, her gaze sincere. "The top students don't need love. You only love studying." Her voice was somewhat loud, even catching Shen Xiuhuai's attention. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, wondering what said that. Before she could finish her thought, the bus arrived and Zhao Lili boarded first. I was just joking. The bus is here." The recent fireworks display had drawn a crowd from the amusement park, making the bus quite cramped. Shen Xiuhuai frowned slightly, protecting Lin Xiaoxiao within his embrace as he stood behind the two girls, regretting not having taken a taxi. Zhao Lili, on Lin Xiaoxiao's other side, remarked, "It's not that I disagree. It's just that Brother Huai would probably have to wait an hour or two for a taxi." Shen Xiuhuai considered this and realized it was likely true. He sighed. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "It's all right. We could transfer to the subway once we get there." More passengers continued to force their way onto the bus, prompting the driver to shout, "Don't board. The doors 1T close." The squeezed passengers began to grumble. In truth, Lin Xiaoxiao felt somewhat uncomfortable. She had a mild obsession with cleanliness. And the crowded bus not only carried various odors, but also inevitably resulted in physical contact with others. Shen Xiuhuai quickly noticed her discomfort and drew her closer, creating a small pocket of space for her amidst the throng. Zhao Lili internally squealed with delight at the scene, finding it utterly adorable. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at Shen Xiuhuai and smiled at him. His gaze swept across her delicate face, noticing that the mark he had left had vanished. For a moment, he was unsure whether to feel relieved or slightly regretful about the disappearance of his trace. He suddenly felt akin to a little dog, wanting to stake his claim. Luckily, the torturous bus ride lasted only 2 stops before they disembarked, and the subway was less crowded. Zhao Lili's neighborhood was not far from Lin Xiaoxiao's. So Shen Xiuhuai first escorted her home before leisurely walking back with Lin Xiaoxiao. Along the way, he received a call from Mrs. Shen, expressing her concern that her son had been out since the afternoon and had yet to return by 10 o'clock. Shen Xiuhuai reassured her that he would be home by 11 and declined her offer to pick him up. Once he hung up, Lin Xiaoxiao quietly remarked, "It seems your relationship with your mom has improved a lot." She paused mid-sentence, realizing she had become too accustomed to casually referring to her as mom. Stealing a glance at Shen Xiuhuai, she found him smiling, yet he did not mention her slip. After all, it would be inevitable for her to address her as such eventually. "I've come to realize that from a different perspective, my parents are not neglectful. They're simply too busy. The love of parents around the world does not adhere to a singular standard. I do not wish to cause them distress, as they truly care for me." As Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, a smile crept on her lips. Brother Huai has indeed matured. Her words carried a teasing undertone. Shen Xiuhuai reached out and hooked his pinky with hers, which earned him a disapproving glare from Lin Xiaoxiao, who cautioned that they might encounter neighbors. Nonetheless, she did not pull away. Shen Xiuhuai, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Why are your neighbors still out for a stroll at this hour?" As he spoke, he moved to take Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. At that moment, a gentle yet somewhat authoritative voice called out from behind them, "Xiaoxiao." Both Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai froze, and she quickly distanced herself from him, turning to see her father, Dr. Lin He, dressed casually in slippers and holding a takeout bag, standing not far behind them. It was unclear how long he had been following them. Shen Xiuhuai, who typically exhibited a fearless demeanor, even in front of Lin Xiaoxiao's grandfather, the esteemed General Lin, felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of Dr. Lin. Although the doctor was not intimidating, quite the contrary, he exuded a gentle elegance. His temperament was subtly sharp. He had always disapproved of Lin Xiaoxiao's relationship with Shen Xiuhuai, viewing it with skepticism. This thought heightened Shen Xiuhuai's apprehension, prompting him to call out, "Uncle." "Doctor." Lin's gaze lingered on Shen Xiuhuai, his expression warm as he replied, "Hello, you must be Xiaoxiao's classmate?" Shen Xiuhuai nodded, "Yes. We went out for an outing with classmates tonight. I'm just seeing her and another female classmate home." "Right, your class monitor is Zhao Lili, if I recall correctly." Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai. "He asked Shen Xiuhuai, sitting behind me." Dr. Lin nodded. "It's getting late. You young students should head home. Otherwise, your parents might worry." Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao before nodding. "All right, class monitor, goodbye, uncle." Dr. Lin smiled at him. "Be safe on your way back." After Shen Xiuhuai hurried away, Dr. Lin turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Your mother mentioned wanting wontons from across the street. I went down to buy some for her." Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced. Her expression remained neutral, but her eyes were keenly observing Dr. Lin's demeanor. I didn't expect that." "Doctor." Lin continued walking alongside her back to their apartment, adding, "Next time, if you're out this late, call your father. He will come to fetch you." He then recalled his frequent late nights at work or calling her mother instead, deciding it would be better to contact their family driver rather than burdening her classmate, as it wasn't safe for someone her age to be out so late. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, he cautioned, "At your age, you need to be mindful of your safety." Although he said nothing more, Lin Xiaoxiao sensed that her father had discerned something. If she were a bit older, she would have certainly disclosed her relationship with Shen Xiuhuai. However, as an 18-year-old high school student, she quietly responded, "I understand, Dad." Chapter 56, the action begins. After returning from the amusement park, as finals approached, it seemed everyone had become increasingly busy. Lin Fengqin's barbecue outing had yet to materialize, as they insisted that it would be unwise to distract themselves before the exams. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao continued their clandestine routine of attending classes diligently by day and enjoying dates by night. However, now that Dr. Lin was available in the evenings, he would often come to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao, leaving Shen Xiuhuai with fewer opportunities for private moments with her. This was rather disheartening, yet there was little they could do. Ugh, let the exams come quickly. I can hardly muster the energy to study, Qi Kuang lamented despondently. Ever since the parent-teacher conference, my dad has been convinced I have potential. He just thinks I lack focus. He set a goal for me to improve by 300 places by the finals. He cast a resentful glance at Shen Xiuhuai, who was immersed in solving a problem. "Brother Huai, are you happy?" Shen Xiuhuai, having filled in his answer, looked up at Qi Kuang and replied, "What? Are you happy about entering your senior year?" Qi Kuang inquired once more, leaning despondently on the table, his expression steeped in melancholy. With only 12 days of summer vacation remaining, an insurmountable pile of assignments loomed before him, alongside unending examinations and the looming dread of impending tests. The mere thought of it sent a buzz through his head. Ah, senior year is something else. At 18, we are on the brink of adulthood, he lamented. Shen Xiuhuai, in contrast, chuckled, "University will bring us freedom." After uttering this, he cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao's silhouette, contemplating the transition into adulthood that awaited them. "Sigh." Qi Kuang responded, "Brother Huai, you've been thoroughly brainwashed." Shen Xiuhuai opted for silence. At noon, they seized a rare opportunity to dine at the school canteen. The heat of the day had intensified, yet the canteen was sparsely populated, as a majority of students preferred the comfort of air-conditioned establishments. "Hey, Qi Kuang, if the food is unpalatable, I shall take it out on you. I just returned from training, and I'm counting on this air conditioning to survive. Our canteen's cooling is inferior to a mere fan," Zhoda grumbled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "But they say the mouth-watering chicken is exceptionally delicious, surpassing even the local Sichuan restaurants. I must try it," Qi Kuang replied excitedly, extending his hand to pat Zhoda on the shoulder, but hesitating at the thought of his sweat, ultimately settling for Shen Xiuhuai instead. "Isn't that right, Brother Huai?" Zhoda nearly erupted in frustration. Shen Xiuhuai responded with a nonchalant hum, encouraging them to give it a try. Due to the sparse crowd, they quickly reached the front of the line, finding a spot near the air conditioning vent to engage in idle chatter. As Qi Kuang observed Shen Xiuhuai typing away on his phone while eating, he leaned in and whispered, "Are you in a virtual romance with the class monitor?" Shen Xiuhuai scoffed, pushing Qi Kuang's head away. "You talk too much." Yet there was indeed a hint of truth to it. Recently, Lin Xiaoxiao's parents had been taking turns picking her up after school, a precaution stemming from a recent incident involving an assault on a high school girl. It wasn't just Lin Xiaoxiao. Many girls were now being picked up by their parents in the evenings, with many choosing to skip evening study sessions altogether. Just moments ago, Lin Xiaoxiao had messaged him, stating that her parents wanted her to study at home, while Shen Xiuhuai believed he could protect Lin Xiaoxiao. It was indeed more convenient for her to remain at home. This also implied that they could no longer attend evening study sessions together, and with the impending finals, their time alone had dwindled even further. Shen Xiuhuai's mood darkened. At that inopportune moment, a group of boisterous boys entered the canteen, their raucous laughter drawing the attention of numerous students. Qi Kuang and his friends exchanged glances, wondering about the commotion. Zhoda scrutinized them, recognizing them as basketball players known for their rough play. "I heard them discussing girls, specifically that pretty freshman. One of them seems to be pursuing her. Their choice of words is utterly distasteful," he remarked, disapproval lacing his tone. Shen Xiuhuai merely glanced over, dismissing their immaturity, typical of boys their age. After serving themselves, the boys, oblivious to Shen Xiuhuai and the others, settled at a table directly behind them. One of the boys exclaimed, "They say pursuing girls takes only 3 minutes. I've just added her on WeChat. Today's high school girls see everything through filters. With my height and looks, not to mention my family background, they must think I'm a Prince Charming." His tone dripped with arrogance and disdain. "Just wait. Within a month, I'll have her. The others lewdly chimed in, their words unsettling. Qi Kuang set his chopsticks down, no longer able to eat, while Shen Xiuhuai's brow furrowed in discontent. Juda guess chut, Zay? They're clearly idiots. One of the boys suddenly sneered, but that freshman isn't all that. Our school beauty, Lin Xiaoxiao, is where it's at. He lowered his voice. Her face, her figure, damn, her uniform barely contains her. Shen Xiuhuai's expression darkened, and his chopsticks froze mid-air, a surge of anger rising within him. Let me tell you something. Girls like that may seem cold on the outside, but once you're in bed with them. Before he could finish, Shen Xiuhuai slammed his tray down onto their table, his face stormy as he turned to confront them. Have you said enough? His voice was laced with frost. The boys, momentarily stunned by the commotion, quickly recovered, rising to their feet with indignation. What the hell? Who asked the idiot? Qi Kuang also stood, retorting, you bastard. What filthy words are you spewing? The boys, initially taken aback by Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang, now felt a twinge of apprehension. However, with the eyes of the entire canteen upon them, they couldn't back down. Thus, the tallest boy stepped forward, glaring at Shen Xiuhuai. Are you out of your mind? Zhou De, having finished his meal, stood up as well. Wu Fan, are you insane? What nonsense are you spouting daily? Shen Xiuhuai, already simmering with rage, flared at Wu Fan's retort. Oh, I forgot. Who asked Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend again? Did I say something wrong? Is it in bed? Before he could finish, Shen Xiuhuai's fist connected with Wu Fan's face without restraint, knocking out several of his teeth. Damn it. The other boys surged forward. The canteen erupted in screams and gasps, many students turning to seek out a teacher. Qi Kuang and Zhou De even had the chance to intervene before witnessing Shen Xiuhuai delivering a punch to each boy, sending them sprawling to the ground. Qi Kuang, stunned, rushed to embrace Shen Xiuhuai. Brother Huai, stop. You'll kill him. Zhou De joined in, attempting to restrain the visibly enraged Shen Xiuhuai. Though they deserve it, they're not worth it, Brother Huai. Chapter 57. The Internet's voice for Qi Kuang. Ultimately, with the intervention of Qi Kuang, Zhou De, and a few other familiar boys, Shen Xiuhuai was restrained from further violence. The boys lay on the ground, unable to rise, one even secretly weeping. The most unfortunate was Wu Fan, his teeth knocked out and his stomach kicked, currently unable to get back on his feet. Shen Xiuhuai's expression remained grim, his gaze fixed on them as though they were corpses. Soon, Pang Fu arrived with 2 male teachers. Upon witnessing the scene, with boys sprawled on the floor and blood visible, and Shen Xiuhuai being held back by several students, his head felt ready to explode. Shen Xiuhuai, you all, he gasped, pointing at them. Get them sent to the school clinic first. I suspect they may need to go to the hospital. A nearby boy whispered, Wu Fan's bleeding. Pang Fu, feeling the ache in his already thinning hair, decided to have them checked by the school nurse first. We can't have students fighting and calling an ambulance. Our school will be in the news tomorrow, and by the day after, the principal will have me packing my bags. Fortunately, Shen Xiuhuai had controlled the severity of his blows. While it appeared serious and the boys claimed to be in pain, the school nurse found no significant injuries, just bruises that avoided vital organs. The most severe seemed to be Wu Fan's swollen face and the missing teeth. Nonetheless, Wu Fan continued to claim he had internal injuries and insisted on going to the hospital, even demanding his parents be summoned. The ordeal continued in chaos, with Shen Xiuhuai's anger still simmering. It was evident that had they not been restrained, their mouths would have been even more insufferable. Ultimately, Pang Fu decided to call on their parents. The office was filled with students and their homeroom teacher. The several athletes present were not from the same class. Lu Fengqin shielded Shen Xiuhuai and his 2 companions behind her, listening to the other teachers immediately chastising them for their alleged aggression. Lu Fengqin frowned as she regarded the opposing group, for the sequence of events remained unclear. While it was indeed inappropriate for our students to resort to violence, they were not impulsive individuals. Have you bothered to inquire what provoked them? Exactly. If you have a foul mouth, you might as well cut out your tongue. Qi Kuang could not help but interject, his words loud enough for the entire cafeteria to hear. Wu Fan's homeroom teacher, a friend of his parents, shot a disapproving glance at Qi Kuang. Lu Laosher, do you consider it appropriate for this student to speak in such a manner? Qi Kuang retorted, is it acceptable for Wu Fan to discuss a girl's privacy in public, but my comments are deemed inappropriate? Or is it simply because he is your friend's son that you defend him blindly? Lu Laosher, I thought you were a better teacher than this. Lu Laosher's expression darkened instantly. Enough. Everyone be silent. Pang Fu exclaimed, Somevate exasperated. Zolda quiet remarked, Impressive. Kuangie. Lu Fengqin shot him a glare. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai spoke up. I was the only one who acted in violence. Zhou De and Qi Kuang did not lay a hand on anyone. Zhou De and Qi Kuang were alarmed. Huai Ge, However, Wu Fan, his face swollen, mumbled incoherently. They all acted infuriated. He felt compelled to retaliate against the humiliation inflicted by the trio. I know what transpired. I have surveillance footage. The school cafeteria has just installed cameras, Pang Fu remarked, glancing at Wu Fan with a furrowed brow. I have also spoken with the students present to gather the gist of the situation. He looked sternly at Wu Fan. Did you not utter any derogatory remarks about his classmates in the cafeteria? Wu Fan's expression shifted. I meant no harm. I merely spoke offhandedly. All right. Speaking offhandedly about whether your mother is, Qi Kuang interjected. I swear, Wu Fan. Wu Fan erupted in fury, ready to charge at him. So, you've lost your composure? I meant no harm. It was just a casual remark. Shen Xiuhuai sighed upon witnessing Qi Kuang's behavior, offering a half-hearted suggestion. You should refrain from such comments, especially regarding family. Damn it, I wish I could bring up family trees. These are nothing but trash. Qi Kuang muttered, yet he heeded Shen Xiuhuai's words. Lu Fengqin had pieced together the situation. She glanced at Wu Fan, then at Pang Fu. Director, it is imperative that we homeroom teachers thoroughly understand this matter. Otherwise, someone always ends up as the victim after being injured. Lu Laoshir's countenance turned grave. At that moment, a male teacher entered, accompanied by 3 students. Director, these students just witnessed the entire incident. I have also brought the surveillance footage. Pang Fu welcomed them in, gesturing for the homeroom teachers to review the footage first. The video began from the moment Shen Xiuhuai and his companions entered, initially seated for their meal, when Wu Fan and his friend sat behind them. The footage revealed Wu Fan and his male companions huddled together, their expressions somewhat lewd. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai struck out, while Qi Kuang and Zhou only attempted to restrain him without engaging in violence themselves. Shen Xiuhuai single-handedly incapacitated several athletes. Lu Laoshir pointed at the footage. It was Shen Xiuhuai who initiated the violence. One should never strike first. At that moment, one of the students, a boy from class 7 known for his sharp tongue during the last cleanup, spoke up. It's no wonder Shen Xiuhuai reacted. Wu Fan, with his vile tongue, questioned whether the girls were promiscuous in bed and even mentioned Lin Xiaoxiao from class 8, which incited Shen Xiuhuai to retaliate. Frankly, I felt like striking him myself. The boy cast a glance at Wu Fan, who glared back and involuntarily took a step back. A girl, her head bowed, quietly added, they also used some rather offensive language about several first-year female students. Lu Laoshir's expression darkened immediately, her eyes narrowing at Wu Fan. Taking a deep breath, she stated regardless, initiating violence is inherently wrong. Isn't it? Lu Fengqin interjected. Lu Laoshir, I believe you have daughters too. Perhaps you should consider this from their perspective and hope you can be more magnanimous in the future. Lu Laoshir's face soured further. Ultimately, the situation remained unresolved until the parents arrived, primarily due to Shen Nan's inexplicable delay. Lin Xiaoxiao only learned of Shen Xiuhuai's altercation when she noticed the vacant seats during afternoon classes. It was Zhao Lili who heard it from students in other classes. As soon as class ended, she turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang got into a fight in the cafeteria at noon and are now in the director's office. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Shen Xiuhuai got into a fight? What happened? Ku Xiaoling asked, her tone tinged with concern. I hope he hasn't been given any demerits. I don't know. Those who witnessed it were too far away, but they said he suddenly engaged with several athletes, 1 against 4, and 1. Zhao Lili exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 58, Detention. However, Lin Xiaoxiao felt perplexed. Others might be unaware, but she knew Shen Xiuhuai's temperament did not lend itself to quarrels with high school students. Now, they claimed there was bloodshed. Anxiety crept into Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Yet, by the end of the school day, Shen Xiuhuai and his companions had not returned to class, and Lu Fengqin did not show up for the last English lesson, which was turned into a study period. The news of Shen Xiuhuai's brawl had reached the parents, and it was said that an ambulance had even arrived. The entire class was abuzz with gossip. Lin Xiaoxiao tried calling and messaging Shen Xiuhuai, but to no avail, deepening her sense of unease. Even Ku Xiaoling quietly inquired about the situation. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head gently, utterly in the dark about the unfolding events. Moreover, she harbored a rising frustration within her. As the afternoon concluded, Lin Xiaoxiao hastily gathered her belongings and, without uttering a word, departed with her backpack. Zhao Lili observed her retreating figure and whispered to Ku Xiaoling, Xiaoxiao seems quite upset. With a sigh, Ku Xiaoling sent a few messages in their previous group chat to inquire about the situation. The boys who had not dined with Shen Xiuhuai's group claimed ignorance, mentioning that the injuries seemed serious. Exchanging concerned glances, Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lili shared their worries. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was not in the academic office, Wu Fan's parents had arrived, horrified at his condition, insisting on calling the police and ambulance, wailing in distress. Despite Pang Fu and several teachers' attempts to reason with them, their demands remained unyielding. They pointed at Shen Xiuhuai, declaring this violent fiend should be expelled. Qi Kuang, incensed, nearly erupted again in anger, but Shen Xiuhuai managed to restrain him. Shen Nan received the call from his secretary, who merely remarked that he would arrive shortly. When the ambulance finally arrived, Wu Fan was taken away, and the police also arrived, escorting Shen Xiuhuai and his companions. The expressions of Pang Fu and the other teachers darkened considerably. What had begun as a simple student altercation had escalated into a significant incident due to Wu Fan's family's outcry, complicating matters for them. Shen Xiuhuai awaited Shen Nan's hurried arrival at the police station. He had a crucial meeting that afternoon and only learned of his son's predicament after it concluded. The secretary, having previously assumed Shen Xiuhuai's troubles were minor, had not informed Shen Nan in a timely manner. Consequently, Shen Nan instructed the secretary not to come to work the following day and rushed over in haste. The families of Qi Kuang and his companions had long since come take them away, and in this matter they had not intervened at all. Thus, the only one remaining in the chair was Shen Xiuhuai, whose phone had run out of battery. Upon entering, Shen Nan called out to him, "Get up. Let me see if you're injured. I heard there was blood." His brows were tightly furrowed, exuding a serious demeanor, and his tone was far from pleasant. Shen Xiuhuai stood up obediently, confessing, "Indeed, there was blood. I knocked that idiot's teeth out." Shen Nan glanced at him before turning his attention to the nearby police officer. "If I sign, can you take him away?" The young officer smiled and replied, "Yes, the boy is physically fine, and his teacher was just here. Besides, you're quite skilled. Your aim was truly precise." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Nan signed the document, muttering, "That little rascal just had it coming. I apologize for the trouble." The officer shook his head with a smile, recalling the commotion when they first arrived. There were quite a few people, and I wondered what was happening. Fortunately, several classmates stepped forward to testify. Otherwise, this boy would have been in serious trouble. He secretly gave Shen Xiuhuai a thumbs up before leaving. Shen Xiuhuai smiled and called out, "Thank you, officer." The officer turned back with a grin. "You're taller than me now. Calling me brother makes me feel a bit shy." Shen Nan sighed. "Let us go." "Wait." Our teacher went to the restroom. "I've been waiting for you all day," Shen Xiuhuai lamented. He sighed. "Had I known their family would cause such a ruckus, I wouldn't have knocked out his teeth." Though he said this, Shen Xiuhuai showed no signs of remorse. If given another chance, he would strike again to achieve a semblance of balance by knocking out the other side as well. Some people simply deserve a beating. Shen Nan laughed in exasperation. "You seem quite pleased with yourself. You're no longer a child. Next time, refrain from resorting to violence." After learning the gist of the situation on the way, Shen Nan fell into silence, lowering his voice. "Next time, after school, let us just throw a sack over him." Behind them, Lu Fengqin remarked, "What kind of parents do I encounter every day?" "Ahem, Teacher Lu," Shen Xiuhuai called out as he stood up. Shen Nan promptly straightened his posture, his expression turning serious. "Teacher Lu, I apologize for the trouble." "It's quite all right, Mr. Shen. I understand you are very busy," Lu Fengqin replied with a polite smile, adding, "Moreover, Shen Xiuhuai acted out of necessity due to the other party's excesses." She paused before continuing, "However, it is indeed wrong to resort to violence. Director Pang has coordinated with both sides, and for the time being, Shen Xiuhuai will not return to school for classes. He will need to reflect and receive a demerit." "What? That little rascal has been expelled?" Shen Nan was taken aback, his brows knitting together. "I will speak to your principal. He hasn't been expelled. He will just be temporarily suspended. He can return for exams at the end of the term." Lu Fengqin sighed. "After all, the end of the term is not far off, and he will still need to write a reflection when school resumes." Shen Nan glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who blinked back at him. "I have no objections. It's just that family is truly difficult to deal with." Ultimately, Lu Fengqin declined Shen Nan's offer to drive her home and took a taxi instead. Once father and son were in the car, Shen Xiuhuai immediately searched for a charging cable. Shen Nan glanced at him while driving, in a hurry to reply to messages. What's going on? Given Shen Xiuhuai's nature, it was quite rare for him to accept a probation and temporary suspension without resistance. However, Shen Nan couldn't help but think that his son had indeed matured significantly over the past 6 months. "I was the one who struck first. The other party was merely verbally provocative, and their family is quite troublesome. They feared I would retaliate against that idiot again if I saw him at school." Shen Xiuhuai remarked. Director Pang and Teacher Lu spent all afternoon ensuring that the other side wouldn't press charges against me. I couldn't very well cling stubbornly to my stance. A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Nan's eyes, as he had been observing his son's transformation. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai's candidness still caught him off guard. It seemed his son had genuinely grown up. But knowing it would be troublesome, why did you still resort to violence? Shen Nan asked, perplexed. Shen Xiuhuai gritted his teeth. Unable to suppress himself, I still want to find an opportunity to throw a sack over that idiot during my suspension. All right, confirmed, he is still my son. Shen Nan replied, rendered speechless by his son's antics. Shen Xiuhuai found his father's expression amusing and remarked, by the way, old Shen, have you noticed something? What? Shen Nan casually responded while keeping an eye on the road. When you walked into the police station this time, you didn't question me at all. Is it because you already knew the situation? Shen Xiuhuai lazily pressed the power button on his phone. Shen Nan paused for a moment. No, it's because I know you've grown up. Chapter 59, One's Own Son Mustn't Be Bullied. Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by Shen Nan's sudden statement. He turned to look at Shen Nan, recalling that in his memories, Shen Nan had always been very busy. He couldn't quite remember the details from when he was very young, but since he had begun to remember, Shen Nan had always been preoccupied. So busy, in fact, that he would often break promises made to him, only to later coax him into buying something. As Shen Xiuhuai grew older, he began to lose hope in Shen Nan's promises and even became reluctant to engage in conversation with him, causing their father-son relationship to grow increasingly cold. Meanwhile, Shen Nan's wife found herself helpless in the middle. After being reborn, Shen Xiuhuai learned to empathize. After all, he was an adult now. Yet ultimately, he had outgrown the stage of having expectations from his parents. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. Old Shen, it seems your perception of me differs from reality. Shen Nan did not look at him and grunted, I don't even want to ask what you envision me to be. It's probably nothing good. Shen Xiuhuai burst into laughter in the passenger seat. Indeed, it's not a particularly favorable impression, but it's not entirely negative either. I understand you all mean well. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. However, I must say that this next statement may sound overly sentimental. You all strive diligently for my sake. Yet it seems you have never inquired about what I truly desire. It feels as though you have lost sight of the essentials. His tone was somewhat melancholic. And perhaps I am asking for too much. Shen Nan glanced at Shen Xiuhuai through the rear-view mirror, momentarily falling silent. Shen Xiuhuai looked down at his newly powered-on phone, which was flooded with missed calls and an explosion of WeChat notifications. He quickly opened the chat with Lin Xiaoxiao, who had sent many messages. Initially, she had simply asked why he hadn't come to class. Later, upon hearing about the fight, she inquired a few times whether he was injured and how serious the matter was, as well as where he currently was. The last message was sent after school, stating, I'm waiting for you at the dessert shop across from your neighborhood. Please reply when you see this. I'm a little worried. Shen Xiuhuai noticed that it was just after school, and nearly 2 hours had passed since then. He frowned, contemplating whether to call Lin Xiaoxiao. But glancing at Shen Nan beside him, he opted to send a message instead. Sister, are you still there? I'll be there in about 30 minutes. A quick response came from her. Okay, little Huai, this is our first time being parents. From the moment you were born, we truly felt we had grown up. Shen Nan sighed and suddenly spoke up. Perhaps our thinking differs from that of children. At that time, I only wanted to give you the best, ensuring you wouldn't be left behind at the starting line. I thought you were too young and that you would understand once you grew older. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Yet I forgot that as you grew, you would develop your own thoughts. You are an individual, not a malleable lump of clay. And somewhere along the line, my son unknowingly transformed from the round figure I envisioned into a sharp-edged square. It's quite commendable. However, Father also expressed his regrets over the years. It's fine, Lao Shen. From the moment you acknowledged my growth, I felt that everything had passed, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, lifting his gaze from his phone. Some truths need not be explicitly stated. It is sufficient to acknowledge the current state of affairs, even if silence carries its own weight. Shen Nan felt a jolt. His son's words bore an unexpected maturity beyond his years, compelling Shen Nan to confront the reality that his child had indeed matured, and in ways he had not anticipated. As they reached a traffic light, he turned to Shen Xiuhuai and observed him typing on his phone with a blend of joy and exasperation on his face, an unmistakable sign of a young man in the throes of infatuation. Shen Nan mused that this young lady had significantly influenced his son, transforming a once rebellious spirit into a seemingly naive youth. Upon arriving at the entrance of their neighborhood, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly called out, Hey, stop. You head home first. I want to be having dinner. Just let Mom know. Shen Nan halted Shen Xiuhuai, who was about to exit the vehicle. Where are you off to? Out to dinner with classmates, Shen Xiuhuai replied, casting a glance at him. I haven't told Mom about the fight yet. I don't want her to worry. Please don't let it slip. Okay? I'm off now. With that, he swung the door open and dashed away. Shen Nan had words poised on the tip of his tongue, but refrained from voicing them. That rascal. Starting tomorrow, he'll be home every day. Does his mother not notice? He shook his head in resignation as he drove into the parking lot. After securing the vehicle, he pulled out his phone and dialed his secretary. The Wu family will no longer have any opportunities for collaboration with us. Make sure this news is disseminated. His chief secretary, who had been by his side for many years, understood his temperament well and merely acknowledged his directive. Shen scoffed. He would not allow his son to be bullied. A small company was manageable. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai remained oblivious to his father's discreet vengeance on his behalf. Upon entering the dessert shop, he found Lin Xiaoxiao seated at the same table as before, a book lay before her, though her gaze was fixed out the window. It seemed she had not noticed the car he had arrived in with his father. Feeling a sudden rush of unease, Shen Xiuhuai approached her. "Sister," he called softly. Lin Xiaoxiao turned her attention towards him, her large eyes scanning him up and down, confirming that he appeared unscathed. "Are you hurt?" Her voice was cool and devoid of urgency, yet betrayed no discernible emotion. Shen Xiuhuai felt a weight settle in his chest. Was she truly angry? That seemed unlikely. "I'm fine," he reassured her as he settled into the small space beside her. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him before shifting slightly away. "I've been worried for 5 hours since I found out this afternoon," she said, checking her phone. "Almost 6 hours now. For all this time, I couldn't do anything, and there was no word from you. It was only an hour ago that Qi Kuang and the others mentioned you were at the police station because someone was pressing charges against you." "Shen Xiuhuai, can you comprehend how I felt?" Her tone was measured, leaving Shen Xiuhuai at a loss for words. "If you can't grasp it right away, try to put yourself in my shoes. I was unreachable for 6 hours, and someone told you it was because I had been in a fight, that someone was injured and taken to the hospital, and that I was at the police station with no way for you to contact me. That wouldn't happen." Shen Xiuhuai interrupted. "I would definitely come looking for you. Even if I couldn't see you, I'd find a way to reach you, no matter where you were." Lin Xiaoxiao regarded him seriously, her voice momentarily faltering. Her tightly wound emotions began to unravel. "Shen Xiuhuai, have you crossed the line again? I mean it. Sister, I will never lose track of you. Wherever you are, I will find you." Chapter 60. Does sister still like me? Lin Xiaoxiao's initial anger had little to do with Shen Xiuhuai's altercation. She understood that he was not the type to engage in violence without reason. Even though he had been influenced by Qi Kuang and the others, he would not act as impulsively as an average 18-year-old. Her frustration stemmed primarily from his failure to respond to her messages. She had considered that perhaps he was preoccupied or that his phone had died. Yet that did not lessen her worry. Naturally, it was improbable that a typical high school brawl would leave Shen Xiuhuai harmed. But the involvement of the other party's parents was concerning. She had witnessed too many volatile and irrational parents in the hospital in her past life. They rarely adhered to reason when angered. Shen Xiuhuai might have acted in the heat of the moment, and if the other parents decided to retaliate, he might not fight back. Ultimately, her fear was rooted in the possibility of Shen Xiuhuai being bullied, despite his impressive strength. "Shen Xiuhuai, I'm angry," Lin Xiaoxiao declared. Taking a deep breath, her tone earnest. Shen Xiuhuai took her hand, letting out a sigh. "I know. Can I explain starting from the moment I stopped replying to you?" He noticed her silent nod and felt her withdraw her hand, still upset. "Don't start throwing punches." His heart melted at her adorableness. Who labeled her as an aloof flower? She was clearly a delightful little rabbit. "My phone died. It probably started in the office. That's why I missed your messages and calls." The situation was too chaotic to charge it. After saying this, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. When Qi Kuang and the others returned, "I asked them to let you know I was fine, including the reason for the fight." As he mentioned this, a frown creased his brow, filled with displeasure. "Damn. I still feel I went too easy on them." Lin Xiaoxiao shot him a look. "So what was the reason?" "It was similar to last time when I got into a scuffle in the cafeteria, but this time it was even more disparaging." Shen Xiuhuai refrained from divulging that it involved Lin Xiaoxiao. He did not want to tarnish her ears with such derogatory remarks. "Those little rascals could use a dose of reality. I know a bit. It was because they were talking about me, right?" Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, observing the anger etched on Shen Xiuhuai's face. She sighed, but getting sent to the hospital was a bit much. She noticed his frown deepening as he looked at her. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled. "But it's understandable that you acted when they spoke about your wife. Did Qi Kuang tell you?" Shen Xiuhuai's voice was low, displeased with that unreliable rascal. "It was me who asked him. He didn't provide specifics, but what exactly did they say to make you so furious? Last time, you fought the neighboring class over similar remarks, didn't you?" Lin Xiaoxiao reached for his hand. "You really are becoming more like your 18-year-old self." Shen Xiuhuai blinked, suddenly adopting a more plaintive tone. "They were spewing nonsense. I don't regret fighting. I only regret not hitting them harder. Besides, I know my limits. I wouldn't seriously injure anyone." He leaned closer, resting his face against Lin Xiaoxiao's arm. "Sister, it's their filthy mouths that provoke me. As a man, I feel worthless if I don't stand up for myself." Seeing Shen Xiuhuai feigning innocence and cuteness, Lin Xiaoxiao's heart undeniably softened. In truth, she had already felt her heart melt the moment he appeared before her, unharmed. She had once stated that Shen Xiuhuai was her bottom line, and she meant it sincerely. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out, pinching his cheeks and pulling them apart slightly. Do you really think you're still an 18-year-old kid? Sister, I made a mistake. Shen Xiuhuai readily apologized. And I will refrain from causing trouble at school next time. So what was the consequence of your mischief? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Shen Xiuhuai silently averted his gaze. Enveloped in a suspicious silence for a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and remarked, You were put on probation, received a serious demerit, and wrote a reflection. For over a week, until the final exams, I won't have to attend school. After Shen Xiuhuai finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's expressionless face and sighed. The other party's parents have always been relentless, and Teacher Lu fears I might truly face legal consequences. It's considerably better than I anticipated. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted him with a sigh. After all, you already had 2 serious demerits. Logically, another one would warrant expulsion. However, being merely on probation is quite fortunate. Lin Xiaoxiao slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly dissatisfied. What about the other person? They also received a serious demerit and had to write a reflection. Shen Xiuhuai noticed Lin Xiaoxiao was not angry about the situation and felt relieved. Moreover, that Wu Fan is also in a premature romance. It's likely that the sophomore girl will be summoned for a talk as well. It's best to distance oneself from such scoundrels. Shen Xiuhuai's tone was laced with disdain. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. So, I'll want to see you for 9 days. Her voice was small. But I will start reviewing a home tomorrow. My parents are worried. Hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's almost coquettish words, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. I'll pick you up after school this afternoon. I'll take you home, so you likely won't run into your parents. Lin Xiaoxiao cast him a glance. There were many people around at that time. Shen Xiuhuai blinked. That route is open to everyone, and the bus is available for all. Why can't I go? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor, reaching out to pinch his face. Watching his features contort under her playful touch, Shen Xiuhuai's gaze remained filled with mirth. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao finally smile, she quickly pecked his lips and said, Then you must come pick me up. It was soft and sweet. Shen Xiuhuai leaned in, but Lin Xiaoxiao dodged, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No, this is a public place. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, Sister. You're doing this on purpose. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't deny it. I am indeed. She then began to tidy up her desk, saying, I'm off to eat. I'll have to return to school later. Mom will pick me up in the evening. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, realizing his time spent with his sister had diminished. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and feigned a pitiful tone. Will you be interested in other boys? Lin Xiaoxiao, exasperated by him, stood up after placing her books in her bag and looked down at him seriously. Stop emulating Qi Kuang. I feel you're becoming a bit too flirtatious. Her eyes sparkled with laughter as she said this. Shen Xiuhuai tilted his head to regard her smiling face. Does that mean you still like me? Of course. You are my favorite. Just then, Qi Kuang, who had just been scolded by his father at home, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Damn, who is thinking of me? Chapter 61. Family relations eased. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao found a casual eatery near the community to have some noodles before he escorted her back to school. Along the way, his phone vibrated incessantly. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at it, noticing it was merely his group mentioning him, so he paid little attention. Upon reaching a corner not far from the school, Lin Xiaoxiao halted. You should go back. Your parents must be worried since you've gotten into trouble. And you aren't returning home. My dad is here to pick me up. He knows I'm fine. Shen Xiuhuai smiled slightly. My mom doesn't know yet. I'll tell her when I get back. I need to study well at home. Finals are approaching. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded him. No slacking off. We're nearing our senior year. Indeed, once we're seniors, we'll be off to university. Shen Xiuhuai feigned an exaggeratedly excited expression. In university, we'll be able to date. Lin Xiaoxiao, originally expressionless, instantly broke into a smile at his words. What are you thinking? If you don't study hard, we'll be in a long-distance relationship. She lowered her voice intentionally. Perhaps I'll meet a more obedient boy at school. To her surprise, Shen Xiuhuai laughed even more gleefully, slightly bending forward to scrutinize Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Didn't you encounter one in your past life? Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing his approaching face magnified, felt her cheeks flush and took a step back. Mind your own business. I'm going home. Without waiting for Shen Xiuhuai to reply, she turned and walked away. Shen Xiuhuai watched her swaying ponytail and slender figure, his eyes filled with amusement. He only turned to jog home once she had entered the school. However, upon turning around, he spotted Fang Yuan standing not far behind. Shen Xiuhuai's smile faded. Yet he said nothing, choosing to walk past her. Wait! Fang Yuan called out to him. Shen Xiuhuai halted and glanced back at her. He saw her gripping her phone tightly, her face reflecting inner turmoil. are you dating Lin Xiaoxiao? Shen Xiuhuai had no intention of answering her. His relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao was none of Fang Yuanyuan's concern. If you have something to say, say it. Shen Xiuhuai's tone was indifferent. Fang Yuanyuan bit her lip, feeling a peculiar sensation as she recalled how gentle he had been with Lin Xiaoxiao. Taking a deep breath, she swiped her phone and held it up for Shen Xiuhuai to see. Here are your photos. Shen Xiuhuai's gaze turned icy as he looked at her. So what? Fang Yuanyuan felt a chill from his stare and took a small step back, her hand trembling slightly. Yet, she still tapped a couple of times. I've deleted them. This is from Xionggu and the others, and no one has seen them, so don't worry. Shen Xiuhuai observed as she deleted all 4 photos in front of him and then emptied the recycle bin, puzzled by her intentions. Fang Yuanyuan, after deleting the photos, set down her slightly trembling phone. We owe each other nothing now. Thank you for what you and Chi Kwang did last time, but I don't owe you anything anymore. With that, she turned and left, her pace hurried. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, perplexed about what was going on in her mind. However, thinking back to the photos, he narrowed his eyes, regretting that Fang Yuanyuan was too swift. Otherwise, he could have saved a copy. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at the direction she had departed before turning to head home. Upon arriving, he found both misses, Shen and Shun, absent from the living room. He noticed the study light was on. They must have been busy, perhaps alerted by the sound. The study door opened swiftly, and Mrs. Shun emerged. Ah, Hui, you're back. Did you have fun with your classmates? I'm back, Shen Xiuhuai replied, casting a glance at Shun Nan, who subtly shook his head, indicating he hadn't said anything. Meanwhile, Mrs. Shen approached. I didn't save you dinner since I knew you were out, but I prepared some sweet soup. With the weather heating up, you all must be gearing up for finals, right? Don't stress too much. If you're not attending evening study sessions, just take it easy at home. Mom. Shen Xiuhuai interjected, pushing her gently to sit on the sofa. I think going to school has been a bit burdensome lately, so I haven't been attending. Mrs. Shen abruptly stopped her previous chatter, staring at her son, who looked innocent as he squatted by her side. Then she turned sharply to Shen Nan, her voice laced with anger. Shen Nan, are you still insisting on sending your son to the military? He is not even of age yet. Why isn't he in school? Did you say something to him? It's rare for him to be studying well. What's going on with you? Shen Nan. Upon hearing her mother's voice, tinged with anger, Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback. No, Mom, this matter has nothing to do with old Shen. He swiftly recounted the events of the day, and upon hearing his account, Madam Shen immediately pulled him up. Are you hurt? Does it hurt when you hit someone? For the first time, Shen Xiuhuai had to concede that old Shen was indeed correct. His mother harbored the potential to be a classic, overprotective mother. Shen Nan ambled over to pour himself a glass of water, remarking, your son is tall and strong. What injury could he possibly sustain? He knocked the other guy's teeth out. They might need to check for injuries. Madam Shen retorted, those boys insulted him first. My son merely could not stand by idly. However, the surveillance footage clearly captured him throwing the first punch. Fortunately, the teachers on that side were aware of the situation. Otherwise, without the footage or peer witnesses, it was likely that her son would have faced expulsion. Shen Nan settled onto the sofa and glanced at Shen Xiuhuai. If you don't want to go to school, then don't. The exams are just around the corner. Once they're over, I'll send you to your grandparents' place to cultivate your character. You've always been reluctant to go in previous years. Will you go this time? They've been nagging about you. Shen Xiuhuai froze momentarily. His grandparents had passed away during his military service years, and his relationship with them had never been particularly strong. In fact, during his adolescence, he struggled to connect with anyone. In his past life, he seldom visited his grandparents, preferring to stay home alone during the new year. Even when forced to visit, he would often return within 2 days. I barely have half a month for summer vacation, Shen Xiuhuai said, observing the flicker of disappointment in Shun Nan and Madam Shen's eyes. I can only manage a week at most. Otherwise, I fear I won't finish my homework. He continued, and you guys need to go as well. You can't keep making excuses about being busy with work. I'm sure they miss you. You actually want to go? Madam Shen, who had initially appeared disappointed, was now taken aback by this unexpected turn. Shen Xiuhuai smiled, of course. It's been ages since I had Grandma's taro chicken. I've been longing for it. Oh. Let me call your grandparents and ask them to prepare. Madam Shen exclaimed, standing up excitedly. When is your exam? We'll pick you up right after. It's just a 3-hour drive. Shun Nan quickly restrained her. It's the middle of the night. What are you fussing about? Besides, your son hasn't even taken his finals yet. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he spoke. Yes, focus on your studies first, Madam Shen agreed. Shen Xiuhuai gazed at his jubilant parents, feeling a flicker of anticipation swell within him. However, that also meant he wouldn't see his sister for over a week. Chapter 62, I was just passing through. During this period at home, Shen Xiuhuai did not let his guard down. He aimed to place within the top 100 in his final exams. Although he had promised Lin Xiaoxiao that he would meet her at school, she always found an excuse to avoid him, deeming it too troublesome. Shen Xiuhuai had visited a few times, but each occasion, Lin Xiaoxiao was surrounded by others, leaving them with little opportunity to talk. With Lin Xiaoxiao no longer attending evening self-study sessions, Shen Xiuhuai felt that even holding her hand had become quite the challenge. He sighed, and Lin Xiaoxiao, who had been working on an exam paper, looked up at him. "What's wrong? I feel like it's been a week since we held hands." Let alone been close. Shen Xiuhuai's tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Are you that clingy? You'll be back for exams the day after tomorrow. We'll meet then." "True, but after the exams, I'll be heading to my grandparents' place." "So there won't be any chance for solitude," Shen Xiuhuai replied, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "By the way, are those idiots still following you?" Previously, Wu Fan and his group had audaciously confronted Lin Xiaoxiao, probably emboldened by Shen Xiuhuai's absence from school. Fortunately, they had chosen a location near the disciplinary office, where they were promptly intercepted by Pang Fu. When Shen Xiuhuai learned of this, he nearly lost his temper and went to confront Wu Fan again. "No waities. He wouldn't dare. They're just boys who care about their pride. Besides, Qi Kuang and Zhoda have been sticking with me lately," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her tone a mix of amusement and resignation. "You know I can take care of myself." "I know. That doesn't stop me from worrying," Shen Xiuhuai smiled. A knock at Lin Xiaoxiao's door interrupted their conversation. She whispered, "I think my mom's bringing me some fruit. I'll hang up now." Shen Xiuhuai responded with a soft and sighed as he watched the screen darken, feeling an odd sensation akin to being in a long-distance relationship. He lowered his head to finish the remaining half of his test paper and pulled out his phone to check messages. Each time he saw Qi Kuang's name pop up, he couldn't help but chuckle. A byproduct of the comprehensive quality education system, as Qi Kuang would say, is that once one embraces their lack of refinement, life becomes remarkably liberating. At that moment, he was messaging in their group chat, tagging Shen Xiuhuai to inquire about his summer plans and whether he wanted to join them for a hike. Shen Xiuhuai lazily replied, "I'm at my grandparents' place for a week. I'll be back just in time for school." The group erupted into a cacophony of lamentations regarding the impending trials of their senior year, particularly for Zhoda, who would be moving from a regular class to a sports class in his final year. The increased training had him particularly vocal in his distress. Shen Xiuhuai found their reactions amusing, but then he noticed Qi Kuang messaging him privately. "Brother Huai, take me with you to your grandparents." Shen Xiuhuai had no objections. "My parents are going too. The quality education dropout. Well, forget it. I can't handle it with parents around. But I'll share some gossip. I overheard my dad telling my mom that Wu Fan's family seems to be in trouble thanks to Uncle Shen. They'll likely have a tough time for a while." Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by this revelation. As Qi Kuang continued, "My dad thinks Uncle Shen is childish, but I think it's super cool. What's wrong with protecting your kids?" Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but smile. It seemed old Shen was still standing up for him behind the scenes. He recalled old Shen's words in an interview, stating that he worked so hard to provide the best life for his wife and children. If he couldn't protect them, what was the point of earning all that money? Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, feeling a pang of emotion. After replying to Qi Kuang, he set his phone down and stood up. As he walked out, he spotted Shen Nin engrossed in some documents, with Madame Shen absent. Upon hearing his footsteps, Shen Nin turned to him. "Feeling hungry? Your mom wanted to take a shower. She said she'd make you a late-night snack. But really, how can you eat so many meals at your age and not gain weight?" Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue and headed straight for the kitchen. "I'm always waiting for my mom. Are we having noodles?" Shen Nan was taken aback, watching his son's retreating figure. "Are you going to make them?" "If you're cooking for me, that would be fine. I'll have tomato and egg noodles. I doubt you can manage anything too complex." When Madame Shen emerged from her shower, she found her husband and son unusually harmonious at the dining table, enjoying noodles together. Upon seeing her, Shen Xiuhuai waved, "Mom, hurry up. Otherwise, the noodles will clump together." Madame Shen was somewhat surprised. "Why didn't you wait for me? You can't eat what your dad made." "Hey, what's wrong with what I made?" Shen Nin interjected, laughter gleaming in his eyes as he glanced at Shen Xiuhuai. "It's actually quite good." Shen Xiuhuai shot him a proud glance, his expression beaming with the delight of a child receiving praise. He gestured for Madame Shen to sit. "Mom, you must try this." The final exams arrived swiftly, and Shen Xiuhuai set off for school early in the morning. By the time he arrived, not many students were present, but Lin Xiaoxiao was already seated in her chair. She turned her head at the sound of someone entering through the back door, and a smile graced her face upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai. The other students in the class, noticing his entrance, covertly glanced in his direction. Shen Xiuhuai, feeling somewhat timid, merely placed his backpack on the desk and leaned over to set a piece of candy on Lin Xiaoxiao's table. "Good morning, class monitor," he greeted cheerfully. Lin Xiaoxiao, picking up the candy still warm from Shen Xiuhuai's hand, smiled back. You're off to take the exam in class 10 later, right? The exam venues in Nanyang were determined by the previous semester's final grades, and Shen Xiuhuai, having performed poorly, found himself in a later classroom. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, had consistently remained in class 1. I know. Shen Xiuhuai nodded. I'll head over shortly. He glanced around. The classmates who had been watching him awkwardly turned away, while a few familiar faces called out, Brother Huai. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. Better hurry and cram. The group responded with a collective sigh and returned to their poetry memorization, knowing that the first subject was Chinese, and perhaps memorizing a couple more poems might improve their scores. Once Shen Xiuhuai noticed that no one was paying attention to them, he quickly took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, but feeling it insufficient, he swiftly brought it to his lips for a kiss. Turning around, he caught sight of Qi Kuang, who stood by the window, biting into a jianbing guozi, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned by Shen Xiuhuai's bold display of affection. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Shen Xiuhuai's gaze fixed outside, and her heart skipped a beat, thinking it was Pang Fu, only to glance over and see Qi Kuang's conflicted expression. Under their scrutiny, Qi Kuang felt the weight of their gaze. He removed the jianbing guozi from his mouth and swallowed hard. I was just passing by. In Chapter 63, titled Happy Summer Vacation, Shen Xiuhuai observed the trembling Qi Kuang for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, turned away to focus on her book. Whether she could concentrate was uncertain, but it was clear she was embarrassed. Shen Xiuhuai hummed a couple of notes before grabbing his backpack and running out, playfully wrapping his arm around Qi Kuang's neck. My pen. Brother Huai. I didn't see anything. I'll grab your pen. Qi Kuang shouted in protest. Ultimately, Shen Xiuhuai insisted Qi Kuang stay put while he went back to fetch the pen. Sister, I'm heading to the exam room, Shen Xiuhuai said quickly. Let's have lunch together later. Lin Xiaoxiao, without turning back, softly replied, Good luck on the exam. Is there a reward for doing well? Shen Xiuhuai lowered his voice, a playful tone lacing his words. Lin Xiaoxiao remained still, offering no response. At that moment, Ku Qiao Ling entered through the front door. Shen Xiuhuai felt a pang of regret, but thought of Qi Kuang waiting outside. I'm off. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Lin Xiaoxiao whisper, There is. A smile crept onto Shen Xiuhuai's lips as he walked away, satisfied. The 2 days of exams passed swiftly. Although Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao could share lunch, they had little time alone, usually surrounded by a throng of classmates. An amusing incident occurred when Shen Xiuhuai encountered Wu Fan and his gang once more in the exam room. Though they looked at him with disdain, they dared not provoke him. However, the boy from class 7 who had testified on Shen Xiuhuai's behalf was not so fortunate. Wu Fan and his crew, known for targeting the weak, surrounded the class 7 boy with snide remarks. Oh, look who it is, the little sycophant. Too bad the young master doesn't want you as his lapdog. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't recall the boy's name, despite having witnessed him being ganged up on by the class 8 students just recently. Qi Kuang chimed in quietly. This Liang Sheng is quite peculiar. He just got beaten up during the cleaning session and has already testified for us in the cafeteria. It's strange how Wu Fan's group is now targeting him. I heard they attack him a few times in private, but I helped him out once. As they spoke, Liang Sheng interjected with a defiant, I'm willing. You can't make me your sycophant, considering I wouldn't even lick the shoes of scum. Qi Kuang couldn't help but chuckle. And even Shen Xiuhuai had to acknowledge the boldness of this remarkable classmate. How could someone have such a sharp tongue? The surrounding students chuckled quietly, whispering amongst themselves. In this examination room were students who enjoyed playing and generally did not fear Wu Fan. Just as Wu Fan was about to unleash a tirade, someone called out, Is it bullying if there are more of you than there are of us? Wu Fan, are you even capable? Wu Fan turned to face the speaker. You want to step up? Shen Xiuhuai tapped his desk. I want to step up. The sight of Shen Xiuhuai reminded Wu Fan of his previous injuries, and he instantly felt a swell of pain in his face again. At that moment, the supervising teacher entered through the door. What is going on? Everyone sit back down. Wu Fan huffed and complied, returning to his seat. After the exams, Qi Kuang called Liang Sheng, and during the subsequent tests, they had an additional companion. That afternoon, after finishing the exams, Shen Xiuhuai didn't have a chance to speak with Lin Xiaoxiao before receiving a call from Mrs. Shen. Xiaohuai, your father and I are waiting for you at the school gate. Are you coming out? Your father is worried about traffic. Shen Xiuhuai sighed. I'll be right out. After hanging up, he glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the classroom door, surrounded by the excited shouts of students celebrating the end of the exams, among whom Qi Kuang and Zhou De were the loudest. Are you going to your grandparents' house? Lin Xiaoxiao asked first. Shen Xiuhuai nodded, feeling a bit reluctant. It might be for more than a week. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. Then go. Your uncle and aunt are waiting outside, right? Shen Xiuhuai lowered his voice, revealing a hint of unwillingness. I'll miss you. We haven't had much time alone lately. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. What will you do if you join the army in the future? That's different. There will be training then. Right now, I have too much free time and can't help but think of you. Shen Xiuhuai blurted out without a second thought. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Pang Fu's voice interrupted from nearby. Shen Xiuhuai was startled, turning to see Pang Fu standing a short distance away with a frown. He glanced at them. What are you doing at the door? Blocking the entrance? Without waiting for an answer, he walked to the back door and shouted. What are you all doing? Those going home for the holidays should head out. Why are you shouting? The whole building can hear your class. The students fell silent at Pang Fu's command. After a moment, Chi Kwang piped up, we're just happy. We return to being seniors next year, and we're enjoying our last moments of being sophomores. Can you understand that, director? I can't. I thought your class could raise monkeys. Pang Fu replied sternly. He then surveyed the nearly assembled group. Your teacher, Lu, is busy organizing papers in her office. She asked me to tell you that she remembers the barbecue you owe her, so no need to send her anonymous emails. She was just trying to keep you in line during finals. She'll arrange something when you return next semester. The once quiet crowd erupted in excited cheers at this news. Pang Fu observed them with a hint of amusement, and after several unsuccessful attempts to quiet them, he decided to ignore it. As he turned to leave, he spotted Shen Xiuhuai behind him, while Lin Xiaoxiao had already returned to her seat. Pang Fu gave Shen Xiuhuai a thorough look before suddenly stating, You remember what you promised Teacher Lu, right? Too many to count. Shen Xiuhuai replied innocently, blinking his eyes. I hope you are not the peculiar person who has contravened every school rule at least once. You understand my meaning, do you not? Pang Fu's tone carried an ominous edge. In light of this, Shen Xiuhuai felt compelled to clarify with Pang Fu that the pack of cigarettes from last time was certainly not his. He truly does not smoke. Banga Fu Nojid. Inquiring, then who does it belong to? Shen Xiuhuai struggled to recall the identity of the culprit. After all, it had been years. Ultimately, he fell silent, conceding, Well then, director, take care, goodbye. Pang Fu cast him a look, as if to suggest he was not oblivious to the subtle machinations afoot. Before departing, he gestured towards him and Lin Xiaoxiao, the implication unmistakable. Shen Xiuhuai responded with a radiant smile. Once Pang Fu was out of sight, he leaned towards the window beside Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Sister, I'm off. Otherwise, it will be evening by the time I reach Grandfather S. And I shall miss you. Lin Xiaoxiao waved at him, while Kuqiao Ling glanced over. Huaiga, enjoy your summer vacation. The raucous group at the back of the classroom heard him and chimed in, Huaiga, happy summer. Chapter 64, Grandfather and Grandmother. As Shen Xiuhuai boarded the vehicle with a beaming expression, Shen Ning glanced at him and asked, Have you finished saying your goodbyes to your classmates? Yes. The director just stopped by. Did you have to wait long? Shen Xiuhuai placed his backpack aside and stretched. Madame Shen, seated in the front passenger seat, handed him a glass of juice. Not for long. She paused, her gaze drifting to the throng of students passing by. Did you bid farewell to that young lady you fancy? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled as he accepted the juice, replying, Don't look for her, Mom. She is still in the classroom. A hint of disappointment flickered across Madame Shen's face as she retracted her gaze, then smiled again. I suppose that's true. The girl my son likes must be quite lovely. I haven't seen anyone prettier than your cousin in all this time. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. But what if she is not very pretty? Madame Shen turned to him. That's impossible. You once said you'd rather not have a wife than one who isn't beautiful. That was something he had said at the tender age of 6. Shen Nan, driving, added with a relaxed tone, Children grow, their pursuits evolve. Valuing appearance alone is somewhat superficial. Oh, weren't you drawn to me solely for my looks back then? Madame Shen retorted, displeased. Why didn't you call it superficial at the time? Shen Nin cleared his throat awkwardly. Let us focus on the children. Shen Xiuhuai listened with amusement to his parents' light-hearted banter. After a brief exchange, Madame Shen successfully silenced Shen Nan before turning her attention back to Shen Xiuhuai. So, Xiaohua, is that girl beautiful? Shen Xiuhuai realized his mother might have a penchant for attractive faces, which explained her fondness for Lin Xiaoxiao in the past. Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful, he replied with a smile. I haven't encountered anyone more lovely than her. Really? Do you have a picture? Madame Shen's eyes sparkled. Let me see, dear. Shen Nan, glancing at the two from the rearview mirror, wore an expression of resigned amusement. Not a chance, Mom. You'll have to wait until after my exams. Just one glimpse. I want to do anything. I'm very open-minded, she insisted. After retiring, Shen Xiuhuai's grandparents opened a quaint bed and breakfast in a small hillside village in a neighboring town. Their motivation was not financial gain, but rather a desire to remain active and enjoy the company of others. The inn was somewhat remote, attracting only those who enjoyed hiking and trekking, resulting in a modest number of guests, mostly during the summer and winter vacations. Shen Nan had no objections to this arrangement. As long as his parents were happy, that was sufficient. Knowing their son's family was coming, the grandparents had prepared in advance, spending an entire afternoon simply sitting in chairs, waiting. Throughout the year, Shen Xiuhuai would typically visit only for a day or two during the spring festival, and he seldom stayed longer. This year, however, they were delighted that their grandson was willing to spend the summer with them. When Shen Xiuhuai and his family arrived just before 7, they were fortunate to avoid heavy traffic, making good time on the highway. The summer nights lingered long, with the sun still hovering in the sky. As soon as Shen Nan parked the car, Shen Xiuhuai opened the door and spotted his grandparents approaching from the gate of the courtyard. Xiaohua, his grandmother, who had always doted on him, beamed upon seeing him. Grasping his hand, "Did you tire yourself out coming over right after your exams? Your father should have let you rest for a day." His grandfather patted Shen Xiuhuai's shoulder, exclaiming, "You've grown taller." Madam Shen approached, carrying some items. "Dad, Mom, why not wait inside?" "Xiaohua, you must be tired." "Let us go inside," his grandmother urged, leading him in. Generally, Shen Xiuhuai was reticent, preferring to stay in his room, only emerging for meals. "Grandpa, Grandma, have you been waiting long?" He gently embraced the elderly couple. Taking one hand of each, he began to lead them back inside. If there had been traffic, it would have taken even longer. You should have just waited at home. The heat of the evening sun was oppressive. His grandparents, momentarily taken aback by his changes, soon recovered. It was his grandfather who broke the silence. "Staying indoors isn't too much fun. Right, Xiaohua? You wanted to eat taro chicken, didn't you? Your grandmother has prepared it. Are you hungry? Last time you mentioned there was no computer in your room, so your grandfather and I got you one. You won't be bored this time." Shen Nan and Madam Shen exchanged amused glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Shen Xiuhuai, however, felt a pang of sadness. In his past life, he had not been close to his grandparents and had often found fault with everyone during his rebellious phase. He had merely perceived their village as dull, with nowhere to play, and every visit was a hurried affair. Reflecting back, he realized that the silent love of his grandparents had never waned. The dining table was always laden with his favorite dishes. To combat his boredom, they had even purchased a computer to prepare for popular games, all in hopes that he might linger a little longer. Yet in his previous life, he would insist on leaving after just 2 days. How lonely they must have been. Yet, when he returned, they greeted him with smiles, inquiring about his life and achievements. Secretly slipping him money, Shen Xiuhuai looked down at the 2 elderly figures before him, their faces radiant with joy. They were genuinely happy. He tightened his grip. This time, he could not afford to disappoint those around him. The bed and breakfast run by his grandparents was modest, with only 5 rooms available for rent. With their arrival, Shen Xiuhuai and his family occupied 2 of them, leaving one still occupied by guests and the other vacant. As they settled in for dinner, Shen Nan cheerfully remarked, "Mom and Dad, will our visit impede your business?" "Ah, yes, the remaining 2 rooms are booked," his grandmother replied, serving Shen Xiuhuai some food. "If you hadn't come, that room would have been rented out." Sensing that Shen Xiuhuai might misconstrue her meaning, she smiled and added, "Xiaohua, eat more. That room is yours, it's not for rent." His grandfather nodded in agreement, glancing at Shen Nan. "You should settle the bill for your room and your wife's." Shen Nan chuckled. "It seems evident that you just wish to see Xiaohua without us around, don't you?" "Indeed, what is so fascinating about us? You see us on television all day." Grandmother, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Yuri always lounging about in front of the television. Isn't it time for our little Huai to prepare for his senior year?" She urged, "Spend more time with him." Shen Xiuhuai smiled as he observed his grandparents reprimanding his parents. A warm sensation enveloping him. This was the familial affection he had once overlooked. Chapter 65. The Scapegoat. Old Shen. His grandparents embraced a wholly natural aesthetic, adorned predominantly with wood and bamboo. The timber intentionally aged to lend an air of sophistication, perfect for the young to capture Instagram-worthy moments. However, Shen Xiuhuai's room seemed somewhat discordant with the rest of the inn, replete with a modern, European rock style. Shen Xiuhuai fell silent as his grandmother gently ushered him into his room, pointing to the new computer on the desk. "Your grandfather knew you were coming and brought this back just a few days ago, claiming it's the highest configuration available." She glanced at him, inquiring, "Did your parents say you would be here for a week? If you tire of the computer, perhaps you could persuade your grandfather to buy you a gaming console or something similar." Seeing his grandmother's eager yet cautious demeanor stirred a pang of emotion within Shen Xiuhuai. He wrapped his arms around her, assuring her, "I won't be bored. I'll go fishing with Grandpa during the day, and then we can check out the vegetable garden together in the afternoon. I've never hiked the mountains around here. How could I possibly be bored? His grandmother, pleasantly surprised and filled with joy, suddenly appeared thoughtful. She closed the door and whispered, "Has your father been threatening you?" Frowning, she continued, "I've told him before that he shouldn't be intimidating you or arguing with you. Is he forcing you to come?" "No, Grandma," Shen Xiuhuai, gently guiding her to sit in a chair before kneeling before her. He just suddenly emerged from my rebellious phase and realized how much I missed you both. So I decided to come. He gazed at her weathered hands, feeling a surge of emotion in his eyes. His grandmother lifted his chin, gazing into his face for a long moment before finally speaking. "Are you not doing well, my little Huai?" Her fingers brushed his eyes. "The light in your eyes seems to have dimmed." Shen Xiuhuai's heart quivered at her words, the concern for his well-being evident in her tone. His vision blurred. His grandmother gently enveloped him in her embrace, soothingly patting his back as if to comfort child. "It's all right, dear. Your grandparents are still here. We'll weather any storm together. Live joyfully, my little Huai, regardless of what others say." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Shen Xiuhuai's cheeks as he confessed, "I simply miss you both too much." In his previous life, Shen Xiuhuai had been on a mission with the Special Forces, only to return and discover that his grandparents had passed away, leaving him no time to say a final farewell. It was only after his retirement that he learned they had bequeathed all their properties and shares to him. Fearing that old Shen would not maintain a good relationship with him and would leave him nothing, concerned he might struggle upon returning home. Old Shen had appeared weary at that time, saying, "Shen Xiuhuai, your grandparents always cherished you. You may criticize my parenting, but you must never overlook the love your grandparents had for you." At 22, Shen Xiuhuai found himself weeping for the first time in front of old Shen, clutching the belongings left to him by his grandparents. After much effort in comforting his grandmother, Shen Xiuhuai finally escorted her out. He had intended to grab some clothes for a shower, but sighed upon glancing at his room, his thoughts drifting to Lin Xiaoxiao. Back in the day, Lin Xiaoxiao had her own unique taste, and he had harbored feelings for her for so many years, despite his rather juvenile tendencies. As he pondered this, a noise from his parents' room interrupted him. "Shennan, what have you done to our son? Look at how distressed he is." Grandmother's voice, filled with authority and irritation, rang out. But then she seemed to recollect that her voice might have carried to Shen Xiuhuai. Lowering her tone, she muttered, "You little rascal." Then there was the sound of a door closing. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled softly, knowing old Shen must be utterly bewildered at this moment. In a buoyant mood, he hummed a tune as he stepped into the shower. Afterward, he sat at his rather punk-style desk and began working on a test paper, glancing at the clock. It was just 10 o'clock. He picked up his phone and noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao had also returned to her grandparents' home. They could only exchange a few casual messages. Just as he contemplated asking her what time she intended to sleep, a knock echoed at the door. Expecting it to be his grandmother or mother, or perhaps even his grandfather, he was taken aback to find Shen Nan standing there with a dark expression. Dad, what brings you here?" Shen Xiuhuai blinked in surprise, noticing the bowl of sweet soup in Shen Nan's hands. Shen Nan grunted, stepping past him into the room. He halted upon crossing the threshold, asking, "May I come in?" "Of course," Shen Xiuhuai replied, stepping aside to allow him entry and promptly shutting the door to keep the air conditioning from escaping. Shen Nan surveyed Shen Xiuhuai's room, his head throbbing from the sight. He opened his mouth to speak, but recalling his wife's words, he held back. "Here's the sweet soup Grandma made. Drink it and get to bed early." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the desk, noting the computer was off and the test papers lay scattered. Shen Nan's mood lifted slightly. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at him, quipping, "You could have just called me down instead of bringing it up." At this, Shen Nan felt a twinge of frustration. "What did you say to your grandmother?" "She thinks our father-son relationship is strained and insisted I come to ease the tension." Shen Xiuhuai nearly spat out the sweet soup he had just taken a sip of, meeting old Shen's glare, which was now tinged with menace. "No, I honestly didn't say anything at all. Your grandmother mentioned you were crying." Shen Nan scrutinized his son's eyes. "You don't look like it, though." Shen Xiuhuai's face flushed, aware that he had indeed lost control of his emotions earlier. To mask his embarrassment, he lifted the bowl and drank the sweet soup quickly. "No one is competing with you for it. Why the rush?" Shen Nan observed, his scrutiny easing as he turned his attention elsewhere. Shen Xiuhuai set the empty bowl down. "I'll take it down shortly, and then head to bed, Dad. You should also get some rest." The dismissal was unmistakable. Shen Nan clicked his tongue, eyeing Shen Xiuhuai's flushed face and beginning to believe his wife's words. He picked up the bowl and said, "Then I'll take this down and report to your grandmother." As he stood up to leave, he suddenly added, Your parents and grandparents have no extraordinary demands of you. Don't feel too pressured. Shen Xiuhuai was momentarily taken aback. As long as you don't revert to your old ways of fighting and your grades aren't stellar. It's all right. Our family can ensure you live without any worries for a lifetime. Shen then turned to fix his gaze on Shen Xiuhuai. My expectations are simple. Don't stray too far off course. Right now, everything seems fine. With that, he opened the door, preparing to exit, when he heard Shen Xiuhuai's voice behind him. I understand, Dad. A smile crept onto Shen Nan's face, and he suddenly recalled something, pointing at Shen Xiuhuai's troublesome room. Can Tiwi change the decor? Do you even sleep at night? Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but chuckle at his father's expression of disdain. Grandma and Grandpa helped me set it up. You can ask them. Shen Nan shot him a glare, muttering little rascal before turning and heading downstairs. Chapter 66. Adding a WeChat contact to the junior when Shen Xiuhuai arrived. He had brought with him at least half a backpack filled with test papers, having departed directly from school, with the upcoming break of around 10 days. They were now seniors, and the teachers, anxious that their minds might wander, showed no mercy in assigning practice papers. However, Shen Xiuhuai was unfazed. After all, his grades were not particularly impressive, and he had grown accustomed to grinding through test papers. It was only after his arrival that he realized his grandparents were the most significant obstacles to his studies. On the first morning, his grandfather cautiously approached and knocked on his door, inquiring if he would like to join him for a stroll and some fishing. Observing the elderly man's reserved demeanor, Shen Xiuhuai decided to accompany him. Thus, his grandfather led him on a leisurely circuit from the village entrance to its far end. The villagers soon became aware of the tall and handsome grandson of the old Shen family, who was rumored to excel academically. The old Shen referred to his grandfather, while his father could only be considered young Shen in the presence of the elder. Watching the proud expression on the little old man's face as he boasted about his grandson brought a smile to Shen Xiuhuai's face. They spent the entire day fishing by the lakeside, culminating in a feast of fish for dinner. This idyllic lifestyle continued for 3 days. His grandmother's culinary skills were truly exceptional, and after 3 consecutive days of fish dishes, even the 2 female tenants living nearby were tempted to join in. The 2 young women renting from his grandparents were college students who had come primarily for hiking. Enticed by the delightful aroma, they approached his grandmother with playful requests for a meal. His grandmother waved them off, stating that they had caught enough fish for everyone, and they could all dine together that evening. The girls thanked her with smiles, but just as one was about to leave, she caught sight of Shen Xiuhuai carrying firewood. Against the sunlight, his tall and handsome profile was only a silhouette, instantly capturing the girl's attention. She turned to her companion and asked, "Is this your grandson?" The girl, initially intent on leaving, halted, her gaze trained on Shen Xiuhuai. His grandmother chuckled, affirming, "Yes, my grandson has come for the summer." She then patted Shen Xiuhuai on the back, introducing him. "This is our tenant. Call her sister." Shen Xiuhuai merely smiled politely and stated, "Hello." However, he felt the need to clarify that sister was a title reserved for just one person in his life. The girl was indeed quite attractive, possessing a well-defined figure that suggested she was accustomed to regular exercise. Shen Xiuhuai's cool demeanor did not dampen her enthusiasm. She smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Wu Xinyu." "What is your name?" "Shen Xiuhuai," he replied. His grandmother interjected with a smile. "How delightful that you're of similar ages." "Xiuhuai, weren't you interested in hiking?" "Miss Wu and her friends are planning to hike as well. You could join them." The elderly lady had not considered much beyond wanting her grandson to have some youthful companionship. However, Wu Xinyu's eyes brightened even more. "Would you like to join us? We are quite experienced, and a few seniors will be coming along in a couple of days. You could go with us." Shen Xiuhuai shook his head and added some firewood to the stove. "I think I'll pass. I haven't finished my assignments." Wu Xinyu looked momentarily stunned. "Assignments?" "Yes. I'm preparing for my senior year. There's quite a bit to complete," he explained, noticing the visible shock and disappointment on her face. "Oh dear. Why are you always writing assignments? Young people should go out and enjoy themselves." His grandmother nudged him aside, taking over. "You're making the fire too fierce." "Grandma, didn't you always say to study hard when you were young?" Shen Xiuhuai chuckled as he stood up, not lingering his gaze on Wu Xinyu any longer. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she muttered a hasty goodbye and left. Shen Xiuhuai felt a sense of relief as the air seemed to clear after her departure. Her perfume had been rather overwhelming. Ultimately, he was shooed away by his grandmother and returned to his assignments, which he genuinely needed to focus on, as he had been indulged in leisure activities by his grandparents, leaving many assignments unfinished. At around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxiao's call came through. Shen Xiuhuai's face lit up at the sight of her name on his phone. "Hello, sister," he greeted. "Are you busy?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice sounded somewhat muffled, as if she were eating. Not really, just finished some assignments. Are you still at your grandfather's? Shen Xiuhuai leaned back in his chair, softly lamenting. It feels like ages since I last saw you. A sound akin to a lollipop being pulled from its stick came from her end. I know you miss me. I'm enjoying a strawberry-flavored lollipop. Is it delicious? He asked, glancing out the window at the still blazing sun. I've been fishing with my grandfather for 3 days. And we've had a fish feast every night, he added, his tone tinged with a hint of complaint and grievance. Grandpa and Grandma, let me focus on my assignments. Why are you acting like a child, reporting to me? Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. ISNT it just a week? When you return, our final grades should be out. The thought of their grades prompted Shen Xiuhuai to consider the rewards if I do well this time. What will you reward me with? I'll have to think about it, Lin Xiaoxiao mused. Grades aren't even out yet, and you're already asking for rewards. Just then, a knock on his door interrupted their conversation. Shen Xiuhuai assumed it was his parents. I'll go answer the door. It might be Mom. Okay, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. He got up, phone in hand, and was momentarily taken aback when he opened the door to find Wu Xinyu standing there. Her gaze swept through his room, revealing a hint of surprise. Yet she smiled and said, Grandma asked me to come and tell you that dinner is ready. Shen Xiuhuai frowned and nodded. Thank you, I'll be down shortly. As he attempted to close the door, Wu Xinyu lingered at the threshold, prompting him to inquire. Is there something else? Junior, I forgot to add you on WeChat this afternoon. Could you please add me? If you have any questions about the assignments, I could help. My grades were quite good before, she smiled, shaking her phone slightly. Her beauty and figure were striking, and she was accustomed to others asking for her WeChat. This was her first time requesting a boy's contact information. Initially disappointed upon learning that Shen Xiuhuai was just starting high school, her roommate reassured her that by the time he entered university, she would be in her 3rd year, making the age difference negligible. Wu Xinyu concluded that it was a rare opportunity to meet someone she found appealing, and it would be wise to connect with him first. Thus, she had cleverly orchestrated her visit to coincide with the moment when his grandmother called him down, hoping for a private moment to secure his WeChat. However, Shen Xiuhuai shook his head. I'm sorry, but it might not be convenient. My girlfriend would get jealous. He also displayed his phone, indicating he was on a call. Wu Xinyu paused, her gaze drifting to his phone screen, which displayed in call. Her expression turned somewhat awkward as she took a step back. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. It's fine, he replied before shutting the door. Left standing outside, Wu Xinyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet, she reasoned that a boy like Shen Xiuhuai couldn't possibly be single. She cast a reluctant glance at the closed door, pondering the fleeting nature of young relationships. Many would drift apart after exams. Perhaps she still had a chance. Had her phone not been engaged in a call, she would have undoubtedly added him on WeChat. However, she reassured herself that there would be another opportunity that evening. After lingering a moment longer, she finally turned and departed. Inside his room, Shen Xiuhuai was oblivious to her thoughts. He merely felt it was somewhat inappropriate for his grandparents to send a tenant to call him, though it was possible they hadn't considered it. He glanced at his phone, still engaged in a call, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known he'd be stepping out without it, he suspected the girl might have been upset. Shen Xiuhuai called out, Sister, are you still there? The other end remained silent, devoid of any response. After a considerable pause, when Shen Xiuhuai called out for his sister once more, Lin Xiaoxiao finally spoke up. Junior, who was that just now? The hint of jealousy was palpable even from a distance, and Shen Xiuhuai smiled, recalling a guest at the homestay. His grandmother likely thought to call her down for dinner. Oh, seems you have a good relationship if Grandma invited her to dinner, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, her tone somewhat subdued. Shen Xiuhuai teased her. Are you feeling jealous? No, just go eat. Don't keep Grandma and Grandpa waiting too long. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, her voice lacking its usual vibrancy. I'll eat too. Bye. Shen Xiuhuai barely had time to utter another word before the call ended. He felt a touch of helplessness, as he was somewhat innocent in this situation. As he lowered his gaze, intending to send a text, a knock at the door interrupted him. Accompanied by Shunan's voice, Young Master, dinner is ready. Coming. Shen Xiuhuai could only send a quick voice message to Lin Xiaoxiao. Don't overthink it. I'll call you after dinner. He then opened the door and followed Shen Nin downstairs. Shen Nin chattered as they walked. You really are a young master. Must be treated well. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Then don't let guests knock on my door next time. What if I'm not dressed? Shen Nin chuckled, glancing back at him. Were you just not dressed? I was just out for a walk with your mother. Didn't he know? Really not appropriate. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue again, glancing at his phone, which showed no new messages. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Wu Xinyu and her roommate already there. The small round table had 2 vacant spots, one between Grandma and Wu Xinyu, and the other between Mrs. Shen and Grandpa. Shen Xiuhuai certainly could not sit next to Mrs. Shen, so he opted for the seat beside Wu Xinyu. He paused for a moment before walking over, lifting a chair with a smile, and saying to Grandma, "Grandma, scoot over a bit. I want to sit between you and Grandpa." Grandma was momentarily taken aback before laughing and shifting to sit beside Wu Xinyu. "Why are you acting like a child? Want to sit in the middle?" Grandpa, on the other hand, was quite pleased. "Our grandparent-grandchild relationship is good. Look at how Xiaohuai doesn't sit between his parents." He then cast a teasing glance at Shen Nan. Shen Nan quipped, "They say old children are just big kids. It's particularly evident with his dad." Furthermore, Shen Nan glanced at the girl across from him, noting that the little rascal was rather popular. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to begin her meal, as her grandfather's family dined at 6 o'clock. She felt a bit downcast. Just a few days had passed, and now there was a beautiful guest in the house. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled over to lie on her back, the candy in her mouth crunching softly. She stared at the ceiling for a while, and, after listening to Shen Xiuhuai's voice message 3 times, opened a small group chat. It consisted of only 3 people: herself, Ke Xiaoling, and Zhao Lily. "Do you all want to go out? Something like a farm stay?" Zhao Lily quickly responded, "Absolutely. I'm going crazy. I can't finish my exam papers." "But Xiao, do you really want to go? You didn't even want to go shopping the other day." Lin Xiaoxiao thought to herself. She didn't want to go out now. But what if her boyfriend got entangled with some other vixen if she stayed in? "Just want to get some fresh air," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, feeling a bit guilty. However, Zhao Lily didn't dwell on it. "Is it just the 3 of us? Little Belle, are you going?" Ke Xiaoling quickly replied, "Of course, I just finished eating. Where are we going? Is it just the 3 of us?" "There's a homestay by Shen Xiuhuai's grandparents." Lin Xiaoxiao observed the group chat going silent for a few moments. Then both of them sent a got it emoji. The next moment, Chi Kuang was added to the chat. "A stray in the comprehensive quality education. Want to go?" Chi Kuang looked utterly confused. Finally, Ke Xiaoling sent a voice message to explain. "So our beloved class leader misses her boyfriend, but is too shy to say so. You get what I mean, right?" Chi Kuang immediately sent 3 okay messages and excitedly replied in a voice note. "Got it. I'm in. How about we go early tomorrow morning?" "Ilobindada, I'm telling you, Grandma and Grandpa's cooking is amazing. That taro chicken is to die for." Soon, the 3 of them were in a lively discussion, and Jodo was also added to the group. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush, as if everyone could tell she was thinking about Shen Xiuhuai. Yet, that feeling wasn't entirely unpleasant. She looked at the enthusiastic chatter in the group and quickly joined the conversation. In the end, they collectively decided not to inform Shen Xiuhuai that they were sneaking over. Initially, they intended to secretly book Grandma and Grandpa's homestay, but found it fully booked. They had no choice but to reserve another nearby. They booked tickets for a train departing around 7 in the morning. After dinner that evening, Lin Xiaoxiao mentioned to the rarely available Doctors Lin and Huang that she would be going out with her classmates. Dr. Huang was somewhat surprised, looking at his daughter. "You're going with classmates? For how long?" 3 days, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, noting that there were 3 girls and 2 boys, all classmates. "I'll give you their contact information shortly." Dr. Lin sipped his tea. "Have you met the fathers of those 2 boys?" Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Dr. Lin, knowing he meant whether Shen Xiuhuai was among them. She shook her head. "I don't think so. One is named Chi Kuang, and the other Zhoda." Dr. Lin observed her for a moment, as if he wanted to say something more, but the old general beside him grew impatient. "Why ask so much for just going out? Xiaoxiao isn't a child. It's just to a neighboring city, and she's with classmates. Let her go." As Grandpa said, "What is the point of staying home every day? Young people need to have fun." Dr. Lin sighed helplessly. "Dad, thank you, Grandpa." Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Chapter 68. Sister, isn't this sexual harassment? However, they ultimately could not take the train the following morning. Because Chi's father learned they were going to find Shen Xiuhuai, he insisted on driving them himself, stating he couldn't trust a bunch of minors. He called each of their parents as well. This reassured Dr. Lin, as he subtly confirmed that Shen Xiuhuai was not involved this time, which put his mind at ease. Since the last encounter, Dr. Lin had noticed that his obedient and sensible daughter was quite different around the boy named Shen Xiuhuai, though she didn't show it overtly. Dr. Lin was perceptive and could pick up on the subtle gestures and glances. His daughter was still young, and such a fresh and lovely girl should not be easily swept away by any suitor. Early the next morning, Dr. Lin dropped Lin Xiaoxiao off at the school gate, the agreed-upon pickup point set by Chi's father. Upon confirming that Shen Xiuhuai was indeed absent, Chi's father reassured them that the driver would safely transport them, and accommodations had been arranged. After expressing his gratitude, Dr. Lin hurried off to work. Once the vehicle departed, Ke Xiaoling asked Lin Xiaoxiao, "Why does it feel like your dad is quite anxious?" After all, although they were minors, they were already 16 or 17 years old. It was uncommon to have such serious and cautious parents like Dr. Lin. The parents of the others had simply dropped them off at the school gate and rushed off to work without any concern. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed softly. Last time, my dad met Shen Xiuhuai when he was bringing me home. The others immediately revealed looks of understanding. Qi Kuang lowered his voice and clicked his tongue. Looks like it's going to be tough for Brother Huai from now on. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was blissfully unaware that a delightful surprise was making its way toward him. His mood was somewhat dismal, as Lin Xiaoxiao had been rather indifferent towards him since last night. It would be inaccurate to say she completely ignored him. Rather, her demeanor was tepid and distant. Last night, she had bid him good night and retired to bed by 10, which made him acutely aware that something was amiss. He deeply regretted having opened that door with his phone. This morning, his grandfather unexpectedly did not summon him for fishing. Instead, he had gone with his grandmother to the backyard vegetable garden to turn over the soil and fertilize it. Shen Xiuhuai, having risen early, decided to take a solitary jog. The air in this area was indeed refreshing, though the paths were somewhat uneven. However, after spending so many days running with his grandfather, Shen Xiuhuai had become well acquainted with the various trails. Not long in his run, he heard footsteps behind him. Upon turning around, he spotted Wu Xinyu and her roommate, both clad in athletic attire, trailing him at a short distance. They wore crop sportswear that showcased their long legs and fit physiques, embodying the essence of athletic beauty. Good morning. Wu Xinyu beamed at him, waving her hand, while her roommate playfully nudged her. Shen Xiuhuai maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding in response with a curt good morning, before turning back to quicken his pace. Wu Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to join him for a run, but sensed his unwelcoming demeanor. It was only when Shen Xiuhuai had distanced himself that her friend remarked, "What a high and aloof flower. This junior certainly has some character." Returning to her senses, Wu Xinyu flashed a confident smile. "It's precisely his character that I find appealing. Don't you think he is handsome?" "He is, but isn't he said to have a girlfriend? Besides, he is not even acknowledging you," her friend teased. "Forget it, he is still underage." However, Wu Xinyu continued to gaze at Shen Xiuhuai's retreating figure, pondering who had decreed that high school students were still minors. He certainly did not appear to fit that description. Regardless, she resolved to add him on WeChat before leaving. Initially, Shen Xiuhuai intended to take a leisurely jog, but Wu Xinyu's interruption made him reluctant to run alongside her, preferring to maintain his distance. Thus, he completed a circuit in under 10 minutes. Old Shen was momentarily taken aback upon his return. "Aren't you supposed to be out running?" "I'm done," Shen Xiuhuai replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and preparing to head indoors for a shower. "You just strolled around the yard, didn't you?" Old Shen remarked skeptically, though upon seeing him drenched in sweat, he conceded that he must have indeed run. "Go take a shower. Qi Kuang and the others will be arriving soon, and you can greet them." Old Shen waved him off. Shen Xiuhuai paused. "Qi Kuang?" "Yes, your Uncle Qi just called. Qi Kuang is coming over to hang out with some classmates, staying at the inn next door." Shen Xiuhuai's heart skipped a beat at the mention of classmates, and he couldn't help but ask, "Did he say which classmates are coming?" Old Shen looked at him curiously. "They'll arrive in about half an hour. You'll find out soon enough. Now hurry and wash up, otherwise your grandmother will scold me." Shen Xiuhuai sighed and turned to head inside. "I'll ask Qi Kuang myself." Old Shen called after him as he walked away. "Be mindful, there are other guests around. I just saw them out for a run." Shen Xiuhuai replied. Yet, as he entered a shower, he noticed that Qi Kuang had not responded to his inquiry about which classmates were accompanying him. Though he deemed it unlikely, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't shake the thought that perhaps his sister would join them. It had been far too long since he had spent time alone with her since his hiatus from school. After finishing his shower, Shen Xiuhuai emerged to find that Qi Kuang still hadn't replied, but Lin Xiaoxiao had sent him a photo of her desk, cluttered with half-completed assignments. Shen Xiuhuai sighed, realizing he had been overthinking things. Knowing Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't be coming, he felt little motivation to go greet Qi Kuang. It wasn't until Old Shen called him that he leisurely set aside his partially completed exam paper and headed out, calling down the stairs, "I'm on my way." Old Shen responded. Then he heard his grandmother say, "We'll be calling your classmates over for dinner soon." "Understood, Grandma," Shen Xiuhuai replied as he descended. He encountered Wu Xinyu returning with her friend. Wu Xinyu, still wearing a bright smile, asked, "Are you going to meet your classmates?" "I just heard your grandmother and uncle mention that they were coming." Shen Xiuhuai, indifferent, merely uttered a nonchalant and attempted to sidestep past her. However, Wu Xinyu called out to him, lowering her voice, "Do your family members know you have a little girlfriend?" Shen Xiuhuai's footsteps faltered as he glanced at her. Wu Xinyu flashed what she believed to be an endearing smile. "Add me on WeChat, and I'll help you keep this secret. I promise I won't bother you." Shen Xiuhuai scoffed. "Listen, because you're my grandmother's guest, I've been tolerant But do you realize your behavior is bordering on harassment? He regarded Wu Xinyu, who appeared stunned and unresponsive, with a frigid gaze. Are you still planning to threaten me? Wu Xinyu's expression soured. Shen Xiuhuai. If you don't want to add me, then don't. That's exactly it. I've told you many times already, I want to add you. Without sparing her another glance, Shen Xiuhuai turned and made his way downstairs. Chapter 69. Surprised, Brother Huai? Left behind, Wu Xinyu's countenance darkened. While her friend wore an expression of awkwardness, Xinyu, just let it go. He asked, just a kid. Wu Xinyu shot a venomous glare at Shen Xiuhuai's receding figure before turning to ascend the stairs. Her friend let out a sigh and hurriedly followed her. As Shen Xiuhuai reached the courtyard, he observed old Shen and Madame Shen, lacking any semblance of decorum, munching on cucumbers, their former elite demeanor forgotten. His grandfather emerged from the kitchen, holding a small basket of tomatoes. You two should eat less. Dinner will be served soon. After taking only a couple of bites, old Shen sheepishly remarked, even pushing his hand towards his wife. Shen Xiuhuai watched this scene, a smile creeping into his eyes. Indeed, no matter their age to their parents, they remained children. Even his parents, who were so decisive in the outside world, were no different. He approached, took a tomato, and cheerfully stated, I'm off to meet my classmates. Bring them back for dinner. Old Shen's attention was instantly diverted. Your grandmother has prepared a feast. Perhaps I should consider expanding the house, so your classmates can stay next time. If I'd known, I wouldn't have rented. It's fine, Grandpa. It's just next door, not far. I'm heading over now, Shen Xiuhuai replied, taking a bite of the tomato and waving goodbye as he dashed off. Old Shen watched his figure disappear through the door before turning to Shen Nan. Xiaohai has changed a lot. Shen Nan and his wife exchanged glances indeed. He mentioned he likes an exceptional young lady. That's wonderful. Everything is quite well. Old Shen smiled, glancing at Shen Nan at this age. It's similar to when you were pursuing your wife. Madame Shen's face flushed slightly, shooting a glare at Shen Nan. A rare foolish grin appeared on Shen Nan's face. Old Shen chuckled, shaking his head as he turned back towards the kitchen, leaving behind a gentle remark. Xiaohai was always wonderful. He has always been good. Though he was nearby, they were still separated by a small distance. Upon arriving, Shen Xiuhuai spotted a business vehicle parked in front of another inn, likely belonging to Qi Kuang's family. Qi Kuang and Zhou stood by the car door, handling their luggage, occasionally turning to speak to someone inside. The figure within was obscured, but it appeared to be a girl in a dress. Given the photo of Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai was convinced she wouldn't come, thus he had little interest in who else might be arriving. He stood in place and called out, Qi Kuang, Zolda. The two individuals turned their faces towards him, immediately breaking into joyful smiles, and in unison raised their hands to wave at Shen Xiuhuai, Brother Huai. The scene appeared somewhat silly. Shen Xiuhuai leisurely strolled over after finishing his tomatoes, his mouth curling in disdain. I'm not even 300 meters away from you. There's really no need to wave. As he spoke, he glanced towards the entrance, where his eyes met Lin Xiaoxiao's smiling gaze. Shen Xiuhuai found it difficult to articulate the feelings swirling within him. A fleeting moment of confusion washed over him. Wasn't she supposed to be taking an exam? How did she end up here? Wait, she merely sent a photo, never mentioning she was home. Was this a surprise? While his mind was racing with various thoughts, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoxiao's petite lips moving. Brother Huai. Could Xiaoling and the others burst into laughter, echoing. Brother Huai. Qi Kuang nudged Shen Xiuhuai, chuckling surprised. Huh? Shen Xiuhuai snapped back to reality, though his gaze remained fixated on Lin Xiaoxiao, utterly transfixed. Surprised? This was beyond mere surprise. Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lily exchanged knowing glances, amused by his unwavering attention on Lin Xiaoxiao. Each girl took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. A rare moment of cheeky boldness as they said, Brother Huai, take us out to have some fun. How about you borrow Xiaoxiao for a little alone time? This was clearly my Xiaoxiao, Shen Xiuhuai retorted inwardly. Yet, gazing at Lin Xiaoxiao's smiling face, he finally managed to smile back. All right, let's drop off our luggage first, then head home for dinner. My grandparents have prepared a feast. With only 3 days for their trip, their luggage was minimal, each carrying a single backpack. Shen Xiuhuai took hold of Lin Xiaoxiao's backpack, while the others shouldered their own. With so many people around, he merely walked alongside Lin Xiaoxiao. They checked in and proceeded to their rooms. The accommodations, booked by Qi's father, consisted of single rooms, and as soon as Qi Kuang reached their room, he promptly shut the door, demonstrating remarkable maturity. Earlier, they had intentionally given the innermost room to Lin Xiaoxiao. Brother Huai, is 30 minutes enough? Qi Kuang suddenly opened the door, grinning mischievously. Aren't we supposed to go eat soon? Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed crimson. Get lost. Your brother Huai needs more than 30 minutes. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, surprisingly engaging in a bit of banter, which revealed his genuinely good mood. Qi Kuang and Zhou De responded with playful exclamations, while the other two girls had already shyly retreated into their respective rooms. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully smacked Shen Xiuhuai's arm, saying, "We'll head out for dinner in 30 minutes. All right, class monitor," the group replied, chuckling as they closed the door behind them. Once the door clicked shut, only the two of them remained in the hallway. Shen Xiuhuai took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, wordlessly hastening towards her room. Their quarters were located at the end of the corridor. Being a small guest house, the first floor contained only 5 rooms, all occupied by their group. Shen Xiuhuai held Lin Xiaoxiao's hand in one and grasped the room card in the other, smoothly executing the motions. Lin Xiaoxiao only saw the door swing open. She hadn't even had a chance to take in the decor before she found herself pressed against the doorframe. Shen Xiuhuai's breath mingled with kisses upon her lips and cheeks. The initial fervor of the kiss gradually softened as she responded. In the confined space, it seemed as though only their rapid breaths and heartbeats filled the air. The backpack fell to the ground, unnoticed, as Shen Xiuhuai held the girl tightly in his embrace. The rising warmth of her body confirmed her tangible presence in his arms. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something, her cheeks reddening further, realizing that if they continued, it would transcend mere innocent exploration. How would she face the world with swollen lips? Thus, she gently pushed against him, but Shen Xiuhuai remained steadfast, as if punishing her for her lack of focus by lightly nibbling her lips. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully thumped his chest a few times, a mixture of annoyance and helplessness in her demeanor. Thankfully, Shen Xiuhuai understood that this was not the time for recklessness, and the kiss gradually came to a halt. He tilted his head slightly, burying his face in Lin Xiaoxiao's slender shoulder, his breath warming her collarbone, casting a delicate blush upon her fair skin. It was a sight to behold. Unable to resist, Shen Xiuhuai pressed a kiss to her collarbone and murmured softly, "Little liar." Chapter 70, If I had known I was coming to see you, I would have run. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced, her breath quickening. A mist of emotion clouded her beautiful eyes as she heard Shen Xiuhuai's words, prompting her to retort, "I didn't deceive you. I just asked what you were doing and what you sent me." Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but pinch her tender face. Lin Xiaoxiao squeaked in surprise, gently pushing him away. "Don't pinch me. Move a little. You're too heavy." Shen Xiuhuai felt an explosion of joy within him. The sensation of someone he had longed for suddenly appearing before him with a smile was truly exhilarating. It was no exaggeration. At that moment, he felt as though everyone and everything around him faded away, leaving only the girl standing there smiling at him, a memory he would cherish forever. "I used to weigh more than I do now, and you didn't mind. Now you've turned into a little delicate flower." Shen Xiuhuai feigned complaint before gradually releasing her and straightening up. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her face heat up from his teasing gaze. She looked at the mischievous Shen Xiuhuai, feeling a mix of helplessness and longing. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his embrace. "My face is too red," she complained softly, her voice sweet and endearing, as if she were being coy. "How am I supposed to go out later? You can't keep pinching me." Shen Xiuhuai's heart melted at her words. The impulsive and chaotic thoughts in his mind seemed to calm instantly. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head. "It'll be fine in a bit. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted to surprise you." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was barely a whisper. "Are you happy?" "Very happy." Shen Xiuhuai's face brightened with a gentle smile. "But you should have told me sooner. If I had known you were coming, I would have rushed over to see you instead of dawdling." Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Qi Kuang would cry if he heard that. He's a big boy now. He needs to learn to be strong. Shen Xiuhuai thought of Qi Kuang's sulky expression, and his smile became even more genuine. They embraced quietly for a moment until Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remarked, "I think my legs are going numb." Shen Xiuhuai paused, then couldn't help but laugh, his voice filled with delight. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at him, feigning displeasure. "You're still laughing. It's all your fault. Now I can't even move." The sensation of numbness in her legs was quite unpleasant, and her tone took on a hint of a whine. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai managed to suppress his laughter, though the amusement in his eyes remained evident. He bent down to scoop her up, then walked to the bed, squatting down before her and gently touching her little leg. "Ouch, ouch, be gentle. My legs are numb, it hurts." "I haven't even pressed hard," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a hint of exasperation. "I just touched it. Hang in there. It'll pass soon." Then, he applied just the right amount of pressure to her straight little leg. It must indeed be quite painful. Shen Xiuhuai felt her calf involuntarily tense up, and when he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the shimmering tears in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Her delicate pink lips had lost their color, bitten by her pristine and even white teeth. A pang of sympathy surged within him as he gently reached out with his other hand to caress her wounded lips, saying, "Do not bite. If you break the skin." You will only complain about being unable to go out later. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao grasped his hand and playfully sank her teeth into his palm, seeking relief from the discomfort in her leg. Gradually, the soreness began to subside. After biting Shen Xiuhuai's hand, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit bashful. She released her grip and, with a charming smile, sought to appease him, appearing adorably innocent. Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused as he withdrew his hand. "Is it still numb?" he inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao obediently shook her head. "Not anymore." Upon saying this, she stood up and stomped her feet, indicating to Shen Xiuhuai, "Your technique is truly impressive." Her tone laced with a hint of flattery. Shen Xiuhuai let out a light hum, shaking his hand in front of her. "Indeed, someone's foot was numb, and I helped with a massage, only to be bitten. Well, little pup." Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, extended her hand towards him, challenging, "Then bite me back." Shen Xiuhuai gazed at her fair and lovely hand, just as he was about to reach out. Suddenly, the voice of Qi Kuang echoed from the doorway. "Brother Huai. Class leader. Uncle Shen has called me." "Brother Huai, why aren't you answering your phone?" In that moment, Shen Xiuhuai sighed internally, reflecting on the bittersweet nature of this rebirth. It granted him the chance to relive moments with his wife, yet the timing was far from ideal. How frustrating. He grasped Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, which had found its way to his waistband, and replied, "Coming." Then, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao, he reassured her, "I'm fine." Lin Xiaoxiao clearly harbored doubts. Scrutinizing Shen Xiuhuai with intent eyes, her gaze lingering on his bright, clear eyes, "You were about to cry just now." Fortunately, Qi Kuang, being perceptive, fell silent upon hearing his response. It remained uncertain whether he had departed or lingered outside. "I was just teasing you. It hurts, but it isn't unbearable," Shen Xiuhuai whispered. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger, as she kicked Shen Xiuhuai's leg. "You truly have no shame." With that, she turned and entered the bathroom. Shen Xiuhuai remained seated on the carpet, innocently clicking his tongue before calling out to the bathroom. "How could I be shameless? I'm merely speaking the truth." "Sister, you are slandering me." A cold huff came from within. After indulging in a moment of amusement, Shen Xiuhuai arose to open the door, only to find Qi Kuang standing in the corridor, engrossed in his phone and smoking. Upon hearing the door, Qi Kuang glanced over. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, "Stop smoking. You're still so young. Why do you smoke every day?" With a smile, Qi Kuang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. "Brother Huai, you used to be the school tyrant and yet didn't smoke. Who would believe that?" Shen Xiuhuai cast him a sidelong glance, gently shutting the door behind him as he approached Qi Kuang. "Who cares if they believe it? Have you quit?" "Can I?" Qi Kuang replied nonchalantly. "I only learned to smoke to show off. I have no addiction." Shen Xiuhuai nodded, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and offering it to him. "Then quit smoking, otherwise Uncle Qi will scold you again." Qi Kuang accepted it with a grin. "Isn't this from the class leader?" "Yes. I'm making exception today," Shen Xiuhuai admitted, glancing at the closed door. "I'll give her another one later." Qi Kuang eyed Shen Xiuhuai with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, quietly stating, "Brother Huai, I still don't understand how you and the class leader suddenly became close." Realizing his words might be misconstrued, he quickly added, "What I mean is, you used to say you didn't have any girls you liked, right? I even asked you back when that senior confessed to you. But the class leader is indeed quite beautiful and has a good temperament." Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. "Keep talking about Lin Xiaoxiao, and I might just hit you." Hey, Qi Kuang laughed. "What a petty guy. So what is it that draws you to her? Is it just because she is pretty? That other dance school beauty was quite stunning too." "That's different. It can only be Lin Xiaoxiao," Shen Xiuhuai interrupted him. Then looked him in the eye. "You're still young. You'll understand in the future." Qi Kuang scoffed. "You're only a year older than me." "That sounds just like something my dad would say." Shen Xiuhuai playfully patted his head. "You're asking for it." Qi Kuang laughed and dodged, sighing, "Brother Huai, have you thought about what you want to study in the future? I still feel so young. My brother asked me last night, if I'm not prepared, I should just finish the exams and go abroad. But I don't want to go abroad. It's so boring." Shen Xiuhuai observed the dissatisfied and bewildered Qi Kuang. "There is still plenty of time. Take your time to think it over. If you don't want to go abroad, then don't." As they spoke, the door behind them swung open, and Lin Xiaoxiao emerged, seemingly just having washed her face and combed her hair, her expression returning to its usual neutrality. Shen Xiuhuai and Qi Kuang turned to look at her simultaneously. However, Lin Xiaoxiao noticed the ashtray and raised an eyebrow. Shen Xiuhuai quickly declared, "It's not me. I don't smoke. Just the two of us here. Why not just say it was me?" Qi Kuang chimed in, picking up the ashtray with a grin. "I'll go call them." He then hurried off, knocking on the door of a nearby room, announcing, "Dinner is ready, kids." The doors swung open in unison. Ku Xiaoling exclaimed. Qi Kuang, are you crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao watched his retreating figure and couldn't he help but ask, am I really that frightening? We're not at school. I can't even give him a demerit. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, reaching for her hand. It's the school's after effects. They all fear encountering you. Lin Xiaoxiao dodged slightly. Lowering her voice, we're going to your house for dinner soon. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Just for a moment. I'll let go at the door. Lin Xiaoxiao took a step back, shaking her head. This is the village. Everyone knows Grandpa and Grandma. That one do. Suddenly she remembered something. They're all scared of me. Are you scared? Her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Shen Xiuhuai, awaiting his answer. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his fingers together, clicking his tongue and muttering quietly, I can't even hold my own wife's hand yet. Then he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with mirth. I'm scared too. I'm afraid you'll ignore me. Realizing he was teasing her, Lin Xiaoxiao turned and dashed towards the staircase, where everyone was waiting. Shen Xiuhuai led the group towards the family's guest house, remarking, my grandmother said if she had known you were coming, she wouldn't have rented the place. He felt a twinge of regret. It would have been more convenient if Lin Xiaoxiao lived nearby. This is my first time here, Zhou said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Brother Huai, take us around later. In this sweltering heat, where can we even go? Zhao Lili complained. The midday sun is making my head ache. There is indeed a pond. If you wish to, you can go play in the water, Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. Oh, I brought my swim trunks. I can go for a swim. Zhou clapped his hands in delight, glancing at Zhao Lili. Lili, sister. Let me show you my six-pack. Zhao Lili retorted with a scoff. Who cares? Laughter erupted as the found himself once again the target of disdain. While Qi Kuang stood nearby, reveling in the mischief. The mirth resonated far and wide. At that moment, an elderly lady emerged from the gate of the courtyard. And upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai and the others, she cheerfully inquired, Xiaohuai, Xiao Kuang, have you returned? Qi Kuang's eyes sparkled as he dashed over, exclaiming, Grandma, I missed you so much. Chapter 72. Clearly, he is her younger brother, Xiuhuai. The grandmother, unable to discern who was rushing toward her, found herself abruptly blocked by the speeding Qi Kuang. With such a velocity akin to a small cannonball, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but shout in concern from behind. Qi Kuang, don't knock Grandma over. This exclamation startled Grandpa and others, causing them to rush out of the courtyard. Of course, Qi Kuang would never truly collide with his grandmother. He executed an emergency stop, enveloping the elderly lady in his embrace, playfully rubbing against her. Grandma, look at how Xiugu is scaring me. The grandmother beamed with delight, patting him affectionately. Xiaohuai, isn't scary. Grandpa, who had just been startled into coming out, sighed in relief. You gave me quite a scare. Meanwhile, the gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Shen lingered on the four individuals standing behind Shen Xiuhuai. Zhou was undoubtedly recognized, having played with their son before. However, it was the three young ladies that piqued their interest, each radiating beauty and charm. The one in the middle, particularly striking, seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't she a bit like the granddaughter of General Lin? I believe I saw her at the parent-teacher meeting. Mr. Shen's voice was tinged with uncertainty, lowered significantly. Mrs. Shen, slightly nearsighted and without her glasses, squinted at the approaching girls. It can't be. If their son gets discovered, what will happen? Before the couple could voice their concerns, Shen Xiuhuai had already presented them to the group. Qi Kuang, having finished his playful antics with Grandpa and Grandma, joined in. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Shen, Auntie, come, let me introduce you. You all know Zhou. He casually gestured toward Zhou, adding, oh, I don't think Grandpa and Grandma have met him. Zhou is our sports representative. Grandpa and Grandma smiled, commenting, the child looks robust. Zhou flashed a bright smile, his voice resonating as he greeted, hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Sorry for the disturbance. No, not at all. We're delighted to have you here, they replied. Oh, let us not dwell on it. The main focus is our three lovely flowers. Qi Kuang remarked disdainfully, shoving Zhou playfully. He then stood beside Shen Xiuhuai, pointing at the three girls. Ku Xiaoling, my deskmate with Xiugu. Lin Xiaoxiao, our class monitor, also my deskmate. And Zhao Lili, a good friend. All three girls courteously greeted the elders. Shen Xiuhuai remained silent, as Mr. and Mrs. Shen failed to discern which girl had captured their son's affections. Grandpa and Grandma, however, were unconcerned, thrilled to see so many vibrant peers of their grandson, and promptly invited everyone in for lunch. As they took their seats, Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lili positioned themselves beside Lin Xiaoxiao, a deliberate arrangement by Qi Kuang, who feared Shen Xiuhuai might inadvertently reveal too much to his parents. Shen Xiuhuai, initially intending to sit next to his beloved, ultimately found himself beside Qi Kuang. Grandpa and Grandma had indeed prepared an abundance of food, the table laden, having anticipated the large gathering by swapping for a bigger table. The lunch was lively, with Qi Kuang amusing the adults with his antics, ensuring laughter filled the air. Shen Xiuhuai, however, seized moments to cast forlorn glances at Lin Xiaoxiao, only to find her steadfastly focused on her food, ignoring him. This did not escape the watchful eye of Mr. Shen, who realized, to his amusement, that his son was hopelessly infatuated, and this pursuit would be a formidable challenge. As the meal progressed delightfully, it was around 2 o'clock when Wu Xianyu and her friend descended from upstairs. The affable grandmother inquired, "Have you eaten?" "It's quite late." "We have, Grandma." Wu Xianyu's gaze swiftly roamed over the gathering of boys and girls, pausing momentarily on Lin Xiaoxiao, whom she found strikingly beautiful. However, the coolness in Lin Xiaoxiao's demeanor unsettled her. Purposefully, she approached and stood behind Shen Xiuhuai, softly stating, "So these are the classmates of Xiuhuai's younger brother. Also handsome and pretty." Without exaggeration, Shen Xiuhuai felt a shiver run down his spine. His eyes darted to Lin Xiaoxiao's expressionless face, uncertain of her feelings. Regret washed over him for having offended a woman. It was evident Wu Xianyu was being deliberate, having guessed his little girlfriend was present. Qi Kuang and Zhou De, oblivious to the underlying tensions, engaged in cheerful conversation with the attractive older girl. Just as they were about to exchange WeChat information, Shen Xiuhuai interjected, "Qi Kuang. Zhou De, don't keep them from leaving." His single remark halted Qi Kuang's motion, who instinctively pressed Zhou Da's hand back, sensing his elder brother's displeasure. "Oh, are you two in a hurry? Then perhaps next time." Qi Kuang smiled. "You both take care." Wu Xianyu appeared taken aback, glancing at Shen Xiuhuai before bidding farewell to the elders and exiting. Nearby, Zhao Lili leaned closer to Lin Xiaoxiao, whispering, "That girl is quite scheming." Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her composure, seemingly unaffected, though her grip on her chopsticks tightened. That girl had referred to Shen Xiuhuai as Xiuhuai's younger brother, a title she had previously claimed. Lin Xiaoxiao bit into a slice of lotus root, her pristine teeth crunching through it. Shen Xiuhuai, who had been observing discreetly, swallowed hard, sensing an impending storm. Mr. Shen, who had been watching the unfolding drama, chuckled softly. Mrs. Shen turned to him, inquiring, "What is so amusing?" Mr. Shen shook his head. "Nothing, just enjoying the lively atmosphere." Grandpa and Grandma nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite joyful." By the time the meal concluded, it was nearly 2 o'clock. Being of advanced age, Grandpa and Grandma had a habit of napping, and they were gently coaxed upstairs to rest. While Shen Xiuhuai and his friends offered to help clear the table, Mrs. Shen insisted they leave it to her and their uncle, playfully shooing the youngsters outside. "You've seen enough of us. It's rare for you to visit. Go enjoy yourselves." Reluctantly, Shen Xiuhuai led them out. A vibrant group of youths exited, their backs exuding the essence of youth. Mr. Shen approached his smiling wife, pointing at the departing figures. "Your son has done well. He has chosen the most challenging path." Just as he spoke, Shen Xiuhuai was observed moving from Qi Kuang's side to approach one of the girls, whispering something to her. Yet, she appeared to ignore him, her stride unwavering. Mrs. Shen, taken aback, found this both surprising and expected, noting that among the 3 girls, Lin's daughter was the most beautiful. Worry crept into her voice as she asked, "Do you think our son might get his leg broken?" Chapter 73, A Minor Misunderstanding from a Past Life. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai remained unaware of his mother's secret concern regarding his legs. Since stepping out of the courtyard, Lin Xiaoxiao had behaved quite normally, showing no signs of distress. Even as he spoke to her, she remained unresponsive. However, Shen Xiuhuai felt an unsettling disquiet. For instance, at this moment, Zhou De and Qi Kuang were clamoring to go swimming. Shen Xiuhuai approached Lin Xiaoxiao from behind and softly inquired, "Sister, would you care to join us? It's rather warm outside." Lin Xiaoxiao did not even glance at him, merely responding with a nonchalant "sure." At this juncture, Ku Xiaoling sauntered from Lin Xiaoxiao's right side towards Zhao Lili, sharing a knowing glance, their footsteps intentionally slowing. Shen Xiuhuai quickened his pace to walk alongside Lin Xiaoxiao, asking gently, "Are you upset because of what just happened?" It was only then that Lin Xiaoxiao turned to him, her expression unreadable. "What is there to be upset about? What did you do?" Shen Xiuhuai, though he had done nothing wrong, felt like a victim in this situation. Yet, could he utter such a sentiment while trying to appease his beloved? Certainly not. Although he was a straightforward man, he was not naive. Thus, he sincerely murmured, "I actually turned her down, and to be honest, I hardly know her. I'm unsure of her intentions just now." "Turn her down?" Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted softly, her focus sharp. "Did she confess to you?" Shen Xiuhuai quickly denied, "No. I assure you, she did not. She merely asked for my WeChat." and I informed her that I have a girlfriend. He cautiously observed Lin Xiaoxiao's impassive face. Sister, please don't be upset. She referred to you as Xiuhuai's sister. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice bore no inflection, and her expression remained unchanged. By now, they had lagged considerably behind Qi Kuang and the others, who were preparing to retrieve their swimsuits from a lodge. Shen Xiuhuai chose to ignore the commotion ahead, where Qi Kuang and Zhou seemed to be on the verge of a confrontation, accompanied by Ke Xiaoling and Zhao Lily's teasing. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaoxiao, who had unwittingly conveyed a sense of grievance through her earlier statement. Was it possible she was actually feeling jealous? Shen Xiuhuai cast a glance at the distant group, noting the oppressive heat of midday that rendered the streets nearly deserted. Sister, are you jealous? It's the first time I've heard you address me this way. He paused. I don't appreciate it either, and I wouldn't respond to her regardless. I am solely your Xiuhuai's brother. Lin Xiaoxiao slowed her pace, finally directing her gaze towards him. Her eyes flickered with anger and hurt. Had they not still been minors? The unspoken words lingered, yet Shen Xiuhuai filled in the void himself. Had they not still been minors, he would undoubtedly declare to the world that she was his alone. Shen Xiuhuai halted, and Lin Xiaoxiao mirrored his stillness. He regarded her silently, his heart racing erratically. He genuinely cherished the possessive side of his sister that occasionally emerged since his rebirth. Noticing his silence, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. She swiftly replayed her earlier words in her mind, questioning if she had perhaps overstepped. Was her display of possessiveness too overt? With her eyes lowered and lips pressed together, she softly uttered, I'm sorry. Why apologize? Shen Xiuhuai interrupted, observing her averted gaze, her long lashes shadowing her emotions. Nevertheless, he sensed her distress. Did she not wish to claim him for herself? Or was she afraid of his discomfort, prompting her to apologize? How endearing was his sister? Did she not wish to proclaim to the world that he belonged to her? His voice dropped, laced with a teasing allure. Sister, you truly desire to keep me to yourself, don't you? Yet Lin Xiaoxiao kept her head bowed, avoiding his eyes. No. How would he do that? Shen Xiuhuai furrowed his brows, feeling a pang of discomfort at her demeanor. Just as he was about to speak again, Qi Kuang's voice rang out, Brother Huai, class monitor, what you two up to? The loud exclamation startled the nearby dogs into a frenzy of barking. Qi Kuang exclaimed in dismay, Run. The dogs are loose. Brother Huai, hurry. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao to turn and continue forward. Shen Xiuhuai furrowed his brow and followed, pondering whether Lin Xiaoxiao had misunderstood his intentions. He did not view her possessiveness as a negative trait. I don't. Lin Xiaoxiao replied coolly, her tone devoid of much emotion. You are free. You can pursue whatever you desire. Save anyone you wish to save. For the first time since her rebirth, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. No one is inherently understanding. In her past life, Shen Xiuhuai had been excessively busy, leaving her to adapt and not become a burden. Yet, she was still a young girl, occasionally yearning to act coy with someone she cherished. That day, during her menstrual cycle, fatigue from numerous business trips and surgeries had taken its toll. When her period arrived unexpectedly while delivering lunch to Shen Xiuhuai, he had prepared a multitude of things for her, and had taken her back to the dormitory to rest. Yet, just then, the emergency alarm blared, and without hesitation, Shen Xiuhuai dashed out. Lin Xiaoxiao, not one to be overly dramatic, understood that the alarm took precedence over her discomfort. Shen Xiuhuai rushed out so quickly that the door remained ajar. She stood to close it, intending to obediently await his return. However, she overheard a teammate remark, Captain, isn't your girlfriend unwell? You should stay with her. The deputy captain can take us. She is not that needy. Shen Xiuhuai laughed lightly. My girlfriend is not the kind to be overly dramatic. Girls need to be coddled. She is indeed very understanding, but you can't forget to pamper her. They were running, their voices fading into the distance. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao caught Shen Xiuhuai's words. Dramatic? I'm free. In that instant, her heart felt hollow. That evening, she suddenly asked Shen Xiuhuai, what if I were the kind of woman with an exceptionally strong possessiveness? At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai was preparing hot water for her feet. But you're not. Besides, if you were overly possessive, I doubt we could get along, as I have too much on my mind. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. Do you mind? Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion paled slightly, her smile strained. Of course not. You are free. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, withholding the thought, my body belongs to my country, to the people, but my soul will forever be loyal to you, my beloved. Chapter 74, A Second Chance. May there be no misunderstandings. Shen Xiuhuai followed closely, sensing a sudden shift in Lin Xiaoxiao's mood. She seemed to be exhibiting signs of disappointment and even resistance to his proximity. Yet, he remained oblivious to the cause. It seemed he had not uttered any inappropriate words or committed any indiscretions. He yearned to inquire further. But the opportunity eluded him, as could Xiaoling and the others seemed to have noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's low spirits, perhaps assuming they had quarreled, and thus lingered nearby. Qi Kuang and Zhou trailed closely behind. Shen Xiuhuai found himself unable to find a moment to converse privately with Lin Xiaoxiao. So he led the group to the waterhole, hoping to seize an opportunity to speak with her later. This waterhole was a cherished spot he had visited with his grandfather during fishing trips, resembling a small waterfall, its waters lively and refreshing. The water in the pool was remarkably clear, allowing one to see the stones beneath its surface. It was not deep. Shen Xiuhuai stood in it, the water reaching just below his chest. This spot was not along the usual path taken by tourists. It was a secluded location known only to the villagers. Thus, when they arrived, it was largely empty. Qi Kuang and Zhou had even deliberately changed into their swim trunks beforehand, and upon seeing the pool, they immediately began to shed their clothes. Zhao Lili called out a few times, somewhat concerned for them. "It's fine, we don't mind being seen. Go ahead and look," Qi Kuang said as he leaped into the water, splashing everyone nearby. "Qi Kuang, do you want to get hit?" Kiskiviko Kyoling exclaimed, attempting to dodge, but failing to escape the spray. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, was deftly shielded by Shen Xiuhuai, avoiding getting wet. Zhou cheered and jumped in as well. The girls, however, had no plans to swim. They intended only to soak their feet. Zhao Lili found a shady spot and called back, "Xiaoxiao Qiaoling, come here to soak your feet." Zhou Qi Kuang, be careful not to swallow any water. It's our foot-soaking water. "Hey, Lily, you lack compassion." "Oh well, I don't mind, haha, I've been to swimming pools before, let alone this is fresh water. Come down, brother Huai." Shen Xiuhuai still held Lin Xiaoxiao's hand tightly, not letting go. "No, I'm not swimming. I'll take the class monitor over there to have a look." The others responded with "oh," encouraging him, "Go ahead. Just remember the way back." Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, allowing Shen Xiuhuai to lead her further in. Not far behind the pool was a small patch of grass, or rather, an abandoned piece of land overgrown with grass and occasionally adorned with a few small flowers. The site was quite lovely, swaying gently in the breeze. However, Shen Xiuhuai did not take Lin Xiaoxiao on the grass. It was too sunny. Lin Xiaoxiao, fair-skinned, had already turned red from the sun exposure during their short walk. Shen Xiuhuai found a shaded spot at the edge of the woods, with two smooth stones that had likely been used for resting by others frequently. He gestured for Lin Xiaoxiao to sit down. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him and, noticing his serious expression, obediently sat down. "What's wrong?" Shen Xiuhuai took a deep breath, opting not to sit beside her on the stone, but instead crouching in front of her. This gesture left Lin Xiaoxiao somewhat dazed. She had noticed that since this rebirth, Shen Xiuhuai had become accustomed to this posture, looking up at her, which made her feel cherished. In her previous life, she had always looked up to him. He was exceptional, leaving her with the impression of a tall and imposing figure. Yet this time, it seemed genuinely different. Shen Xiuhuai softened his expression and tone. "Xiaoxiao, it's not easy for us to live again. This is our opportunity, isn't it?" Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to understand what he was getting at and nodded silently. Shen Xiuhuai gently took her wrist and kissed the pulse point, saying, "So, I don't want any misunderstandings between us. If there's an issue, we should resolve it. Don't keep everything to yourself." His tone carried a hint of helplessness and frustration. "Sometimes I could be quite oblivious, if I had to guess. It might take me a long time to figure it out. It's not that I mind the time. It's just that I can't bear to see you sulking for so long." Lin Xiaoxiao felt the spot where he kissed her suddenly warm. She moved to retract her hand, but Shen Xiuhuai held it tighter. "So, Xiaoxiao, be your true self. Say whatever is on your mind. Can't you tell by my recent behavior that I like you? No matter what kind of person you are." Shen Xiuhuai's earnest tone momentarily left Lin Xiaoxiao at a loss for words. Some matters and questions had weighed heavily on her heart for too long, and it felt as though the slightest touch would cause her to reflexively cover them up and deny them. At that moment, she opened her mouth, gazing at the serious expression on Shen Xiuhuai's face, yet still unable to articulate her feelings. I just recalled some previous things." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was somewhat dry. "I don't know if you remember, but it might seem trivial to you. However, I was quite upset when I heard it, and I also remembered that you dislike possessiveness." This revelation momentarily stunned Shen Xiuhuai. He had no recollection of discussing such matters with Lin Xiaoxiao. He furrowed his brow slightly. "I'm sorry, I really don't remember. Could you tell me what happened?" Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, feeling a twinge of hesitation, but ultimately bit her lip and recounted the incident word for word. Just as Shen Xiuhuai had said, living this life again meant they could not leave any issues unresolved and allow for regrets to linger. Yet, She also feared that as Shen Xiuhuai gradually learned more about her true self, he might not feel the same way anymore. Would he still profess his love for her? Her possessiveness was not slight. It was genuinely intense. So intense that, for a period, it wasn't just the girls. She felt jealous whenever any boy got too close or too intimate with Shen Xiuhuai. After all, that was a closeness they had never shared. When Shen Xiuhuai listened to Lin Xiaoxiao's words, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. He recalled that Lin Xiaoxiao had only once encountered her menstrual period while looking for him. At that time, she had been in so much pain that her face turned pale, and she appeared flustered and nervous, remembering that day vividly. However, the things Lin Xiaoxiao spoke of did not quite align with his memories. Shen Xiuhuai smiled, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's anxious expression. Her face had paled, and she was cautiously stealing glances at his reaction, much like a little squirrel. She was exceptionally endearing. Why didn't you just ask me directly back then? Shen Xiuhuai's tone was light, as though he feared startling her. I did ask, Lin Xiaoxiao reflexively replied, her voice dropping to a whisper, tinged with regret. But I was afraid that if I spoke too much, it would reveal my strong possessiveness over you. Lin Xiaoxiao finally uttered this phrase, her eyes closed. It was not a light-hearted comment, but an admission of a deep-seated fear. Chapter 75. My free spirit will forever love you. Silence enveloped them. Apart from the sweltering wind occasionally rustling the leaves, distant sounds of Qi Kuang and Zhou De could be heard faintly. Lin Xiaoxiao kept her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The quiet atmosphere caused her heart to sink completely. She slowly moved her eyelids, but lacked the courage to fully open her eyes, fearing the shock, confusion, and disdain she might see reflected in Shen Xiuhuai's gaze. Sometimes she truly wondered how such an intelligent person could become so adorably foolish when it came to her matters. Shen Xiuhuai's voice betrayed no emotion. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly found the courage to open her eyes. He had not immediately let go of her hand, nor was he reacting as she had expected. Indeed, Shen Xiuhuai's eyes held nothing but helplessness and amusement, with perhaps a hint of heartache. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed her lips had become a bit dry. She pressed them together and whispered, "Don't you dislike it?" Shen Xiuhuai looked at the insecure girl before him and sighed heavily once more. He had always assumed that their seemingly smooth marriage was free of cracks, only to realize that Lin Xiaoxiao, loving him so deeply, had been desperately trying to mend those fractures while pretending as if nothing had happened. How much heartache must she have endured? I remember that incident you mentioned. I just forgot exactly what I said, but there must have been some misunderstanding. Shen Xiuhuai gazed upon her, noticing the bewilderment in her eyes. Those once cold phoenix eyes now reflected confusion and uncertainty. In that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared devoid of her typical aloofness, lacking the commanding presence she usually exuded. All Shen Xiuhuai could perceive was her trepidation, her sense of being lost, and her bewilderment. She remained uncertain whether her words were right or wrong, having felt so small in this relationship for so long that she had long since shed her pride. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai rose to his feet, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao to look up at him, her eyes filled with sorrow and fear. She lightly stirred her hand, which had just been released from his warm grasp. The abruptness of his release left her feeling disoriented, even causing her to contemplate reaching out to retain him. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai did not walk away. He regarded Lin Xiaoxiao, his smile evaporating, replaced by a solemn seriousness. I can hardly recall what I said to my teammates back then, but I can assure you it was certainly not what you might imagine. Xiaoxiao, my teammates have likely heard me express similar sentiments. Yet I only now realize that I have never conveyed this to you. My wife is far too understanding, never overly sentimental. I genuinely cherish the feeling of her reliance on me, yet she is so fiercely independent and confident. I could never envision a life of divorce, for I love you. My body belongs to the country, a matter of faith and duty. However, my free spirit will forever adore you. One stood while the other sat, a posture that should have instilled a sense of pressure from Shen Xiuhuai to Lin Xiaoxiao. His serious expression indeed conveyed a weighty intensity. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao felt none of this. Her heart trembled at Shen Xiuhuai's words, which flowed so effortlessly as if he had uttered them countless times before. She gazed up at him, the sunlight piercingly bright, causing her eyes to hurt, and tears threatened to spill. As Lin Xiaoxiao's tears began to trace a path down her cheeks, the seriousness etched on Shen Xiuhuai's face morphed into a look of concern. He crouched before her once more, cradling her face in his hands. Don't cry. I mean it. If I were to fabricate words, they wouldn't come out as smoothly as this. I had no idea we held such misunderstandings between us. You must be truly distressed. I apologize. Lin Xiaoxiao, I love you. Every facet of you. Your strength and independence, your adorable pride, Even the possessiveness you currently deem undesirable, I adore all of it. Shen Xiuhuai's voice was gentle yet resolute. So please, do not be sorrowful, nor conceal your true self from me. I cherish every part of Lin Xiaoxiao, just as Lin Xiaoxiao would inevitably fall for him, no matter his age. At this point, he paused, a flicker of worry crossing his features. What if I grow old, lose my looks, my abs, and my teeth? Would you still love me? After posing the question, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, picturing such a scenario, which was hardly appealing. Lin Xiaoxiao, catching the disdainful expression on his face, could not help but burst into laughter, dispelling her previous sadness in an instant. With a hint of nasal congestion in her voice, Lin Xiaoxiao teased, "You are so insufferable." Shen Xiuhuai, witnessing her red-rimmed eyes now sparkling with laughter, secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, seeing her earnest expression, she declared, "Even when you're old, you will still be the most handsome old man, and I will still love you. Perhaps I'll even have to contend with other old ladies' jealousy. Would that bother you?" "Not at all. When other old ladies approach me, I will shout, 'Wife, help! There's an old lady trying to accost me,'" Shen Xiuhuai quipped, eliciting another laugh from Lin Xiaoxiao. With mirth now gracing his eyes and face, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly spread his arms wide, adopting a mock pitiful tone. "Sister, come give me a hug. You frighten me." Lin Xiaoxiao unhesitatingly dove into his embrace, and although the sweltering weather made such closeness less than comfortable, Shen Xiuhuai relished the sensation. Lin Xiaoxiao belonged in his arms, and their connection felt innately harmonious. He closed his eyes, burying his face in the crook of Lin Xiaoxiao's neck, inhaling her scent, a delicate fragrance of peaches that captivated him. However, after a while, Lin Xiaoxiao shifted slightly and softly inquired, "How much longer will we hug?" Shen Xiuhuai remained still, responding with a nonchalant, "You're too hot." She replied with a hint of exasperation, noting how youthful bodies radiate warmth, making summer embraces akin to hugging a furnace on a day over 30 degrees. Embracing a furnace was indeed unbearable. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, tightening his hold, playfully murmuring, "No, no, sister cannot dislike me." As he spoke, he nuzzled her shoulder. His lips, whether intentionally or not, brushed against her earlobe and the delicate curve of her swan-like neck, causing Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks to flush crimson, with laughter brightening his countenance. Shen Xiuhuai placed a soft kiss on her neck, remarking, "Sister, you're blushing. It's truly lovely." Lin Xiaoxiao attempted to push him away but hesitated, reluctant to part. Her hands rested on his chest, his laughter ringing in her ears, and suddenly, she too smiled, declaring, "I am not only beautiful when I blush. I am beautiful at all times." Chapter 76, The Blossoming Youth of 16. Shen Xiuhuai paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, especially in bed. Though not limited to that." "Shen Xiuhuai, must you be so lewd?" "Ah, I cannot indulge, so I shall settle for teasing. And besides, sister, I reserve such behavior solely for you." The whispers of affection between the couple occasionally echoed through the woods, though they were hardly discernible. Should anyone pass by, they would certainly find it peculiar that amidst such sweltering heat, the couple beneath the trees seemed entirely oblivious to their surroundings, remaining entwined. Eventually, the heat became overwhelming. Lin Xiaoxiao felt sticky and uncomfortable, prompting them apart. Once separated, Shen Xiuhuai did not rush to return to their friends, instead leading her to purchase a chilled watermelon from a local vendor. The village shop, run by a local elder who happened to be a fishing companion of Shen Xiuhuai's grandfather, greeted them with a jovial, "Ah, Xiaohuai, is this your classmate? She has quite a sight." As the old man spoke, he retrieved 2 ice pops from the freezer, handing them to Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai. "Look at how hot you two are." Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the treat with a smile, thanking him, while the elder continued to compliment, "She is truly enchanting. Even more so than those 2 tenants of yours." "Of course, our class monitor is the school beauty," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a grin, tearing open the ice pop's packaging and offering it to Lin Xiaoxiao, before taking the unopened one from her. "Grandpa Li will take a large watermelon, chilled." Seeing their natural interactions, Grandpa Li's eyes sparkled with understanding. Shen Xiuhuai was indeed a fine young man. Yet, he refrained from probing further, cheerily stating, "All right, I'll pick the sweetest one for you." After purchasing the watermelon, they returned to seek out Qi Kuang and the others. While enjoying their ice pops, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remarked, "That grandpa just said I'm prettier than your tenants." Shen Xiuhuai glanced at her. "You are indeed more beautiful than them. More beautiful than most." Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile, a flicker of joy lighting her expression, though she quickly suppressed it. "But she has a great figure." If Shen Xiuhuai failed to grasp that, he would either be a fool or utterly dense. With a bemused chuckle, he replied, I hadn't noticed her figure. I hardly paid attention to her appearance. After speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao secretly praised herself in her heart. Standard answer. She took another lick of her popsicle and tilted her head to look at him. Really? Shen Xiuhuai's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. She was so adorable. He felt an urge to kiss her. He glanced at the popsicle in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, undeniably envious of it at that moment, wishing he could be the one pampered by his sister. Of course, Shen Xiuhuai quickly pulled his thoughts back from the whimsical musings. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to his fanciful thoughts and did not dwell on the issue of her figure. After all, she still had time to grow. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her own chest, feeling quite confident about her figure. When they returned, Qi Kuang and Zhou De were still splashing in the water. The two girls sat on a rock, dipping their feet. Upon seeing their return, Qi Kuang complained, "I thought you had abandoned us and run off on your own." Shen Xiuhuai lifted up the bag. "Watermelon, would you like some?" Qi Kuang immediately forgot his complaints, standing up to say, "Yes, please." The watermelon had been expertly sliced by Grandpa Li, and everyone was quite satisfied with the refreshing treat. The sweltering heat made the watermelon an absolute delight. After Lin Xiaoxiao had 2 pieces and reached for more, Shen Xiuhuai stopped her. "You can't have any more. You just had a popsicle. Don't catch a chill." "Popsicle? What popsicle?" Zhou De, bewildered, rummaged through the bag. "I don't see any." Zhao Lily laughed. "Are you foolish? This is clearly a special treat for Xiaoxiao. Do you still want one?" "Huh?" Zhou De glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, his face a mix of confusion and concern. "Come on, Huai Ge. How much could a popsicle cost? You're not that stingy." Shen Xiuhuai rolled his eyes. "Eat the watermelon or not?" "Of course, I will eat." Zhou De immediately hugged the watermelon he had in his arms tighter. "Have you been training too hard and got a bit daft?" Qi Kuang laughed at him. "What is your status? Trying to compare yourself to the class monitor? It's not about the money. The class monitor is one of a kind, you know? You, at 16, sure know a lot," Ke Xiaoling chimed in, putting down the watermelon rind. Qi Kuang, feeling inexplicably insulted, was taken aback. What is wrong with being 16? 16 is the age of blossoming youth. You and T understand. The group erupted into laughter. Shen Xiuhuai watched the playful banter among his friends, his gaze eventually landing on Lin Xiaoxiao's face. Her skin had turned a slight shade of red from the sun, yet she beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with laughter. The once aloof distance between them had vanished entirely. They played in the water for a while longer before heading back. Since Qi Kuang and Zhou De were unimpressed with their antics, they stayed by the water's edge, soaking their feet. Particularly Shen Xiuhuai, who eventually teamed up with them to drench everyone in a playful water fight. Concerned that the girls might catch a cold, Shen Xiuhuai suggested they head back first. Qi Kuang and Zhou De could have changed clothes, but Shen Xiuhuai had taken their clothes, leaving the girls, whose clothes were completely soaked, to wrap themselves in the boys' garments. Shen Xiuhuai's shirt was slightly damp, but he had taken it off after jumping into the water to splash Qi Kuang and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao hung it up to dry, and now he wore it. As they walked back, the sight of 3 half-naked boys drew teasing laughter from the villagers. Qi Kuang had a knack for socializing. He could strike up a conversation with anyone without a hint of embarrassment. After dropping them off, Shen Xiuhuai rushed home to change. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard a cacophony. Coincidentally, it was a few of Wu Sinyu's classmates who had arrived. Grandpa and Grandma, along with old Shun, were assisting with the check-in procedures. When Mrs. Shun saw Shen Xiuhuai running shirtless, she was momentarily taken aback. "Where's your shirt? Did you lose it playing in the water?" "No, it's with Qi Kuang. The girls' clothes got wet, so I'm heading upstairs to take a shower," Shen Xiuhuai replied as he dashed toward the stairs. The boys who were originally in the class whistled at him as he passed. One of the boys grinned and said, "Dude, nice physique." Shen Xiuhuai smiled back, "Thanks." Before sprinting upstairs, overhearing one of Wu Sinyu's roommates remark, "He-s a high schooler. Just look at his body management." Dinner was once again at Shen Xiuhuai's place, where Grandpa and Grandma had prepared a lavish spread. Qi Kuang, calling out for Grandpa and Grandma, had almost charmed them into treating him like their own grandson. Wu Xinyu and her group had taken over the small courtyard, skipping dinner in favor of preparing for a barbecue. When Grandpa and Grandma invited them to join for dinner, they declined, saying they would eat barbecue soon. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze quickly flickered towards Wu Xinyu, then meaningfully back to Shen Xiuhuai. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai felt his meal lose its appeal. Chapter 77. Her parents do not approve. The bustling preparations nearby did not disturb Shen Xiuhuai and his companion's dinner. However, they still sat at the same positions as at lunch, causing Shen Xiuhuai to sigh inwardly, wishing he could lean against his sister during the meal. Although he understood their good intentions, he felt they were somewhat overreacting. Fortunately, the raucous atmosphere in the courtyard made the meal short-lived, and they quickly finished eating. This time, no one hurried to leave, They busied themselves helping Grandpa and Grandma clear the table. Seeing their enthusiasm, old Shen decided to take a break, pulling his wife away for a stroll, leaving the young ones to tend to the chores. The girls assisted Grandma in washing the dishes, while Grandpa took a few boys to move the table, which had been set up for the larger group. As they moved the table inside to avoid obstructing Wu Yusin's barbecue preparations, Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou carried it in. Qi Kuang mainly stood beside Grandpa, directing traffic and pretending to be cute. Zhou shot him an annoyed glance. Qi Kuang, meanwhile, was in high spirits. By the time Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou finished moving the table and came back out, Qi Kuang and Grandpa had vanished. Where did Kuang go? He is really good at slacking off, Zhou remarked, looking around in bemusement. Shen Xiuhuai paid little mind to it, merely glancing towards the kitchen where Lin Xiaoxiao had not yet emerged. A quick call will clear that up, he suggested. Aren't we supposed to set off fireworks tonight? He might have gone with Grandpa. We need to head to the convenience store soon to buy some, just sparklers and the like. Hey, mainly for the photos to post on social media. Sparklers look good. A little boy's heart in a muscular guy. I've already thought of the caption. Zhou said, pulling out his phone to call Qi Kuang. At that moment, one of the college students who had started the barbecue noticed Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou just standing there and suddenly ran over with the phone he had set aside. Shen Xiuhuai recognized him as the guy who had complimented his physique earlier. Hey, brothers, want to join the barbecue? The boy beamed, his cheerful demeanor radiating warmth. And he seemed unfazed by the height difference between him and Shen Xiuhuai, and Zhou. Shen Xiuhuai glanced in their direction, catching Wu Sinyu's gaze, and shook his head, smiling. No thanks, you all enjoy yourselves. We just finished eating. The boy responded with an "oh," maintaining his bright smile, and shifted his gaze toward the kitchen. Those 3 girls are your classmates, right? He asked, lowering his voice slightly and leaning in closer. This question piqued the interest of both Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou, who had been focused on their phones. The intent behind this inquiry is exceedingly evident, making it difficult not to ponder further. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow, yet before he could utter a word, Zhou interjected with a casual, "Hey brother, what's up? We're classmates, high school students, unlike university folks." The boy appeared taken aback by Zhou's forthrightness, his face flushing with embarrassment. "No, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I merely wish to befriend you." He seemed anxious to clarify, hastily gesturing, "I just want to add her on WeChat, nothing more." The girl with long hair in the white dress, she's particularly stunning. Could you possibly share her WeChat with me? Shen Xiuhuai was taken aback by Zhou's candidness, realizing that the boy still harbored intentions of adding Lin Xiaoxiao on WeChat. He feigned a sigh, replying, "Sorry, buddy, but that's not permissible. Her parents won't allow it." What? The girl can't add a WeChat at her age because of her parents? The boy stammered, momentarily dumbfounded. "I don't intend to pursue anything. It's just a simple friendship. Could you ask her? Perhaps she would be amenable." "No need to inquire. Her parents are against it," Shen Xiuhuai interjected with a TSK, just as he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao and her friends emerging. Without a second thought for the bewildered boy, he swiftly made his way toward them. The boy, still in a daze, instinctively followed a couple of steps before Zhou halted him. "Hey there, brother," he chuckled, pointing to Shen Xiuhuai's retreating figure with a hint of exasperation in his tone. "If her parents disapprove, you might as well not pursue her." It took the boy a moment to register this, observing the tall figure, Shen Xiuhuai, approach the girl he found appealing, pulling out a piece of candy to offer her. Nearby, an elderly lady remarked with a chuckle, "He is behaving like a child. Sharing candy? Just one piece." Suddenly, the boy comprehended, his face reddening as he took a few steps back. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize earlier. Please convey my apologies to your friend." Zhou smiled and replied, "No worries, it's perfectly normal. Have fun, older siblings, we're off now." He then turned and dashed a few steps away, noting that Qi Kuang had gone to the small shop with her grandfather. "Yes, your grandpa mentioned he would buy you fireworks earlier." He must have been coaxed by Qi Kuang. The elderly lady laughed, waving them off. "Go have fun. There's nothing left to tidy up." In the end, Shen Xiuhuai helped his grandmother sweep the ground before he and Lin Xiaoxiao exited. As they walked through the doorway, a group of university students cast glances in their direction, primarily focused on Lin Xiaoxiao and Shen Xiuhuai. Once they had moved out of earshot, the boy who had sought Lin Xiaoxiao's WeChat sighed, acknowledging their apparent compatibility. "Kids these days mature so quickly, huh? Oh, now you're calling them kids? What were you thinking when you wanted to get her WeChat? Not considering she is a minor." One of his friends teased him. The boy felt a flush of embarrassment, retorting, "Shut up." Only Wu Yusin withdrew her gaze when they disappeared from sight, pondering the undeniable beauty of the girl in question. Indeed, she was quite stunning. It was no wonder she garnered admiration. Though Wu Yusin felt a twinge of discomfort, she ultimately found peace. After all, She herself was drawn to handsome boys, so it was only natural for boys to be attracted to pretty girls. Meanwhile, Shen Xiuhuai and the others found their grandfather and Qi Kuang at the entrance of a small shop, both indulging in ice pops while swatting away mosquitoes. A bag of fireworks, primarily sparklers, lay beside them. Upon spotting the approaching group, Qi Kuang greeted them enthusiastically. "Ice pops? Brother, why didn't he buy me any? Grandpa did." His proud demeanor elicited laughter from the grandfather. Feigning jealousy, Shen Xiuhuai remarked, "Grandpa seems to favor Qi Kuang more than me." The grandfather, momentarily taken aback, stood up and retorted, "What nonsense! It's all the same. Was Xiaohuai just being affectionate?" He pondered, as it had been quite some time since Shen Xiuhuai had displayed such affection towards him. The grandfather observed the subtle changes in his grandson, yet the distance created over the years could not be bridged instantaneously. His eyes becoming misty, he grasped Shen Xiuhuai's wrist and led him to the ice cream freezer. "What would you like? You young people favor Haagen-Dazs, don't you? Next time you visit, I'll make sure to buy some in advance." "I didn't prepare this time." "No worries, Grandpa. I enjoy the old-fashioned ice pops as well," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile, retrieving one from the freezer. "I'm easy to please, but don't show favoritism towards Qi Kuang. You're my grandpa." He shot a playful glance at Qi Kuang, who retorted, "Huai Ge. You are such a child." Shen Xiuhuai heard his grandfather quietly concede, "All right." Chapter 78. The whole world knows you're together. The elderly gentleman was clearly in high spirits, purchasing ice pops for them and even a large watermelon. "You all can enjoy it on the hillside later. The weather is hot, and darkness doesn't fall swiftly. You can still catch the sunset if you head over now." He waved them off, adding, "Go have fun. I'll play chess with Old Li." At that moment, Grandpa Li had already brought out the chessboard and table. Shen Xiuhuai and his friends hurried to assist, only to be met with Li's mild annoyance. All right. You lot go play. Don't disturb me and your grandpa with our game. Off you go." Thus, the group was ushered away. The two elderly men exchanged smiles while watching their retreating figures. Old Li remarked, "Old Shen, your grandson is truly remarkable. All of his classmates are splendid children, well-mannered." The grandfather's gaze remained fixed on Shen Xiuhuai's silhouette, realizing that his grandson was gradually growing up without him even noticing. Nevertheless, he still appeared somewhat juvenile, still capable of seeking affection. Chuckling in response to Old Li, he affirmed, "Indeed, my grandson is a good child. They're all good kids. Well, I hadn't seen him out playing before. I thought." He glanced at his grandfather. "I thought you two weren't very close." "We're quite close," the grandfather retorted, shooting him an annoyed glance. "Didn't you see? Why are you so eager to jump to conclusions?" Old Li clicked his tongue, setting up the chess pieces while suddenly recalling, "By the way, earlier, Shen Xiuhuai brought a beautiful girl with him." At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai and his friends were nearing the hilltop his grandfather had mentioned. The hill was quite picturesque, a place his grandfather had brought him to while fishing. However, being in the countryside, there were still cattle grazing, and some areas of the hill were scattered with cow dung. Ku Xiaoling and Zhao Lili, true city girls, had seldom encountered such sights, their faces reflecting surprise and mild disdain. They soon noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao, who appeared the most fastidious and clean, exhibited no particular reaction. Shen Xiuhuai beckoned to them from a clean spot. "Xiaoxiao, come over here." "But there's cow dung." Zhao Lili couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before replying without hesitation. "Cow dung isn't dirty. Cows only eat grass. It's nothing to worry about." Noticing the astonished expressions on Zhao Lili and Ku Xiaoling's faces, she couldn't help but smirk, her tone turning mischievous. "Have you heard of beef awful hot pot? It involves cow." "Stop right there." Ku Xiaoling couldn't bear it any longer, releasing her grip. "Though I've never tried it, I've seen videos. It's quite pungent." Then she dashed towards Shen Xiuhuai and the others, exclaiming, "Huai Ge, please take care of your free-spirited Xiaoxiao." Zhao Lili followed suit, adding, "Yes. Do keep an eye on her." Lin Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes innocently and exchanged a glance with Shen Xiuhuai from a distance. The lively group was so engrossed in their playful banter that they hardly noticed the sun setting. However, the breeze on the hillside intensified, and the air began to cool. They sat upon the slope, gazing at the horizon where the clouds blazed crimson, their eyes sparkling with ease and mirth. "Let us do this again after the exams," Zhou suggested cheerfully. "I feel like it's been ages since I've been this relaxed." "I'm in. I want to come too," Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in. Shen Xiuhuai leaned closer to Lin Xiaoxiao, whispering, "Sister, would you like to join us again?" Lin Xiaoxiao wore a gentle smile. The background filled with the lively discussions of Qi Kuang and others, while Shen Xiuhuai's voice, laced with mirth, brushed against her ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she turned to face him. They were seated closely enough for her to see the delicate lashes adorning Shen Xiuhuai's eyes. along with the dandelion fluff that clung to his face. Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to gently remove the white fluff, her voice soft. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Shen Xiuhuai squinted at her with a smile, his tone relaxed. After the exams next year, I'll ask my grandparents to vacate the house. Oh, that sounds wonderful. After the sun dipped below the horizon, the group ignited sparklers and captured moments in photographs. By around 9 o'clock, several girls could no longer endure the summer heat, feeling sticky after a long evening of fun. Eventually, the group began to disperse. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai accompanied them upstairs after they arrived at their lodging. Zhoda glanced over. Why go? Aren't you going back to shower? Are you planning to stay up all night playing cards with us? What are you thinking? Staying up all night? I'm just going to ask the monitor for a test paper to review. Unlike you, I love studying. Thank you very much, Shen Xiuhuai replied, his demeanor unfazed. Lin Xiaoxiao, walking ahead, turned to glance at him, realizing she hadn't brought any papers herself, and he hadn't inquired about it either. What was there to review? However, Qi Kuang and the others didn't think much of it, as Shen Xiuhuai's reputation as a diligent student had become well established over half a semester. Only Qi Kuang expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, Don't rope me into this. I'm on vacation now. I just want to enjoy myself. I'm off to shower. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao lingered at the back, bidding farewell to each person until the corridor fell silent, leaving only the sound of their footsteps. Upon reaching Lin Xiaoxiao's room, she opened the door but hesitated to enter, glancing back at Shen Xiuhuai. I didn't bring any papers. Shen Xiuhuai pushed the door open wider. No worries, I just want to enjoy the air conditioning. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with amusement as she met his smiling gaze. Ultimately, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who relented first, stepping inside and softly saying, Why must you do this? It's only making things uncomfortable for yourself. Shen Xiuhuai, in good spirits, replied, I'm not uncomfortable. It's not seeing you that's difficult. His casual words nearly made Lin Xiaoxiao's smile falter. Once inside, she inserted the room card. And as the air conditioning kicked in, Shen Xiuhuai sighed in relief. Ah, this feels delightful. Lin Xiaoxiao, uninterested in his musings, retorted, Doesn't your room have air conditioning too? Mentioning Shen Xiuhuai's room piqued her curiosity. She had forgotten to check it out today. Shen Xiuhuai had even sent her photos, which had appeared quite impressive. Lin Xiaoxiao knew Shen Xiuhuai was rebellious at 18, but she hadn't anticipated his unique style, and she truly wished to see it. Covered in sweat, Shen Xiuhuai refrained from lying on her bed and instead perched on a nearby bamboo swing chair. If you're interested, you can come take a look tomorrow. He beckoned Lin Xiaoxiao closer. Without giving it much thought, she walked over, her tone brimming with curiosity. Honestly, can you sleep in such a dark-themed room at night? Just as her words faded, she found herself pulled into his embrace. Do you think I can't? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. During my time in the army, I could sleep anywhere, even in the fields. Chapter 79, Autrement douce surprise. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Utterly taken aback by Shen Xiuhuai's sudden move, her eyes widened as she stumbled into his arms. She squirmed slightly, murmuring, Just don't break the chair, okay? Shen Xiuhuai paid no heed, burying his face in the crook of her neck. No worries, you're hardly heavy. Barely 100 pounds, right? Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Her weight indeed under 100. At that moment, she was quite slender. In fact, she had always been slim. After starting work, her weight had dropped significantly due to her busy schedule. Because of this, Shen Xiuhuai made it a point to call or video chat with her daily to ensure she was eating properly. If she happened to miss a meal, he would follow up with a call to check if she had been good about eating. Thus, it was until about a year after their marriage that Lin Xiaoxiao gained a little weight. Noticing her silence, Shen Xiuhuai chuckled, Little one, you must not be eating well again. Be careful, or you might get spanking. His teasing tone made Lin Xiaoxiao shrink her neck, feeling his warm breath tickling her skin, sending shivers down her spine. She felt goosebumps rising as she protested. That's enough. Let go of me. I've been eating well, and I'm all sweaty. Hurry and let me go. She insisted twice, her tone firm, but her voice lacked the authority she intended. Lin Xiaoxiao assessed herself internally. She then sensed Shen Xiuhuai loosening his grip slightly, and, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and stand up, she heard him laughing, Sister, you smell delightful, like peaches. I want a same shower gel. His low voice inexplicably flushed Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks. She struggled again. I'll get you the same brand later, okay? Shen Xiuhuai's arm around her waist did not budge. Instead, he tightened his hold slightly, his long legs pushing against the ground, causing the chair to sway. Shen Xiuhuai deliberately said, Sister, we should get one of these chairs for our home. I really like it. Lin Xiaoxiao felt the goosebumps rising all over her body. She abruptly pushed Shen Xiuhuai away and stood up, blushing as she glared at him. If you like it, then buy it. Stop teasing me. Initially, Shen Xiuhuai merely intended to jest, but seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed neck made him want to be serious all of a sudden. Yet, reason held him back. Lin Xiaoxiao, too, maintained her composure and would not let him cross any lines. She averted her gaze first. I'm going to take a shower now. It's too hot. After spending the entire day outdoors in nearly 40-degree heat, her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. Shen Xiuhuai remained seated, simply waving his hand. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes glistened, with a hint of redness in the corners, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Hearing Shen Xiuhuai's words, she cast him a doubtful glance before nodding and entering the bathroom. Shen Xiuhuai rubbed his face with his hand. Whenever he was alone, he couldn't help but want to tease her, relishing the sight of her blushing face. It was utterly adorable. Indeed, humans are insatiable beings. He pressed his hand against the location of his heart, and the thrill of Lin Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance before him lingered. Unyielding even after a day filled with playful emotions influenced by Qi Kuang and the others. The rhythm of his heartbeat resembled the cadence of a dance. It was akin to a child's birthday, initially devoid of expectations, only to discover that those around him had long prepared gifts, waiting for him to unwrap them. This indescribable excitement was overwhelming. Moreover, the thought of Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate and soft demeanor caused Shen Xiuhuai to involuntarily curve his lips into a smile. She was undoubtedly his most cherished gift, without exception. He rose to retrieve his phone from his pocket, fiddling with it for a moment. The screen was filled with frivolous messages from Qi Kuang, yet they served to soothe his current emotional state. Qi Kuang boasted gleefully in the group chat about how foolish Shen Xiuhuai looked upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, recounting how enjoyable their day had been. Indeed, the charm of the farmhouse experience lay in its simplicity. Although the activities appeared limited, they evoked genuine joy. Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue and typed, Qi Kuang, I'm in the group too. As expected, the group fell silent for a while, and Qi Kuang began to frantically retract his messages. However, some had already lingered for over 2 minutes. He cautiously typed, Brother Huai, do you think of me as a mere nuisance? Is that permissible? Shen Xiuhuai smirked, replying, what do you think? What is Xiaoxiao doing now? Kiskiviko Kioling, unable to bear the tension, interjected to shift the topic. Although her attempt was somewhat clumsy, Shen Xiuhuai cast his gaze toward the bathroom. In the bathroom, upon witnessing the barrage of questions, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue. Aren't you all hot? Aren't you going to take a shower? Although we are in our own rooms, why is the class monitor bathing in her room? Qi Kuang inquired cautiously. Shen Xiuhuai, devoid of any embarrassment and with a thick skin, thought, how could one feel shy regarding their own wife? Thus, he lazily replied, I'm enjoying the air conditioning. I'll return shortly. Why are you so nosy? Qi Kuang quickly retorted, I'm sorry, I don't dare. I'm unworthy, forgive the intrusion. I'm going to shower now. Goodbye, Brother Huai. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at this message and turned his attention back to the bathroom. The girls certainly took a long time in the shower. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom echoed softly. Shen Xiuhuai inhaled sharply, pondering when this maddening situation would finally come to an end. He reclined on the swinging chair, gently swaying, feeling his breath become labored and his body warm. The reactions unmistakable. With a sigh, he acknowledged that he had truly invited this torment upon himself. Nonetheless, he had no intention of leaving. His gaze sweeping over Lin Xiaoxiao's backpack resting nearby, untouched. This indicated that she had entered the bathroom without a change of clothes. Earlier, he had contemplated calling out to Lin Xiaoxiao, but ultimately refrained upon seeing her bashful, flushed face as she hurried inside. Not bringing clothes was fortuitous. It allowed him a chance to deliver them to his wife, which was quite delightful. However, despite this thought, Shen Xiuhuai did not immediately rummage through Lin Xiaoxiao's bag. Instead, he pulled out his phone and searched for a video titled High School Math Key Points, presented by Pang Fu. After watching for about 5 minutes, he felt a notable sense of clarity, comfortably lounging on the chair as he watched nearly an entire episode. At last, the sound of water ceased in the bathroom. Then, perhaps 3 minutes or more later, Lin Xiaoxiao's hesitant voice emerged. Xiuhuai, are you still outside? Shen Xiuhuai smiled, standing up to respond. Yes, are you done, sister? Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent again. What's wrong? Shen Xiuhuai's voice carried a teasing tone as he approached the bathroom door. Why the silence? Inside, Lin Xiaoxiao stood wrapped in a towel, and from his voice, she could tell he was fully aware of her predicament, deliberately teasing her. She was uncertain whether to feel angry, embarrassed, or if the water was simply too hot, but her entire body flushed a rosy hue. When she glanced in the mirror earlier, the fabric of her top barely concealed her chest. Resembling the aftermath of a dog's playful nibbles, it was evident he had done this on purpose. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoxiao faced two choices: to step out and retrieve her clothes, or to ask Shen Xiuhuai to fetch them for her. In the context of a married couple, either option seemed quite normal. However, as two adolescents who had just crossed a line, the first option appeared significantly riskier. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao could only murmur, "I forgot to bring clothes. They're in my backpack." She paused, adding, "Or you could just bring the whole backpack to me, and I'll find them myself." Shen Xiuhuai, even through the door, could detect her wariness. He stifled a laugh, his tone innocent. "How can I find them inside? I'll get them for you, sister. Just wait a moment." He then turned and opened the backpack on the bed. Aside from skincare products, the bag contained 2 outfits and a set of pajamas. Shen Xiuhuai noted that Lin Xiaoxiao's pajamas were quite modest, long pants and sleeves, prompting him to wonder if she had intentionally worn such conservative attire during their video calls at home. His thoughts momentarily drifted before he shook his head. After a brief search, he finally located a sealed bag containing her undergarments. They were all black, appearing rather conventional, contrasting sharply with the sultry styles he had previously seen Lin Xiaoxiao wear as an adult. Raising an eyebrow, he took the clothing and knocked on the door. It quickly opened a crack, revealing a delicate white arm reaching out. Shen Xiuhuai had no intention of making things difficult for her. He merely feared that if he provoked her, she might hide in the bathroom all night, and it was far too warm for that. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in relief and quickly donned her clothes before emerging. Her face remained flushed, her hair cascading down, still damp from the wash. As she stepped out, Shen Xiuhuai stood by the table, a chair in front of him, holding a hairdryer and beckoning her, "Come here, let us dry your hair." Previously, he had noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao had a tendency to neglect her hair, often leaving it half dry after a quick session. On one occasion, she had asked whether he preferred long or short hair, and without much thought, he had replied that he liked long hair, recalling that Lin Xiaoxiao had always worn it that way. Later, he realized the need to clarify, adding, "As long as it's you, I like it." However, Lin Xiaoxiao had dismissed the idea of cutting her hair. At this moment, she approached and sat in the chair, saying, "I can handle it myself." "You're too lazy. Soon it'll be half dry again," Shen Xiuhuai remarked, ruffling her hair. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully stuck out her tongue, not daring to deny it. This was Shen Xiuhuai's first experience helping someone with their hair, and while it felt somewhat awkward, Lin Xiaoxiao simply squinted her eyes and remained silent, only speaking up when it became too warm. Gradually, Shen Xiuhuai's movements became less clumsy. Lin Xiaoxiao's hair was thick and lengthy, making it quite a task to dry. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai exhibited rare patience. Once her hair was dry, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an undeniable sense of relaxation. After all, they had already transitioned into a different kind of old married couple. Although both individuals were quite busy in the past, they still managed to communicate frequently on certain matters, with her occasionally taking the initiative. Therefore, such instances did not cause Lin Xiaoxiao to feel shy for long. Her momentary embarrassment stemmed from their current age and the thrill described by Shen Xiuhuai. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiaoxiao secretly noted in her heart that she would eventually retaliate. After placing the hairdryer away, Shen Xiuhuai inquired if he could take her undergarments back to wash, knowing she would surely feel awkward hanging them out to dry here. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately turned to glare at him, insisting that it would be odd for him to do so. How would he explain to his family that he was drying a girl-less lingerie? Shen Xiuhuai chuckled at her reddening cheeks, suggesting, "If you won't wash them, I will. They will dry just fine in my room. Do not concern yourself with my undergarments." Lin Xiaoxiao retorted softly, her voice laced with shyness. Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at her, remaining silent. Eventually, unable to bear his gaze any longer, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, "Why are you staring at me? It's past 10 and you still haven't gone back?" As she spoke, she stood up and walked towards him, gently pushing him towards the door while muttering, "Soon, your uncle and aunt will be calling you." "All right, no need to push. I'll leave on my own," Shen Xiuhuai replied, his tone tinged with resignation as he followed her lead. He reminded her, "Lock the door when you sleep. Call me if anything comes up and if it's urgent. Ask Chi Kuang and the others for help. Don't hesitate. It takes me some time to get here." After saying all this, Shen Xiuhuai clicked his tongue, still not entirely reassured about her. "I'm not a child anymore," Lin Xiaoxiao protested. Yet upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai standing at the open door, she suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. They hadn't had much time alone together in a while. These few hours today were far from sufficient. As if sensing her reluctance, Shen Xiuhuai suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, leaning closer and whispering, "Sister, did you intentionally wear those seductive lingerie and pajamas for me?" "Why?" As soon as Shen Xiuhuai finished speaking, the previously reluctant girl suddenly pushed him away, and the door was promptly closed in his face. The sound echoed slightly in the corridor, catching the attention of Zhou De, who had just emerged from his room, pondering what to do. "Hey, Hui Yi, you're still not back." No wonder you were quiet in the group chat earlier. The last part came out in a somewhat lewd manner. Zhouda's voice was quite loud, prompting Qi Kuang to open his door as well. Oh, you two seem to be in high spirits. What are you chatting about from so far away? Qi Kuang, aware of the late hour, lowered his voice a bit. Shen Xiuhuai, interrupted by their banter, lost the desire to continue knocking on the door, realizing that Lin Xiaoxiao probably wouldn't open it for him anyway. She was far too shy at this moment. And after his playful teasing tonight, he wondered if she would even acknowledge him tomorrow. Thus, Shen Xiuhuai simply walked over, lowering his voice. Keep it down. Be careful, or people will complain. The sound insulation here isn't great. As he approached, Qi Kuang and Zhouda leaned against the railing, watching him intently. Why aren't you asleep yet? Shen Xiuhuai raised an eyebrow at them. Aren't you tired? You've been on the road for hours and have been playing non-stop until now. You should be exhausted. What time is it? Qi Kuang yawned. The girls are already asleep. The class monitor must be asleep too, right? You got kicked out, he added, his voice thick with schadenfreude. Shen Xiuhuai playfully smacked his head. You little rascal. Zhouda looked worried and asked, Huaigu, you didn't do anything inappropriate, did you? The soundproofing here is really poor. He pointed upstairs. The room above me is definitely having some nighttime activities. Upon hearing this, Qi Kuang perked up, excitedly heading toward Zhouda's room. I'm going to listen in. This is a high-definition experience. Shen Xiuhuai swiftly grabbed the collar of his shirt. You young lad, aren't you worried about getting too heated listening to that? Zhouda nodded in agreement. Indeed, I couldn't stand it after a while, so I came out and just happened to run into Huaigu. Qi Kuang was merely joking, realizing that listening to such things wasn't as thrilling as watching a film. So he followed Shen Xiuhuai back. Zhouda pulled out a cigarette to offer them, which Shen Xiuhuai was used to refusing, but surprisingly, Qi Kuang also chimed in. I'll pass. 3 good boys don't smoke. Come on, is that true, Kuanggu? You quit smoking? Zhouda looked at him with a betrayed expression. Qi Kuang nodded seriously. From today onwards, I won't smoke. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Zhouda, who looked utterly abandoned, then took the cigarette from his hand. You shouldn't smoke either. You won't have time during the senior year training. Zhouda stared at the cigarette in Shen Xiuhuai's hand, torn between his addiction and the challenge of quitting. However, before he could ask Shen Xiuhuai for his cigarette back, Shen Xiuhuai's phone rang. It was a call from his father urging him to return. After finishing the call, Shen Xiuhuai prepared to leave, reminding them, get to bed early, or you'll be feeding mosquitoes. Qi Kuang and Zhouda watched him descend the stairs, exiting the courtyard and walking away. Zhouda suddenly spoke up. I feel like Huaigu has changed. Qi Kuang turned his gaze back to him. Maybe love changes people. It's a good thing. With that, he turned to head back to his room to sleep. Zhouda called out, Hey, do you have any cigarettes left? Give me one. Due to his brief chat with Qi Kuang and Zhouda, Shen Xiuhuai arrived at his grandfather's guest house just before 11 o'clock. His grandparents had probably gone to bed long ago. However, old Shen was still sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea. When Shen Xiuhuai walked in, he remarked, What are you doing? Drinking tea at this hour? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep? Old Shen shot him a glare, raising his thermos. This isn't tea, it's hot milk, made by your mother. The last part of his statement carried a hint of pride. Shen Xiuhuai responded with a nonchalant oh, thinking to himself that if he weren't underage, he wouldn't be the only one without a partner. Observing his son's slightly sour expression, Shen Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. After taking a sip of milk, he asked, I thought you were reluctant to come back? Shen Xiuhuai shot him a glance. Then don't call me. He tugged at his shirt. I'm boiling hot. I'm going upstairs. Shen Nan called out to him, Hey, is it that Lin Xiaoxiao? Shen Xiuhuai halted his steps. Although he had no intention of hiding this matter and had always been open about liking a girl at home, he had never explicitly told his family who it was he liked, especially given Lin Xiaoxiao's insistence on focusing on their studies at their age. Old Shen could see through it. It was quite normal to have noticed 3 girls around him. Did you figure out? Shen Xiuhuai replied. Of course, Shen Nan chuckled. I'm a businessman. After all, it's easy to notice. However, something happened while we were walking back this evening. When Shen Nan and his wife returned from their stroll, the group of kids had already gone off to play. Only Grandma was still in the kitchen, washing the tea set, a habit of Grandpa's, as he would surely want a pot of tea later. I saw a little girl talking to your grandma, and her expression changed dramatically. Shen Nan paused, glancing at his son's handsome face, realizing why so many girls were attracted to him. Was it Wu Xinyu? Shen Xiuhuai furrowed his brow. What did she say to Grandma? While he felt comfortable being candid with old Shen, he was unsure if Grandma would accept the news. Do not be deceived by the fact that my grandparents currently run a farmstay. My grandmother is, at her core, a girl hailing from a prestigious family steeped in the scholarly traditions of the Jiangnan region, and she remains rather conservative at heart. It was not that Wu Xinyu, but rather her friend. Shen Nan shook his head, suggesting that one could easily surmise what was to follow. As we approached, we heard my grandmother remark, "Gossiping and spreading rumors is hardly the behavior of a lady," after which she ignored the girl and walked away. Shen Xiuhuai paused momentarily, realizing that indeed, this was something his grandmother would say. Your grandmother was quite upset. Upon our return, she insisted we come inside to discuss matters for a while. Shen Nan shot a glance at Shen Xiuhuai. Your grandmother is aware that among those 3 girls, there is one you favor. Shen Xiuhuai fell silent for a moment, processing this revelation. What did she say? Nothing much, merely that children today mature far too quickly. As he spoke, Shen Nan rose, stretching languidly. You should know that your grandparents would never wish to speak ill of you. With that, he bypassed Shen Xiuhuai, suggesting he return to rest. Shen Xiuhuai stood still, watching his retreating figure. Shen Nan called back without turning. Our silence is a testament to our trust in your discretion. We hope you will not let us down. Chapter 82. As long as Xiaohuai is happy. After taking a shower, Shen Xiuhuai felt a sense of relief. Shen Nan's remarks upon his return were evidently aimed at that final sentiment. They all knew about his girlfriend, yet everyone respected their privacy while hoping that Shen Xiuhuai was aware of his responsibilities and would refrain from any indiscretions. This time, Shen Xiuhuai truly sensed the change in Shen Nan and understood that they had begun to accept his transformation. Had he been his former self, Shen Nan would not have spoken to him so calmly. He would have intervened upon discovering that Shen Xiuhuai had affections for a girl. Shen Xiuhuai imagined that Shen Nan would have scolded him, cut off his allowance, or perhaps even transferred him to another school. If all else failed, he might have been sent to the military or abroad, concluding with a stern warning, do not bring harm to that girl. After all, in Shen Nan's eyes, his former self was nothing more than a troublesome youth, utterly incapable of meaningful communication. They genuinely feared he might engage in reckless or irreparable actions. With this thought, Shen Xiuhuai couldn't help but smile wryly. It was evident that Shen Nan and the others had never truly understood him. While he would not claim to be perfect, he believed he possessed a firm moral compass. Even at 18, he had never contemplated engaging in any outrageous behavior. Otherwise, he would not have harbored secret feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao without confiding in anyone. At that time, he understood that his presence would only distract Lin Xiaoxiao from her studies. She was far too exceptional and would likely look down upon someone like him. Reflecting on this, Shen Xiuhuai let out a soft sigh, pondering how they had both been caught in a strange dance of unspoken affection, only to miss their chance. Lying bare upon his bed, Shen Xiuhuai sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao. However, after approximately 10 minutes, he received no response. He contemplated whether she was still shy or had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. Ultimately, he leaned towards the latter explanation, reasoning that even if Lin Xiaoxiao were genuinely shy or upset, she would not intentionally leave him in suspense. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai placed his phone aside and drifted off to sleep, pondering where he might take Lin Xiaoxiao for their outing the next day. Alas, he remembered the presence of a few uninvited guests. The following day, Shen Xiuhuai miraculously awoke at 7 o'clock. Upon rising, he noticed that his grandfather had not come to rouse him for their mountain climbing expedition. He had instead been awakened by the commotion outside. The sounds of laughter, both male and female, suggested that a group of university students was nearby. After completing his morning routine, he stepped outside just in time to see that group. Backpacks in tow and clad in hiking shoes, presumably setting out for the mountains. His grandparents were downstairs sweeping the courtyard, despite having tidied up after last night's barbecue. The area remained less than pristine, much to his grandmother's chagrin, as she prided herself on cleanliness. Good morning, Grandpa and Grandma, Shen Xiuhuai called out, and upon catching their attention, he added, allow me to assist with the sweeping for a moment. Just then, a door opened, revealing Shen Nan, dressed neatly and frowning as he emerged with his phone in hand, followed closely by Shen Madam, who carried a small suitcase she had brought along. With a single glance, Shen Xiuhuai realized they were preparing to leave. His grandparents, observing from below, gazed up at them with expressions that were difficult to decipher. All right, prepare the necessary documents. I shall arrive shortly, Shen Nan stated, frowning as he ended a phone call. Taking a deep breath, he pondered how to broach the subject. When Shen Xiuhuai had previously agreed to come, they had intended to set aside time to spend together. However, this morning, a significant decision-making error had arisen at the subsidiary company, necessitating his immediate attention. Yet how could he express this? Xiaohuai, Shen Madam began. But upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai approach to take her suitcase, she understood. Ah, you are leaving already? You must apologize to Grandpa and Grandma. Shen Nan sighed. I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate such an urgent matter arising. A grave misjudgment at the subsidiary. I may not comprehend these issues, but judging by your demeanor, it appears rather serious, does it not? Shen Xiuhuai echoed his friend's sigh. You should proceed. I will return with Qi Kuang tomorrow. Shen then exchanged glances with Shen Madam, both wishing to say something more, but unsure of what to add. After descending the stairs, they provided a brief overview of the situation to their grandparents. Despite their efforts to hide their disappointment, it was evident that Grandpa and Grandma felt let down. The rare moments when the entire family was gathered brought them immense comfort, and they were reluctant to part ways. Nevertheless, Grandpa nodded. Go ahead, work is paramount. We have Xiaohuai to keep us company. Although Shen Nan and Shen Madam felt guilty, the company could not afford to wait. Thus, they hurriedly departed. Shen Xiuhuai waved goodbye to them as Shen Madam entered the vehicle, signaling their farewell. Behind him stood his grandparents. Suddenly, Shen Nan remarked, this was unforeseen. Mom and Dad will certainly prepare better next time. The lines at the corners of Shen Nan's eyes had begun to show, and he looked at Shen Xiuhuai, who appeared momentarily dazed. So, could you please refrain from expecting too little of us? This one statement left Shen Xiuhuai utterly stunned. Though Shen Nan was pressed for time, he patiently awaited Shen Xiuhuai's response. Finally, Shen Xiuhuai smiled. Very well, off you go, old Shen. Earn well, and I shall relish the life of a carefree, rich heir. Shen Nan retorted with a playful curse, then called out to the elderly couple behind him, Dad, Mom, we are leaving. The two elders waved goodbye. Soon, their vehicle sped away. Shen Xiuhuai watched until the car vanished from sight, then turned to embrace his grandparents, exclaiming, well then, it seems we have become the left-behind elderly and the left-behind children. The previously somber mood of the two elders was lifted by his jest. His grandmother playfully swatted him. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Xiaohuai is certainly not a left-behind child. At your age, you are hardly a child. Hurry and have breakfast. I have prepared meals for you and your classmates. Call them over to eat in a bit. Grandpa chuckled softly. Afterward, he recalled old Li's earlier remark about that girl. Xiaohuai, your class monitor is quite lovely, is she not? Grandma also turned her gaze toward Shen Xiuhuai. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. It is rare to encounter such a vibrant young lady. Upon hearing the conversation, Shen Xiuhuai immediately discerned that the two elders were subtly probing him. He chose not to deny it. After all, she was indeed beautiful. Our campus belle, admired by many boys. Do you like her? His grandfather inquired leisurely. Of course, do you not? Shen Xiuhuai's eyes sparkled as he smiled candidly. This was an unexpected response for the elderly couple. Eventually, his grandmother nodded, content that Xiaohuai liked her. But at your age, his grandfather began. I understand. Education is paramount. Shen Xiuhuai interjected. Chapter 83. Sometimes, habits are not entirely beneficial. It was only after Qi Kuang and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived that they realized Shen Nan and his wife had left unexpectedly due to some urgent matter. Shen Xiuhuai was also set to accompany them back the following day, as their holiday was already quite brief, and his assignments remained unfinished. Although his grandparents were reluctant to see them go, they smiled and reassured him that it was perfectly fine. Ultimately, the group decided not to venture out anywhere today, instead choosing to spend quality time with the grandparents. The elderly couple relished the liveliness, and their time together was limited. Climbing the mountain could wait for another day. Though the grandparents insisted they go enjoy themselves, their smiles betrayed their delight in having the young ones around. Thus, the group of adolescents, despite their age, patiently spent the day in the company of their grandparents, contributing little more than their youthful exuberance. The elders cherished the lively atmosphere that enveloped them. Because of this day, spent with his grandparents, Shen Xiuhuai found little opportunity to be alone with Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something peculiar today regarding the grandparents' demeanor towards her. It wasn't that their attitude had drastically changed. They had been warm yesterday, but today was on an entirely different level. The three girls followed the grandmother to the vegetable garden after the grandfather took the boys fishing. The garden was impeccably maintained, with vibrant tomatoes and cucumbers hanging enticingly. The grandmother picked the ripest, most beautiful tomatoes and washed them before offering them to the girls. Would you like some? They're completely organic. The girls, not one to be finicky, eagerly accepted and bit into the tomatoes, which elicited a smile from the grandmother. You all are quite fine. Unlike some previous tenants who were reluctant to eat them raw. As she spoke, she turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, Is your family from Jing City? Lin Xiaoxiao momentarily froze at being singled out. Yes, Grandma. In her past life, she had never met the grandparents by the time she married Shen Xiuhuai. They had already passed away. Shen Xiuhuai seldom mentioned them, but on their memorial days, his mood would invariably darken. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao surmised that the grandparents must have held Shen Xiuhuai in high regard. After spending these past few days with them, she recognized their genuine affection for their younger kin. However, It was rare for the grandmother to inquire about her specifically. Lin Xiaoxiao met the elder's gentle, smiling gaze. Despite her age, it was evident that she had been a beauty in her youth. Shen Xiuhuai resembled his mother, save for his eyes, which took after Shen Nan. At this moment, it appeared that Shen Nan's eyes mirrored those of the grandmother. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart raced as she gazed into those familiar eyes. Had the grandmother noticed something? At that moment, Xiao Ling interjected, "Grandma, you're showing favoritism. Why not ask us?" Zhao Li, sidling up to the grandmother, playfully entwined her arm with hers. "Is it because Xiao Xiao is so beautiful? She is the belle of our school." The grandmother chuckled. "You all are beautiful. At your age. You are all at your most exquisite." Lowering her voice conspiratorially, she added, "So, are there many rascals pestering you? Have Xiaohuai and Xiao Kuang been looking out for you?" Zhao Li, perceptive as ever, caught the underlying meaning in the grandmother's words. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Xiao Xiao has many admirers. However, Huaige has been quite the protector, helping her with various troubles." Lin Xiaoxiao observed the grandmother's expression shift to one of understanding after Zhao Li's quiet remarks. As they departed the garden, the grandmother took Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, reassuring her, "If Xiao Huai dares to bully you, you must tell Grandma. I will ensure he learns not to mistreat a girl." Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Ling exchanged puzzled glances at Zhao Li's smug demeanor, who wore a mysterious smile. Though she had said little, she worried that if the grandmother learned of Lin Xiaoxiao's relationship with Shen Xiuhuai, she might blame Xiaoxiao. Thus, she merely conveyed that Huaige treated Xiaoxiao well, hinting that she had a rather cool disposition. This wasn't entirely a falsehood, yet it led the grandmother to believe that it was Shen Xiuhuai pursuing Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Shen Xiuhuai, who was fishing, felt an itch in his nose and quickly rubbed it, suppressing a sneeze. Qi Kuang, beside him, whispered, "Huaige, you're impressive. You can hold back a sneeze?" Naturally impatient, he found fishing tedious and was currently preoccupied with his phone. He hadn't expected Shen Xiuhuai and Zhou De to endure sitting with their grandfather for so long, which left Qi Kuang rather impressed. As soon as he spoke, the trio shot him a hush gesture. Qi Kuang promptly sealed his lips. As anticipated, dinner consisted of fish again, though it was the first time for Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. This time, Shen Xiuhuai finally sat next to Lin Xiaoxiao. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the grandmother's gaze upon him was peculiar. After all, he had been rather forthright with his grandparents about his feelings for Lin Xiaoxiao. So it should be too strange, right? After pondering this, he dismissed the thought. While eating, he instinctively helped Lin Xiaoxiao with her fish bones. And, just as he was still at it, a piece of clean fish meat found its way into his bowl, courtesy of Lin Xiaoxiao. She had grown accustomed to this. Previously, Shen Xiuhuai had been too hasty while eating and had little affection for fish due to the trouble they presented. Once Lin Xiaoxiao realized this, she silently began to pick out the bones for him and place the clean meat in his bowl. This habit had persisted. At this moment, the atmosphere became noticeably awkward, with everyone at the table glancing over. Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her chopsticks, a hint of confusion crossing her face. It was Shen Xiuhuai who broke the silence with a gentle cough. "Thank you, class monitor." Only then did the others divert their attention. His grandfather chuckled as he passed a chicken wing to the grandmother, urging her, "Eat more, be cautious of the fish bones." He shot a meaningful glance at Shen Xiuhuai, particularly noting how he had never been adept at picking fish bones, perhaps out of laziness. Shen Xiuhuai relinquished the half-finished task of selecting bones and picked up the fish meat that Lin Xiaoxiao had placed in his bowl, asserting, "Yes, I am lazy," with a tone that carried a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao's face gradually flushed with realization. At times, habits can indeed be rather detrimental. At that moment, she felt as if everyone was secretly observing her. Although they were indeed watching, none dared to address the matter directly. After dinner, the group helped tidy up the yard before gathering in the courtyard to enjoy tea and gaze at the moon. When Wu Xianyu and her friends returned, they greeted the group before heading upstairs, careful not to intrude. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at their retreating figures, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Wu Xianyu. Had it not been for her, his sister might not have sought him out. He turned his attention back to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was engaged in conversation with the grandmother, her expression soft and particularly lovely. Grandfather presented a cup of tea to him, obscuring his view, and jovially asked, "What are you looking at?" With a chuckle, Shen Xiuhuai responded softly, just admiring the fairy. Chapter 84. Is Xiao Huai doing well? Unfortunately, Shen Xiuhuai did not find an opportunity to be alone with the fairy until nightfall. Perhaps it was because he knew Shen Xiu would be leaving the next day, that the elders, despite it being their usual bedtime, did not insist on retiring for the night. Yet, Shen Xiuhuai noticed the smiles on his grandparents' faces were tinged with an undeniable melancholy. Ultimately, he spoke up, "It's getting late. Let us all disperse." Qi Kuang sighed. "It's time for Grandpa and Grandma to sleep. We should head back." A fleeting look of reluctance crossed his grandparents' faces, but they rose with smiles, saying, "You two didn't enjoy yourselves properly this time. You spent the entire day with two old folks." "No, I truly enjoyed the time with you, Lin Xiaoxiao." With her typically cool demeanor, expressed in a rare moment of warmth, her sincerity evident in her tone, Grandma, holding her hand tenderly, urged, "Do come often during your holidays. Just let us know in advance. There is no need for you to stay elsewhere. Your grandfather will be expanding the house later this year, and we shall reside in our own home." Shen Xiuhuai seized the moment to interject, then, "Grandpa, please change the decor style of my room. I've been the subject of their laughter." The group couldn't suppress their laughter, recalling their earlier visit to Shen Xiuhuai's room that had left quite an impression. With Shen Xiuhuai's jest, the atmosphere lightened. The two elders began to look forward to their next visit. Grandfather remarked to Shen Xiuhuai, "Take Xiaoxiao back." "No need. It's still early. With Dada and me here, Huaigu can stay a little longer with you." Qi Kuang chimed in, flashing a bright smile at his grandparents. They could see that the ones their grandparents were most reluctant to part with were Huaigu, likely because there were still private matters to discuss. Shen Xiuhuai glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and cheerfully said, "Right, Qi Kuang and the others are here, so I want to see you off. Please return early and message me when you arrive." The last part was directed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Eventually, Shen Xiuhuai and his grandparents accompanied them to the door, watching as they walked away before returning to tidy the courtyard. In truth, there was little to tidy up since Lin Xiaoxiao and the others had already helped. Grandma took his sweeping hand and said, "Stop that. I'll sweep in the morning. Come, let us go." Grandfather, on the other side of the yard, was smoking. Although his health was decent, Grandma forbade him from smoking, and now that she was around, he indulged, perhaps aware of his inner turmoil. Grandma led Shen Xiuhuai into the room and instructed him to sit on a chair and wait. He was well acquainted with this routine, and indeed, Grandma soon returned with a bag and a small box from the cupboard. Without needing to guess, Shen Xiuhuai knew the bag contained Gundam models, while the small box held some books, along with money tucked inside, tokens of love from his grandparents over the years. In the past, they had directly given him money, but after Shen Nan once lost his temper, they ceased that practice. Everyone was aware of what was hidden within the books, but Shen Nan, perhaps reluctant to acknowledge the elders' thoughtful gestures, or perhaps unwilling to sever Shen Xiuhuai's access to pocket money, maybe it was a combination of both, chose to remain oblivious. "This is Gundam, the ones you like. Your grandparents bought several for you, all sourced from your grandfather's old friend as grandson. I hear they are limited editions." Grandma softly remarked, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Shen Xiuhuai. "I know you're a good child, but don't overexert yourself with your studies. We are not lacking in funds." As she placed the box beside him, she added, "Take this back. Try to avoid quarrels with your father. Your grandparents dare not deposit money into your account, for if your father finds out, he might cut off your access completely." She looked at her grandson, whose eyes were reddening once more, feeling a deep pang of sympathy. The changes in him during this visit were striking. They could instantly sense that their little grandson had endured much. Yet they were old, and often children had to forge their own paths, not out of heartlessness, but because neither parents nor family could support him throughout his life. "Grandma," Shen Xiuhuai said, squatting down from the chair and resting his head on her lap, repeating, "I miss you so much. I miss Grandpa too." Grandma sighed, stroking his stiff hair. "Silly child, if you miss us, just come over. We are always here." Shen Xiuhuai closed his eyes in silence, feeling that since his rebirth, his emotions had become fragile. The Shen Xiuhuai, who once remained stoic, even with a bullet through his arm, felt like a distant memory. Yet, this feeling was comforting, for he was surrounded by an abundance of love, making him more tender-hearted. "Grandma, please take good care of yourself and Grandpa. I'll come to see you during the winter break. If you miss me, just video call me. Didn't I teach you and Grandpa how to use WeChat a couple of days ago?" As Shen Xiuhuai emerged from the room, he spotted Grandfather squatting by the stairs. Who could tell that this seemingly unkempt old man was once a corporate president like Shen Nan? Upon seeing Shen Xiuhuai, Grandfather stood up and said, "Your grandmother has been crying." Shen Xiuhuai nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. His attempts to console her seemed ineffective. Grandfather sighed. "It's all right. I'll go back and comfort her." He gazed at Shen Xiuhuai for a long moment. Shen Xiuhuai did not shy away, allowing him to observe. Then Grandfather smiled. "All right, go back to sleep. By the way, what style do you want for your room?" asked renovation. "Anything will do, just not as extravagant as this," Shen Xiuhuai replied with a smile. Grandfather nodded and waved his hand. "All right, go back. I'm off to comfort your grandmother." As he turned to head back, he suddenly paused and asked Xiaohuai, "Are you doing well?" "I've gained some weight. I'm doing great, Shen Xiuhuai replied, momentarily taken aback, before smiling in response. Grandfather nodded. That's good. Now, off to bed. Grandpa, I'll come back to see you during the winter break. This time, Grandfather waved his hand without lingering and entered the house. Shen Xiuhuai watched him go inside before turning to ascend the stairs, holding tightly to the items Grandma had given him, feeling the weight of their love. Once back in his room, Shen Xiuhuai felt a bit stifled. After taking a shower, he still couldn't shake off his gloom. Eventually, he opened Lin Xiaoxiao's chat window, typing, "Sister, I feel like Grandpa and Grandma have noticed something." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly responded with a call. "What's wrong? Have they noticed?" Upon hearing her familiar voice, Shen Xiuhuai's heart suddenly quieted. He was not alone. No matter where he was, Lin Xiaoxiao was there, sharing the same roots, and this was no dream. Shen Xiuhuai exhaled, feeling as though they had all sensed something. Was the gap between his current self and who he was back then truly so vast? Chapter 85, Sister, hold my hand for a while. There is undoubtedly a difference. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came through as she seemed to have climbed into bed, her tone softening. But you become quite similar to your former self recently. Lin Xiaoxiao recalled the impulsive Shen Xiuhuai, who had once struck out in anger. The mature Shen Xiuhuai of adulthood would never engage in such behavior. Yet it was something the 18-year-old Shen Xiuhuai would have done, impulsive and unrestrained. Shen Xiuhuai chuckled. "Are you suggesting I become childish?" To his surprise, Lin Xiaoxiao's tone turned serious. "No, I think it's wonderful. The old you was mature, but it was too exhausting. This is much better." Shen Xiuhuai stared silently at the ceiling, and after a long while, he finally said, "It is indeed quite good." In the end, they certainly did not engage in any meaningful conversation. Shen Xiuhuai merely had a sudden yearning to hear her voice. As long as he knew Lin Xiaoxiao was still present, he felt a sense of tranquility. The following morning, they were greeted by the vehicle arranged by Uncle Qi. The driver first picked up Qi Kuang and the others, then drove to the grandparents' guest house, where they waited. Grandma reluctantly released her grip on Shen Xiuhuai's hand, while Grandpa patted him on the shoulder, reminding him that he would soon be entering his final year of high school and urging him to study diligently to show his father just how remarkable he could be, much to his father's chagrin. Shen Xiuhuai wore a smile on his face, his gaze flitting between the two elderly figures, silently promising, "I will surely strive to excel. Grandparents, as I return home, if you miss me, feel free to call or video chat. I'm always available." He embraced both elders with a tinge of reluctance, promising to visit during the winter break to celebrate the new year with them. All right, Grandma replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The others, witnessing the poignant farewell, remained silent. Ultimately, it was Shen Xiuhuai who boarded the vehicle first, waving back at the two elders, signaling them to return home. After the others shared their own embraces with the grandparents, they too climbed aboard. Even as the car drove away, Grandpa and Grandma lingered at the door, watching intently. Qi Kuang sighed, noting how lonely they appeared. Why not return home to live together? Shen Xiuhuai, gazing at the fading figures of his grandparents, echoed the sigh, acknowledging that they seemed content with their current lifestyle. If they returned, they would certainly be able to see us, yet their lives would not be as joyful. As he spoke, he reached out to take Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, his thumb gently brushing against her palm. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, remarking that it seemed quite pleasant for Grandpa and Grandma to live this way. She too wished for such a leisurely existence in her old age. Indeed, Grandpa and Grandma are living quite well. How comfortable it must be, Zhao Lili chimed in. What a dreamlike existence it is for so many. Working at dawn and resting at dusk. Then I shall open a farm in the future, came the playful suggestion. The lively discussion resumed. Shen Xiuhuai and Lin Xiaoxiao occupied the front row of the back seat, while the others intentionally left the front row empty to give them space. Suddenly, Shen Xiuhuai leaned down, resting his head on Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, an endearing gesture that seemed uncomfortable for his tall frame. Yet, he remained in that position, whispering softly into her ear, "Then we shall open a guest house one day." Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to stroke his hair, which felt coarse and prickly. He had shaved it down to a buzz cut, a decision that had drawn the attention of the boys in class for quite some time. However, Shen Xiuhuai was handsome enough that even a buzz cut suited him well. Lin Xiaoxiao enjoyed the tactile sensation, finding it quite pleasant. All right, then I want to raise a dog as well. Despite the noisy environment and the uncomfortable posture, the soothing timbre of Lin Xiaoxiao's voice lulled Shen Xiuhuai, who had barely slept the previous night, into slumber. The sound of his steady breathing reached her ears, and she slightly relaxed her shoulder, hoping to make him more comfortable. Since Shen Xiuhuai had called it the previous night, Lin Xiaoxiao could tell he was not in a good mood. Seeing his grandparents again likely stirred many memories for him. and she imagined he felt a deep sense of regret. The more wonderful his grandparents were. The heavier Shen Xiuhuai's heart grew, burdened by his past rebelliousness and neglect of their affections. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed gently, pressing a soft kiss to his slightly furrowed forehead. Shen Xiuhuai, though not deeply asleep, sensed Lin Xiaoxiao's sigh and realized she had kissed him. He was acutely aware that if they remained in this position, Lin Xiaoxiao's side would surely suffer. Thus, he sat up with his eyes still closed, leaning his head lightly against the back of the seat, taking Lin Xiaoxiao's hand in his own and holding it tightly, whispering, "Sister, let me hold your hand." Lin Xiaoxiao remained still, allowing him to grasp her right hand. After all, the journey would take over 3 hours, and soon the others fell silent as well. Some dozing off while others engaged with their phones. They had departed early, arriving in the capital shortly after noon. However, Lin Xiaoxiao had not anticipated that Dr. Lin would come to pick her up. So when Shen Xiuhuai stepped out of the car, carrying Lin Xiaoxiao's backpack and spotted Dr. Lin, it was no exaggeration to say his body stiffened momentarily before he managed to smile and exclaim, "Uncle." Dr. Lin, upon seeing him, exhibited a hint of surprise. Then his gaze fell upon the backpack in Shen Xiuhuai's hands, pausing for a moment. He then extended his hand. "Hello, Shen Xiuhuai. Please hand me Xiao Zhao's backpack." Shen Xiuhuai, smiling, obliged. The class monitor just mentioned her hands were numb, so I offered to carry it for her. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped down from the car and found herself awkwardly sandwiched between the two, her backpack serving as an unintentional divider. It truly felt like being caught in a youthful romance. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Dr. Lin glanced at her and replied, "I had some free time at noon, so I came to pick you up and thought we could grab a bite together." Qi Kuang and the others had already exited the vehicle, one by one greeting Dr. Lin. The doctor smiled as he addressed them. "Have you all eaten? Allow me to treat you to lunch. Zahadidu wavit hadhunt. My mom is waiting for me at home to eat, so I won't be joining you, uncle." Zhoda also planned to return home, while Qi Kuang and Ku Xiaoling initially intended to leave. But seeing Shen Xiuhuai's tense posture, Qi Kuang felt he could not abandon his friend. Meanwhile, was being tugged along by Lin Xiaoxiao's anxious demeanor. Ultimately, the four of them boarded Dr. Lin's vehicle together. He took them to a nearby shopping mall, where they found a restaurant serving light Cantonese cuisine. While waiting for their meals, Dr. Lin glanced at Shen Xiuhuai, who was seated next to Lin Xiaoxiao, and remarked, "It seems you didn't travel with them on the day of departure." "Ah, we went to the guest house where Huai Ji's grandparents stay. We were simply there to visit him," Qi Kuang answered without a second thought, unaware that Dr. Lin was already privy to their prior encounter. Upon hearing this response, he noticed the class monitor's expression stiffen for a brief moment.